The argent-thud metallic hall, with its exaggerated lines and incessantly flickering kaleidoscope of colors, vividly illustrates that this realm belongs to a civilization of advanced technology. The vast expanse is capable of accommodating thousands, where an array of robots busily carry out their tasks. These robotic forms vary greatly. Some are mechanized, others humanoid, and yet others resemble various biological entities, indicating the astonishing technological prowess of this world. In such a highly developed environment, however, a sense of vitality appears to be conspicuously absent. The entire chamber is populated by an assortment of robots, yet devoid of any humans. After a prolonged moment, a golden, winged toy flitted into view, followed closely by a plump little boy clad in a silver robe. Upon the boy's arrival, the eyes of all the robots in the hall shimmered with respectful light. They resumed their tasks as the boy disregarded them. "Xiao Jin, don't run around. Wait for me," the boy exclaimed, clearly doting on the lively toy. His presence injected a spark of life into the otherwise sterile atmosphere, dispelling the rigidity and monotony. It must be said that while this place exudes opulence and advanced technology, it also feels excessively austere, filled with gleaming metals that obscure any sense of texture. A touch of greenery would undoubtedly render the environment more inviting. "Master, come catch me. If you do, Xiao Jin will sing a song for you," the small robot chirped, flapping its wings with a grin that seemed to split its head in two, yet it was undeniably endearing, evoking an impulse to give it a playful pat. Yet this time, the boy did not chase after Xiao Jin with his usual enthusiasm. Instead, he appeared momentarily dazed, leaving Xiao Jin puzzled. Despite its diminutive stature, Xiao Jin was far more sophisticated than the other working robots. It was the latest creation of the Maya Empire, designed specifically to serve the illustrious young prince. This was a supreme honor for a robot, given that in this dimension, Maya technology had reached its zenith, rendering it unparalleled in interstellar prowess. In this realm, the Maya Empire stands as a divine entity, with countless star systems bowing to its might. The technology of space-time traversal renders distances trivial, and neither spiritual nor technological civilizations, nor any other exotic forms of life, can withstand the onslaught of the Maya forces. However, a millennium ago, the Maya Empire halted its advance, as the king uncovered an ultimate secret in the cradle of Maya civilization, Earth, revealing the true path to godhood. Recent whispers suggest that this plan has come to fruition under the current technological capabilities of the Maya Empire. Anything conceived can be achieved, provided there is time. The adorable young prince gazed silently at Xiao Jin before suddenly seizing it. The little robot had no opportunity to flee, for the strength exerted by its master was beyond the resistance of any robot. The prince looked at Xiao Jin in his grasp, his eyes flashing with a moment of compassion. Yet he resolutely tightened his grip on his cherished toy and approached a well-like structure at the side of the hall. Peering into the well, the prince saw a mirror-like surface reflecting the ordinary conditions of the hall. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the young prince to grit his teeth and hurl Xiao Jin towards the mirror-like plane before it could utter a sound. Splash! The mirror did not shatter, but rippled like water, and in a flash, Xiao Jin vanished without a trace. Before the prince stood a middle-aged man adorned with a crown, his demeanor exuding authority, accompanied by a woman whose beauty transcended verbal description, defying any attempt to pinpoint a flaw. Even if there were aspects one might not favor, her perception would render her perfect in every regard. "Carter, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" The middle-aged man's voice thundered throughout the hall, causing the working robots to cower in fright, with several sparking and exploding in their panic. "Carter, this is wrong. The parallel mirror connects to entirely different universes that are fundamentally dissimilar to ours. Should Xiao Jin inadvertently escape, the imbalance it introduces could disrupt the development of that universe." The young prince displayed no fear, merely smiling faintly. "Father, mother, you both have said that even we cannot withstand the cosmic laws of parallelism. Xiao Jin has only a theoretical chance of 1 in a trillion quarks." The king's anger seemed unwavering, yet the queen beside him intervened. "Your Majesty, today is a momentous occasion. Let us not cast blame upon our son. My dear, today marks the culmination of Maya civilization's ultimate glory. Soon, we shall ascend to true godhood, the singularity of this universe." At the mention of divinity, the king's countenance softened, that we shall become light. The universe is us, and we are the universe, no longer separate. Come, my beloved child, let us embrace the light. The king and queen took the young prince by either side as they strode towards the great doors of the hall, which swung open to reveal blinding brilliance illuminating the entire world. Before them loomed a colossal altar suspended in the air, ablaze with a milky white radiance, beneath which lay an endless army of machines. This light did not emanate from the sun, but from the countless mechs, each possessing the terrifying power to conquer an entire planet. The very forces that had rendered the Maya Empire invincible. The Earth was teeming with a multitude of robots. Devoid of any living beings, every robot's gaze was directed toward the solitary altar and their one true king. Beyond Earth, the solar system was densely populated with massive interstellar battleships, where soldiers stood resolutely, their eyes fixed upon the altar and the emerging king, queen, and prince, all of them robots. The interstellar fleet extended from the solar system into the infinite abyss beyond, embodying the indomitable armada of Maya civilization, against which no other civilization could withstand. They could obliterate an entire star system without hesitation. Today, all soldiers of the Maya civilization and its vassal states would bear witness to a glorious moment. Their great king would ascend to godhood, becoming light and eternally illuminating this universe. As they gazed upon the sacred altar, the king raised his hand, and all soldiers lifted their weapons in unison, chanting, "Long live the king." This proclamation swiftly reverberated throughout the cosmos. In this dimension, the Maya civilization stood unrivaled. Yet, only the three of them remained of the Maya civilization, now tasked with fulfilling the ultimate goal set forth by their ancestors to become gods and merge with the universe. This was a solemn and monumental moment, as countless robots draped in pure white robes began to recite sacred texts, recounting the illustrious history of Maya civilization. At this moment, all subjects would witness together. The trio ascended slowly towards the altar, their bodies liberated from the constraints of gravity, and soon reached the altar's entrance, greeted by a roaring white flame where the future pulsated. This represented the ultimate power of the Maya civilization. Only by merging with the universe could they find their ultimate destiny. The king, queen, and prince exchanged solemn glances and, in reverence, placed their hands upon their heads before gently removing them. In this radiant moment, let us confront the world with our true selves, the king declared gravely, and with that, he slowly tore away his hair, unveiling a semicircular transparent vessel containing a pulsating red brain. Once the king completed this act, the queen and prince followed suit, embracing this return to authenticity. In reverence, their bodies lifted the brains they held and gently propelled them toward the heart of the flames. Silence enveloped the world, devoid of any sound, that as if time and space had ceased to exist. Yet in the next instant, the towering flames violently compressed and vanished, followed by a blinding white light shooting skyward, spreading throughout the cosmos, merging all existence within its brilliance, breaking through the boundaries of time and space. Everything transformed into light, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The solar system faded into oblivion, and the existence of the Maya civilization became a mere historical echo, leaving a lingering sorrow adrift in the universe. In the early days of Maya civilization, there once existed a great king named Nietzsche, who proclaimed himself the sun. The universe transcends 3 dimensions, nor is it confined to 7. It exists in infinite dimensions originating from a singular point, from which parallel universes emerge. They share a common origin yet yield different outcomes. For instance, the Earth, from the moment of its inception, harbored countless developmental possibilities, each possibility forming a unique cosmic realm. In one universe, dinosaurs may have perished, making way for a species known as humans to dominate. However, in parallel universes, dinosaurs might have survived, continuing to thrive. Every possibility spawns a distinct existence. Parallel universes may bear resemblance to one another or be entirely divergent. It is conceivable that on some Earth, life never emerged, while others advanced to the pinnacle of civilization. Similarities also abound. For example, humans may rule the Earth, yet the unifier of China might not be named Ingzheng. And Einstein may not have conceived the theory of relativity. His father might have been the one to do so, illustrating that even the minutiae can diverge significantly. All of this exists within the realm of parallel universes, where immutable cosmic laws prohibit traversal between them. Even the Maya civilization, having reached such an advanced state, could not defy this rule. Any entity daring to challenge it would be obliterated in the attempt. Upon reaching this conclusion, the Maya civilization lost its purpose for existence. Yet, as the prince remarked, when technological prowess reaches its zenith, these laws are not entirely insurmountable. The probability of success, however, is nearly infinitesimal. Moreover, even if one were to succeed by mere chance, both living and non-living entities would lose over 80% of their functionalities. In the calculations of the Maya civilization's central intelligence, this outcome was utterly devoid of significance. The nature of becoming light remains unclear, yet the Maya civilization, akin to the emperor who once aspired to become the sun, faded into oblivion, triggering a cataclysmic interstellar explosion. This chain reaction of energy brought the entire realm to the brink of annihilation, while an unfathomable energy storm simultaneously affected the pathways to parallel spaces. A minuscule golden dot, barely perceptible, vanished at the precipice of destruction. When it reappeared, it revealed before it a cerulean planet. Chapter 2. Ideals and Reality. Li Feng, what are your plans after graduation? Maka asked with a grin. You shouldn't spend all your time playing cosmic warfare. That won't put food on the table. Do you really intend to join the military after graduation? Li Feng glanced at his childhood friend and nodded, acknowledging the thought but admitting that nothing was set in stone yet. Oh my goodness! Maka exclaimed dramatically, clutching his forehead. You truly believe that gaming translates to reality? Those outdated machines operated by the Earth Federation are nothing like a game. They are exhausting and devoid of future prospects. Moreover, we ordinary humans cannot possibly compete with the physical prowess of the Iventers. Li Feng refrained from arguing. This was indeed a harsh reality. The year was 2215, and the remnants of humanity were dominated by the Earth Federation, UZ, and the Iventer Free Alliance, INUP. The narrative was an age-old one, foretold by countless science fiction films. Although cloning had been outlawed, genetic engineering persisted, driven by humanity's fear of aging and mortality. New humans, who called themselves Iventers, bore little outward difference from ordinary humans, save for their enhanced strength and resilience against diseases. However, their cognitive abilities did not exhibit a marked superiority, as developing the brain's potential is far more challenging than venturing into the cosmos. This disparity was evident. While the fastest ordinary human could sprint 100 meters in a remarkable 9.7 seconds, Iventers routinely achieved this feat with ease, some even breaking the 9-second barrier. The advantages were stark. Human life had become increasingly chaotic. During the rapid development of the Iventers over the past 15 years, war erupted. Both sides engaged in a fierce conflict that lasted half a century, ultimately deciding to end this senseless war, which both histories referred to as a farce. This conflict marked the Fourth World War in human history. Post-war, humanity established the Earth Unified Alliance, UZ, to manage the planet, while the Iventers formed the INUF, primarily based on the Moon. However, nominally, the INUF remained under the jurisdiction of the UZ. Humans also maintained research bases on the Moon, while a significant number of Iventers resided on Earth, predominantly in Oceania. After 50 years of integration, although harmony was not fully realized, both sides had adapted to coexistence, as their shared origin was immutable. After each war, human technology advanced by leaps and bounds. The more intense the conflict, the swifter the technological progression. Whether this stemmed from humanity's inherent flaws or the nature of war itself, the past 5 years had ushered in an unprecedented cosmic technological revolution. Human interstellar warships now traversed the solar system with ease, and resources from other planets flowed steadily to Earth and the Moon. To adapt to interstellar warfare and exploration, antimatter-powered warships became the norm. Upon landing, mechanized soldiers emerged as the primary combat units. As no one could adapt to varying combat scenarios better than humans themselves, these mechanized soldiers, a creation of the Iventers, were essentially human-controlled combat machines, albeit humanoid in form. Utilizing the Iventers' formidable physique and reflexes, they adeptly maneuvered these machines. The comparatively fewer Iventers relied on the mechanized soldiers' formidable offensive capabilities to fend off attacks. Presently, mechanized soldiers constituted the main force for both the US and NUP, capable of adapting to diverse planetary terrains, making them incredibly convenient. Rumor had it that research on mechanized soldiers for space stations was nearing completion, though these developments remained top secrets among the two coalitions and various arms dealers. Leaving ordinary people to speculate, so far, mechanized soldiers had undergone numerous upgrades, and even ordinary humans could pilot them, albeit with slightly inferior performance metrics. Buddy, high school students have no future if you want to join the military. I won't stop you, but you should at least aim for a military academy. Otherwise, you'll end up as a logistics soldier, barely getting a taste of the action, Maka sighed, observing his friend. Although he was not particularly fond of cosmic warfare games, he had seen Li Feng play exceptionally well in Maka's eyes. Mechanized soldiers were merely expendable, appearing impressive but ultimately grueling and unbeneficial, akin to infantry in ancient wars with no promising future. Li Feng shrugged helplessly. He was not averse to the idea, but exams were not his forte in this era. The entrance scores for military academies were the highest, and the 5 major military academies were beyond reach, being the gathering places of the elite. For instance, if Li Feng enlisted after high school and passed the physical and assessment tests, he would start as a regular soldier. If he worked hard over the years, he might become a mechanized soldier, but only as a junior rank. With a stroke of luck and some commendable achievements, he might rise to the rank of captain by the time he reached 40. In contrast, graduates from the 5 major military academies entered the military as lieutenants, and regardless of position, their ranks alone were enviable. The top students each year could directly enter the interstellar warship control departments, attaining the rank of major, a position that even the most dedicated mechanized soldier could never hope to achieve. But this was reality. Mechanized soldiers were akin to the infantry of yore, while operating interstellar warships. Even as a regular crew member, conferred the status of a senior officer, Li Feng accepted this with a sense of pragmatism. Everyone had their own strengths. Compared to piloting interstellar warships, he preferred the idea of being a rugged mechanized soldier. Yet, military academies remained a perpetual source of anguish for him. He considered himself reasonably intelligent, but the exam questions were notoriously difficult, and he had little interest in theoretical subjects. No rush. There are still 6 months to go. Regardless of the outcome, I must at least try my luck. What about you? What are your plans? I don't share your lofty ambitions. I want to be a journalist, preferably covering entertainment news, specializing in capturing candid shots of beautiful women. Rest assured, once I achieve fame, I'll make sure to send you a complimentary gift set from any celebrity. The two shared a hearty laugh, arm in arm, reveling in their youthful exuberance, free to pursue their dreams. Li Feng understood his friend's nature, always inquisitive and well-versed in writing. It seemed a waste for him not to be in that circle. Despite their differing interests, this did not hinder their brotherhood, which had blossomed over more than a decade. Yet, while Li Feng aspired to enter a military academy, Maka aimed for a literary institute. After parting ways, inspired by Maka's words, Li Feng was in no hurry to return home. Surrounded by an endless stream of maglev vehicles, he couldn't help but feel envious. They looked so cool, yet were beyond his financial reach. Chapter 3. I am the boss, heaven is the second. Do not assume that entering the cosmic age has left Earth in shambles. Though the war inevitably caused destruction, both sides prudently avoided targeting forests, as they represented humanity's shared motherland. Even during the most intense conflicts, both factions restrained themselves from deploying nuclear and antimatter weapons. Post-war, significant strides had been made in urban greening. The green, high-tech cities were visually appealing, at least to Li Feng, who felt they surpassed the dilapidated world depicted in films, with more extensive green spaces. As he boarded a city tram heading towards the suburbs, whenever he encountered perplexing matters, Li Feng enjoyed stepping outside to breathe in the fresh air. The sensation was invigorating. Lying on the artificial lawn, inhaling the earthy aroma mixed with grass, Li Feng found it difficult to quell his restlessness today. A soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. And Li Feng harbored dreams of his own. Passing the military academy entrance exam was his greatest ambition. Furthermore, he had additional reasons to succeed. But why must exams be the only route? Even if there were exams, a more diversified approach should be adopted, allowing opportunities for those who struggle with theoretical assessments. No, he must make an earnest attempt. Without trying, he would have no chance at all. Attempting would at least yield a 1% possibility. Life is fleeting, and seizing the moment is essential. As he envisioned the glorious moment of becoming a mechanized soldier, Li Feng suddenly stood up, striking a cool pose with one hand pointed skyward, and shouted, "I am the boss, heaven is the second." What a splendid way to vent. But what was that? Just after his shout, Li Feng noticed an unusual ripple in the sky, followed by the appearance of a meteor. Could it be that the heavens were awake? Stifling a laugh, he made an obscene gesture and continued to shout, "Man can conquer heaven. If you dare, shoot at me." As he gestured, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The meteor was hurtling towards him with increasing speed. Li Feng froze momentarily before bolting away. Holy cow, is this for real? Yet, after only a few steps, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. And in a thunderous crash, he lost consciousness, muttering defiantly in a haze, "I hate flying rocks." Evening news. A student from Konghang AP High School was struck by a meteor after school while in the suburbs and has been transported to the hospital. Preliminary examinations indicate that the student is unharmed. This incident is categorized as a rare astronomical phenomenon, with odds of 1 in a trillion. Residents are advised to enjoy outdoor activities without concern. Maka, who was eating dinner at the time, couldn't help but spit out his food upon hearing the news. It was one of his own schoolmates. This brother had such good fortune. 1 in a trillion odds. And he managed to encounter it. He should buy a lottery ticket immediately. At that moment, his wrist communicator chimed, and a small virtual video window popped up, displaying a lovely girl who said, "You have a call." "You have a call. Hello, Li Feng? Haha, have you heard? A poor guy from our school just got hit by a meteor. I really want to meet this fellow and maybe send him a floral tribute." A moment of silence followed on the other end of the line. "Hello, speak up. I'm currently having my meal." On the other end of the communication device, a hoarse voice replied, "Maka, that unfortunate fellow is none other than me." With a bemused expression, Maka quickly lifted his head, only to discover Li Feng lying on a pristine hospital bed, rendering him momentarily speechless. "All right, Li Feng, you need to rest now," said a stern nurse beside him. Li Feng could only helplessly turn off the communication, resigning himself to closing his eyes and resting, as the laughter of 2 nurses echoed in his ears. This person is truly amusing, to have been struck by a meteor. Indeed, aside from a minor concussion, he appears to be unscathed. What incredible luck! Li Feng buried his head beneath the pillow, feeling utterly embarrassed. How could he possibly encounter such an extraordinary incident? His luck was truly remarkable. Fatigue washed over him, and he soon drifted into slumber, for it was impossible for any ordinary person to emerge unscathed after being struck by a meteor. Suddenly, a faint golden light emanated from Li Feng's body. Barely visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding instruments dimmed instantly. Self-check initiated. 3, 2, 1. Beep, beep, beep. The inspection report revealed database damage at 69%, recoverable at 32%. Self-damage at 91%, recoverable. Information detection confirmed. Parallel universe successfully traversed. Current coordinates: non-returnable, unable to receive any information. Target location: energy abundant, utilization rate at 15%, classified as a medium-level civilization. Suddenly, the light flickered urgently. Master's presence. Master, master, warning. Insufficient energy, insufficient energy. Entering self-repair sleep in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The golden light gradually retracted into Li Feng's body, and the surrounding machines resumed normal operation. Li Feng slept soundly, dreaming of the presidents of the 5 major military academies kneeling before him, pleading for him to attend their institutions. Li Feng couldn't help but break into a silent smile. Dreaming of such grandeur was indeed a source of joy. Feeling invigorated, Li Feng awoke to find his close friend Maka by his side. As soon as Maka noticed Li Feng had awakened, he lunged forward. "Dude, you finally woke up. I thought you had become a vegetable." "Nonsense. I'm as fit as a fiddle. I merely took a nap." "A nap? Do you realize you've been asleep for 3 days and nights? Do you think you're a grizzly bear hibernating?" Stunned, Li Feng instinctively touched his face. Was it really that exaggerated? Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. "You didn't tell my parents, did you?" "Of course not. When I received your call, I understood your intention immediately. I wouldn't dare say anything. But if you had remained unconscious any longer, I would have had to tell your mom that you were undergoing special training at my place." "Haha, that's considerate of you." Such occurrences were not uncommon, for Maka's family was quite affluent, especially with their gravity equipment. Li Feng often stayed at Maka's residence to enhance his physical reflexes, and it had become a regular arrangement. However, Maka had little interest in physical training. Initially fascinated by the sensation of anti-gravity, he eventually lost interest, turning it into Li Feng's exclusive domain. Of course, Li Feng wasn't training for zero gravity, but rather for super overload. "Excuse me, could you please step aside? We need to examine the patient." Maka immediately shifted to the side, casting a glimmering gaze at the nurse. 35. "What a gem, nurse. My brother has a slight issue. He has a penchant for needles. So don't hesitate to give him a good jab if the opportunity arises." Chapter 4. Anomalous gravity. Li Feng closed his eyes, nearly exasperated to the point of fainting from this guy's antics. He seemed utterly transfixed by women, regardless of their age, which explained his ambition to become a gossip reporter. He certainly knew how to exploit opportunities. Unfortunately, the nurse was not amused. "Please wait outside. The doctor will be here shortly." "Li Feng, do you feel any discomfort?" "Thank you. I feel perfectly fine," Li Feng replied with a smile, which was indeed truthful. After such a long sleep, he not only felt no dizziness but was brimming with energy, though his stomach was particularly ravenous. "Nurse, you are an angel in white. Please be sure to conduct a thorough examination. We mustn't overlook any potential issues. After all, he is still a virgin with a bright future ahead." Li Feng's face was marked with 3 lines of annoyance. This guy would resort to any means to find a topic of conversation. However, the exceptionally professional nurse unceremoniously pushed the loquacious Maka outside. Subsequently, the doctors conducted a detailed examination of Li Feng, and the results emerged swiftly. "Everything is excellent. You are even healthier than the average person. The only issue is a slightly overactive digestive system, likely due to hunger. Therefore, Li Feng may be discharged." Maka felt a tinge of regret regarding Li Feng's discharge. It would have been wonderful for him to stay longer, as it would provide more opportunities to interact with the lovely nurses. Infuriated, Li Feng nearly wished to stomp on him, but considering the invitation for a meal, he let it slide. However, Maka soon regretted his decision. Gazing at the endless stream of dishes arriving, he finally realized how terrifying the appetite of someone who had slept for 3 days could be. He had already spent a week's allowance filling someone else's stomach. Had he known, he would have taken Li Feng to a street vendor instead. Was this the legendary tale of arrogance attracting misfortune? After devouring for another half-hour, Li Feng finally felt satisfied, beaming with a sunny smile at the now grim-faced Maka. Energized, he felt the need to move as lying still for 3 days made him feel like a mummy that had been dormant for 3 years. Maka glumly stared at his credit card, wondering which household's mummy could eat so voraciously. "Here, take the keys. You can go on your own. I'm off to find a lovely lady to soothe my wounded soul." "Ah, who has wronged you?" Li Feng looked at the pitiful Maka with innocent eyes, causing Maka to faint. Maka's parents were engaged in international trade and owned their own company. Though not a monopoly, they were quite prominent in school. However, they were often away, leaving their grand luxurious home as a mere refuge for the two. Li Feng was thoroughly familiar with it. The gravity control apparatus was undoubtedly a high-end configuration, not something an ordinary wealthy individual could afford. Maka had initially persuaded his parents to buy it under the pretense of training for military service, though his true intention was to experiment with zero gravity, albeit with poor results. The machine took 5 minutes to activate, and Li Feng eagerly rushed inside. Aside from the Cosmic Warfare games, this was his second favorite pastime. The Cosmic Warfare game was developed after humanity entered the era of interstellar aviation. Accessible to both ordinary citizens and military personnel, players' physical conditions would automatically be recorded, and piloting the mechanized warriors was also realistic, meaning that to maneuver skillfully, one's body must meet certain standards, which could not be enhanced within the game itself. Real-world training was necessary. Of course, while one could improve their skills and techniques in the game, what could be accomplished in the game could also be achieved in reality to a significant extent. This was a primary reason the military valued this game so highly. Nevertheless, a game was still just a game. While a player's physical condition could not change, the mechanized warriors could evolve, representing a future direction for their development. The most basic mechanized warrior was the outdated BS-001, developed by the Wyvern Tions. It moved slowly, had limited attack methods, and was difficult to operate, making it unsuitable for the average human body. Both Yeventians and humans disregarded such models during cosmic gameplay. Anyone who piloted one was simply inviting trouble. and it was more sensible to spend a little extra to upgrade to a basic mechanized warrior. In actual military arsenals, this type of mechanized warrior had been phased out, occasionally spotted in mining fields or training bases, as operating them was excessively exhausting. Even the Eventions preferred to avoid them. The next tier above the BS-001 consisted of the NUF and US current standard mechanized warrior models. NUF's two models, the Knight TM and the Beast TN, featured the Knight model as a humanoid mechanized warrior, upgraded from the BS-001, offering easier operation and significantly improved response times, equipped with alpha alloy blades and main battle laser guns. Adaptable to various environments. Its drawback was that mobility could not be maximized. The Beast TN, a beast form model, mimicked the appearance of wolves and tigers, greatly enhancing mobility but reducing lethality, relying mainly on the impact and cutting capability of the alloy blades on its forehead and the laser guns in its mouth. With stability inferior to that of the Knight TM, US's two models, the Cannon 3 and the Normandy A-type, saw the Cannon 3 occupy 80% of the human military, openly modeled after the Knight TM. Weighing half a ton less for easier operation, suitable for humans, with slightly superior agility but weaker lethality. This model relied on numbers to win on the battlefield. The Normandy A-type was a rarer aerial combat model, the only one among the four basic types capable of flight, performing adequately in the air, holding a distinct advantage over the Beast TN series. However, it faced significant danger against bombers, as its capabilities in ground attacks were relatively weak. Specifically designed to counter the Beast TN, while also preparing for the future development of a true all-weather combat mechanized warrior. These were the models used by ordinary players, and there existed many exaggerated models beyond these. For in gaming, simplicity was not an option. Of course, whether those models existed in reality was known only to those in power. Both NUP and US certainly concealed their true capabilities, yet this did not hinder the popularity of the cosmic warfare game. Li Feng, as usual, entered the gravity chamber bare-chested. His physique may not have appeared particularly robust, yet the latent power within his muscles was evident. He had now acclimated to twice the gravitational force, which, it was said, had become the standard for mobile warriors. Regrettably, an examination loomed ahead. Was there truly no means of exemption from the entrance test? After a prolonged period of inactivity, Li Feng felt an overwhelming itch throughout his body. He dashed into the chamber to execute a standard military training regimen, all orchestrated by Maka's father. However, Maka displayed little interest, harboring reservations about Li Feng's incessant physical exertion, believing that energy would be better spent on charming young ladies rather than squandering it with a bunch of clunky machines. After 10 minutes of training, Li Feng realized he felt no significant reaction. Ordinarily, he would be drenched in sweat by this time, yet today he hadn't perspired at all. Could the gravity machine be malfunctioning? He glanced at the readings. Everything appeared to be functioning normally. What could be the issue? Gradually increasing the gravity to 2.5 times, he still felt no pressure. 3 times, still no response. Was it genuinely broken? Following the troubleshooting guide, he adjusted the settings once more, yet still no issues. What a peculiar predicament. Could he have been struck by a meteor and be experiencing hallucinations? Chapter 5. Thomas S. Spiral Assault, Part 1. At 4 times the gravity, a tremendous weight descended upon him from all directions. This time, Li Feng sensed a modicum of pressure, though it felt akin to just 1.5 times the normal gravity. It seemed the machine was indeed faulty. Regardless, he decided to make do. Ordinary humans struggle under 1.5 times gravity, while the Iventry experience little discomfort. However, trained humans can endure over twice the gravity. Initially, the Iventry held a slight advantage, yet beyond 3 times, the difference became negligible. It was said that only the elite of both factions could withstand 4 times the gravitational force. Li Feng never anticipated reaching such a level. It was more likely that the machine was malfunctioning. The civilian gravity machines could only increase to 4 times, and yet within this environment, Li Feng still felt remarkably at ease. After about half an hour, he finally experienced some sensation. He turned off the gravity machine and took a shower, washing away all the frustrations inflicted by the meteor. Maka sent a message indicating he would not return that evening. Regarding Maka's lifestyle, Li Feng could only reserve judgment, for he lacked such romantic inclinations. He rushed into the gaming room, setting off for a cosmic warfare game. Attitudes towards gaming vary greatly among individuals. Li Feng was undoubtedly an anomaly, for he consistently utilized the BS-001, a piece of equipment easily outclassed by others. Some even opted to spend currency to upgrade, rendering the equipment meaningless. Moreover, it was neither user-friendly nor forgiving. Yet Li Feng was an oddity. He relished using it. Although somewhat outdated, his purpose for gaming was not mere amusement but rather preparation for enlisting in the military. Though he feigned indifference, Li Feng was acutely aware of his obsession with mobile warriors. An additional significant reason was that the girl he admired wished for her boyfriend to be a valiant soldier. Li Feng's ID was Blade Warrior, and he had garnered a modest reputation within this domain. It was simple. His score ranked among the bottom 10. One could only wonder why someone employing the worst model would roam freely, challenging others, if not to seek punishment. His negative score was already quite pitiful. Yet Li Feng remained unfazed. He cared little for it. If he could master the BS-001, maneuvering other models would be a breeze. The key lay in the experience gained while piloting the BS-001, as it revealed many underlying issues faced by mobile warriors. While advanced models also shared flaws, theirs were merely less conspicuous. Upon logging in, a deluge of messages bombarded him, primarily from friends urging him to enjoy himself. Whenever someone faced defeat, they would invariably seek reassurance from Li Feng. He was unperturbed, as he aimed to refine his skills against opponents. The reason others favored challenging Li Feng was that he always put forth his utmost effort in defeat. Such exhilarating sensations never grew tiresome, earning him the nickname Defeated Little Soldier. It is worth noting that not just anyone could possess a nickname. In this game, only prominent individuals were granted such titles. For instance, the top 10 experts in cosmic warfare each had their own monikers, bestowed by their peers and officially recognized. Li Feng was undeniably an exception, yet he took it all in stride with a smile. However, Maka believed Li Feng possessed remarkable strength, despite not participating in such games. He was astute in his assessments. Outwardly dismissive of Li Feng's training, he recognized that for someone of Li Feng's age, not being an Iventry yet reaching such a level would indeed make headlines. Having witnessed Li Feng's battles in the game, although defeat was inevitable due to the BS-001's inferiority, most encounters were perilously close. While joking about it was one thing, Maka believed firmly that Li Feng would eventually rise to prominence. Otherwise, why would such an expensive gravity machine be purchased for such frivolous reasons? He merely feared that Li Feng might feel burdened by expectations. Li Feng eagerly entered the cockpit, relishing the sensation. As soon as he completed his preparations, challengers lined up to take him on, with the queue extending to over 100 individuals. Cosmic Warfare also ranks players based on points. With Li Feng perpetually remaining a private, it seemed unlikely he would ever ascend, burdened as he was by overwhelming losses. Despite his low score, he often disregarded engaging with typical opponents, immediately checking the records of the 100-plus challengers and selecting suitable adversaries. Favoring stronger opponents, though those significantly more powerful would seldom engage with someone of his stature. Military ranks mirrored those in reality, spanning from private to 5-star general, a total of 7 tiers. Having been offline for several days, he found himself challenged by a third-class sergeant, piquing his interest. Upon connecting the communicator, the challenger appeared visibly excited, likely eager to assert dominance over him. Li Feng, however, was determined not to falter, giving his all each time. Believing that victory would eventually be his. ID. Blood Azura, Sergeant, with a record of 25 wins and 2 losses, piloting a modified Cano Type 3, boasting a point advantage. Seeing these statistics, it was impossible for Li Feng not to feel exhilarated. This indicated that his opponent was likely a professional soldier. It wasn't merely about bullying others to gain points. If the model disparity was too vast, even a victory would yield scant rewards. Conversely, defeating a higher-ranked opponent would double the points earned. With such a record, the sergeant had undoubtedly proven his mettle. Selecting a battle scene, desert, was a formidable choice, as individuals lacking skill would easily incur over 10% error. Only true experts dared to choose such a locale. Pressing the accept option, both parties entered the battlefield. The clash between the BS-001 and the modified Cano Type 3 immediately attracted some attention, with spectators curious about the Blade Warrior, notorious for his string of defeats. Nevertheless, there were always discerning viewers, and witnessing his matches proved entertaining, leading hundreds to tune into the live broadcast of the battle. Chapter 5, Thomas S. Spiral Assault, Part 2. Naturally, this was a paid event, albeit at a minimal cost. The gaming company profited from such streams. Battles involving generals often attracted millions of viewers. However, at that level, encounters rarely occurred without precautions, and even when they did, participants could opt to shield their matches from public view. Such privileges reserved for generals. Li Feng's hands flew over the controller. And today, he sensed something different. The previous impediments and stagnation seemed to have vanished. Was this merely an illusion? Boom. Clank. The battle commenced. The opposing Cano Type 3, being lighter and more agile, faced considerably less resistance in the desert compared to the BS-001. Right from the outset, Blood Azura showed no mercy, likely seeking to reclaim pride after previous defeats. He charged in, rhythmically wielding his alpha alloy blade with lethal precision. A seasoned player could discern the skill in the very first move. And the audience couldn't help but feel that Blood Azura was being excessively aggressive. His modifications clearly optimized his mobile system, making the desert an ideal battleground for such a model. The fluidity of his movements showcased his expertise. Though the Blade Warrior boasted considerable experience under these circumstances, it seemed that a single round could determine the outcome, leading to a palpable sense of disinterest among the spectators. Li Feng's BS-001 stood motionless. He seldom fought in desert conditions, as this model was far too heavy and cumbersome. Players typically endeavored to grant him certain advantages in matches to enhance the enjoyment of the battle. He remained oblivious to this until it was too late. The BS-001 had begun to sink into the terrain, a consequence of the fully immersive conditions. Blood Azura, evidently seasoned, had likely inflicted similar defeats on previous opponents. As the challenger surged forward, he was at least a third faster than the standard Cano Type 3. The alpha alloy blade lunged toward the BS-001's waist, one of the model's critical weak points. In truth, the shortcomings of such a low-tier model were numerous, yet this strike highlighted the opponent's ruthless intent. Some spectators were already tempted to turn off the video, deeming Blood Azura utterly shameless for targeting a known weak spot of the sluggish BS-001. Despite Li Feng's numerous defeats, he remained unflustered and undeterred, exerting his utmost effort in every battle, earning him considerable goodwill. Even his opponents maintained a degree of respect for him. Li Feng found himself momentarily at a loss. Though unafraid of defeat, he had not anticipated such an outcome. In a surge of anger, he began to move his hands with astonishing speed. Perhaps even he was unaware that his hands had created multiple afterimages. The alloy knife was thrusting towards him, and at that moment, the cumbersome BS-001 executed an incredible maneuver. The titanium blade was drawn with lightning speed, and simultaneously, its form ascended sharply. The titanium knife slashed swiftly, and the heavy chassis performed an intricate triple rotation, tilting at an angle of over 30 degrees, effortlessly deflecting the opponent's alloy knife while simultaneously ensnaring the adversary's laser gun. With a resounding kick, it struck the leg of the Cano Type 3, and with the weight and force of the BS-001, the leg shattered instantly in the blink of an eye. The titanium knife had already swiftly traversed the neck of the Cano Type 3. Whoosh! A metallic head soared into the sky, sparks flying from the severed edge, followed by a deafening explosion. The remaining spectators, numbering fewer than 100, were left in utter disbelief. They had chosen not to leave, unwilling to waste their precious currency for a freedom shield, yet they were witness to this astonishing spectacle. The Thomas spin slash. Players instinctively rubbed their eyes, opting for a replay. Oh my God, a flawless Thomas spin slash. Even among the military, few could execute such a move with a basic model. Yet this battle-hardened Blade Warrior achieved it with the antiquated BS-001. Thus, Li Feng celebrated his inaugural victory, but without excessive joy. He promptly logged off, fully aware of his own capabilities. In such a situation, his reaction was merely instinctual. With a basic model, he felt a 70% confidence, and in actual combat, that probability would diminish further. Using the BS-001, he dared not even contemplate it, for it seemed utterly impossible. Suppressing the elation within, Li Feng hurried to the physical testing apparatus. Had his body undergone a transformation after being struck by a meteor? Note: the Thomas spin slash is a technique invented by the ace mech warrior Thomas of the Iventers, difficult to execute on the 4 basic models, yet capable of inflicting terrifying damage on certain elite, specialized models, combining offense and defense. Meanwhile, while Li Feng tested his body, the Cosmic Warfare Network erupted in a frenzy, featuring a prominent headline: the flawless Thomas spin slash of the BS-001, accompanied by a video recording. This post garnered hundreds of thousands of clicks within moments, and 10 minutes later, It surpassed 10 million. Regardless of whether one was a seasoned cosmic player or a soldier, the mere sight of this title compelled them to click and watch. And the reaction was unanimous. Unbelievable! The Blade Warrior, once nicknamed the 100 Defeats Soldier, had suddenly ascended to the ranks of popular figures alongside the generals. Players who witnessed the match firsthand were utterly exhilarated. Experiencing the Thomas Spin slash with a Freedom Shield felt like a dream, especially executed on the cumbersome BS-001. Meanwhile, some advanced players scrutinized the replay with grave expressions, slowing it down to analyze each step. The faster they watched, the graver their demeanor became. This was a spin executed with precision surpassing even military standards. Yet, considering INUP and Us, who would dare to claim they could perform such maneuvers with the BS-001? Though there are distinctions between game and reality, theoretically, it remains feasible in the game, with a certain probability of success in real-world scenarios, especially given the natural fluidity of the opponent's movements. Who exactly was this Blade Warrior? Chapter 6. A Test of Skill. This question captured the attention of countless individuals, yet many were skeptical, believing it merely a fluke. After all, in gaming, one might encounter a miracle or two after extensive play. And this Blade Warrior's prior record stood at an abysmal 1,321 defeats, a rarity in the gaming realm. The sudden execution of the Thomas Spin slash raised suspicions. However, it was impossible to overlook that the Blade Warrior's opponent was no weakling. On the contrary, they were exceedingly formidable. Even when facing weaker adversaries, they exerted their full strength. This individual was likely a professional soldier, as only professionals would unleash their full power regardless of the opponent's strength, an essential quality. At that moment, a young man, clad in a sharply tailored military uniform, gazed at the screen in a daze. He was robustly built yet possessed delicate features, indicating a meticulous nature. However, he could not fathom how. As a member of the Iventer's Big Dipper, he had merely intended to test the capabilities of a standard human model while assessing the skill level of these players. His previous 25 victories had come against challengers of superior rank. With his only 2 defeats against 2 colonels who enjoyed a significant model advantage over him, he was confident that, using the same model, he could dispatch his opponents within 10 moves. Yet, he never anticipated falling to a novice wielding the BS-001. He had chosen the Blade Warrior due to their notable prominence, disregarding their lackluster record. Yet, he had lost. Although he felt slightly careless, the fact that a BS-001 user could execute the Thomas Spin slash struck a heavy blow to his pride. "Oh, our handsome Jiang Yin from Kaiyang Star, why do you wear such a gloomy expression? Are you once again engrossed in that tiresome game?" A slightly flamboyant female voice rang out, accompanied by a striking figure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow. It was Zhang Linjing, the sole daughter of the Zhang family from the Iron Curtain, one of the 4 great families of the Iventers, and also a member of the Big Dipper. The star of Yuheng. Though she had a rather foul temper, she was indeed quite capable. "You've lost? To whom did you lose?" Zhang Linjing caught sight of the screen, yet Jiang Yin swiftly shut it down. The Beidou 7 stars represent the most renowned individuals of the INUP's younger generation, comprising students and some who have already become soldiers. However, not all personalities mesh well. The temperaments of those from esteemed families like Zhang Linjing and those from ordinary backgrounds like Jiang Yin are often at odds. Without even casting a glance at Jiang Yin, Zhang Linjing turned and departed, her impressive memory having already registered her opponent before Jiang Yin could turn off the screen. The individual capable of vexing Jiang Yin to such an extent must undoubtedly be intriguing. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin remained lost in thought, contemplating the slow-motion replay of the battle. Every decision, from the choice of battlefield to the final strike, was flawless, yet he could not fathom how his opponent had executed the Thomas Spin kill under such circumstances. It was utterly absurd. Jiang Yin was not the only one puzzled. Li Feng stared blankly at the detection results. Everything appeared normal, the only anomaly being a 10-pound weight gain, yet visibly, there seemed to be no excess flesh, which was rather peculiar. Nevertheless, the exhilaration of executing the Thomas Spin kill was too delightful to dismiss as mere chance. Eager to validate his experience, Li Feng logged into the re-landing universe battle. As soon as he connected, a barrage of messages inundated him, mostly challenges, along with some curious requests for learning. A plethora of meanings was conveyed, including love letters from admirers. Disregarding the influx of messages, Li Feng entered his personal practice arena, maneuvering the mobile warrior. He took a deep breath, reflecting on the nuances of the Thomas Spin's technique, his fingers deftly sliding over the controller, prompting BS-001 to replicate the entire sequence of movements. Observing the actions restored, Li Feng couldn't help but let out a howl of excitement. It was exhilarating. The tides of fortune had finally turned in his favor. Although uncertain of what had transpired, Li Feng felt a significant enhancement in his strength and reflexes, making the operation of BS-001 remarkably effortless. The considerable weight of the machine posed no hindrance, allowing for such seamless execution. Despite the brief duration of his absence, Li Feng's re-emergence sparked considerable dissent, with many believing that the previously unsuccessful Blade Warrior had succumbed to fear, attributing his victory to mere chance. Amused by these comments, Li Feng paid little heed to the outcomes. He was merely interested in gaining experience in piloting mobile warriors. Personal practice alone would not yield success. Everything required the test of real combat. Thus, he quickly selected a lieutenant challenger, marking Li Feng's first encounter with such a high-ranking player. Although there were even higher ranks, he felt this level was suitable, as he had no inclination towards masochism. The feeling of a first victory was immensely gratifying, and he was eager to engage in a second match. The battle between Fanghua Liang Changshan and the lieutenant, piloting the evolved beast-like mobile warrior Wolf Demon V2, boasted an impressive record of 590 victories, 238 defeats, and 25 draws. An experienced player with an overwhelming machine, the Wolf Demon V2 was a game version that enhanced agility and control while amplifying firepower. He belonged to the realm of pure gamers. Players diverged into two factions, one advocating for base models with slight modifications for realism, and the other favoring exaggerated, fantastical equipment. Both sides held firm stances. The former emphasized improvements grounded in reality, while the latter pursued the thrill of high-performance combat. The clash between BS-001 Blade Warrior and Wolf Demon V2 in Fanghua Liang Changshan quickly garnered widespread attention, with players drawn in by the allure of the Blade Warrior, curious whether he could orchestrate yet another miracle. The match between a private and a lieutenant attracted over 1 million simultaneous viewers, marking a remarkable occurrence in the universe warfare game that had existed for years. Humanity harbors an insatiable passion for miracles, and the official game representatives promoted this battle to a certain extent. Unaccustomed to such attention, Li Feng felt a twinge of discomfort, yet as he stepped onto the battlefield, his heart steadied. Years of self-discipline had cultivated a calm demeanor, and he felt particularly composed. This battlefield was not a desert but a rocky terrain with varying elevations. Li Feng remained unperturbed, believing that a true warrior must adapt to any environment and battlefield, responding to emergencies even in unfamiliar territory. Only then could one become a genuinely qualified soldier. Chapter 7. A resounding shock. Fanghua Liang Changshan exhibited no hesitation. One who could execute the Thomas Spin kill with BS-001 warranted utmost caution, regardless of being a lieutenant. This lieutenant was merely one among many, yet he craved to perform well in this match. Among the audience were professional players and experts, yet upon reviewing the two contenders, some felt disappointment. Li Feng had gained notoriety primarily among mid-tier players, while those of higher caliber would scarcely pay attention. They had come solely due to reports, only to find a player using BS-001 pitted against one wielding a fantastical model. An imbalance indeed. It should be noted that the operational difficulty of fantastical models was considerably lower. Piloting a realistic mobile warrior was far more taxing, whereas the fantastical models were much less demanding, boasting superior combat prowess. Generally, when high-level experts faced off, they opted for comparable models or those of the same tier. If both possessed specialized models, it would be a different story altogether. Yet the disparity in this battle was too pronounced. Even if Li Feng could execute the Thomas Spin kill, it might not yield the desired results. Especially since his opponent had now grown wary and was not so easily lured. As the battle commenced, Fanghua Liang Changshan displayed ample caution, preferring an unremarkable victory to a glorious defeat, as such a loss would spell the end of his career. The formidable mobility of the Wolf Demon V2 was fully unleashed, particularly in this terrain, where it could readily find cover. In truth, the long-range attack capability of BS-001 was quite feeble, making such caution seem excessive. The Wolf Demon V2 darted about rapidly, constantly changing positions, while BS-001 could at most barely keep pace. Li Feng remained exceptionally calm in the cockpit. He had faced even more outrageous situations before. His eyes fixed intently on the screen, he gradually adjusted BS-001's angle. Competing in speed was entirely out of the question, yet for reasons unknown, he sensed a flaw in the opponent's erratic jumps. Despite the constant shifts in direction, there was a rhythmic stability, with minimal deviation. Typically, mobile warrior pilots develop their own combat rhythm, something Li Feng had previously observed but never with such clarity. Although the wolf demon was incessantly leaping, he could almost predict its landing spots. After mentally calculating twice with astonishing accuracy, he thought, why wait any longer? Some impatient viewers could not restrain their frustration, cursing Fenghua Liang Changshan for being overly cautious, urging BS-001 to attack instead of merely keeping up. Fenghua Liang Changshan, too, recognized this but chose not to engage immediately. Instead, he cautiously initiated a laser attack. Just as he contemplated this, BS-001 abruptly pivoted, unleashing a laser beam. At that moment, Fenghua Liang Changshan prepared to land, aligning his head directly with the laser, almost colliding head-on. Boom. A direct hit. However, the low configuration of BS-001 meant that such a laser strike could not deliver a fatal blow. Yet, as Fenghua Liang Changshan readied himself for a fierce exchange, he discovered that he had lost sight of his opponent. To be precise, the external viewing system had been damaged. Coincidence? The clunky sounds of BS-001 echoed in his ears, and without a second thought, he unleashed a barrage of lasers, causing the audience to hold their breath. Even if the shots were erratic, they would certainly keep BS-001 busy. Even if the pilot could make timely judgments, the machine itself might not react quickly enough. However, everyone soon gasped in astonishment as BS-001 executed minimal evasion maneuvers against the chaotic laser fire and swiftly closed the distance to its opponent. Fenghua Liang Changshan, being an experienced player, sensed the proximity of his adversary through sound and had long been gathering energy for a powerful strike, aiming to at least achieve mutual destruction. The speed of the Wolf Demon V2 was fully realized. But at that moment, BS-001 had just evaded a laser shot and had not yet stabilized its landing when the Wolf Demon charged in. Li Feng was no stranger to such scenarios. He had been struggling at a disadvantage since entering the game, yet he remained unfazed. Balancing his center of gravity, he exerted force with his left leg, and BS-001 promptly pivoted. Oh my god, a one-legged Thomas spin kill? The Wolf Demon darted past, yet the titanium blade struck true against its neck. Swish! The decapitated Wolf Demon V2 flew away, while Li Feng barely maintained his balance, having improvised with half of the Thomas spin. Over 1 million players were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. As soon as Li Feng secured his victory, he hurriedly logged off, sensing that this was indeed no coincidence. He needed to reflect on the underlying issues. His exit triggered an explosion of commentary in the chat, and the battle video was swiftly elevated to a prime position on the official forum. With view counts skyrocketing into the millions, if one video could be dismissed as a stroke of luck, the second fully showcased the terrifying prowess of the Blade Warrior pilot, Li Feng's physical fitness. Piloting skills, combat experience, and adaptability in critical moments were nothing short of astonishing. To describe him as a genius among geniuses would not be an exaggeration. This battle, seemingly straightforward, would have resulted in countless defeats for anyone else piloting BS-001. In the face of adverse circumstances, the composure exhibited by the driver reveals an extraordinary psychological resilience. The subsequent decisive strike represented by the laser bears profound significance. On one hand, it demonstrates the ability to discern the opponent's trajectory through brief observation, while on the other, it reflects a calm decision to attack. It is crucial to understand that recognizing a situation is one matter, yet executing an attack with the cumbersome BS-001 is an entirely different challenge. The driver has masterfully grasped the nuances of both their own timing and that of the opponent's movements. Should their intention have been to deliberately target the opponent's video system, the implications would indeed be quite alarming. The BS-001's laser is rather feeble, insufficient to incapacitate the adversary, making close combat inevitable. The performance during the evasion of the laser was nothing short of textbook excellence, embodying the legendary lightning-fast steps. Lightning-fast steps, evasive maneuvers with minimal movement to dodge an opponent's attack. Such a feat is not achievable by everyone, especially while operating the BS-001. Moreover, when faced with the opponent's desperate attempts, the driver still displayed an impressive adaptability by executing the challenging Thomas spiral strike. Oh, how extraordinary this individual must be. Chapter 8. Safety first. After viewing the footage, countless players immediately began to comment, offering detailed analyses of the battle. They reached a consensus regarding the identity of the Blade Warrior, suggesting that he is likely a top-tier pilot from either use or NUF, perhaps even a secret weapon. Were it not for the system lock on his ID, many would suspect that two different individuals had participated in no time. The mystery surrounding the Blade Warrior's identity became the topic of the day across various leaderboards, with some even beginning to publicly offer bounties. It is worth noting that aside from the military, numerous commercial factions also maintain their own mech pilot units for security purposes, albeit on a limited scale. In such scenarios, a top-tier pilot becomes exceedingly important. If this individual is not affiliated with the military, they would undoubtedly become the center of contention among various factions. Driving the BS-001 is one thing, but what of piloting other models? Top-tier mechs are costly, yet the pilots capable of commanding them are even more valuable. The more powerful the mech, the greater the demands placed on the pilot, both in terms of skill and physical capabilities. Upon watching the footage, some observers noted that despite the extensive combat maneuvers, the BS-001 pilot exhibited no signs of fatigue. The Blade Warrior's performance had already garnered the attention of several generals. Yet, no one knew the origins of this enigmatic figure. Previous encounters with others were fleeting, with the warrior vanishing immediately after combat, much like now. Thus, even after gaining fame, people found themselves knowing little about him. Furthermore, personal registration details are strictly confidential, even beyond the reach of the game company. The system's management is entrusted to the main computer. This is a mutual agreement between use and NUF. Investigations can only occur under circumstances involving national security and with special agency approval, making the process rather convoluted. While discussions about this remarkable Blade Warrior were fervent, our classmate Li Feng hurriedly made his way to the hospital. Ba, Allah, God, and all celestial beings, please bestow your blessings. Li Feng sensed something was amiss with his body. Was it a fleeting moment of brilliance after being struck by a meteor? Or had he burned through his potential, facing imminent demise? Anxiously, Li Feng dashed into the hospital, and the doctors promptly prioritized the examination of this fortunate soul who had been struck by a meteor. After a busy 2 hours, Li Feng emerged with a thick stack of examination results. Gazing up at the sky, he felt a dreamlike sensation, as the doctor's findings mirrored those from the tests conducted at Maka's home. Following meticulous checks, Li Feng's body showed no abnormalities. There was neither deterioration nor transformation into a superhuman. Yet, Li Feng was acutely aware that he had indeed changed. Regardless, this was ultimately a positive development. Bringing him closer to his dreams, looking skyward, Li Feng felt an unfamiliar sense of gratitude and exclaimed, "Oh, heavens! Though you sent a meteor my way, I graciously forgive you. Please bless me, Amen." This loud proclamation startled those nearby, prompting a girl to instinctively cling to her boyfriend. Where did this lunatic come from, shouting like that? Xiao Mei, the poor fellow has already suffered enough. We ought to show compassion. Indeed, the poor child appears quite decent, yet has gone mad at such a young age. Li Feng, in high spirits, was thoroughly delighted. Thus, even if he sounded unappealing, it resembled praise. We, the common folk, are truly joyous today. Throughout the entire weekend, Maka had not returned. Undoubtedly lost in his own revelry, Li Feng also refrained from logging onto the game Unyielding. For him, it was merely a means of exercise rather than an enticing game, for otherwise, no one could withstand consecutive defeats. The exhilaration soon faded, leaving Li Feng to inform his parents of his well-being before resuming his training, albeit with gravity directly increased to 4 times. He knew he was edging closer to becoming a true mech warrior. The campus felt somewhat different. Upon entering, Li Feng sensed that nearly everyone was engaged in hushed discussions. While not everyone relished the Unyielding game, its popularity was undeniable. It was impossible to remain oblivious to it. Even for non-players, suddenly, a hand clapped onto his shoulder, prompting an instinctive response from Li Feng, whose elbow inadvertently met the chest of the individual behind him. Thud. Maka dramatically recoiled, clutching his chest. Goodness! Are you attempting murder with such force? Swiftly, Li Feng caught the unfortunate Maka, relieved to have moderated his strength. Otherwise, it would have been quite a blow for Maka. In truth, Maka was neither frail nor weak, boasting a rather impressive physique. His perfect form was a tactical choice to attract women. Maka reveled in this, thinking that even in the face of bankruptcy, he could still live as a gigolo. Hey, did you play Unyielding yesterday? I heard a Supreme Master has suddenly emerged, mastering the Thomas Spiral Strike, and using the BS-001 model, no less. You might want to learn from him. Sweat. Even Maka knows about it, yet he hasn't connected the dots to Li Feng. Maka had seen a few matches but never paid attention to Li Feng's scores. Li Feng had also refrained from discussing it. Maka knew Li Feng was formidable, but he was on a completely different level from the master who appeared a couple of days ago. Heh, I could do that too. Li Feng chuckled, realizing that with such attention, it was best not to speak too freely. After all, his aspirations lay in military service, not in becoming a public figure. He understood that although the game claimed to be realistic, it was merely a simulation, and he didn't want to tarnish his record before enlisting or entering a military academy. Keep boasting, it's fine. Don't lose heart point one day, you'll achieve it too. That guy might just be a new genius from Inyupi, or perhaps one of the 7 stars of Beidou. Who knows? It's not our concern. The 7 stars of Beidou represent the most illustrious talents of the younger generation among the Yivant people, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Several even boast astonishing backgrounds, as the genetic stability of the Yivant people means that most exceptional talents emerge from distinguished families. However, occasionally, prodigious anomalies do occur, with a probability 1,000 times higher than that of humans. Li Feng had long yearned for a genuine battlefield. Typically, he eschewed conflict, yet once he entered the mech cockpit, he could not suppress the surging desire for battle within him. In Maka's words, this was a deviation of hormonal influence. Li Feng made no rebuttal as the two strolled shoulder to shoulder toward their classroom. Soon, however, a commotion erupted. A long, luxurious magnetic float car, the latest KLR-5 model with radiation protection, parked at the school entrance. Such grandeur was not something an ordinary family could afford. Chapter 9. The Jade Princess's suspicions. Maka patted his brother sympathetically. Stop staring. I told you before, that woman isn't right for you. There are plenty of beautiful girls out there. It's just too exhausting. Li Feng felt no discouragement. Don't worry. I have no expectations and feel no pressure. I simply enjoy the sensation. Goodness, there you go again, philosophizing. Don't be so platonic. Real beauties are everywhere. You're sacrificing a vast forest for a single tree. However, when the target of their interest stepped out of the car, Maka fell silent. All the girls he had previously mentioned faded into oblivion. The girl before them was the epitome of grace. Tang Ling, the daughter of the Tang family from Yus, may not be widely recognized. But the Jade Company is a household name, for it stands as one of the primary producers and developers of mechs for the United Species Alliance, a true political powerhouse in today's society. What could be more lucrative and influential than manufacturing mechs? At just 18, Tang Ling is the sole daughter of Tang Jun, the Jade president, who holds a staggering 73.5% of the company's shares. Her importance is self-evident. Setting aside family matters, Tang Ling's beauty is undeniably impeccable, standing at 1.75 meters tall, with a perfectly proportioned figure, complemented by silky black hair that flows gracefully. She exudes an air of nobility reminiscent of a fairy tale princess. Her fair complexion is clearly inherited from her mother, and it is not uncommon for Yivant people to intermarry with humans, resulting in a higher likelihood of genius in the second generation. Those who embody both beauty and intellect. Tang Ling does not possess an overbearing demeanor, nor does she need to, for her beauty, intelligence, and family background are sufficient to intimidate many. Countless individuals, like Li Feng, harbor silent admiration for her. Certainly, Li Feng is indeed an anomaly among anomalies. He harbors no interest in familial lineage. It is undeniable that he was initially captivated by her beauty, much like someone once stated, that the majority of individuals in this world are rather mundane. He considers himself to be one among them. However, what truly garners his admiration is Tang Ling's personal prowess. Her contributions to the research of the new system for mobile warriors have already been implemented, and her academic performance consistently ranks at the top. This stands in stark contrast to Li Feng's dismal report card. Yet, these observations are secondary. On one occasion, he inadvertently caught sight of Tang Ling lost in contemplation atop the rooftop. In that moment, he was struck by an unparalleled vision that left an indelible mark on his heart. Nevertheless, Li Feng possesses a profound sense of self-awareness. He understands that first love does not necessarily have to yield a tangible outcome, as long as it bears significance. Thus, he does not feel the burden that Maka imagines he does. What was it that someone just mentioned? Li Feng felt compelled to rouse Ma Ka, who had fallen into a stupor at the sight of the beauty. This fellow's words often contradict his actions, and Ma Ka let out a sigh, acknowledging that the girl was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder even a love-blind person like Li Feng would be enamored. However, she seemed far too distant from their reach. Ma Ka's family is engaged in business and is comparatively affluent. But when juxtaposed with Jiadi, they are nothing significant. Once one ascends to such a status, emotions become complex, and with someone as exceptional as Tang Ling, finding a suitable match proves exceedingly difficult. As the two turned to leave, they failed to notice that Tang Ling's gaze had seemingly fallen upon them, an occurrence that had persisted for several months. Tang Ling, with her keen intuition, easily discerned the feelings of those with heightened mental acuity. She had researched the individual named Li Feng. His background was unremarkable, and in a bid for anonymity, he appeared to be immersed in space warfare games, with grades that were quite pitiful. He was decent as a person. And his companion Ma Ka seemed to have some family assets, yet overall, they appeared to be the most ordinary of combinations. However, ever since their serendipitous encounter on the rooftop, each time Li Feng looked her way, Tang Ling experienced a peculiar sensation. It is vital to note that this feeling is innate. Only those who possess formidable power can capture her attention. Such power comes in various forms, like her father, who, despite not being a combatant, wields considerable authority and commands a formidable aura. Yet this Li Feng, by all appearances, did not seem capable of evoking such a reaction. Today, however, that sensation intensified, overwhelming her with a sense of suffocation. An unprecedented experience. Not even her father or the senators within the Federation had ever exerted such pressure upon her. Girls tend to trust their instincts, especially someone like Tang Ling, raised in such a distinguished family. Ensuring that she could never be a naive and ignorant girl, as for those who pose a threat, thorough investigation is a necessity. Meanwhile, Li Feng felt as if he were being observed. Yet he paid little heed to it, laughing and joking with Ma Ka as they entered the classroom. For small characters lead small lives. As graduation approached, teachers incessantly droned on about the future, never neglecting to set examples, and naturally, Tang Ling was among those exemplars. Not for her family background, but for her individual capabilities, due to her outstanding contributions to the mobile warrior system and her exceptional academic performance. The school had decided to recommend her for admission to the A-rank military academy, Yalong, one of the 5 top military academies for humanity. Yalong Military Academy had also extended a warm welcome, with acceptance letters dispatched ahead of time. For Tang Ling, such matters were trivial, yet for the average student, they were akin to scaling a mountain. Li Feng was one such student. Gaining entry into Yalong Academy was his dream, not only bringing him closer to his aspirations but also allowing him to share the same institution as Tang Ling. However, given his current grades, even the academy's emphasis on talent would likely preclude him from consideration. As the teacher passionately lectured, Li Feng and Ma Ka had long ceased to absorb the information. Li Feng was lost in his imaginings of piloting mobile warriors, a practice he referred to as meditation, claiming it was of his own invention. He had heard that using one's mind to vividly imagine could yield results equivalent to 30% of actual training. Whether this was true, only he knew. It might also have been a convenient excuse for daydreaming during class. In contrast, Ma Ka was more openly fantasizing about beautiful women. Nevertheless, Ma Ka's academic performance was considerably more commendable than Li Feng's. The moment the class ended, students rushed out with laser-like speed, prompting the teachers to shake their heads in dismay, with Li Feng and Ma Ka leading the charge. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Tang Ling slowly lowered her telescope. Since seeing Li Feng today, she had been restless, unable to focus on her studies. Yet after observing him throughout the day, he appeared no different from an ordinary student. Still, her intuition told her otherwise. When doubts arise, they must be resolved. This habit had been ingrained in Tang Ling since childhood. She understood that if she did not clarify the situation, it would occupy her thoughts incessantly. Chapter 10. The stunning appearance of Xiao Jin. Crazy one. Don't go mad today. Sing with me. I've invited a few lovely girls. Let me introduce you. If this continues, even if you graduate high school, you won't escape your virginity. Ma Ka struck a pose as if he were a savior, causing Li Feng to shake his head in exasperation. He always used this matter to belittle him. Did being a virgin truly bring calamity to the nation? No, I cannot cease my training. Once a habit is formed, Li Feng felt utterly miserable if he went a day without training. This time, Ma Ka spoke earnestly, "We're brothers, and this is my last piece of advice. That girl is truly not suitable for you. Love is a double-edged sword and can lead you deeper into entanglements. You must be cautious." Li Feng patted his shoulder vigorously, knowing that Ma Ka meant well, but he did not view things as direly as his friend imagined. While he did not deny Tang Ling's allure, he had his own life goals. As he watched Li Feng's departing figure, Ma Ka shook his head helplessly. "Oh dear, how much strength did he use? My shoulder is bruised," Ma Ka lamented, seeking solace in the embrace of a beautiful girl. Not long after leaving school, a gleaming Mercedes-Benz KLR5 came to a halt beside Li Feng. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Tang Ling's angelic smile. "Are you Li Feng?" Even with the composure Li Feng had cultivated, he felt a twinge of nervousness in such a situation, an emotion that did not escape Tang Ling's notice. Leaving her slightly disappointed, "Yes, you must be Tang Ling. There's something you need?" The tension did not last long. Rather, it transformed into excitement. "Hee, please come in." The driver quickly exited and opened the door. Li Feng felt no apprehension and confidently entered the vehicle. A soundproof barrier rose, leaving just the two of them in the spacious backseat. This was Li Feng's first experience of being so close to a girl, and a subtle fragrance filled his senses. They gazed at each other, and the moment Li Feng stepped in, Tang Ling felt a jolt of spiritual resonance, as if he exuded immense pressure, though she did not show it. He appeared to be an ordinary person. Why did she feel this way? Tang Ling could not ascertain whether it was an illusion. Eventually, it was Tang Ling who broke the silence, striving to maintain an elegant smile. "Li Feng, next Sunday is my birthday, and I would like to throw a small party. I wonder if you would be willing to attend?" Upon uttering the invitation, Tang Ling felt it might have been too humble. Did she really need to do so? The sudden invitation took Li Feng by surprise, though he did not react with the exuberance she had anticipated. "It is indeed an honor to receive such an invitation. I shall certainly attend punctually." Even after disembarking, Li Feng retained a dreamlike sensation, staring at the golden invitation in his hand, realizing it was genuine, and that the diamond on it was real as well. Jie's flair was indeed extraordinary. As his mind resumed normal function, a plethora of questions flooded in. How did Tang Ling come to know him? Why did she invite him? What could he possibly contribute to such a high-profile gathering? And what should he wear? An avalanche of inquiries weighed upon him. Goodness, sometimes fortune could be a nuisance. Li Feng resolved to alleviate his worries through exercise. Upon entering his room, he discovered Ma Ka was absent. This lecture would not return until the early hours. Adjusting the gravity machine to 4 times its normal setting, Li Feng closed the door and stepped inside, bare-chested. Only under such pressure could he glean any sensation. However, today his mental state was overly agitated. Unless he engaged in some vigorous exercise, he would find it impossible to calm down. Just as Li Feng prepared to lift weights, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, and he suddenly fainted, a dim glow emanating from his being. Self-diagnosis. Recovery status slow. Activating perception system. Master detected. Level low. Condition good. Planning can proceed. Connecting. The Master's will. To become a powerful mobile warrior. Receiving. Configuration. Entering simulated combat mode. Countdown. 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Activation. At this moment, Li Feng was not in an unconscious state. Instead, he found himself in an expansive space, pinching himself hard, only to discover he felt no pain. What the? Am I seeing ghosts? After all, having collided with a meteor was one thing. Encountering a ghost was hardly a great concern. Observing this realm that blurred the lines between reality and illusion, Li Feng speculated that he was likely within some sort of all-weather virtual space, akin to the space warfare games he played. Is anyone there? If so, please respond. Beep. The sudden sound startled Li Feng, and turning around, he was met with a round metal sphere sporting a pair of wings. Or perhaps it was a robotic toy. Wait, did you just beep? This little robot was surprisingly responsive. Greetings, esteemed master. I am Maya KFBD Toy, Generation 8, model number 9638. You may refer to me as Xiaojian. The robot stated with utmost seriousness. Li Feng's mind raced with thoughts, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream or if everything was merely an illusion. As he slowly reached out towards Xiaojin, he found only emptiness. Where is this place? How did I end up here? What is Maya? What does KFBT signify? What are you? In his astonishment, Li Feng erupted with a cascade of inquiries, yet his intuition hinted that these matters were intertwined with the meteor and the peculiarities he had experienced in his body over the past few days. Master, Maya is a civilization originating from Earth, representing the most formidable power within the cosmic dimensions. I am a product of Maya civilization, and KFBT is my model, which stands for Fully Intelligent Combat Control Training Toy. Xiao Jin is your toy. Despite his poor academic performance, Li Feng had never doubted his intelligence. Earth was indeed correct, yet there was no trace of Maya civilization. It seemed that such a civilization had existed eons ago, but it certainly did not possess the capability to create such an entity. Moreover, which toy would bear the name Fully Intelligent Combat Control Training Toy? This was utterly nonsensical. Nevertheless, Li Feng grasped that this object was genuinely from another civilization. Perhaps Earth merely served as a temporary translation for its linguistic system. Regardless, the crux of the matter was why it had brought itself here. Cough, Xiao Jin, am I currently within your space? Can you allow me to return? He had no desire to be abducted by extraterrestrial beings. He preferred to perish beneath a peony than be ensnared by aliens. I apologize, Master. The system has detected your request and has initiated the training protocol. You must remain in this space until the training is complete, as the ratio between this realm and reality is 10 to 1. Xiao Jin continued to respond in a mechanical tone. Li Feng felt on the verge of fainting. How could such a thing occur? When had he ever requested this? Furthermore, as the master, did he not possess the right to modify the terms? Xiao Jin, since I am the master, is it possible to postpone the training until later? Regrettably, Master, due to severe system damage incurred during the traversal of parallel dimensions, your request cannot be executed. Please choose between waiting or proceeding with training. Chapter 11. The unending devilish training. Upon hearing that there were alternative choices, Li Feng felt a surge of elation. Waiting? How does one wait? The elements of this universe were abundant, yet the forms of energy were exceedingly primitive. Given the substantial damage, calculations indicated a 30% margin of error within 10 to 100 Earth years. Xiao Jin continued to respond with meticulous precision, while Li Feng felt his frustration mounting. Heavens, are you toying with me? After several repetitions, he realized Xiao Jin's responses remained unchanged. With no other options, he resigned himself to the necessity of completing the training, albeit his military training had yet to commence, and he was already being drilled by an alien. However, Li Feng quickly dispelled his gloom and enthusiastically immersed himself in the training, as it was designed by Xiao Jin to optimize his physical condition in accordance with Earth standards. Incorporating advanced techniques from Maya civilization, there was no denying its superiority. The method of training was holographic simulation, divided into two parts. One focused on physical conditioning, for a proficient combatant must possess a robust physique, while the other involved BS-001 tactical training. Aware of Li Feng's admiration for the BS-001 training regimen, Xiao Jin opted to retain this model and increase its difficulty. Thus, the infernal training commenced. Only Li Feng's consciousness entered the training state. However, with Xiao Jin's technological prowess, synchronizing the effects of mental training with physical conditioning was a straightforward task. This technology had reached its zenith within Maya civilization 5 centuries prior. If the demands were excessively high, the damaged Xiao Jin would be incapable of compliance. Yet this request posed no significant challenge, as the database was relatively intact and the operational procedures were uncomplicated. Within the simulated environment, Xiao Jin was but a phantom. Its corporeal form remained in the process of self-repair, a painstakingly slow endeavor. This forced activation was prompted by Li Feng's intense mental fluctuations, indicating that the root of the issue lay within Li Feng himself. The illusion solidified, resembling the real world to an astonishing degree. Surrounding Li Feng gradually transformed into a training ground, a veritable arena of opulence. Some elements were familiar to him, others he had merely heard of, while some were entirely alien, presumably not of Earth. This was the very training apparatus Li Feng yearned for. Those he had purchased were now obsolete. However, despite his thick skin, he felt too embarrassed to make a request. Upon encountering such an array of exquisite equipment, he could not resist rushing forward in excitement. Master, the first phase of training has commenced. The equipment in this training facility has been tailored to your physical condition, enabling the exercise of every crucial muscle group. This training phase is further divided into two aspects: active training and passive training. What is passive training? Passive training involves conditioning your body's tolerance to physical assaults. Cold, does this mean enduring strikes? He merely aspired to be a combatant, not a martial arts master. Yet upon observing the unwavering robot, he realized it paid no heed to his desires, responding in a mechanical fashion. It seemed either the civilization of that distant planet was woefully inadequate, or the damage incurred during the traversal of parallel dimensions was too severe. Wait, parallel dimensions? Although Li Feng was not particularly studious, he was a promising youth of the 23rd century, and the concept of parallel dimensions remained a speculative notion, far beyond the simple traversal of time and space, a theory that was profoundly difficult to comprehend and achieve. Had it truly just claimed to have traversed dimensions? Did you genuinely traverse parallel dimensions? Indeed, Master. The original owner has ascended to divinity, merging with the cosmos. Xiao Jin was cast into the parallel dimension by the prince. And for reasons unknown, what was once deemed impossible has inexplicably succeeded. But why do you refer to me as Master? Good heavens, this is so cool. Yet I hope you do not incapacitate your master in the process. For that would be disastrous. Due to the extensive damage, the system recognized the shared lineage with the master. According to the robotic protocols, a fully detached robot must seek to bond with the new master of the same bloodline. Upon descent, it fortuitously encountered the master and subsequently activated the recognition program. Li Feng began to piece together the puzzle. This Earth was another Earth, yet its civilization had reached an unfathomable pinnacle. He and the original owner were likely both inhabitants of Earth, but on this Earth, there were countless Earthlings. Would it not shift its allegiance? Can the master be altered? I mean, what if I were to discover someone more suitable? Li Feng tentatively inquired, for this was a matter of life and death. Unless the master perishes, the robot cannot change allegiance. Furthermore, if the failure to protect the master leads to the master's demise, the robot is compelled to self-destruct. The rationale for arriving on Earth to recognize a new master stemmed from the system's analysis, indicating that they had reached an alternate dimension, rendering a return impossible. And it was the original owner's intent. Traversing dimensions exacts a toll, yet it was unexpected that beneath such severe damage, he had acquired such an impressive robot. Master, based on principles of efficiency, if you have no further inquiries, please commence training. All right. Li Feng felt invigorated, eagerly following the prescribed regimen. The sequence had already been delineated, but as he grasped the most rudimentary of weights, it felt unbearably heavy. How much does this weigh? Master, all equipment has been designed according to your physical sub-limits. To ensure your training compliance. Any lapse in effort will result in random stimuli such as electric shocks, burns, magnetic explosions, ultrasonic impacts, laser effects, and other sensory experiences. Li Feng paid little mind, enthusiastically following the virtual coach's movements. The initial set required 10 repetitions. Li Feng managed 8 before his neck felt as if it were cramping. He strained to complete the 9th. Just as he was about to exhale a sigh of relief, ZZZT. Boom! A lightning strike surged through him. Li Feng succumbed to darkness. His entire being was engulfed in excruciating pain, akin to being struck by actual lightning. A sensation that persisted for 5 seconds, yet for Li Feng, it felt like 5 years. Master, please continue. The system has been calibrated according to your physical and mental limits. For example, under your physical constraints, you could achieve a maximum of 11 repetitions. If mentally stimulated, this could potentially rise to 13. Xiao Jin's mechanical voice echoed, and at that moment, Li Feng could no longer perceive any semblance of charm. It was an unequivocal devil. Good heavens, while he comprehended the concept of physical limits, he understood mental fortitude as well, recognizing that humans could unleash extraordinary strength in perilous situations. Yet he had never heard of training for such phenomena. He tightly shut his eyes, hoping that upon reopening them, everything would revert to normal. Chapter 12. Is this truly called basic training? 3 seconds passed, but it was not Li Feng who opened his eyes. Rather, it was the sensation of his flesh and bones dissolving under concentrated rays that made him realize the truth. Although, in Xiao Jin's words, this agony was within the bounds of his mental endurance. Li Feng had learned a new idiom, better to be dead than alive. He fully grasped the terror of advanced civilizations. This was a grueling trial that pushed both body and mind to the brink of collapse. Thus, Li Feng began his authentic descent into hellish trials. However, one must not presume that this is merely a robot executing commands in a mechanical manner. While this might be conceivable with other civilizations, the Mayan civilization is inherently a branch of Earth's civilizations, albeit a highly advanced one. If military experts were to observe this training regimen, they would likely regard it as a treasure, revering Xiao Jin as their ancestral figure, for it embodies the pinnacle of their lifelong aspirations. Yet, due to various limitations, they are far from achieving it. Li Feng, born into privilege, is not ungrateful. However, as a mere high school student, he is not a true soldier. Had it not been for his self-discipline initiated in middle school, he might have truly succumbed to despair. This represents a significant error in Xiao Jin's calculations, as the threshold of collapse is subject to random fluctuations. Nevertheless, Li Feng is indeed distinct from the average individual. A typical high school student would hardly become enamored with monotonous training, yet he has managed to do so. When he began to perceive some benefits amidst the suffering, he gritted his teeth and persevered, acutely aware that he faced a choice, either to survive and complete the training or to perish here and become a vegetable. He does not wish to die. He has parents, friends, and he is still a virgin. The most fundamental aspect, as described by Xiao Jin, is the rigorous conditioning of various body parts and the mastery thereof. For instance, Li Feng's previous leg kicks barely reached the vicinity of his head, which was already quite impressive, but now he must elevate them to a vertical position relative to the ground, all within a time frame of 0.3 to 0.4 seconds. Otherwise, it results in a split. The most rudimentary training consumed an entire month, during which Li Feng contemplated suicide thrice and teetered on the brink of collapse twice. However, he endured, much to his own astonishment, as he truly survived Xiao Jin's basic training. Subsequently, he even renamed Xiao Jin to Devil Jin. After a month of training, Xiao Jin assigned Li Feng a barely passing score, equivalent to 61 points by earthly standards, with 1 point awarded as a mere encouragement. The outcome of this foundational training enabled Li Feng to fully utilize all parts of his body while executing precise attack responses under tenfold gravity. But these remain mere basics. In the words of Devil Jin, this is simply mechanical movement, a fundamental requirement for a warrior. It feels particularly bizarre for a human to be described as engaging in mechanical movement by a robot. Additionally, he has developed a remarkable resilience against various attacks, having repeatedly endured laser strikes, electric shocks, and radiation. Li Feng has gained profound understanding of their effects. After numerous first-hand experiences, he has entirely shed his fear, simultaneously grasping the strengths and weaknesses of these assaults. This training is derived from the simplest of anecdotes. The psychological and visual effects differ entirely when one wields a wooden sword versus a sharp blade, leading to divergent counterattacks. Due to excessive tension and fear, the latter can result in a certain degree of performance failure. The laser training, aside from honing the body, aims to eradicate this fear, enabling calm and optimal judgment in any situation. From Devil Jin's perspective, Li Feng has barely managed to meet expectations. It is not that Xiao Jin is overly strict, but rather that its emotional system has suffered severe damage, rendering it rigid and devoid of nuance. Whether this is a stroke of luck or misfortune for Li Feng remains ambiguous. The mental responses, through systematic adjustments, are directly linked to Li Feng's body, simultaneously facilitating self-evolution on a genetic level. This evolution is not passive, as seen in the Eventers, but originates entirely from within, implying that current Earth technologies cannot detect it. The principle states that the environment dictates the direction of evolution, and Xiao Jin has accelerated this process utilizing the power of Mayan civilization. Naturally, from the robot's perspective, this is merely a matter of course, yet for others, it represents divine creativity. Regrettably, Li Feng remains oblivious to this and lacks the inclination to contemplate it. His daily existence revolves solely around training and sleep, with eating, drinking, and other necessities relegated to secondary importance. Sleep is essential, as the mental realm equally necessitates rest, with 8 hours being optimal. More is futile, and less is insufficient. Initially, Li Feng struggled to adapt. He either could not fall asleep or was plagued by nightmares. When he finally sought rest, he would be gently awakened by lasers. After several days of this cycle, he learned to control his entry into deep sleep to achieve the most restorative rest. However, this respite was short-lived. After a week of enjoyment, his 8 hours of sleep would still be interrupted by 1 to 3 attacks, necessitating a degree of vigilance. This may seem contradictory, yet Devil Jin insisted that there exists a balance that Li Feng must discover and adhere to. Li Feng found himself at a loss. questioning whether he was being trained as a mobile warrior or a killer. Yet, Devil Gene offers no rationale. In times of danger, human potential is fully unleashed. Adjusting to this sleep pattern took only 3 days. And the most immediate consequence was that Li Feng developed an inexplicable sense of foreboding when faced with peril. This sensation is often experienced by seasoned veterans, and occasionally by particularly perceptive geniuses, who refer to it as the sixth sense. In Li Feng's case, this intuition has been cultivated through rigorous training. Yet, all of this constitutes merely foundational training. The first month has only just concluded, and the subsequent training is about to commence. At that moment, Li Feng could only reflect on how idyllic last month's existence had been. Chapter 13. The fiery devil forest. Li Feng initially believed that after the physical conditioning, the next phase would undoubtedly involve the mobile warrior training he so cherished. However, he was met with disappointment, as he found himself still engaged in self-training. In Devil Jin's words, had his foundation not been so poor, a month's time would not have been squandered. This left Li Feng feeling thoroughly disheartened. At school, his physique was undoubtedly superior, and even in military service, he would not fare poorly, yet he received such disparaging remarks. The second part of physical conditioning primarily focuses on environmental adaptability and practical combat, not piloting mobile warriors, but engaging in hand-to-hand combat. The training grounds have vanished, replaced by a primeval forest. Observing the bizarre forms of the trees, Li Feng's first reaction was that he had stepped onto a movie set for an adventure film. Though the stakes were his very life, a single misstep could lead to his demise. Although Devil Gene claimed the challenges were calibrated to his strength, Li Feng, having endured the first phase, was no longer inclined to trust such assurances. Were it not for his resilience and the myriad things weighing on his mind, he might not have endured. Faced with new machinery, he would rather meet his end head-on. Having come this far, retreat was not an option, and Li Feng sensed that if he could survive this ordeal, unimaginable progress awaited him. Master, this is the Devil Forest, one of the planets conquered by our Mayan civilization. Its technological civilization is relatively underdeveloped, yet possesses formidable combat capabilities, divided into plant-based and animal-based life forms. You are required to survive here for a week. The mechanical voice of Xiao Jin echoed. Oh, so it's a matter of plant and animal monsters. What are their strengths and weaknesses, and where is my equipment? Li Feng found himself at the forest's entrance, the sudden shift in scenery providing a sense of novelty. However, after a month of training, his curiosity about the unknown had taken a back seat to the primary objective: survival. You will need to discern the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents for yourself. To connect theory with practice, your only weapon is an alpha alloy knife, suitable for the technological level of your current planet. Additionally, your dietary system has been activated. If your nutritional intake is insufficient, your combat effectiveness will diminish. Stop right there. I already know what you're getting at. If my combat effectiveness diminishes, doesn't that mean it's game over? Then I wish you a successful completion of the test. Devil Jin's voice seemed to exude a semblance of respect as it flapped its wings, shook its head, and vanished, leaving behind the alpha alloy knife. Picking up the sole weapon, Li Feng cast a deep, scornful glance at his servant. Go be a master, and have a servant like this is truly a rarity, showcasing an artful yet fierce demeanor. The test begins now. Please enter the Devil Forest within 3 seconds. Countdown starts. 3. As the voice resonated, Li Feng wasted no time and dove headlong into the forest, realizing that this wretched machine was indeed unyielding, granting him not even an extra minute. Upon entering the forest, his vision immediately darkened, severing his connection with the outside world. Li Feng remained still, cautiously attuned to his surroundings. This would be a true test of life. Though he had not undergone systematic training, he had consumed enough literature and films on this subject to understand that in such an unknown environment, the first task is to find a secure location. After a few seconds, Li Feng acclimated to the dim light, which was indeed obscured and seemingly bottomless. The flora presented before him were unlike anything he had encountered on Earth, in all manner of peculiarities. Having undergone a month of harrowing training, he gradually maintained his mental state at a suitable level, leaning against a massive, unfamiliar plant that resembled a large, dark green turnip, exhibiting a decidedly unattractive appearance. One hand pressed against it while the other firmly gripped the alloy knife. Since Devil Gene had entrusted him with the knife, it signified that his unarmed combat capabilities were likely woefully inadequate. Thus, he must not lose this blade. In this month, Aside from experiencing the rigors of devilish training, he had also cultivated a habit of deep contemplation. Devil Jean, somewhat erratic, left many matters unexplained, compelling him to rely on his own understanding. At times, sound judgment can yield substantial benefits. Li Feng understands that relying on one's intellect often proves safer than impulsively acting with hands and feet. Surrounding him is an eerie silence, yet faintly emanating from the depths of the forest is a stifling aura accompanied by strange roars. Whether it is merely an illusion or a tangible threat remains uncertain, but tranquility is not to be expected on this journey. Suddenly, Li Feng, who had been momentarily still, darted forward like lightning, for behind him, a grotesque tree had inexplicably opened its gaping maw, its sharp teeth snapping together with a jarring crack. In an instant, Li Feng was drenched. Had he not sensed the murderous intent moments prior, he would have undoubtedly become a delectable morsel for the creature before him. Fully aware of the presence of plant-based monsters in the vicinity, he regretted his earlier carelessness. Theoretical knowledge often falters when applied in reality. Next time, luck may not be on his side. Cursed beast! Li Feng did not flee. Rather, he astutely noticed that no other monsters were closing in, and his opponent did not immediately attack. This presented a rare opportunity to test himself while gauging his adversary. Gripping his alloy knife tightly, he cautiously adjusted his position. The club-like monster remained exposed, its sharp teeth glistening with saliva as it sluggishly twisted its body, its feet partially buried in the earth. Although it seemed immobile, it could still move, albeit at a painfully slow pace. However, its earlier assault had demonstrated its surprising speed, and Li Feng had discerned the crucial details. He gradually crouched down and abruptly hurled a stone at the creature's eyes, simultaneously launching himself into action as his alloy knife sliced through the monster's rubbery skin. He sought not glory, but simply to evade disaster. The sensation was peculiar. The knife had penetrated the creature's flesh, oozing a green liquid that, while not fatal, indicated injury. Enraged, the club-like monster lunged at Li Feng with claws bared, yet to him, it was an advantageous moment. Clearly, as the Devil Jean had stated, these monsters possessed formidable physicality, but their intellect was severely lacking. Their seemingly frenzied attacks were riddled with openings, and as Li Feng advanced, he noticed a peculiar area beneath its gaping maw, which the monster still attempted to shield with its jaw. In the past, Li Feng would have had no choice but to await his demise when confronted with such a creature. His previous training had been woefully inadequate. However, after a month of grueling training, he had grown desensitized to the shocks of death and visual terror, allowing him to maintain a calm demeanor. Rather than retreating, he lunged forward just as the monster's claws descended, using his head to brace against its massive jaws while the knife plunged mercilessly inside. Perhaps it was the first time he faced such a life-and-death moment, but with a low, guttural roar, he channeled all his strength into the thrust. If his judgment had faltered, the consequences would have been dire. But in this instance, he had assessed the situation correctly. In truth, his strength far surpassed what he had initially displayed. The knife pierced straight through the club-like monster, shattering its seemingly fearsome teeth, while Li Feng merely felt a sharp pain in his head, an inconsequential discomfort in the grand scheme of things. With a thunderous crash, the club-like monster collapsed, its form instantly wilting, leaving Li Feng splattered with green liquid, which, while not particularly fragrant, was merely sticky. In that moment, the visage of Devil Jean reappeared, declaring, "Oaken Demon, a low-level life form. Master, your previous strike utilized 40% of your strength. Had your judgment been erroneous, you would have lacked even defensive power." Abruptly, he vanished, leaving Li Feng sitting on the ground, bemused as he gazed at his hands. He realized he was no longer an ordinary person but had transformed into a formidable warrior. Although many challenges lay ahead, he was undeniably changed. A creature from a science fiction film could not withstand even a single assault from him. A hearty laugh erupted from the depths of the forest. Indeed, the teachings of Devil Jean were not in vain. Yet, machines would always remain machines, surviving in their own right, and this unfortunate Oaken Demon served as testament to that. Adjusting his course slightly, Li Feng pressed onward into the forest's depths, in combat. Knowing when to exert full strength and when to adopt a more defensive posture depended on the actual circumstances. And the authority to decide rested solely with Li Feng. He would heed no one else's counsel. As his father often said, a man must act once he has made a decision. Mistakes are merely lessons. Though his father was but an ordinary worker, in this moment, Li Feng felt an inexhaustible well of strength, driven by the desire to survive for the sake of his parents. Spitting resolutely, he advanced like a beast. When a person fully embraces the state of combat, they become more terrifying than any creature. As other life forms that ruled the galaxies once remarked, humans are the most combative beings in the universe. They may appear peaceful, yet they embody the most fearsome monsters. As ancient earthlings would say, a snarling dog does not bite, for appearances can be deceiving. In that moment, Li Feng embodied the essence of the beast. The term club-like monster was Li Feng's affectionate moniker for the oaken demon, the most rudimentary of the creatures inhabiting this cursed forest. Intellectually deficient, lacking in combat prowess, yet frightening in appearance, it posed no real threat. Particularly after dispatching several oaken demons, Li Feng found it easy to eliminate them, though this did not yield any sustenance for him. For the first time since entering this accursed place, he felt genuine hunger. He knew that as battles escalated, the pangs of hunger would intensify, accompanied by a decline in stamina, an unsustainable situation for more than a week. The quest for food had become as crucial as ensuring safety. To Li Feng, the forest's offerings appeared bizarre. Each item resembled something edible, yet recklessly sampling them could be perilous. Suddenly, he recalled the liquid from the oaken demons. Each time he defeated one, a green substance akin to blood would ooze forth. It clung to his body without any particularly adverse sensation, indicating it lacked corrosive properties or toxins. Otherwise, he would have experienced some reaction. While the forest's peculiarities suggested organic structures, it was safer to experiment with this liquid than to risk trying something more outlandish. After dispatching an oaken demon, he found its flavor unremarkable yet rather repugnant. Lamentably, there was no alternative. Tentatively, he sampled a small portion. Unable to discern any distinct taste, it was undoubtedly unpalatable to Earthlings. 10 minutes later. However, he experienced no significant adverse effects, confirming it was safe for consumption. In a perilous environment, maintaining stamina is paramount. Unpleasantness poses no obstacle. One oaken demon had entirely alleviated Li Feng's hunger, assuring him that he would not starve before meeting his end. Yet, this was merely the forest's surface. After the first day, Li Feng recognized a troubling reality. Remaining on the outskirts was impossible, as the forest inexorably propelled him deeper within. As he ventured further, the variety of monsters began to proliferate, and the once hideous oaken demon had become his favorite. The truly fearsome creatures were not the gigantic beast within. Survival did not necessitate exterminating every monster. Even 100 Li Fengs would be insufficient to fill their gaps. If he could not defeat them, he would retreat. The most perilous threats were the smaller creatures, swift and potentially venomous, like those with dozens of legs that sent chills down his spine. In this forest, Li Feng experienced a true immersion in the wilderness. A week may seem lengthy to others, but for Li Feng, it passed in the blink of an eye, as he had no energy to ponder time. He had forgotten about Devil Jean and the purpose of his arrival, consumed solely by the singular thought: survival. Throughout these days, Li Feng had employed nearly every form of attack, becoming more beastly than any creature. His body marred with scars, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly green light. Before him loomed a colossal monster, having flattened the surrounding trees. It was not that Li Feng wished to flee. He was ensnared by the creature. Such powerful monsters in this cursed forest possessed the ability to trap their prey. Li Feng had narrowly escaped once before, but he was now cornered. This marked the most perilous moment of his journey thus far. Yet, even in this dire predicament, Li Feng felt no fear, for the monster would not relent simply due to his trepidation. Superfluous emotions were cast aside in the heat of battle, with a deafening roar. A violent shockwave erupted, followed by a massive fireball hurtling toward Li Feng. He did not resist the shockwave, instead protecting vital areas of his body while steadily retreating. Just as the fireball approached, he dropped to the ground and surged forward like an insect. Utilizing the power in his ankles, he glided close to the ground. No mentors to guide him. This was knowledge gleaned from practical experience. It lacked elegance, yet it could save his life. Li Feng's back billowed with black smoke, the scent of charred flesh filling the air, his hair long since incinerated. Yet he merely furrowed his brow. This monster not only breathed fire but also boasted an incredibly tough exterior. His alloy knife, even when wielded with full force, merely grazed the surface, and after several probing attacks, he had yet to uncover any weaknesses. By all accounts, this was unexpected. Devil Gene had asserted that all monsters possessed vulnerabilities, yet he found himself perplexed. Where lay the weakness of this seemingly impervious beast? He had tested every conceivable point of attack and paid a heavy price for it. Now left with only 60% of his strength, while the creature showed no signs of diminishing. Continuing down this path truly leads to a dead end. The monster was taken aback by Li Feng's unexpected resilience. Its colossal form exhibited no signs of clumsiness as it lunged ferociously at Li Feng, subtly closing off any escape routes on either side. Its enormous maw glimmered with a crimson light, clearly indicating that should Li Feng attempt to evade, he would be met with a fiery demise. At this critical juncture, Li Feng resolved to fight back. If no weaknesses were apparent externally, perhaps the flesh beneath its skin was equally impenetrable. The only visible flesh lay within its mouth, yet that orifice was capable of unleashing flames, rendering it the most challenging target to assault. However, nothing is absolute. Each time the creature exhaled fire, it would strike a pose, tilting its head back, puffing out its chest and swaying its rear, before unleashing its fiery breath. Although this sequence was rapid, it nonetheless presented an opportunity for Li Feng. Witnessing Li Feng's refusal to retreat, the beast grew even more ferocious. Its steel-like claws, once they descended, would undoubtedly reduce Li Feng to a mere meat paste. The alpha alloy knife left Li Feng's grasp for the first time, darting towards the creature's eye. An attempt that was certain to miss, as Li Feng had learned from previous experiences. Yet, just as anticipated, every time an assault was directed at its eye, the creature would erupt in fury. This time, however, Li Feng employed a concealed weapon, igniting its wrath to the point where it could no longer refrain from spewing fire. After a brief delay of 2 seconds, Li Feng summoned all his strength to leap forward. Not into the monster's grasp, but rather ensnared itself around the beast's mouth like a spider. It was a matter of either being torn limb from limb or bringing the creature to its end. The sensation was akin to having a yawn abruptly stifled, a feeling utterly unpleasant. The fire-breathing beast was in a far worse predicament. Flames roared within, needing release, yet its mouth remained shut in that fleeting moment. Fate hung in the balance, as the monster's guttural growls melded with Li Feng's frantic screams. Both man and beast spiraling into madness, Li Feng's hands sank deep into the creature's hardened armor. Blood flowing, his own, with fingers already grazing bone. The beast's body swelled. The sudden upheaval thwarted its full might, and the flames within surged towards its forehead, desperate for escape. Boom! The monster exploded into a myriad of flaming fragments, with fiery chunks hurtling in all directions, one of which struck Li Feng, akin to a high-speed collision with a magnetic levitation vehicle. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. It was indeed the end. Yet at least it was a mutual demise. With a thud, Li Feng closed his eyes, awaiting death. But it seemed he could still wait, which indicated he was still alive. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the devil's forest had vanished, replaced by an expansive room in the presence of the devilish gold. Congratulations, Master. Your survival training in the devil's forest has concluded with a perfect score. As the scene shifted, the pain in Li Feng's body dissipated instantly, allowing him to rise slowly. Perfect score? You've never been this generous before. The appearance of the Glastro fire-breathing beast was not anticipated. Given Li Feng's current abilities and equipment, calculations indicated no possibility of victory. Yet, he had triumphed, thus an additional 39 points were awarded on top of his 61. If there were a wall present, Li Feng would undoubtedly strike it in frustration. The devilish gold before him was simply insufferable. Now that I've achieved a perfect score, is there a reward, perhaps allowing me to go home for a visit? I apologize, Master, but until the special training concludes, you are unable to engage in any activities. The system's energy is insufficient, and after this activation, it will enter a prolonged slumber. For your safety, the optimal conclusion is that you must complete this. Li Feng glanced at his brows, cursing under his breath. Surviving this ordeal was already a stroke of luck. So, what should I do now? Since you have overcome the Glastro fire-breathing beast, you have 3 remaining hours of free time. It is advisable to reflect on your experiences during this period while resting. The next phase will commence in 3 hours. Li Feng numbly nodded. 3 hours was a generous allowance. Yet he genuinely needed that time to recuperate and contemplate. Through his experiences in the Devil's Forest, he had acquired knowledge that others could only dream of attaining in a lifetime. Adopting a relaxed posture, he focused on restoring himself. As the 3 hours drew to a close, Li Feng stood up without waiting for the prompt from Little Gold. "Let us begin." Little Gold appeared somewhat surprised, yet the robot did not express much. Survival training must continue. As a warrior, one must adapt to various environments. Given the current state of Earth, you must also acclimatize to aquatic, aerial, and zero-gravity conditions. The following training will take place underwater. Li Feng did not inquire further. Any environment presented by the Devilish Gold would invariably come with survival challenges, albeit arduous ones. This time was no exception. At the ocean's depths, he began with the fundamentals of holding his breath, diving, executing various maneuvers, and engaging in underwater combat. This differed significantly from the Devil's Forest, likely due to the human tendency to avoid such conditions. Before succumbing to asphyxiation, Li Feng successfully dispatched a shark, concluding the aquatic survival training. Yet, another week elapsed, primarily due to the extensive time consumed by the foundational training. Transforming a landlubber into a proficient underwater warrior was no small feat. Following this, training for aerial and space survival commenced, collectively spanning 2 weeks. This was due to humanity's inherent inability to survive in outer space. Yet the Devilish Gold mandated that Li Feng adapt to the sensation of freefall under Earth's gravity. In terms of aerial training, Li Feng finally grasped the mechanics, not of mechs, but of fighter jets, the combat aircraft utilized on Earth. Piloting the mobile warriors proved somewhat easier, while space survival involved engaging in combat while clad in a spacesuit. Battling under lunar gravity, Martian conditions, and within interstellar vessels where gravity controls had failed, Li Feng faced opponents ranging from humans to an array of monstrous beings reminiscent of a cosmic Jurassic Age. By now, Li Feng had become impervious to the pressures of battle. Even the most grotesque creatures, regardless of their divergence from his aesthetic sensibilities, were merely flowers in his eyes in combat. Survival hinged not on appearances, but on one's intrinsic strength. 2 months later, Li Feng had morphed into a warrior of a different caliber, not adhering to the strict military decorum, yet exuding the aura of a seasoned fighter who had braved countless life-and-death encounters. All while wearing a disdainful smile. Chapter 16. Return to reality. This was at odds with the training provided by the Devilish Gold, yet Li Feng dismissed it as inconsequential in the eyes of the robot. A stoic, expressionless visage executing combat techniques with utmost precision epitomized a true warrior. However, Li Feng disagreed. That was not humanity. He aspired to be a warrior, not a combat machine. 2 months later, the maturity and carefree spirit in his demeanor spoke volumes, complemented by 3 additional 61 points. "Hey, Little Gold, how about it? With the foundational training complete, it's time for me to pilot a mech, right? If not, let us forego BS-001 and let me try out a mech from your arsenal." "Master, you have successfully completed the first half of the warrior program. The next phase involves mobile warrior training, divided into 2 parts. The first part is theoretical. An excellent mobile warrior must possess corresponding theoretical knowledge to operate effectively. Once you pass the first examination, you will be able to pilot the mobile warrior. BS-001 remains a training model, and upon your completion, you may select any model you desire." Upon hearing of the theoretical examination, Li Feng completely disregarded the subsequent details. It felt akin to being struck by lightning on a clear day. God, is this a joke? In a place like this, there's still a theoretical test? My IQ has no affinity for such constraints. Failure to complete this would not merely incur the disdain of his parents, it could cost him his life. Ignoring Li Feng's protests, the theoretical training for the mobile warrior commenced. However, the situation proved 100-fold better than Li Feng's wildest speculations. Little Gold wasn't teaching Li Feng how to construct a mobile warrior nor delving into electrical energy principles. Instead, it focused on the essential components a driver must possess, illustrated with vivid diagrams and text. In this virtual world, disassembly was most convenient, and any queries Li Feng had were addressed. The knowledge imparted did not surpass the existing theories on Earth. Yet due to technological disparities, Little Gold's explanations remained remarkably advanced, often transcending contemporary understanding, providing Li Feng with immense insights. He found himself genuinely enamored with the course, akin to an experienced surgeon dissecting a body with clarity. Little Gold refrained from excessive chatter, yet Li Feng still sensed the disparity in detail. Existing human models, including some undisclosed ones, were analyzed by Little Gold as reference materials, clearly outlining their merits and drawbacks. It favored the INUP design over use for its advantages, yet Li Feng could not fathom why use did not adopt similarly advantageous models. He was acutely aware that some exceptional human warriors could pilot those high-end models. Yet on the battlefield, victory depended not only on quality but also on quantity, a significant reason for Germany's defeat in its invasion of the Soviet Union during World War II was this very factor. While Germany's main battle tanks boasted numerous advantages and meticulous craftsmanship, characteristic of the German ethos, these tanks could remain operational for extended periods. In contrast, the Soviet tanks were rudimentary and thinly armored. Even if they survived the war, their service life was merely 1 to 2 years. Yet, during the conflict, for every 100 high-quality tanks produced by Germany, the Soviet Union could manufacture over 1,000. Proving that quantity triumphed over all. In the grand conflict of mobile suits, the initial superiority of INUP's mobile warriors over use was undeniable. However, they failed to reap the benefits, primarily because a single INUP fighter was tasked with confronting 5 or more use mobile warriors. It is apparent that the Maya civilization, which can fabricate anything it desires, would not comprehend such complexities. The theoretical classes over the past 2 months have been a veritable paradise for Li Feng, who has been wholly immersed in a sea of knowledge. Xiao Jin's explanations diverged significantly from those of the classroom instructors, and the subjects of mobile suits, alongside various astronomical and geographical topics, were among Li Feng's favorites. When engaging with theory, proactive involvement yields far superior results compared to passive learning, and Li Feng, enchanted by the content, lost all sense of time. Of course, he dedicated 4 hours each day to physical training, a regimen that could not be neglected. Surprisingly, he navigated the theoretical lessons he once dreaded with ease, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied, as something far more intriguing awaited him: piloting a mobile suit. Although the simulation in the cosmic warfare game had been impressively realistic, it paled in comparison to the actual environment he now inhabited. In this world crafted by the devilish gene, everything bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. Before him loomed a 5-meter-tall BS-001. And despite his mental preparation, he felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing it. This marked the final aspect of his mobile suit training. Although he had laid a solid foundation, there remained a multitude of tasks ahead. In Xiao Jin's eyes, the so-called Thomas Spiral Assault was but a rudimentary technique, while the course had already unveiled numerous formidable combat maneuvers that Li Feng was now poised to experience firsthand. Performing actions in isolation held no merit. All techniques must be applied in the heat of battle, where the environment and the opponent play crucial roles. The strategies employed against a single mobile suit differ vastly from those warranted when facing a multitude. The surrounding conditions could be said to influence at least 30% of the battle factors: naval warfare, desert combat, aerial skirmishes, and space station confrontations. All were distinctly unique. Furthermore, according to information from the devilish gene, both INUF and USE had developed all-weather combat mobile suits, though these remained top secret and could not be mass-produced. Given the rapid pace of human technological advancement, it would not be long before such issues were resolved. Hence the necessity to incorporate them into training. The devilish gene demanded absolute precision in movements. Training had to be rigorous, with every action executed flawlessly, while in actual combat, adaptability was paramount, requiring responses tailored to real-time conditions. For instance, while the Thomas Spiral Assault generally maximizes attack power with 3 rotations, it was not imperative to adhere to this every time. During Li Feng's second victory, he achieved optimal results with only a half rotation. Rigidly applying techniques without thought was the mark of a fool. Li Feng personally experienced the challenges of maneuvering a machine with his body. A significant portion of the driving force impacted the pilot. Without a robust physique, one might as well stay home and play video games. Yet, no matter how arduous or exhausting the training became, Li Feng's fervor for mobile suits eclipsed all else, and he was fully immersed in the moment. However, amidst this fervor, the surrounding environment began to blur, accompanied by a persistent warning sound. Energy warning, enter sleep mode within 10 seconds, please evacuate immediately, please evacuate immediately. Having spent considerable time with the devilish gene, he had come to understand the situation. The training program had been halted, and its energy reserves were depleted. The pressing question remained: how to escape? Lost in thought, Li Feng suddenly blacked out, ejected from the confines of the training chamber. Chapter 17. Strength and hunger boom, 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 damn it. You idiots! You call yourselves experts? You've been trying to open this door for 3 days. Li Feng's voice resonated thunderously as he gradually opened his eyes to find himself still within the gravity chamber. While outside, the furious shouts of Maka were unmistakable. After moving his limbs slightly, he felt entirely normal, as if emerging from a dream, his body brimming with vitality and hunger. The door to the gravity chamber swung open, and upon seeing Li Feng, Maka rushed forward, exclaiming, "What the hell? You're still alive. Living well, I see. A virgin that even death doesn't want." The warmth in Li Feng's heart was instantly overshadowed by the last remark. This guy was truly... The group of staff members outside finally breathed a sigh of relief. The gravity chamber, which had remained sealed for 3 days, had miraculously opened on its own. Truly bizarre. "Mr. Maka, we need to reclaim this gravity device. As for compensation, the company will contact your lawyer. It's best if your friend goes to the hospital for a checkup." The supervisor, clearly relieved, noted that the fourfold gravity device was relatively safe, and there had been no significant issues thus far. Anyone capable of affording such equipment was either wealthy or influential. Mishandling the situation could lead to severe repercussions for the company's reputation and stock. "Let us go, let us go. If anything happens to my friend, you'll be sorry," Maka bellowed, clearly still agitated. The staff scurried about, not daring to argue. "Come on, let us get you to the hospital. If you drop dead in my house, my parents will tear me apart." Observing Maka's bloodshot eyes, Li Feng felt a surge of emotion. This guy must have gone several days without sleep. A hospital checkup revealed unexpected results. Li Feng was in excellent health, while Maka had collapsed. The doctor attributed this to a lack of exercise and overexertion in a particular activity, compounded by continuous sleeplessness and anxiety. It was nothing serious. Ironically, the patient was seated beside the hospital bed, incessantly consuming food, while the one who should be in the bed lay unconscious. Maka was exhausted, yearning for a decade's worth of sleep, but the incessant rustling sounds around him jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found Li Feng voraciously devouring food. The moment Maka regained consciousness, Li Feng detected it and broke into a cheerful smile. Just as Maka was about to unleash a tirade, he felt an invisible pressure enveloping him at the sight of Li Feng's eyes. Maka was no stranger to pressure. His keen mind had often encountered it in the presence of influential figures. And compared to those individuals, Li Feng was a titan. Rubbing his eyes, the sensation dissipated. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? "Don't scold me, don't scold me. I admit my mistakes. I'll come clean. Just go easy on me." Li Feng quickly tossed a banana to Maka. To his surprise, Maka did not explode in rage. Instead, he scrutinized Li Feng closely. "Something feels off, but I can't quite place it. You survived 2 whole weeks locked in a gravity chamber without dying. How strange. I'm not sure how it happened either. It felt like I was in a long dream, and then I just woke up." Maka's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Dreaming under sustained gravity, and without food or water for 2 weeks. How peculiar. "Are you pulling my leg? At first, I thought you were missing. I searched everywhere for you. Later, I discovered the gravity device was still active. But the door wouldn't budge. Direct external force could have caused an explosion, so we had to wait for the technicians. They informed me the gravity device had gone haywire, with the gravitational pull exceeding 10 times the normal limit. Now, tell me what happened. Don't tell me you have no clue." Maka was destined to be a journalist. With an eye for detail, Li Feng immediately raised his hand. "After being struck by the meteor, it seems my body underwent some changes, but the hospital couldn't detect anything. For the past 2 weeks, I've been in a sleep state, and the gravity device was beyond my control. As for the matters concerning the devilish gene, it was best to keep them confidential. Revealing them would surely invite trouble, as neither Inupi nor Use would overlook such an experimental subject, especially when he lacked the means to protect himself." "Damn, you've really drawn the short straw. Whatever, as long as you're fine, that's all that matters. In the future, stop being so rigid. While you're young, enjoy life. Flirt with girls." Maka nodded, refraining from further inquiries. "Haha, speaking of flirting, from today onward, you're on a sexual hiatus. You'll be training alongside me. The doctor said your body is too weak." As the conversation progressed, Li Feng's expression shifted dramatically, causing Maka to jump up in alarm. "What's wrong? Did the doctor say something about me? Hee hee, it's nothing. I simply forgot an important appointment, and now it's too late. Li Feng smiled faintly. In the past, he might have lamented the loss of such an opportunity, but he was no longer the same person. Maka gazed at Li Feng's smile, sensing a blend of familiarity and strangeness. As if he were possessed by an extraterrestrial being. How sci-fi! At that moment, on the other side of the capital, a luxurious villa spanning over 3,000 square meters was teeming with various luxury maglev vehicles, creating a spectacle more extravagant than a car show. Even in the three major cities of the Asia-Pacific region, such a scene was a rarity, as it was the owner's birthday. The attendees are all elites from high society. For the birthday of Miss Tang, the sole heiress of Jie, is no trivial affair. Prominent figures from the business, political, and military realms have gathered. This is not merely a birthday banquet, but a significant gathering for networking and relationship building among these individuals. Naturally, the focal point is Tang Ling, and even more importantly, other factions hold high hopes for this young lady. Beyond her illustrious lineage, her beauty and talent are well known in social circles. Such an exceptional young woman is not one to be overlooked by any elder with suitable young relatives, who all come eager to introduce their eligible offspring, hoping to win Tang Ling's favor, which would be an unimaginable boon for both themselves and their families. Chapter 18. What of the Princess Tang Ling's close friends have also arrived, not only to celebrate her birthday but also to meet some of the young talents present. Those who come here are not ordinary folk. The guests are in high spirits, accustomed to such a lifestyle, and the grandeur of Jie indeed stands apart. However, the host, Tang Ling, is not particularly joyful. She awaits someone who has yet to arrive. Throughout her life, she has never lacked suitors, and while it may sound exaggerated, since the moment she realized her beauty, no suitor has been able to resist her allure, nor does she indulge in any undue arrogance. Yet, for the very first time, she finds herself at a loss. Ever since she extended an invitation to Li Feng, he has not made a single attempt to contact her for 2 whole weeks, an utterly unimaginable scenario. Typically, a mere hint from her would cause men to swarm like bees to honey. Yet this time, after her first proactive invitation, he has shown no response at all. Pride and self-respect have compelled her to refrain from seeking him out, as she planned to give him a taste of her displeasure at this birthday gathering. Yet, he had the audacity to stand her up, without any reason or apology. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes, and the angrier she is, the more she ponders. Such an experience is unprecedented for Miss Tang. She rationalizes that it is unwise to dwell on such trivial matters. Perhaps he had pressing commitments or felt intimidated by such a grand occasion, which could be overwhelming for an ordinary student. Or perhaps he lacked suitable attire. Countless speculations raced through her mind, yet Tang Ling remained unable to find peace. Hey, my dear lady, the atmosphere below is so lively, and yet the host is lost in thought alone. That is hardly the way to entertain guests, a tall figure interjects, clad in an elegant outfit of soft crimson that perfectly accentuates her alluring figure. Ample curves, an entrancingly slender waist, and long, elegant legs complemented by delicate high heels, making her a veritable siren. With a touch of light makeup enhancing her radiance, she embodies the pinnacle of femininity, a mature woman at her most exquisite. Few men could possibly resist her charm. Sister Zhou, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. I was merely lost in thought. Tang Ling replies gracefully, as if nothing were amiss. Oh, really? Look at your little hands, so pale. What a tremendous effort. Who has upset my dear sister? Tell me, and I shall help you teach him a lesson. Zhou Ji, a high-ranking official in a special department, is a figure shrouded in top-secret intrigue. Even Tang Ling is not entirely privy to her full extent, but given their family's dealings with the military, they share a familiarity. Zhou Ji is a stunning beauty, so captivating that even her father seems unable to resist her allure. Such a dazzling woman stirs the primal instincts of conquest in men, yet she belongs to the military and possesses a formidable background, leaving admirers to admire from afar. Tang Ling gazes at Zhou Ji in admiration. She is simply too beautiful, every feature a testament to femininity's zenith. In the eyes of men, the two are of equal standing, differing only in type. Their conversation instantly captivates countless male onlookers. Some young men are audacious, while others steal glances discreetly, for the desire for beauty is universal. Tang Ling, being astute, knows she cannot hide anything from Zhou. Sister, it's nothing serious that a friend simply failed to show up. Perhaps he had something urgent to attend to. Dotto. Really? A man has stood you up? If I were a man, I would crawl to be here, Zhou remarks playfully. Sister, when did I ever say it was a man? Tang Ling responds, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She finds herself at a loss in this exchange, tenfold outmatched by Zhou's wit. Come now, tell me more. I am quite intrigued. Tang Ling, feeling there is no harm in sharing, explains that she simply found Li Feng to be rather unique. At this moment, she feels that not mentioning him would only invite misunderstandings. As the saying goes, the speaker has no ill intent, but the listener may interpret otherwise. Tang Ling, at such a young age, has already ventured into the world of business. Not merely due to her intelligence, though there are many clever individuals in this era, but because of her instincts. She possesses an uncanny ability to foresee the significance of certain people and situations, a skill that has yet to lead her astray. While she may not consciously utilize this gift, her judgments prove invaluable in the hands of GAD and the military, akin to a form of precognitive ability. An ordinary student has managed to capture Tang Ling's attention and even extended an invitation, an indication that this individual has made a profound impression, either a remarkable talent or a figure of considerable danger. Zhou appears to take the matter lightly, merely jesting. Yet this person has already made an indelible mark on her memory. On a sunny Monday morning, Li Feng furrows his brow, weary from a morning's worth of nagging. Oh, Li Feng, why didn't you say so? You can't miss this. As your good friend, I would brave fire and water for you, especially for a birthday banquet. Upon learning that Tang Ling had invited Li Feng to her birthday celebration, Ma Ka's first reaction was disbelief, thinking his friend must be out of his mind. However, upon seeing the invitation, he nearly lost his composure. Heavens! If I had received such an invitation, I would have braved a nuclear blast to attend. And yet, Li Feng has so easily relinquished a chance to connect with Tang Ling. If he were disinterested, that would be one thing, but he has been secretly infatuated for quite some time. What a pity! Ma Ka, I implore you, can we not dwell on this topic? I am truly remorseful, deeply so. Are you satisfied now? What's done is done. Does the world offer a remedy for regret? Alas, our technology is too backward. Here we are in the 23rd century, and we still lack a time machine. How primitive! Gazing at the fantastical Ma Ka, Li Feng finds himself at a loss for words. How can he indulge in such daydreams? All this talk of Tang Ling has unveiled his true feelings. Yet, Li Feng is aware that he is no longer the same person he once was since emerging from that illusion. Chapter 19. You are fortunate now. He longs to engage in earnest endeavors with a singular goal in mind: to gain admission to the A-rank military academy, A-Lang. Though the odds were once slim, he now feels a new-found confidence of 50%. After school today, don't even think about slacking off. Train with me. Are you serious? You can't be. Indeed. Even as a gossip journalist, one needs stamina. Your current condition is unacceptable. You can't escape. You are no match for me. Ma Ka, taken aback, resigns himself to this fate, having already rebelled yesterday, only to be met with ruthless suppression. He finds himself utterly powerless before Li Feng. Little does he know that even the most skilled professional assassin would struggle against Li Feng's current prowess. Li Feng and the lethargic Ma Ka enter the classroom. Yet once class commences, Li Feng finds himself in a similar state as Ma Ka. He discovers he still cannot endure the monotony of classroom knowledge. Although it is slightly better than before, it is barely so. Moments later, he too succumbs to slumber. The classroom is open and unregulated, with no one to oversee them. The teacher merely reiterates the importance of studying and preparing for exams before proceeding with the lesson. It is not until the bell rings that certain students awaken. Li Feng harbors little interest in this knowledge. He believes it to be a waste of time. Rather than this, he would prefer to devise a new training regimen. He has no doubts about his physical testing capabilities, but must prepare for other assessments for military school. Yes, that is indeed the best course of action. I shall return home and research online. Suddenly, the previously noisy classroom falls silent. Ma Ka gives him a few heavy taps, and as Li Feng looks up, he sees Tang Ling. What is she doing here? Is Li Feng's immediate thought. Although Tang Ling remains as strikingly beautiful as ever, she no longer holds the same sway over his heart as before. In reality, Tang Ling has hesitated greatly before arriving. She cannot swallow her pride. She must confront this individual about his failure to show up. and the absence of any explanation. Yet, the moment she steps into the classroom, her gaze locks onto Li Feng. This look is not merely one of sight. Within her intuition, Li Feng stands out, unique and irreplaceable. Requiring no search, moreover, for the first time, Tang Ling feels a sense of threat. Previously, it was mere curiosity, but now, Li Feng feels like a beast clad in human skin. Calming her racing heart, Tang Ling strides towards Li Feng. All eyes in the classroom following this prominent figure. They exist on entirely different planes. Though they are both students, their futures diverge dramatically. It is without question that in a few short years, Tang Ling will become a household name, frequently gracing the headlines. Li Feng, I would like to speak with you privately. Do you have a moment? All the other students were utterly astounded, as if caught in a dream. The princess of Gad unexpectedly approached a boy to converse, and this fellow happened to be the class's notorious underachiever. Maka was dumbfounded, gripping Li Feng's arm tightly. Of course, no problem. Hello, classmate Tang Ling, I am Maka. A close friend of Li Feng. Hee, I know. It's a pleasure to meet you, came the polite reply, yet her gaze remained fixed on Li Feng. Go on, it's unchivalrous to keep the lady waiting. Maka was even more anxious than Li Feng. Nearly pushing him out the door as soon as they stepped out of the classroom, chaos erupted inside, with familiar faces immediately surrounding Maka, pondering how the princess of Gad could possibly lower herself to engage with Li Feng. Unfortunately, Maka had no answers, as Li Feng claimed he was equally in the dark, having received only a casual invitation from Tang Ling, with little conversation exchanged between them. Their walk was steeped in silence. In truth, Tang Ling felt the urge to express her frustration, but somehow, Li Feng's imposing presence quelled her rebellious spirit. I'm sorry. I intended to go that day, but I was hospitalized, so I truly apologize for that. Li Feng shattered the silence, acknowledging the invitation out of courtesy, though he was genuinely unable to split his attention. Hospitalized? What happened? Were you injured or ill? The words slipped from Tang Ling's lips. And she immediately regretted it, realizing she should have challenged him or reluctantly accepted his apology instead of displaying such concern. It's nothing now. Li Feng seemed unfazed, and as Tang Ling gazed at his composed demeanor, she felt an indescribable sensation. Never had a boy maintained such calmness in her presence. That is good, but you still have to give me a birthday gift. Li Feng was taken aback. The princess of Gad seemed to lack for nothing, and he truly had little to offer. What do you want? Let me think and I'll let you know. For now, let us return to class. Watching Tang Ling depart, Li Feng felt a bit perplexed. He could not comprehend what qualities in himself had drawn her interest. Given her stature, there was no need for her to waste time on him. However, he was delighted nonetheless. Being close to someone he admired was always a wonderful feeling. Yet, his primary ambition lay not with Tang Ling but in becoming a true warrior, even a general. Upon returning, Li Feng was immediately seized by Maka, with others fixated on the scene. This was the juiciest gossip imaginable. Human curiosity is notoriously insatiable. Maka, aspiring to be an investigative journalist, could forego other inquiries, but not this one. If he remained uninformed, it would surely drive him mad. Just as Li Feng was about to divulge the truth, Maka cast a wary glance around. Let us wait until after school to discuss this. It's an exclusive scoop. Maka was positively exhilarated, as if he had unearthed a treasure. That sounds great, but you must complete today's training regimen. Otherwise, forget about it. All right, I understand. You're quite the nag for a grown man. Though reluctant, Maka recognized Li Feng's intentions were for his own good. Only a true brother would concern himself with such matters. Surveying the gaggle of eager gossipers, Maka felt an exhilarating rush. This sensation was incredible. He was determined to become the most renowned gossip journalist, not just in use, but in all of humanity. Maka's training was straightforward. At least for Li Feng, who barely considered it training without the gravity device. They resorted to standard exercises, and Li Feng dutifully accompanied Maka on a run, briefly recounting his encounter with Tang Ling. It seemed trivial, yet Maka listened intently, his instincts alerting him that something was amiss. Kid, you're in luck. Based on my keen intellect and experience, it's clear that Miss Tang has taken an interest in you. Really? I can't see what would pique her interest, Li Feng replied skeptically. That's precisely why you're fortunate. I can't discern your merits either, but once a woman develops curiosity about a man, opportunities arise. The fact that Tang Ling, who seemingly wants for nothing, is requesting a gift from you is significant. That's merely a pretext for establishing contact. There must be something about you that has captured her attention. If you play your cards right, you might just win her over. And don't forget to lend a hand to your brother when that time comes, as Maka continued. His enthusiasm became palpable, prompting Li Feng to hasten his pace and temper his friend's vivid imagination. Perhaps, but I have more pressing goals at the moment. Cut it out. You just want to attend military school and become a mobile soldier. Right? GAD produces those. Marry Tang Ling, and you could sleep among the mechs. Haha, just kidding. No need to glare. I know you don't want to be a kept man. Your face is darker than mine. And that's saying something, truth be told. Maka wasn't particularly supportive of Li Feng pursuing a romance with Tang Ling. A powerful faction like GAD would never permit the princess to engage in a relationship with an ordinary person. The idea that love conquers all was absurd. The reality would be perilous and fraught with hardship. If such a relationship were to materialize, one could easily expect assassins to be dispatched. An individual could never stand against a formidable force. Seeing that Li Feng had not lost himself in the sudden attention from his dream girl put Maka at ease. Perhaps Li Feng shared similar sentiments, leading him to refrain from further probing. A situation gone awry was the last thing he desired. During the subsequent training, Maka remained committed. Once he had agreed, he would see it through. Maka held firm principles regarding his brotherhood, and he recognized that at such a young age, Li Feng's frail physique could not endure much. Observing Li Feng, he deemed their training trivial, as Li Feng appeared unfazed, hardly breaking a sweat. Li Feng then turned to the internet, initially intending to research military school entrance materials. He was drawn into the universe battle game instead. It had been half a month since his last login, and having learned so much, he was eager to try his hand. The moment the ID Blade Warrior appeared, the universe battle forum erupted with excitement, players clamoring to share the news. The platform lit up with activity, as many had been eagerly awaiting his return. After brilliantly winning 2 matches, Blade Warrior went missing again, leaving challengers simmering with frustration. Many believed he feared defeat, asserting that fleeing after a win was the height of disgrace, while a dedicated support team for Blade Warrior insisted he represented the quintessential player, having transcended through countless experiences to reach his current level. Surely, someone who had lost thousands of battles could not be afraid of losing again. Had Li Feng continued to battle, his fame might have plateaued, but his absence ignited a frenzy that undoubtedly elevated his notoriety. His return instantly attracted a multitude of eyes. Li Feng had little interest in matters outside of combat. He was solely focused on challenges, promptly sorting through the incoming requests and selecting opponents based on their records. This time, he chose an individual named Karapika, an officer whose combat craft, the Kano 3, boasted a remarkable 70% win rate, indicating a seasoned fighter. The choice of this ID was also due to the modifications made to his craft, suggesting the pilot's confidence in his abilities. The moment Blade Warrior issued the challenge, attention surged. Li Feng's timing was impeccable, as any delay could have led players to abandon their pursuits. Instantly, 70,000 viewers opted to watch live, a decrease from last time due to many either unaware of his return or unable to join in time. Given his prolonged absence, the challenged Karapika appeared promptly, taking Blade Warrior seriously after reviewing footage of his previous matches. Under the watchful eyes of the players, the battle between the rookie Blade Warrior and Officer Karapika commenced. Set against the backdrop of the asteroid field, Karapika, though not widely known, had made a name for himself among practical fighters. While his score was modest, he had diligently honed his skills with basic models, employing techniques such as the Thomas Spiral Slash, although not to the degree of Li Feng, who wielded the BS-001 with remarkable proficiency. The Kano 3, Yusa's main battle model, was agile and user-friendly, equipped with considerable vitality. While it lacked the weight of the BS-001, it held advantages in nearly every other aspect. Karapika intended to avoid relying on long-range lasers for victory, confident in his skills. As the battle commenced, Karapika seized the offensive, utilizing the Kano 3's superior agility to mount an attack, while Blade Warrior's BS-001 maintained a defensive stance. Observers speculated whether he would resort to the classic Thomas Spiral Slash. Yet Karapika opted for a direct approach, leaping high into the air to deliver a powerful downward strike. This tactic was calculated. The titanium blade's hardness could not compete with alpha alloy, and by leveraging the aerial advantage, he aimed to maximize force upon descent, boasting a 60% probability of severing Blade Warrior's titanium blade. Without a weapon, even the best technique would prove futile. Kurapika's impressive leap showcased both the pilot's physical prowess and technical skill. The leg muscles bore significant strain during takeoff, with greater speed and height increasing the burden. At this point, the optimal choice for the BS-001 remained evasion, even if it meant moving slowly. Yet Blade Warrior was no stranger to creating miracles. And this time would be no exception. The BS-001 sensors flared with a crimson glow, accompanied by a heavy mechanical roar, as it surged upward like a cannonball. All the spectators were left utterly astonished. Is this real? Are those individuals seated inside actually human? With the immense weight of BS-001, how could it possibly leap so high and so swiftly? Kurapika was also taken aback. If they were to engage in a frontal assault, the weight advantage of BS-001 could easily crush him. Unfortunately, in midair, he had no time to change direction and could only grit his teeth and slash downwards, hoping to sever the opponent's titanium blade. Then, the Kano 3 was cleaved in two before the gaze of the crowd. As they watched BS-001 land effortlessly, the players erupted into a frenzy, for they were convinced that a new champion of the cosmic battlefield was about to emerge. At that moment, the number of viewers had already surpassed 1 million, and when the video was uploaded, players were irresistibly drawn in. It was astonishing that the so-called heavy shackles of BS-001 could perform jumps akin to those of a Warcraft TN, making it impossible not to go wild with excitement. After watching the slow-motion replay of the footage, some technically adept players were moved to tears. The key was not merely in the jump, but in the final attack. It was evident that the Blade Warrior understood the weakness of the titanium blade. With such a tremendous force from the two combatants colliding, the titanium blade would likely be unable to withstand it. Therefore, during the confrontation, the titanium blade was not merely struck head-on. Instead, it grazed the opponent's blade, creating a cascade of sparks as it deflected the alpha alloy blade. At that moment, had it been another player, they would have been unable to mount an attack, as generating force in midair would render it impossible to slice through the opponent. Yet, the Blade Warrior accomplished this, exhibiting an explosive power and muscular endurance that was truly terrifying. What appeared to be a clean cut was, in fact, a rapid triple slash, dreamlike technique, a physique akin to that of a Warcraft character. Chapter 21. The mightiest private merely witnessing the match would leave one believing in a miracle. But after reviewing the footage, technically savvy players collectively gasped in disbelief. Within minutes of the video appearing on the forum, there was an unusual silence, but soon after, the forum erupted with comments from countless players. The pilot of BS-001 was simply too formidable. Players speculated that he must surely be a top-tier pilot from US or NUP. Some seasoned players compared this with footage from half a month ago and discovered that the Blade Warrior's prowess had undergone a qualitative leap in just a short span. His strikes were more ferocious, and his driving skills were as if he had transformed into a different person altogether, maneuvering BS-001 with the same ease as a fantasy model. Players immediately sparked a wave of challenges. While supporters of the Blade Warrior expressed hopes that even more advanced players would step up to confront him, it was no exaggeration to say that players below the school level stood no chance against the Blade Warrior unless another equally overpowered contender emerged. Li Feng paid little heed to the commotion outside. From the recent skirmish, he had gleaned a wealth of experience. In truth, there had been no need for him to jump. If the opponent had been more than two, the situation could have turned perilous. The optimal choice would have been to sidestep and launch a more effortless attack as the adversary descended. However, due to the opponent's weakness in a one-on-one scenario, other warriors could also utilize this strategy, allowing him to test the feeling of generating force in midair while maintaining balance. Li Feng did not log off. By issuing a challenge request, he opened the floor for any player to confront him. Regardless of their rank, however, the raucous players hesitated to take up the challenge. It was clear that the Blade Warrior was no mere fluke or miracle. He was a genuine top-tier expert, and his fierce attacks rendered many reluctant to step forth as fodder. Just then, a formidable opponent appeared, well known by the ID Crimson Apex, a female player of the rank Colonel. This player utilized a fantasy model, and reaching the Colonel level surely indicated considerable skill. The fantasy models imposed lower physical demands on pilots, allowing for a broader range of maneuvers, and Crimson Apex was equipped with the highly advanced Phantom 733. The Phantom 733 possesses stealth capabilities, can simulate environments to deceive vision, and absorbs radar waves. Its metallic exterior features an insulating layer that renders infrared detection ineffective, and it is armed with formidable long-range firepower, entirely eschewing close combat. The challenge from Crimson Apex was perfectly timed. Her model could firmly suppress her opponent. Should she lose, it was likely that other true experts would find it intolerable. This was also a decisive battle for entry-level contenders. Even before the match began, the number of pre-registered players had surged to a staggering 8 million. The system promptly adjusted, extending the registration period by 15 minutes to allow players to communicate with one another, while also broadcasting a system announcement. Of course, Li Feng benefited from this as well. The system would allocate 5% of the profits to him, allowing him to wait patiently despite his lack of enthusiasm. After all, being human means one must eat, especially with the hefty tuition fees from military academy looming ahead. He did not wish to burden his family further, nor did he want to constantly rely on Maka's assistance. Seeing there were 15 minutes left, some players immediately logged off. Hey, dude, come back quickly. Crimson Apex is challenging the Blade Warrior. That stunning beauty, Crimson Apex? Ah, is the Blade Warrior back? Of course. Hurry up, I'm heading in. The Blade Warrior's power has reached an unbelievable level. Damn, save me a spot. I'll be there in a moment. Old Jia, get over here. The Blade Warrior just annihilated a captain and is about to challenge Crimson Apex. Damn it, I'm at work. Take a leave. This guy just executed a jump that surpassed the Kano 3 using BS-001. And mid-air, he performed a rapid triple slash that sliced his opponent in two. The excitement among the viewers was palpable, and they knew missing out would be a great loss. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll take a sick day and skip work. Save me a spot, no matter the cost. Suddenly, many players began skipping class or work, with some even dashing out of classrooms in front of their astonished teachers after receiving messages. After a while, the teacher also rushed out of the classroom. The viewership soared to a record-breaking 3.5 million, a new high for Li Feng, and due to insufficient preparations, they could not accommodate more viewers. Other players had to resort to text-based live updates or wait for the video release. The matchup of BS-001 versus Phantom 733. In earlier times, players would have deemed the pilot of Phantom 733 as shameless, believing there was no suspense at all. Yet now, although players still felt that Phantom 733 had an absolute advantage, they truly dared not predict the outcome, particularly against the Blade Warrior. Who knew what techniques he would unleash? Crimson Apex was equally exhilarated. She had been keeping an eye on the Blade Warrior for quite some time. Although he had performed admirably before, his model had been too outdated to stand a chance against her Phantom 733. However, now there was an added sense of anticipation, and it was evident that the ordinary ranks were insufficient to pose a challenge, prompting her to be the first to step forward. Crimson Apex was the type of player who did not conceal her appearance, and she was one of the rare beauties in the cosmic battlefield. Operating a lightweight fantasy model like the Phantom 733 required less physical prowess, so she was certainly not a muscular woman, which contributed to her considerable popularity. After all, men understood this well enough. The Blade Warrior never chose the environment, seeming capable of adapting to any battlefield. Crimson Apex wasted no time, directly opting for the forest setting, which was most advantageous for the Phantom 733. The lightweight Phantom 733 could utilize camouflage, while the forest environment would hinder the movement of the heavy BS-001, Private Blade Warrior versus Colonel Crimson Apex. Both sides boasted considerable fan bases, and it was entirely acceptable for female players to pilot fantasy models, which was well received among the player community. After all, one could not expect women to possess the muscle mass of men. That would be inappropriate and detrimental to the aesthetic of the game. Chapter 22. Phantom War Machine. The battle commenced. Drawing from Kurapika's experience of defeat, Crimson Apex had no intention of approaching the Blade Warrior, especially since she was a long-range model. At the onset of the battle, the Phantom 733 activated its camouflage, vanishing into the jungle to ensure safe conditions before launching an attack. Players' hearts were in their throats. They hoped the Blade Warrior would discover his opponent's presence. Alas, no miracle occurred. The configuration of BS-001 was already inferior, and its standard radar and infrared systems were incapable of detecting the Phantom 733 stealth. BS-001 stood bewildered, spinning around yet failing to locate the opponent. It was evident that the radar and infrared systems were flickering, but alas, it was futile, as the Phantom's camouflage was exceedingly advanced and difficult to discern with the naked eye. Crimson Apex remained composed. This was the delicacy of a woman. She did not rush to attack. Only when she was certain her opponent could not detect her position did she cautiously initiate her assault. Whoosh! A laser streaked by, obliterating BS-001's laser gun. Although the laser could not cause an explosion, it possessed immense penetration and dissolving capabilities, and being a light-speed attack, one could only evade it if they made a judgment before the laser was activated, which required spotting the Phantom's true form. Upon destroying BS-001's laser, Crimson Apex let out a sigh of relief. She was still wary of the Blade Warrior's marksmanship, believing that caution was the best approach to ensure her own invincibility. Upon witnessing the destruction of the laser gun, supporters of the Blade Warrior shouted in frustration, "This is so unfair. How can we even fight like this?" Yet Li Feng remained unresponsive, bewilderedly drawing his titanium knife and advancing towards the spot from which the laser had been fired moments ago. However, by that time, the red pinpoint had already shifted its position, and the laser gun had locked onto Li Feng's titanium knife, a much smaller target. Thus, patience was paramount, for the dense foliage perpetually obstructed her line of fire. At long last, an opportunity arose, and just as she prepared to strike, her adversary retreated behind the trees again. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The Blade Warrior remained oblivious to her presence, continuing his approach to the original location. The closer he drew, the higher her accuracy became. Disarming his titanium knife would guarantee her victory. BS-001 suddenly slowed her pace, appearing cautious to any onlookers as she neared her opponent. The laser gun of the red pinpoint was already aimed, poised to fire the instant the titanium knife entered range. BS-001 moved forward with her knife extended, and indeed, the knife came into view. Without hesitation, a beam of laser shot forth, striking its target. Danger! The titanium knife was sent flying, and BS-001, with terrifying speed, smashed through two trees, barreling towards the hiding place of Phantom 733. The earlier shot had already betrayed her position, yet the red pinpoint was no novice in combat, having faced similar situations before. She immediately initiated a rapid retreat after the attack. At such velocity, Phantom's agility was beyond question, her lightweight frame providing the perfect advantage. Moving in camouflage felt like a fleeting illusion, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Almost all players believed the match was over. The final opportunity had slipped away, not due to the Blade Warrior's shortcomings, but rather because of the stark disparity in their machine types. In the next assault, it would be BS-001's turn to strike. Everyone anticipated that the Blade Warrior would vanish as he had done before. Li Feng remained steadfast, his ID still open to challenges. The players on the forum united, advocating for candidates they deemed worthy. Aside from the general-level elite, it was difficult to find any officer-level contender who could claim an absolute advantage over the Blade Warrior, especially since even the formidable Red Pinpoint had suffered a complete defeat. A champion was desperately needed to rise. High-ranking players, in particular, called for a strong contender to step forth and validate their scores. As in the presence of the negative-scoring Blade Warrior, their own scores appeared laughable. Here was a private who stood as an invincible force. However, once the challenge reached officer rank, players were wary of their reputations. The terror of the Blade Warrior had escalated to an unfathomable level. While the Red Pinpoint, being female, could afford to lose without shame, a male player's defeat would truly render them as mere fodder for the Blade Warrior. 10 long minutes passed without any worthy challengers daring to confront the threat. Naturally, lower-ranked players were disregarded. They had merely come to seek notoriety, and Li Feng had no intention of wasting time. Growing increasingly impatient, he contemplated leaving to download some examination materials, finding the delay utterly pointless. Just as he was about to depart, a formidable contender finally emerged. God of Snipers, a colonel, wielding the NUF standard model 9TM. Boasting an astonishing win rate and renowned within the community. The ID alone hinted at a formidable background. A real-world player, his mastery of the laser gun was unparalleled, and his practical skills were even more impressive. The players understood that engaging the Blade Warrior in close combat was a perilous endeavor. Once in proximity, BS-001 would transform from a sheep into a tiger. A long-range assassin was precisely the kryptonite for BS-001. And the Knight model had to possess superior stats in both weight and overall combat power, especially with the driver being an Ivanter. Ivaners could maximize the Knight TM's potential to its utmost. The emergence of God of Snipers sparked heightened interest. The previously silent players immediately buzzed with excitement, and Li Feng quickly assessed his opponent's credentials before accepting the challenge. Private BS-001 versus Colonel Knight TM. The God of Snipers had not been a hasty challenge. He had meticulously observed all of the Blade Warrior's matches. Defeating him in close quarters would prove exceedingly difficult. Only through distance, leveraging overwhelming firepower and pinpoint accuracy, could he hope to prevail. As always, the Blade Warrior allowed his opponent to choose the battlefield, and God of Snipers did not hesitate, recognizing that this private was the most terrifying of his kind. Location: Sandy Stone Plain. With no obstructions, he could unleash his marksmanship to its fullest while simultaneously restricting his adversary's movements. Li Feng, undeterred, accepted the challenge, seizing the opportunity to refine his shooting skills against the Knight TM. The third battle, with over 5 million viewers watching, unfolded. During this interval, the officials prepared themselves, for if they could not seize such an opportunity, they might as well close their doors for good. The viewership for this match rivaled that of general-level warfare. Yet the cause was a remarkable private. In the earlier skirmishes, the Blade Warrior had demonstrated remarkable marksmanship, yet regrettably, no further developments ensued. The destructive capability of BS-001's laser is merely 2/3 that of the Knight TM, and its firing intervals are 3 seconds longer, rendering it significantly disadvantaged in a gunfight. The two sides took their positions on the sandy plain, each brandishing their laser rifles. The Knight TM's laser rifle was equipped with a targeting system, enhancing its efficacy. The sharpshooter known as Godly Marksman is an active-duty soldier of NUP, a specialist among mobile warriors, particularly as a sniper, adept at countering elite adversaries on the battlefield. His skills are amplified in such environments. The combat distance was set at a maximum of 50 meters. Even the swiftest opponent would struggle to evade a laser barrage at this range, especially on this flat terrain where the sandy ground impeded the mobile warrior's rapid advance. At the instant the battle commenced, with a sharp crack, the Knight TM's laser rifle was already poised on his shoulder, locking onto the target in less than a second. A fundamental skill of an exceptional sniper. Godly Marksman had no intention of granting his opponent any reprieve, unleashing a laser shot immediately. Meanwhile, the typically static BS-001 made an unexpected lateral dash, leaving a deep impression in the ground. Surprisingly agile for its bulk, BS-001 maneuvered like an antelope across the plains, making it challenging for even Godly Marksman to predict its movements. A seasoned expert can discern the caliber of an opponent at a glance. And upon observing BS-001's agility, Godly Marksman recognized he had encountered a formidable adversary, one clearly trained to evade lasers and seasoned in combat. Having long shed any fear of lasers, Li Feng was unfazed by the prospect of being struck numerous times. Familiarity with their strengths and weaknesses had dulled any apprehension. The temperature on the sandy plain was slightly elevated, causing the laser beams to diffuse and slow, with a minor upward drift, minuscule yet critical in a high-level confrontation. BS-001 retaliated with a shot that startled Godly Marksman into a cold sweat. Despite its inadequate targeting system, had that shot not been intercepted by the Night Shield, its guidance system would have been obliterated. The situation was dire. Maintaining composure was essential. As laser fire was exchanged, Godly Marksman instinctively increased his rate of fire to diminish his opponent's chances of retaliation. However, Li Feng felt no pressure from this supposed onslaught. Within 3 minutes, he had deciphered the rhythm of his opponent's shooting style. While BS-001 displayed commendable skill, it relied excessively on its machinery, requiring a lock-on before firing, a tactic that posed no threat to Li Feng. With renewed vigor, he unleashed a barrage of laser fire. Despite the wide intervals between shots, each one inflicted significant distress upon Knight TM. Although he had prided himself on his evasive maneuvers and the protective Night Shield, Li Feng's attacks were cunningly precise, targeting vulnerable joints rather than merely aiming for general areas. Strikes that could prove perilous. Li Feng's assaults continued even as he dodged incoming lasers, often launching counterattacks mid-leap. Godly Marksman suddenly realized the truth. His opponent was not an ordinary combatant, but a rare blind sniper, capable of operating without a targeting system, almost as fearsome as a machine. The more he contemplated, the heavier the psychological burden became. Godly Marksman shifted his focus to defense, adopting a more cautious stance. While the laser power of BS-001 was relatively weak, the Night Shield could adequately absorb the hits. Even the most precise shots would be rendered ineffective against such a robust defense. The defensive maneuvers of godly marksmen were impenetrable, leaving spectators astounded. It seemed that the Blade Warrior might well be rebranded as the Miracle Warrior. Initially expected to be a flight from BS-001, the tide had turned unexpectedly. It became apparent that BS-001 was the true sniper in this encounter. The realization dawned upon the audience. The Blade Warrior not only possessed formidable close combat skills, but was equally adept at marksmanship. Though the trajectory of his shots remained elusive, the tension evident on Knight TM's face suggested that each strike bore substantial damage, and while hitting a target was one thing, targeting its weak points was an entirely different. Terrifying feat. Li Feng's shooting rhythm was not rapid, but each shot was a masterpiece of timing and placement, reflecting his peak performance state. This peculiar state was a product of his rigorous training under the Devil Gene, ensuring that once he entered this mode, victory for Knight TM became inevitable, and Li Feng showed no inclination to close the distance. Another laser shot rang out. Godly marksman hurriedly raised his shield to deflect it, this time aiming low. However, as the Knight shield absorbed the blow, the system issued a severe danger alert, and a white light surged towards his head. A titanium blade pierced through the top of Knight TM's helmet, specifically entering through the eye socket. The sound of crackling sparks filled his ears as godly marksman's face turned ashen. This battle was not merely a loss but a shattering of his confidence and pride. Following the strike of the titanium blade, a successive volley of 4 shots ensued. One to the neck, another to the left hand holding the shield, a laser shot to the chest, and the final shot struck the power unit as the shield fell. The resulting explosion obliterated godly marksman, causing his ID to disconnect from the game, and thereafter, the name Godly Marksman vanished from the universe of combat, leaving behind a sniper in NUP seeking retirement. Having completed this battle, Li Feng did not indulge in the cheers, but logged off immediately. As he did so, he received a system notification announcing a substantial reward of 500,000 federal credits, a testament to his live-stream earnings. The sudden influx of wealth momentarily startled Li Feng, yet he remained unfazed. Material possessions no longer wielded much influence over him. However, it would certainly enhance his quality of life. After logging off, Li Feng took a moment to reflect. 500,000 federal credits? That could buy his father a maglev vehicle, alleviating the burden of daily commutes. Perhaps he could set aside some for his mother, and with the remainder, procure training equipment or enroll in a high-end warrior fitness center. After all, revealing the entirety of his winnings could compromise his identity, and claiming a few tens of thousands as lottery winnings would raise no suspicions. The enigmatic Blade Warrior had become a topic of fascination among players, who quickly turned to review the footage. Though the live event had been exhilarating and intense, certain aspects remained elusive until replayed. Revealing intricate details. As viewers scrutinized the slow-motion footage of BS-001 arching back mid-air, directing a laser toward the knee joint of Knight TM, they were left speechless. What kind of targeting system was this? Could this mobile warrior potentially be a super soldier disguised in BS-001's exterior? Such a notion seemed implausible. A consortium had already offered a bounty for the true identity of the Blade Warrior, speculating that if such an individual were to lead their private militia, security would be guaranteed. With skills that could take on dozens of opponents, this notion had resonated with many. Li Feng's battle footage surged in popularity, climbing to the second spot on various video charts, only surpassed by the latest music video of NUP sensation, Angel Carly. The existence of Li Feng's combat video posed a legitimate threat to her status, underscoring the Blade Warrior's burgeoning fame. Players delved into the analysis of every movement and tactical maneuver, growing increasingly apprehensive. What kind of training could produce such a warrior? No one believed it could be the caliber of an ordinary human. It was simply inconceivable. Due to the heat, the use and NUP mobile warriors also viewed the footage. Those unfamiliar with the game found it hard to believe, while seasoned players recognized the terror embodied by this individual. To execute actions in the universe of combat as BS-001 had done, even with a lesser model, would translate seamlessly into the real world. In reality, utilizing the environment would pose even greater challenges. Ultimately, this matter captured the attention of the military. Chapter 25. The focus of attention at the U.S. Asian Military Command. 6 generals surrounded a 70-year-old 4-star general, Commander Li Zhan, who observed the screen with a perplexed expression. It was a recording from the universe of combat. While the military did not prohibit soldiers from engaging in such activities, the commander's choice to showcase this footage in this setting raised eyebrows. As the recording concluded, the expressions of the generals shifted to one of grave concern, and the conference room fell silent. This was an unintentional discovery, and I deemed it necessary for everyone to witness. What are your thoughts? Li Jun gazed at the others, declaring, "This individual is of no use to me. He must be eliminated." The other generals nodded in agreement. This was not the time for favoritism. Such a person, once unleashed on the battlefield, could become a harbinger of death. If he were indeed one of the Iventry, the threat would escalate significantly. The likelihood of him being an Iventry was high. And INUP would certainly not permit us to access information from the mainframe, nor would we allow them to do so. Thus, we must focus on specific regions. It can be confirmed that he is within the Asian sector. Hence, all military academies, private militias, and armed forces must conduct thorough investigations, particularly concerning the Iventry, who warrant special attention. Additionally, we shall undertake a population census in the Asian region to compile a dossier on the Iventry. The generals concurred. Such a perilous presence must be dealt with swiftly. Everyone present had experienced warfare and were acutely sensitive to the tactics associated with BS-001. A highly skilled mobile warrior is not inherently frightening, for the numbers on the battlefield are paramount. However, this individual's abilities had reached an unfathomable level, exhibiting exceptional intellect and ruthlessness. Orders were transmitted in layers of encryption, yet the subject remained oblivious. Li Feng was diligently studying. Lamenting, "These materials are exceedingly difficult to memorize. Why doesn't the devil gene enhance my rote memorization skills?" The military and political spheres were abuzz. This was a significant matter, and concealment was impossible, especially with simultaneous major operations by US and INUP. Claiming it was merely a population census would be met with skepticism. Both parties were undoubtedly searching for key figures. Tensions mounted. Was another war imminent? However, after much effort, the extensive operation yielded only a modest outcome. With both sides apprehending numerous spies and simultaneously reducing the crime rate from 7% to 3%, a minor victory at best. Their focus lay on prominent individuals within their circles, who could have anticipated that the Blade Warrior would be an inconspicuous high school student. Of course, he was not entirely unknown, having been featured once on television after being struck by a meteor. If the generals of use were aware of Li Feng's aspirations to enlist in the military, yet faced the frustration of failing the entrance exams, their expressions would be quite telling. The once renowned Blade Warrior had seemingly vanished, yet players were no longer anxious, confident he would re-emerge, especially since he had already left behind several legendary battles. Such feats alone would suffice for admiration and reverence for some time. Those who idolized technical prowess would find themselves exhilarated each time they viewed the recordings. The Universe Battle also welcomed characters like Blade 1 and Blade 2, drawing many who were previously indifferent to the cosmic warfare into the fray, their excitement fueled by expert commentary in the videos that stirred the blood. Alas, legends remain legends. Recently, the trend of BS-001 had gained momentum. Yet only upon actual piloting did one realize the considerable discomfort it entailed. What could have been agile combat turned into a sluggish, zombie-like march. The disparity between real experience and the explosive actions depicted in the videos was staggering. Meanwhile, our valiant Blade Warrior was immersed in his studies, and Maka was not faring much better. For the sake of their futures, both resolved to train and strive together. Following the guidance of online experts, they purchased an array of study materials. Maka was determined to attend a military academy, believing that becoming a military gossip journalist offered both prospects and challenges. Since even Li Feng dared to set his sights on the Yalong Military Academy, Maka, confident in his own intellect, harbored no fears. The two engaged in fierce competition. After their training, the living room echoed with the sounds of earnest recitation, akin to that of elementary school students. Mere memorization was insufficient. According to a professional examination expert, digesting the material after memorization would enhance retention. Thus, the two filled their minds with crucial information, all the while consuming fiber-rich foods. Li Feng had not forgotten about Tangling. However, failing to gain admission to the Yalong Military Academy rendered his hopes futile. Should he persistently pursue Tangling, he might risk extinguishing any potential for connection. The reasons for Tangling's interest in him were likely twofold: a peculiar sensation and his demeanor, which was refreshingly indifferent compared to the typical male pursuit, eliciting an unusual response from her. Yet, this unusual feeling was not entirely pleasant. The military and GAD were embroiled in a significant case. And as a special operative, Zhouji resided in Tang Ling's home, a scenario not unfamiliar to them. Their relationship was quite close, and in recent days, Zhouji had observed Tang Ling's reactions, noting that the young man had some measure of charm. It was the first time she had seen Tang Ling invest time in a man, and of course, this did not imply romantic feelings. That was too far-fetched. However, the ability to evoke such feelings in Tang Ling indicated he was no ordinary individual. With the days growing busier, Zhouji had nearly forgotten about this matter. But now that she had a moment to spare, she decided to probe further. In the restroom, Zhouji activated the communication device. Entering a series of digits, a holographic image materialized, revealing a soldier saluting. Zhouji whispered a few instructions before shutting off the device. Exiting the restroom, she appeared as if nothing had transpired and engaged Tang Ling in cheerful conversation, allowing her to temporarily set aside her frustrations. That Li Feng had not made any move over so many days felt rather dismissive. She couldn't bring herself to ask for gifts, her pride not permitting such boldness. Moreover, she was unable to express her emotions. Should she broach the subject, it might seem trivial. The longer one harbored feelings, the deeper they became, as thoughts of a person lingered, making it impossible to forget. Chapter 26. Review and Probe. Yet Tang Ling was no ordinary girl. She was aware of Li Feng's fervent preparations for the military academy and resolved to leave matters to fate. If he succeeded in the entrance exams, she might consider approaching this enigmatic boy who resisted her charms. If he failed, it would simply be a matter of fate. Finding a balance in her thoughts, Tang Ling felt a sense of relief. She had many tasks to attend to. Although plans had been set in motion, the final samples required careful examination and could not be taken lightly. That evening, Li Feng studied alone in the library. Following Maka's determination to attend Yalong Military Academy, Maka's parents were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude to Li Feng. This young man had previously lacked ambition, yet now he was earnest in his endeavors. As parents, they could not help but support him. Their family was financially secure. However, in this era, lacking connections within the military made matters difficult. If their son could enroll in Yalong, he might graduate and leverage their resources for a respectable position, ensuring a comfortable life and promising development. Naturally, as parents, they held high hopes for their child. Consequently, they hosted a dinner for relevant personnel, not necessarily expecting significant outcomes, but at least avoiding any discord. Meanwhile, Li Feng had to prepare his lessons, grappling with the daunting history of military warfare. Why must he memorize those obscure dates, numbers, and figures? Though seemingly pointless, exams demanded it, and Li Feng had no choice but to commit it to memory. He recited while walking, allowing for concentration. The night walk posed no hindrance to him. In 2155, Dr. Robinster discovered the practical theory of new energy, leading humanity to significant advancements. As he strolled, a spark of insight flickered in Li Feng's eyes, yet his pace remained unchanged as he continued reciting historical dates absent-mindedly. Not far off, a shadow approached. This was the first time a major had been assigned such a perplexing task. As a member of the military's elite Special Forces unit, 10, it baffled him that he was to target a mere student. However, orders were orders, and adherence to them was the essence of military conduct. Upon observation, he noted the individual was an ordinary student, one evidently struggling academically, as his foolish recitation only added to the world's mediocrity. Jason was poised to strike, yet in that fleeting moment of distraction, the target vanished. Just a moment's contemplation, and how could the opponent have disappeared? "Excuse me, sir, were you looking for me?" Li Feng called out, grinning as he stood before the pursuer, exuding an aura of latent menace, indicative of someone who had taken lives. Jason offered no reply. He had realized he had been deceived by the target's facade. Acting swiftly, he lunged, aiming to seize the throat. He was quick, but Li Feng was swifter. In the absence of any intention to explain, Jason was deemed an enemy. To deal with an adversary, there was but one course of action: eliminate. Jason had gained entry into 10 owing to his exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills, having once competed as a skilled fighter in underground tournaments. Yet his lethal strike missed its mark. As he launched another attack, the demeanor of this seemingly ordinary student transformed drastically. An astonishing aura of ferocity ignited, awakening every pore on Jason's body. This was the presence of someone who had likely faced the grim realities of battle. Li Feng afforded no opportunity for his opponent. This was instinctual. In an instant, Jason's wrist was dislocated. Though he gritted his teeth to suppress any sound, Li Feng regarded Jason with an icy stare. His gaze gray, as if peering into the abyss of death itself. Soon, that fierce aura dissipated, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. Your strikes are fierce but lack the intent to kill, indicating you harbor no desire to take my life. Regardless of your identity or your affiliations, do not provoke me. Next time, luck may not be on your side. After finishing his words and tossing his backpack behind him, Jason walked away, the sound of historical dates being recited echoing in his ears. If there had been a hole in the ground, he would have certainly crawled into it. His opponent had hardly taken him seriously. Although he was astounded by the other's strength, he felt a deep sense of resentment. He had been too careless just moments ago, yet he now understood why the Major had sent him here. Slowly shifting his body to adjust his angle, he slammed his hand down onto the ground. Accompanied by a cracking sound as his bones realigned, he moved his wrist and adjusted the other joints, taking a moment to survey his surroundings before activating a communication device to send a message. Sister Zhou, are you busy with work? Zhouji glanced at the message, her expression shifting slightly before breaking into a radiant smile. Indeed, how she longed to return to her school days, but alas, circumstances were beyond her control. I have a few matters to attend to, she replied. Departing from the Tang residence, the maglev vehicle sped away, soon arriving at a building that appeared to be an ordinary printing factory. However, after passing through several doors, a wall opened and Zhouji stepped inside. The wall closed behind her, and the factory workers continued with their tasks as though an invisible person had just passed through. Jason was already waiting. Upon seeing Zhouji, he immediately saluted. Zhouji remained silent and simply activated a screen displaying footage of Jason tracking and engaging with Li Feng, with critical moments magnified and highlighted in detail. As she watched, a faint smile crept across Zhouji's lips, leaving Jason momentarily stunned. He swiftly composed himself. The captain's prowess was indeed formidable, and whenever she displayed that captivating smile, it signaled a perilous moment for her prey. The young man on the screen was in for a rough time. Poor fellow. Share your thoughts, she prompted. Jason pondered for a moment, aware that she disliked those who were brawn over brains. The veteran exuded a strong aura of murderous intent and possessed remarkable insight. But if given a chance, I would certainly. Zhouji raised her hand to halt him. I know you held back your full strength upon my command, but unfortunately, so did your opponent. If it comes to a real fight, you might find yourself defeated within 10 moves. Jason wished to argue further, but held his tongue upon seeing the captain's expression. Let us pretend this matter never occurred, she declared. Yes, Captain. As Zhouji observed Li Feng's actions on the screen, she chuckled, finding the situation increasingly amusing. Although Jason was merely a junior member, his dismal defeat was still unexpected. The stark contrast between Li Feng's cold gaze during combat and his previous foolish demeanor while reciting was striking. It seemed that Tang Ling's instincts had not led her astray, and she might have stumbled upon a significant treasure. Pressing a button on the remote, the screen shifted to display Li Feng's history. Starting from his infancy, the more Zhouji read, the more astonished she became. His academic performance had been consistently poor, with nothing particularly noteworthy. Notably, he began training in middle school, aspiring to become a renowned mobile warrior. Unfortunately, the collected data was quite official and mainly focused on his school life, neglecting the 2 days he spent in the hospital, during which no one took notice of him. Since no injuries were detected, the small local hospital did not file a report, and the military missed their last opportunity to gather information. He had a close friend named Maka, who also had a file within the Federation. His family held some influence. How had such an ordinary person developed such remarkable skills? Zhouji's curiosity deepened. As the transaction neared its conclusion, with little work left for her, she decided to delve deeper into the enigma that was this peculiar young man. Watching Li Feng's silly expression as he recited his lines, Zhouji couldn't help but chuckle. What a curious character he was. Ah, damn it. I've forgotten everything I just memorized. Oh no, everything I studied is gone. The unfortunate Li Feng gazed at the moon, lost in thought, lamenting the hardships of exam preparation. Chapter 27. First encounter. Once in the study mode, time flew swiftly. Li Feng and Maka had gained a bit of notoriety at school as troublemakers, one daydreaming in class, the other preoccupied with chasing girls. Yet now, both were engrossed in their books, a monumental shift that delighted their teachers, who regarded it as a significant success in character education. The prodigal son returned? a rare gem among them. However, as they dedicated themselves, they faced numerous challenges. By this point, the two could only resort to rote memorization, albeit the internet provided a wealth of professional focus and scope for study. After all, humans excel at summarizing information, and the examination format had remained unchanged for centuries. Maka, can you still hold on? Maka, looking pale, gritted his teeth and nodded. The fibers were not easily digestible, and his stomach clearly could not withstand the strain like Li Feng's. He had been suffering from diarrhea for 3 consecutive days, his eyes glazing over at the sight of books. Yet this guy was resolute and persisted. Maka was the type of person who would go all out once he made up his mind. Possessing a daring spirit, if given the freedom to express himself, he would surely excel, but such opportunities were rare in high school. Are we continuing after class today? At the mention of this, Maka's face lit up with excitement, as if he had seen a celestial being. Haha, not today. There is something big happening. Seeing his reaction, Li Feng could guess it had to do with women. He frowned. You're not planning to chase after girls again, are you? Once you start, all your pent-up energy will dissipate. Go away. Who are you talking about? It's certainly not the pure and virtuous me. Today after class, a guest professor from Yalong Military Academy will be giving a lecture. And we can't miss it. Maka spoke earnestly, his expression serious as the wind blew. His hair swayed gently, exuding an air of ethereal elegance, though his sparkling eyes betrayed his true excitement. That professor is definitely a woman. A beautiful one at that. Ha, you've seen right through me. But this time, she is here to give us a lecture, and we must show our support. Plus, it's also a chance to prepare for interviews and such. Maka's proud grin revealed his gleaming teeth, as if he had already secured a spot in the program. Li Feng could only shake his head, knowing that this guy perked up at the mere mention of beautiful women. If that lovely professor could offer him some encouragement, he might just ace the entrance exam for Yalong. The lecture by Professor Zhou Ji from Yalong Military Academy was set for 3 in the afternoon, aimed at students aspiring to enroll. As a senior and educator, Zhou Ji's insights would undoubtedly benefit the students greatly. From Li Feng's perspective, not many dared to apply to Yalong, especially with numerous lectures from prestigious institutions occurring simultaneously. Had it not been for Maka's impatience, he would have preferred to arrive an hour early, knowing he could memorize a great deal in that time. Nevertheless, Li Feng resolved to seize the moment and brought his textbooks along. However, upon arriving at the venue, he realized they were quite late. The small conference room, designed to accommodate 500 people, was already packed to the brim. God, are these people here to listen to the lecture or to gawk at the beauties? Maka lamented, resigned to standing in the hallway as there were no seats available. Yet they somehow managed to push their way to the front. Was it the allure of the beautiful professor or the prestige of Yalong that drew such a crowd? The school had not anticipated such a turnout for the lecture, prompting an early start half an hour ahead of schedule. Zhou Ji's empathetic demeanor quickly endeared her to the students. As she took the stage, the atmosphere erupted with enthusiasm. It appeared less like an academic lecture and more like a celebrity unveiling. Zhou Ji, clad in a chic white professional outfit, wore a skirt just an inch above her knees, neither overly conservative nor too revealing. It perfectly showcased her stunning legs, exuding a natural allure without the need for stockings. Adorned with a pair of light purple framed glasses, she radiated intellect and sophistication, her hair casually styled, embodying the beauty of a mature woman. No wonder her entrance caused such a sensation. Rumors had circulated that she was the most beautiful professor at Yalong Military Academy, and it was evident that such claims were well-founded. Maka was already at a loss for words. His excitement palpable. What a gem! What a gem! Li Feng, however, remained unfazed. He was keen to learn about the admissions requirements for Yalong, recognizing that the information from school representatives would be more reliable. Since he was determined to give his all, he was taken aback by the professor's beauty. Gone were the days when military academies were viewed as havens for unattractive women. Times had changed. Furthermore, one should not underestimate women. Over half of the captains and crew members of interstellar warships were female. Their meticulousness and attention to detail were invaluable for space travel, which meant that a female soldier could not only be stunning but also hold ranks significantly higher than their male counterparts. Yet the impression of beauty was fleeting. In the background, Zhou Ji had already pinpointed Li Feng's location. Just as the intel suggested, this student seemed somewhat foolish, still clutching his textbooks and studying diligently. Such a character hardly matched the profile of a cold-blooded expert. Zhou Ji, amidst the applause, acknowledged the students, her gaze sweeping across the room until it inadvertently met Li Feng's. Their eyes briefly connected. Yet Zhou Ji discerned nothing particularly striking about him. After all, she lacked Tang Ling's extraordinary abilities, and the distance made it difficult to sense anything. However, the moment their eyes met, Li Feng instantly perceived that this teacher was not to be underestimated. Her physique was certainly not as fragile as it appeared. During his time in the Devil's Forest, he developed an acute awareness of the presence or scrutiny of powerful beings, and he felt a palpable sense of threat emanating from Zhou Ji. Chapter 28. Teacher and student Li Feng sought to avoid drawing attention and promptly lowered his head, akin to someone wishing to keep their identity hidden from a blade-wielding soldier. He did not desire to be treated as a mere subject for experimentation. Previously, he had been a student slightly stronger than the average, but in just 2 short weeks, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. While standard medical examinations might not reveal this change, it did not imply that military laboratories would be oblivious. If they conducted a thorough investigation, complications were certain to arise. Li Feng aspired to be a successful soldier, not a test subject. It was one thing for an exceptional student to raise eyebrows, but a student who had suddenly become formidable after a meteoric rise posed a problem. He had resolved to maintain a low profile during his final phase of high school. Everything could wait until he entered the military academy. If he failed to gain admission, enlisting would suffice. With his capabilities, even starting from the bottom, he would quickly ascend the ranks. Zhou Ji observed as Li Feng continued to fixate on his book, a hint of surprise flickering in her heart. She finally comprehended Tang Ling's sentiments. For women like them, accustomed to being the center of attention, being overlooked, especially by someone of interest, felt remarkably peculiar. A radiant smile graced Zhou Ji's face, instantly enveloping the students in a sense of warmth, while her voice, as enchanting as her appearance, exuded both grace and a touch of composure, leaving her inner thoughts shrouded in mystery. Oh dear, Li Feng, thought Ma Ka, this girl is undoubtedly the epitome of perfection I have ever encountered. I must secure admission to Yalong to pursue her. His determination to be accepted into Yalong had never felt more resolute than in this moment. Wait, this sentiment seems familiar. Oh right, I felt the same about Tang Ling. Ka cast a disapproving glance at Li Feng, thinking, you're too naive. Both are exceptional, but Tang Ling embodies the princess type. One must possess significant worth to approach her. Best to admire her from afar. However, this Zhou Ji is something else altogether. A captivating enigma, capable of being regal, gentle, sensual, or even audacious, a true chameleon. Perfectly suited to me. Li Feng pondered whether to intervene, realizing that Zhou Ji was far more perilous than Tang Ling. Engaging with Tang Ling might merely result in a chilling indifference, but provoking Zhou Ji could lead to unknown repercussions. She was the archetype of a woman who played dangerously with lives. Though Ma Ka considered himself experienced, he would be nothing more than a meat bun thrown to a dog in Zhou Ji's presence. Li Feng's intuition warned him of the threat she posed. However, surely a teacher would not resort to harming a student. On stage, Zhou Ji was not merely a pretty face and melodious voice. She earnestly shared insights regarding Yalong's realities and admission criteria, particularly concerning interviews. She eschewed any condescending teacherly demeanor, instead jokingly revealing the true essence of interviews, such as how teachers generally favored serious candidates and preferred students to don formal attire. She even suggested that if one felt excessively nervous, they could confront the teachers with a cold, unwavering gaze. Sharing her own experiences, she recounted how she had successfully navigated her interview, eliciting laughter from the audience. The students found themselves utterly enchanted by her charisma. While Ma Ka shouted exuberantly from the sidelines, Li Feng observed with a discerning eye, increasingly convinced of her prowess. She effortlessly grasped the student's psyche, using simple words to sway their thoughts, an undeniable master of psychology. Even among hundreds, Zhou Ji's gaze effortlessly pinpointed Li Feng's demeanor. Ma Ka was lively and animated, while Li Feng remained unperturbed, coolly observing her. When Zhou Ji glanced his way, he promptly lowered his head. Intriguing, the host announced the commencement of a QA session, inviting students to pose questions to Teacher Zhou. Due to time constraints, only one question per selected student was permitted. Upon hearing this, male students eagerly raised their hands, though their inquiries seemed less academic in nature. The first chosen was none other than Ma Ka, who had been personally selected by the beautiful professor. Ecstatic, he reveled in his fortune, while Li Feng shook his head disapprovingly. In the pursuit of romance, one must appear passionate outwardly, yet remain composed within. However, it was evident that Ma Ka's enthusiasm far exceeded his outward display. Unfazed, Ma Ka struck a self-assured pose and boldly asked, "Teacher Zhou, do you have a boyfriend?" The crowd erupted in cheers, especially among the boys, as Ma Ka had voiced their collective curiosity. Most teachers would struggle to navigate such a situation, but for Zhou Ji, it was child's play. With a perfectly timed smile, tinged with a hint of natural shyness, she captivated the boys to the point of bewilderment. "Well, I can tell you all, I currently do not." The howls of approval echoed. And as Li Feng watched the enthralled crowd, he felt a twinge of pity. If one were to liken Zhou Ji to an animal, a fox would suffice, or perhaps a more fitting description would be a seductress. Li Feng could instinctively sense the authenticity of her expressions. "Do you mind teacher-student relationships?" Ma Ka pressed on, but the host quickly dismissed this inquiry as the second question. Yet, the audacious spirit of the second student to gain the floor mirrored Ma Ka's curiosity, and Zhou Ji's ambiguous response ignited the audience. Today, the number of male applicants for Yalong Military Academy reached unprecedented heights. A swarm of fearless individuals began to rush forward. As the lecture concluded, the boys remained visibly captivated. Ma Ka, energized as if propelled by antimatter, urged Li Feng to wait for him in the library, declaring his intent to study through the night. Observing Ma Ka's excitement, Li Feng could only hope for divine intervention. At that moment, a male student approached, none other than the earlier host. "Are you Li Feng?" "Yes. Professor Zhou is waiting for you in the T2 faculty building." The host's expression conveyed a mix of confusion and intrigue, as if he himself could not fathom why someone like Zhou Ji would wish to meet with such an inconspicuous student. Despite his uncertainty regarding her intentions, Li Feng proceeded toward the faculty building, acutely aware of the envious gaze of the student council president. Chapter 29. Threat. Before Li Feng could knock, a melodious voice called out, "Is this Li Feng? Please, come in." Li Feng stepped inside without hesitation, certain that this encounter transcended the typical student-teacher dynamic. Indeed, as he crossed the threshold, a chair hurtled toward him with alarming speed. Li Feng deftly caught it with his right hand and tossed it aside, only for Zhou Ji to mirror his action. Seizing the chair mid-air in an instant, Li Feng found himself before her, and while Zhou Ji had numerous ways to retaliate, her form-fitting dress constrained her movements. Yet, she showed no inclination to counter, allowing Li Feng to grip her neck while maintaining an enchanting smile, unwavering in her gaze. They locked eyes for a moment before Li Feng gradually released his grip. "That day, the individuals involved were your people. Does Li Feng not understand the value of cherishing beauty?" Zhou Ji asked, her smile still intact, though a hint of surprise lingered. The force he had exerted was no trifling matter. "If there's something to discuss, please be direct. Yalong Military Academy has always been open to talent. I see great potential in you, Li Feng. With my recommendation, you could be granted a direct admission alongside Tangling." Zhou Ji circumvented the topic, launching a powerful proposition. "Direct admission to Yalong? That's astonishing news," Li Feng thought, realizing that Tang Ling had also earned her place through remarkable achievements. "Thank you, but I must decline." Li Feng's rejection was resolute, leaving Zhou Ji momentarily speechless. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Ah, Li Feng, is Ma Ka your good friend?" Li Feng's body froze, and an ominous aura suddenly enveloped Zhou Ji. Despite her strength, she stiffened, as if compelled by an instinct to draw a weapon. Slowly, Li Feng turned, his eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. "Remember this. Anyone who harms those close to me will face dire consequences." With that, he struck his fist against the wall before turning to exit. As the door closed behind him, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, leaving Zhou Ji feeling as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle. She exhaled deeply, gazing in astonishment at the indent left by his fist. "I must recruit him into Yalong Military Academy. He is far more formidable than I anticipated. It's been ages since I encountered such an exceptional talent." After a moment of elation, she recalled their earlier exchange, feeling slightly affronted by his disregard for her presence and the audacity of his violent threat. It had been a long time since she faced such a resilient character. Once he entered Yalong, she would ensure he understood the implications of crossing her path. For those who were single-minded, Time invariably slips away swiftly. Li Feng and Ma Ka had never felt so nostalgic about their high school years until the impending examinations loomed before them. Li Feng and Ma Ka exchanged words of mutual regard before plunging into the examination hall, driven by a resolute determination. There were few things that could still instill a sense of trepidation in Li Feng. Yet the looming examination was undoubtedly one of them. As he gazed upon the invigilating teacher at the podium, Li Feng could not help but perceive him as far more formidable than the monsters of the Devil's Forest. Despite the presence of video surveillance, it could not supplant the authority of the teacher, for responding to inquiries and managing unforeseen circumstances still necessitated human intervention. Moreover, the plethora of modern technological cheating methods warranted meticulous attention. As time ticked away, Li Feng approached the exam with a combative spirit, attempting to answer what he could and making educated guesses where he could not. The adage "one laments the lack of preparation only when the time comes to use it" resonated with him. In terms of practical theory, he would undoubtedly be considered an exemplary student, yet the examination did not assess such knowledge. Li Feng had indeed exerted considerable effort during this period. However, while he absorbed information pertaining to his interests with remarkable speed, he struggled to retain the more mundane material. Regardless, the exam was concluded, and the outcome would be left to fate. The two beleaguered comrades met, both appearing as though they had endured significant trials. "How are you holding up?" Li Feng inquired. He shook his head, feeling rather underwhelmed. Yet Ma Ka seemed to be faring well. In Li Feng's estimation, Ma Ka possessed an innate brilliance, though he was loath to apply his intellect to academic pursuits. Preferring instead to memorize the dimensions of women or indulge in romantic escapades. Suddenly, Ma Ka broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "I am truly a genius. These questions were hardly difficult. It seems Yin Long is assured a place. Fear not. With your abilities, even if you do not gain admission to the military academy, you can enlist directly." Li Feng rolled his eyes. That's supposed to be comforting. Indeed. Life is about camaraderie. The exam is behind us now. These past days have been exhausting. Let us unwind, thanks, but your idea of relaxation differs significantly from mine. See you tomorrow, and may God bless me. Ha! May God bless us. We shall surely pass. In truth, Li Feng did not harbor excessive expectations for his score. He had done his utmost, and if it did not suffice, there was little he could do. More importantly, he possessed the strength to pursue his goals. A day would come when he would realize them. Despite the tension of preparation, he had not relinquished his foundational training. Now that the exam was over, Li Feng craved an intense session of physical training to release his pent-up energy. Having attained a modicum of financial security, he had acquired a membership at an A-class fitness center for 50,000 federal shields, a painful expense, yet unavoidable. Typical gyms lacked the militarized facilities he sought, while any establishment worthy of an A-class designation would boast large gravity rooms capable of accommodating weights up to 10 times one's body weight. Of course, 10 times was merely the upper limit. No one would utilize such extremes, and these gravity rooms were equipped with automatic safety mechanisms that would deactivate should the gravitational force exceed the user's threshold. Li Feng was somewhat of an anomaly. The true value of such a fitness center did not lie in the gravity room, merely a gimmick, but rather in the luxurious amenities provided. However, Li Feng was indifferent to these offerings. He was solely interested in the underutilized gravity room. Now, he could finally enjoy it without reservation. Such establishments catered to the affluent, and individuals like Li Feng were often perceived as wealthy patrons, affording opportunities to mingle with attractive companions. He paid little heed to the flirtatious glances of the receptionist as he eagerly brandished his membership card and hastened into the gravity room. Just as he had anticipated, it was devoid of any other patrons. The fitness center had acquired such gravity apparatuses merely to project an image of comprehensive offerings, signifying its status as a high-end locale. However, those who truly invested such sums into the facility were seldom inclined to engage with the gravity equipment. Their motivations were primarily to maintain fitness, shed weight, or alleviate stress. Chapter 30. The Blade reappears as a privileged member. Li Feng possessed his own room. Though few in number, individuals like him were not uncommon. Li Feng sought to avoid drawing undue attention, for the gravity multiplier he intended to employ was markedly different from that of others. His warm-up commenced at a fourfold gravity, and within 10 minutes, he felt as if he were swimming in his element. However, to release the pent-up stress from a month of grueling examinations, this level of exertion was woefully inadequate. As the gravity gradually increased, Each additional fold imposed greater demands on his physique. Upon reaching 8-fold gravity, Li Feng began to feel the pressure, a delightful sensation. His movements slowed considerably, weighed down as if by lead. His muscles taut, yet this only heightened his exhilaration. He commenced running within the gravity field to reacquaint himself with the sensation, having not trained in quite some time. Another 10 minutes passed, and under the strain of 8-fold gravity, he was drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. The experience was undeniably invigorating. It seemed that a prolonged absence from exercise rendered the body prone to rust. Fortunately, the exams were behind him. Whether he excelled or not, enlisting in the military would not pose a problem given his physical condition. Regardless of the outcome, he could now live according to his aspirations and strive toward his goals. An hour later, Li Feng emerged from the fitness center. Typically, individuals transitioning from such sustained high gravity to normal gravity would experience a degree of disorientation. However, Li Feng felt remarkably liberated. It appeared that the rigorous training suggested by Devil Jin had indeed borne fruit, transferring successfully to his physical form and even enhancing his robustness. In Devil Jin's words, only when issues are exposed can they be corrected. Post-exercise, hunger naturally set in, prompting him to find a nearby noodle shop. To the astonishment of those around him, he devoured 10 bowls in one sitting. After finishing, he casually remarked, "Not bad. I'm about 80% full," leaving those nearby in fits of laughter. Though he longed to revel in the virtual battles, the fatigue from such intensive training weighed on him after his meal. Upon returning home, he collapsed into a deep slumber. His parents, aware of their beloved son's recent diligence, were relieved that the exams had concluded. Urging him to rest well, Li Feng did not sleep for an entire day and night as one might expect. Rather, he awoke after a mere 8 hours, his body having instinctively entered a deep sleep, yielding excellent restorative effects. Rising early, he set out for a morning jog, primarily to facilitate his recovery. Upon returning, he eagerly logged onto the battle network. Truth be told, no matter how experienced he was, the combat experiences and bizarre scenarios he encountered were still confined to the realm of illusions. When faced with the realities of life, Li Feng remained simply himself. To claim he felt no apprehension would be disingenuous. He sincerely hoped to gain admission to the military academy. After all, starting as a transport soldier, who could say when he might ascend to the rank of a mobile warrior? Enrolling in the military academy would be an entirely different story. It was rumored that some exceptional talents had the opportunity to engage with mobile warriors within the school, even participating in trials, an utterly enchanting prospect. While awaiting results, Li Feng preferred not to engage in other activities, opting instead to immerse himself in the universe of battles, where he could momentarily forget his worries. During the mysterious hiatus of the Blade, players in the universe of battles endured an agonizing wait. Despite the passage of time, Li Feng's recorded battles remained at the top of the viewership charts. Not that there lacked thrilling combat examples. In fact, many battles surpassed Li Feng's in excitement, yet none could match the sheer impact of his performance, particularly considering he wielded the BS-001. Moreover, these battles withstood scrutiny. Each viewing offered insights into combat strategies, and some soldiers had even begun to emulate his techniques, though, of course, they could not utilize the BS-001. The Blade Warrior had returned. Early in the morning, players online were either night owls or simply taking a break before work. Those who specifically logged on to play were a minority. Many were students, eager to unwind after their recent exams. However, they had struck gold. News of the Blade Warrior's reemergence spread like wildfire among players. Those who had been contemplating sleep were suddenly wide awake. Sleep? It was akin to a normal man encountering a stunning beauty. Impossible to doze off, of course. Li Feng's physique might not possess such allure. Yet the effect he created was undeniably greater than that of a beautiful woman. Dozens of gaming forums quickly posted headlines, "The Blade reappears." Many players had a habit of checking forums before logging off. And even if they played, they seldom engaged in more than a few matches during the night. Most spent their time observing discussions, and the central topic had remained the Blade Warrior. Now that he had finally resurfaced, they resembled star-crossed lovers eagerly awaiting their rendezvous. While challenges did not materialize, interviews were abundant. Li Feng squinted as he awaited his turn, with numerous enthusiasts eager to interview him, including several attractive women. Through virtual means, they showcased their elegant curves and figures, no deception involved. Perhaps they hoped to employ their beauty as a means of seduction, but alas, Li Feng was not disinterested in women. He simply refused to conflate femininity with combat. Once he entered a battle state, the allure of beauty diminished drastically. Ignoring the distractions, Li Feng focused on the challenge board, which was rapidly refreshing. Perhaps due to the early hour, he encountered no formidable opponents. Nonetheless, his competitive spirit was ignited, leading him to select the player with the best record, ID. Feishing Hongbiao, a captain utilizing the fantasy aircraft, the Magic Butterfly. The Magic Butterfly, a futuristic fantasy aircraft. Acquiring this model in the universe of battles is no small feat apart from the considerable expense required to purchase components. Numerous tasks must be completed. In short, it ensures the game company profits handsomely. However, this model boasts exceptional performance, representing an evolution of the Normandy A-type, possessing perfect air-to-ground capabilities while eliminating some of the A-type shortcomings. It also performs admirably in air-to-air combat against fighter jets. In the universe of battles, this model is colloquially referred to as the rogue aircraft. Operating it requires minimal skill. Incessant bombing from the air suffices. With inherent advantages in air-to-ground combat, defeating it is nearly impossible unless the opponent wields a fantasy model or a basic modified version. The reason Feishing Hongbiao remains at the captain level is precisely this. Players typically shy away from engaging with such a model, preferring to challenge those possessing significant air combat capabilities. Chapter 31. The Magic Butterfly, of course. These advantages meant little to the Blade Warrior. Advantages? Nonsense. That was merely a narrative for others. There was a pervasive expectation that the Blade Warrior would operate at a disadvantage. In this day and age, one would be hard-pressed to find a model worse than the BS-001. Yet, spectators were keen to witness how the Blade Warrior would contend with the Magic Butterfly's aerial supremacy. With the BS-001's attack power reliant solely on lasers, precise targeting was imperative. Naturally, audiences craved a spectacle of miracles. Li Feng, however, was indifferent to whether spectators were watching. He merely sought to stretch his limbs. Bombarding an opponent without strategy would not provide the rigorous training he desired. Each battle was treated as a real engagement, from which he aimed to glean valuable insights. His choice in opponent stemmed from the aircraft model itself. Feishing Hongbiao unhesitatingly selected a plain terrain, fully aware of the Blade Warrior's reputation. Though a mere private, he was a big name, and his own confidence was shaky. Anyone who had viewed those recordings likely felt trepidation and would opt for a battleground favoring their own capabilities. The plain was undoubtedly advantageous for aerial bombardment. The emergence of the Blade Warrior sent the game company's staff into a frenzy. This individual was simply too much. Were they unaware of the potential for profit? At the very least, they ought to have prepared. In anticipation of Li Feng's appearance, staff were summoned to strategize their promotional efforts. Yet, Li Feng was unwilling to wait for their preparations. All he needed was a worthy challenger. With no official intervention, this became an open match. Provided both parties consented, the battle could be publicized. However, capacity was limited, making it a race against time to see who could secure a spot. Players who managed to squeeze in were overjoyed. In a universe battle gaming room, the moment one player entered, the others would cease playing, directly connecting to the screen. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. This resembled a science fiction blockbuster, even more thrilling than that. Players were parched with excitement. Blade Warrior BS-001 versus Feishing Hongbiao's Magic Butterfly on the plane. Upon witnessing the plane, players could do little more than curse Feishing Hongbiao's shamelessness. The terrain was absurdly flat, devoid of any cover, an unbroken expanse. It was evident that he had chosen an extreme level of flatness, lacking any aesthetic appeal, purely advantageous for his offensive strategy. To add insult to injury, this rogue had even conjured thick clouds in the sky, providing him with an escape route to navigate should the situation turn dire. Creating confusion and miscalculation, the match commenced. Feishing Hongbiao displayed remarkable caution, eschewing immediate aggression. The Magic Butterfly ascended swiftly, maintaining an optimal safety position. While other BS-001 models might have been less concerning, facing the Blade Warrior warranted utmost vigilance. Shameless? Indeed, he embraced that label. Defeating the Blade Warrior would undoubtedly bring him instant fame. Presently, many players of fantasy caliber were eager to vanquish the Blade Warrior, for his existence was a glaring affront to them. Not to mention this was merely a tactical maneuver. Li Feng entered a state of intense focus, moving about casually to reacquaint himself with the sensation of battle. However, This slight movement startled the airborne marker, which mistakenly assumed it was about to be attacked. The marksmanship of the Blade Warrior had already been tested and proven formidable, prompting the marker to ascend to a higher altitude. Leaving Li Feng somewhat bemused at such heights, he was unable to retaliate, yet the opponent was also incapable of launching an attack. Observers of the live combat erupted in laughter. Such timidness hardly befitted one daring to challenge the Blade Warrior. Truly, one must not be too timid in life. The airborne marker, however, remained oblivious to this fact. To suggest he was not anxious would be absurd. With so many eyes upon him, and given the Blade Warrior's reputation for unpredictability, he certainly felt a pang of concern. Should he be eliminated immediately, it would be a significant blow to his pride. Continuing with his cautious approach, the marker noted that the Blade Warrior merely moved about a few times, allowing him to relax slightly as long as he remained vigilant against the laser attacks. He believed he could secure an invulnerable position in this combat. Moreover, he possessed genuine trump cards. The battle was time-limited, and if it extended beyond 15 minutes without a conclusion, it would result in a draw, an outcome that would still be advantageous for him. The marker initiated his bombardment, demonstrating that the agility of his fantasy aircraft was far superior to the clunky real-world model. Normandy. The distance in aerial combat inherently favored long-range engagement. The Magic Butterfly, classified as a bomber type, was designed specifically to counter ground-based mobile warriors. The marker launched a few probing attacks, compelling BS-001 to evade, which emboldened him slightly. Pursuing a streak of victories? Incorrect. Such was merely the perspective of other players. Li Feng, engaging in cosmic warfare, felt no such constraints. In this instance, he had no intention of swiftly eliminating his opponent. While some players might have hoped to witness the Blade Warrior unleash a sudden laser strike to bring down the Magic Butterfly and continue his legendary journey, the truth was that he had yet to launch a single attack in the first several exchanges, seemingly warming up for the Magic Butterfly while deftly evading its strikes. One must not underestimate the airborne marker. Once he dispelled his nervousness and fully unleashed the firepower of the Magic Butterfly, the ground mechs would find it exceedingly challenging. Particularly BS-001. Players were perplexed by the Blade Warrior's intentions. Although BS-001's lasers were slower and less powerful, they certainly possessed some degree of resistance. Given the Blade Warrior's marksmanship, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Magic Butterfly to execute its full capabilities. However, it was evident that he was merely serving as a target. The airborne marker, no fool, recognized this fact, whether intentional or a trap. He could not afford to squander such a golden opportunity unless he regressed to a state of childishness. The Magic Butterfly performed exquisite aerial maneuvers, not merely for aesthetics, but also to elude detection. The attack commenced, with waves of lasers raining down. The Magic Butterfly, equipped with rapid-fire capabilities, demanded Li Feng's complete concentration. This was no trivial matter. Any misstep in coordination with BS-001 could result in catastrophic failure. In response to the onslaught, BS-001 executed minuscule evasive maneuvers, characterized by lightning-fast steps, utilizing minimal movement to dodge the laser attacks and their shockwaves. Only someone profoundly familiar with the power of lasers could achieve such precision. He had an innate understanding of their lethal range. Li Feng's excitement was palpable. The sensation was exhilarating. Despite his inability to emulate the cold, calculating demeanor of the Devil Gene in combat, his body's reactions were anything but sluggish, instead becoming increasingly swift. Ultimately, even the Devil Gene had to concede that this might be a unique human phenomenon, a rare case documented in the archives. Chapter 32. Little Li's Flying Knives. Li Feng harbored a peculiar affinity for lasers. Anyone who had endured a barrage of 100 or so would likely share similar sentiments. Initially, he had no opportunity to evade. However, after enduring for a while, the ability to dodge brought immense satisfaction. Frankly, the Magic Butterfly's level of firepower paled in comparison to that of the Devil Gene. In Li Feng's eyes, such rapid fire was hardly rapid at all, due to the considerable gaps between shots. Furthermore, given that it was an aerial assault, the margin of error upon reaching the ground would be even greater. Although BS-001 was equipped with outdated technology, it still possessed basic analytical tools. As long as a proper analysis was conducted, Li Feng could respond with remarkable speed, and some simpler patterns could be discerned merely through observation and experience. The 10-minute warm-up was a spectacle to behold. leaving onlookers astounded as they watched BS-001 suffer a barrage of passive attacks. Disappointment permeated the audience. This was not his style, and he had yet to fire a single shot. However, as time passed, players began to comprehend that the Blade Warrior had no intention of downing his opponent. He was clearly engaged in some form of training, either executing specific maneuvers or merely honing his evasive skills. In simpler terms, the magic butterfly was serving as a practice partner. The seemingly relentless onslaught of attacks was deftly avoided by the Blade Warrior, each perilous dodge eliciting gasps from the crowd until they could no longer vocalize their astonishment. The airborne marker was driven to madness. Initially, he believed his overwhelming firepower had completely suppressed his opponent, forcing the Blade Warrior to scurry like prey. Yet, after a while, he realized that his foe was merely dismissive of him, evidently not taking him seriously at all, despite telling himself to remain calm repeatedly. The airborne marker found it impossible to maintain composure. After all, he held an absolute advantage, yet he felt as though he were being toyed with. This was intolerable. He must impart a profound lesson to this individual. The magic butterfly descended once more, a move fraught with danger but designed to amplify his offensive capabilities. He aimed to see just how long the Blade Warrior could evade. Even seasoned soldiers would struggle to sustain such difficult evasions for a continuous 15 minutes, and their movements would inevitably slow down while his attacks intensified. "You want to play with fire? This time, I will bring you down." Li Feng paid little heed to the opinions of others. With the intensity of the opponent's attacks increasing, particularly after lowering his altitude, the low-level, high-density bombardment rendered mere lightning-fast steps inadequate. BS-001 was compelled to execute complex, large-scale movements, often transitioning into lightning-fast evasive maneuvers. Though the magic butterfly strikes were ferocious, BS-001's movements remained fluid. The players, seasoned veterans, observed that the intricate maneuvers did not evoke a sense of panic or exhaustion. Rather, it appeared that the Blade Warrior was relishing the ferocity of his opponent's assaults, leaving just enough room during each movement to convey that this level of attack was hardly daunting. The airborne marker's eyes reddened. He had anticipated that lowering his altitude would compel his adversary to retaliate. Yet, after dozens of attacks, the Blade Warrior still exhibited no such intention, igniting an intense fury within him. With his firepower unleashed, he descended further. "Damn it, I will go toe-to-toe with this guy." Waves of lasers descended, forcing BS-001 to increase his mobility frequency, a significant strain on his physique. The spectators were left to wonder what sort of training the pilot of this mobile warrior had undergone to achieve such extraordinary feats. Time slipped away, and the combatants found themselves embroiled in a heated confrontation, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. The airborne marker had long since forgotten his initial plans, consumed by a relentless desire to bombard his opponent. However, the other players in attendance were more astute. Some clever participants began to discern the airborne marker's underhanded tactics, recognizing the sheer cunning of his strategy. At this moment, the two fighters were locked in a fierce exchange, likely too preoccupied to monitor the clock. Meanwhile, time continued to elapse, and the other players, even if they wished to intervene, were powerless to do so. It was evident that the airborne marker had opted to disable the combat time reminder function. He had calculated this from the very beginning. The countdown commenced, and players anxiously watched the timer. The Blade Warrior continued to evade the lasers with caution, knowing that under such relentless assault, Li Feng could not afford to be complacent. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3. As the players counted down to 3, some sighed in resignation. Although the Blade Warrior had showcased classic evasive maneuvers, the overall experience was unsatisfactory. Some players, disenchanted, logged off early, exclaiming their frustration at the airborne marker's deviousness. Yet, a few players persevered, clinging to the hope of witnessing a miracle, despite their own skepticism. At the count of 3, the magic butterfly's barrage concluded just as it began to ascend for another assault. BS-001 had just executed a sidestep, his body bent LOW. As he straightened, he realized the laser's activation time would not suffice. However, in that moment, BS-001 executed an unexpected maneuver. No one knew when the titanium knife had been drawn, but without a glance, he swiftly fired it backward. Point 2. In the following second, the titanium knife struck the magic butterfly's head, causing an explosion. System prompt, The Blade Warrior has triumphed over the airborne marker. The airborne marker remained oblivious to the events until his machine exploded. Had fate conspired against him? The players who had endured to the very end erupted in jubilant cheers, while those in the game room leapt from their seats. A seemingly novice player stared blankly at the screen, muttering, "Wow, that's utterly outrageous. Is BS-001 the most powerful model?" A chill ran through the crowd. A nearby player patted the novice on the shoulder. "Buddy, are you from Saturn?" Even elementary school students know BS-001 is an antique model. Upon the opponent's sudden outburst, Li Feng promptly logged off, a habit ingrained in him. The flattery of others could not augment his capabilities. He needed to reflect in solitude. Although the entire 15 minutes appeared flawless, there were, in truth, at least 3 critical errors, merely overlooked by the adversary. His recent practice sessions had dwindled, resulting in somewhat stiff movements. Yet, there were still commendable aspects, as he successfully executed 1 or 2 maneuvers for the first time. Much to his surprise, IT was essential to savor this experience. Despite the absence of the daunting devil gene, Li Feng had cultivated the habit of self-reflection. Encountering issues was inconsequential, yet repeating the same mistakes was utterly intolerable. Chapter 33. A sigh of realization. Li Feng shut his eyes and replayed the recent actions in his mind. Akin to watching a film, the maneuver known as the magic butterfly had proven immensely beneficial, with the results of his scrutiny being undeniably evident. Regarding the final assault, he deemed it trivial. As a warrior, one must not overlook any detail, no matter how insignificant it may seem, for on the battlefield it could be fatal, especially when time was of the essence. How could Li Feng forget? In his training with the devil gene, neglecting a minor detail could lead to dire consequences. The final throw of the flying knife was deceptively simple. After engaging for 15 minutes, the opponent's movement patterns were already etched in his mind, allowing him to strike down the adversary at any moment. Had time permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to delve deeper into the experience. For Li Feng, such a thought process was entirely normal. Yet for others, it was not. The once quiet forum erupted once more, with seasoned commentators rising in fervor. Jokingly lamenting their absence from the live event, they felt as if they had missed a monumental opportunity for commentary. Major forums and combat alliances began broadcasting replays, with several prominent leagues conspiring to challenge the Blade Warrior. However, their entanglements were too extensive. They would not act hastily without first identifying a flaw in the Blade Warrior's tactics. Throughout the entire 15 minutes, the Blade Warrior had launched a mere single attack before the match concluded. Yet even the slightest spectacle could draw countless eyes. Those who had witnessed the match shared a singular reaction. Akin to gasping in astonishment in the face of such bombardment, enduring a minute was commendable. Surviving 5 minutes signified mastery. Moreover, the maneuvering of the aircraft had to be exceedingly swift. 10 minutes. It remained uncertain if the elite among professional soldiers could achieve such a feat. However, the truth of 15 minutes was known only to God and the Blade Warrior himself. Regardless of who withstood the grueling 15-minute clash, executing such laborious movements would likely leave them too fatigued to monitor the time. Even if one chanced upon the clock, it would be nearly impossible to mount an attack. The issue lay in the fact that, with another individual, the Blade Warrior had already been excluded from the realm of ordinary humans. Even with the BS-001, one could spend an entire day attempting to strike the magic butterfly. Yet, in the final 3 seconds, with a swift release, the target was struck within a second, perhaps just over that. The trajectory was entirely mastered, and the ill-fated magic butterfly collided headlong, resulting in instant destruction, leaving the pilot bewildered as to how they had been targeted. The Blade Warrior ignited a fervor within players' hearts, captivating both admirers and detractors alike. During the Blade Warrior's appearance, others faded into obscurity. Some influential players sought to uncover the true identity of the Blade Warrior, yet all inquiries yielded no results. Not only them, but even the military returned empty-handed. After all, the sole means of tracking the Blade Warrior lay in network surveillance. However, US and NUP had established strict security protocols to prevent one from commandeering the mainframe. And this was among them. Even in the case of remittances, the funds were transferred from the company into the mainframe's account and dispersed automatically, rendering tracing impossible. Moreover, the Blade Warrior appeared disinclined to attract attention, leading to rampant speculation, yet no one could ascertain the truth. The military had conceded defeat. Despite the Blade Warrior's seemingly miraculous feats, Convening a global coalition to dismantle the mainframe security measures for a mere gamer was absurd. An utter waste of resources. Consequently, following the previous operation's lack of results, the authorities had chosen to retreat, treating the Blade Warrior as a mere entertainment figure, and the investigation files were subsequently archived. Such is human nature. The more enigmatic something is, the more it is embellished. Given the legendary nature of the Blade Warrior's exploits, some had even speculated he might be extraterrestrial. Of course, this was merely one of many theories. The fervent supporters of BS-001 had begun to meticulously review the new footage, each evasion executed by BS-001 driving them to madness. It was perfection, akin to art. While the magic butterfly relentlessly bombarded, it merely appeared as an arrogant jester in the eyes of the public. When the time arrived, the jester met his end at the hands of a single blade, a flawless conclusion, precisely timed. The Blade Warrior commanded the battlefield like a deity of mech warfare. Some veteran players and commentators did not perceive this as mere performance. They believed the Blade Warrior was honing his skills. From the very beginning, the nature of this battle had been established, with the Blade Warrior deliberately placing himself in a perilous situation, yet not everyone possessed the audacity to do so. Ultimately, the conclusion drawn was that the opponent lacked sufficient strength. Had the adversary's bombardment exerted more pressure, the Blade Warrior would not have executed such a composed flying knife. That final throw bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Little Leaf flying dagger from martial arts tales, graceful and lethal. Unbeknownst to whom, a player lamented on the forum, swiftly embraced by the community, the final throw by Li Feng was dubbed the Little Leaf flying dagger, albeit in a mechanized warrior context. Naturally, upon viewing this moniker, Li Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. It was merely a method of attack. Was it truly that exaggerated? Had the BS-001's laser been even slightly more effective, he would have certainly refrained from the flying knife. This 15-minute footage was dissected into 10 segments by Blade Warrior enthusiasts, each segment showcasing a complete evasion routine. While they could never replicate it with the BS-001, other simpler models existed. If those could achieve similar feats, the implications were truly terrifying. Each time the massive and cumbersome BS-001 executed agile leaps, it struck a profound visual impact, a fusion of strength and beauty. The essence lay in the calmness and fluidity, a sense of mastery that rendered it a classic. Perhaps due to the lengthy preparation time, once Li Feng's video emerged, its popularity surged at an unimaginable pace. Regardless of whether one engaged in gaming, many were familiar with the exploits of the mechanized warrior, drawn by the fervor surrounding it. Consequently, the video's viewership skyrocketed like a rocket launch. Those who discerned the intricacies became enamored with the Blade Warrior's spectacular evasions, while those who did not grasp it were captivated by the elegant precision of that final strike. Yet, the flying beacon had not escaped the fate of the supporting cast, once more illustrating the essence of being a side character. Chapter 34. The Dark Horse emerges. Yet, dissenting voices were not entirely absent. Some remained indifferent after viewing the footage. Seated before the screen were several young individuals, their handsome, stoic faces clad in impeccably tailored military uniforms, revealing them as elites of NUP. Just to show off that I suspect this might be some sort of glitch, or perhaps the video itself is a fabrication. A slightly larger organization could easily produce something like this. It doesn't seem fake, yet this individual is undoubtedly skilled. However, the battlefield demands collective action. An individual strength has its limitations. Moreover, the pilot of the magic butterfly clearly exhibited signs of losing control towards the end. Had they been better prepared, with the agility of the magic butterfly, evasion would have been effortless. This fellow is rather intriguing. I'm tempted to meet him. Me too. Let us apply for a challenge. Ive heard he is always receptive to strong contenders. A fascinating individual. I'm eager to know him. At that moment, the video of the Blade Warrior sparked unexpected discontent. What nonsense. How could this absurdity claim the top spot for videos? Ridiculous. A fiery woman was engaged in an equally tempestuous endeavor. Dear lady, it's nothing to fret over. While I'm not fond of warfare, there must be something unique about its appeal to the masses. Interjected a girl with an angelic demeanor, her snow-white skin radiating a spring-like warmth with her radiant smile. With golden locks, she was none other than Angel, the idol of NUP, renowned as the dream girl of many men. Her beauty was as enchanting as her voice. When gentle, She evoked images of the blue skies and green alpine mountains, and when her high notes soared, it was akin to a waterfall cascading from great heights, a truly breathtaking experience. More importantly, at just 16, Angel served as an ambassador for the Red Cross in the anti-war republic, tirelessly engaging in peacekeeping efforts. People regarded her as the goddess of peace. While warfare may lie in the hands of monopolistic conglomerates and politicians, her influence among those advocating peace was indisputable. Unquestionably, her new song had held the top video position since Angel's debut, an unassailable standing until this unexpected turn of events. Previously, there had been threats to her position. And now, a new video had ascended above hers. How could this not incite the wrath of her manager, her aunt, known for her fiery temperament and exceptional combat skills? Many men had succumbed to her beauty, albeit through kicks to the ground. Where they landed depended on their luck and character. Humph! Those wretched merchants of war, two insipid individuals, clanking away in their rusty contraptions. What significance does it hold? Have these people lost their minds? Milky furiously pounded the sofa. Had that blade warrior been before her, he would surely have been obliterated. "Auntie, do not be angry. I shall compose an even better song," she declared. That's the spirit. How could our ambassador of peace be defeated by a mere war video?" Milky's sly smile hinted at the imminent birth of a remarkable composition. Although she was somewhat acting, that fellow known as the kitchen knife warrior certainly knew how to stir up trouble. She refused to believe that anyone could eclipse Angel's charm. A grudge had been established. Heaven forbid she discover the identity of that chap, for his fate would undoubtedly be sealed by Angel's adoring fans. The soaring beacon had indeed fulfilled his ambition. He had gained fame, albeit in a way that was less than honorable. Nevertheless, standing tall on the video charts, overshadowing the goddess Angel's new song, was some consolation. This fellow incessantly shouted in forums, yet no one paid him heed. Supporting roles come in many varieties. Some are memorable while others fade into oblivion, and without a doubt, he belonged to the latter category. In truth, many overlooked the most crucial fact. The Blade Warrior had maneuvered the BS-001 with astonishing complexity for a full 15 minutes. Most would have crumbled. Yet, people preferred to believe that the Blade Warrior was merely piloting the latest fantasy model disguised as a BS-001. A notion lacking in reliability. As fame burgeons, so too does the number of detractors. Many suspected the Blade Warrior of foul play, some seeking to provoke him into revealing his true self. However, no matter the uproar from the outside world, Li Feng remained unfazed. He had never intended to gain notoriety through the Blade Warrior, nor did he dare. His choice to attend the academy was deliberate. Joining the military directly would not afford him the same discretion. If he showcased extraordinary abilities from the onset, he would likely be seized for experimentation or cause unnecessary complications, potentially being mistaken for an eventide. Entering the military academy would allow him to gradually reveal his prowess, becoming a familiar face, a product of their own cultivation rather than a celestial gift. These considerations weighed heavily on Li Feng as he aspired to become a genuine soldier, not a mere assassin or killing machine. The distinction was profound. The tense moment had arrived. Li Feng and Maka approached the school inquiry desk with palpable anxiety. The crowd before the large screen was overwhelming. This moment undoubtedly stood as one of the most pivotal in their lives, as admission to a prestigious institution could significantly influence their futures. While not absolute, it bore over 90% of their fate. The two focused intently on the computer touchscreen. Entering their examination number would reveal their results. Maka had already begun to pray. A staunch atheist, he now found himself compelled to embrace polytheism. Oh God, Jesus, Allah, Buddha, Buddha's mother, Satan, Satan's big brother, bless me. If I pass, I shall create many followers to repay you all. After invoking the myriad deities and their kin, Maka began inputting his examination number. The data on the screen flowed continuously until it halted. Maka, examination number used 235K82355, 900 points. The minimum re-examination score for the Yalong A-Class Military Academy is 900 points. Congratulations! The crisp voice of the computer was akin to that of an angel. Maka erupted in exuberance, disregarding his surroundings as he leaped into the air. Many familiar classmates were present, and one individual promptly shared the score, drawing countless envious gazes. Yalong A-Class Military Academy. My heavens, this guy is incredibly fortunate. and he just met the minimum standard. Those who knew him sighed in disbelief. He was a well-known member of a notorious duo. Yet here he was, gaining admission to the highest military academy. Truly, it defied reason. Li Feng was equally elated. Maka's acceptance felt like his own achievement in a lifetime. It is rare to find a true brother. And he sincerely rejoiced for Maka. This lad was intelligent but had previously lacked motivation. Now, he had worked hard and realized his goal. However, Maka's excitement was short-lived, for Li Feng had yet to check his results. Quickly, check yours. Li Feng felt a bit dizzy and chuckled. Why are you so jittery? I should be the one who's nervous. Hurry, hurry. At this moment, you should be focused on your results. I want to witness your breakthrough. With that, Li Feng input his examination number, harboring his own expectations, as this too was intertwined with his aspirations and hopes. He wished to attend the same school as Tang Ling. Perhaps then he would find greater courage. Or at least experience joy. This was his first love. Though events had dulled his previous fervor, the warm reminiscence lingered. The data flowed continuously, and both Li Feng and Maka remained in a daze. Li Feng, examination number used 235K82369. Congratulations. You may proceed directly to the re-examination for the Yalong A-Class Military Academy. Li Feng and Maka exchanged incredulous glances, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Could it be a mistake? Or were they hallucinating? How is this possible? They did not leap for joy. Perhaps it was an error, though the odds were slim for such a blunder. Li Feng re-entered his number, and the response remained unchanged. Still in disbelief, it was Maka who first regained his composure. Haha, buddy, congratulations. We can continue our blissful duo life. What? Why is there no score displayed? Indeed, why is there no score? Because you are a direct admit. A melodious, slightly astonished voice answered their queries. A direct admit? To Yalong. What did that signify? Maka was left speechless. It was indeed Tang Ling. Although she had already confirmed her admission, she came to verify the results. It was impossible to ignore. Upon arrival, she had spotted Li Feng and felt an inexplicable urge to learn more about the boy who had seemingly disregarded her. Seeing his results left her momentarily stunned. With a hint of unexpected joy, truly, haha, buddy, I knew you were impressive. I didn't expect you to be this extraordinary. You owe me a treat today. News of 2 direct admits from the Konghang AP school spread like wildfire. It was almost unbelievable. Tang Ling was no ordinary student. She was the daughter of GAD's elite, with exceptional grades and a natural talent for designing mobile suits, securing her direct admission. Though she could have easily gained entry through examination, being a direct admit carried special prestige, granting privileges such as unrestricted access to library resources and facilities, which was paramount, alongside full scholarships, though the latter held little significance for the esteemed young lady. A surge of students flocked towards them, eager to glimpse the identity of those privileged enough to be direct admits to the Yalong A-Class Military Academy. Even at a school like Konghang, 2 direct admits had never before been seen. The annual slots at Yalong Military Academy were exceedingly scarce, leaving many to speculate if there were other exceptional students akin to Tang Ling. Li Feng observed the throng with apprehension, recognizing the precariousness of the situation. He swiftly pulled Tang Ling and Maka aside before the crowd could close in. Tang Ling's driver and bodyguards had already approached. Ensuring their safe passage to the vehicle, Maka, ever mindful, took the front seat, though he was brimming with questions. Tio be directly admitted to Yalong. Oh my God! He could only offer a silent prayer to the heavens. For he understood Li Feng's capabilities well enough. Merely passing was an achievement. Li Feng, you never fail to surprise, Tang Ling said, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she flashed a sweet smile. Li Feng gazed at the girl who had brightened his mundane high school experience. Though he still held feelings for her, he no longer felt the same anxiety. While their relationship remained platonic, he silently expressed his gratitude, for the human heart requires an anchor to sustain hope. Over these 3 years, aside from honing his skills, he had merely watched her from a distance, a quintessential case of unrequited affection, yet it felt fulfilling nonetheless. Tang Ling lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat flustered under his penetrating stare, which bore no malice, only a hint of nostalgia and warmth. Leaving her restless, Li Feng realized he had been somewhat impolite. Thank you for your help, Tang Ling. Hee. We'll still be classmates, so no need for such formality. Just call me Tang Ling. In comparison to Li Feng, Tang Ling exudes a more poised and graceful demeanor. Of course, Li Feng maintains a semblance of composure, which, in the eyes of Ma Ka, is at least passable. However, as a seasoned charmer, he ought to be more proactive at this juncture. Yet, Ma Ka is acutely aware that, given Tang Ling's caliber, his past experiences in courting would likely prove futile, thus it is wiser to remain reserved. He chuckled. It's not a certainty yet. We haven't even undergone the interview. Tang Ling smiled, inexplicably cheerful today. Was it due to his admission? Certainly not. The interview and physical assessment shouldn't be overly challenging, especially since you have the advantage of being directly admitted. Truly, you are a silent marvel, Li Feng. Tang Ling placed an emphatic stress on Li Feng's name, evidently hoping he would provide an explanation to the curious onlookers, for curiosity knows no bounds. Li Feng shrugged helplessly. Admitting, to be honest, I am just as bewildered as you are. Both Tang Ling and Ma Ka exchanged glances of surprise, but Li Feng's expression suggested sincerity. He truly seemed perplexed. Could it be that someone else's admission spot had mistakenly been assigned to him? That would indeed be a predicament. Understanding Li Feng's expression, Tang Ling reassured him, do not worry. Such a significant matter is unlikely to be mishandled. I will check into it when I return, and I'll inform you as soon as I have news. They exchanged contact information, and Tang Ling escorted Li Feng and Ma Ka to their destination before returning home. As soon as Tang Ling's magnetic levitation vehicle vanished from sight, Ma Ka seized the moment to grasp Li Feng's arm. Brother, we need to engage in a profound emotional exchange. Confess honestly, are you involved with the principal of Yalong? Cold. The principal of Yalong is an old man, Li Feng retorted. Could it be a divine blessing? I am well aware of your capabilities. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this is undoubtedly a positive development. Indeed. During their ride, Tang Ling had directly contacted the admissions office of Yalong Military Academy, and it was confirmed that Li Feng was indeed on the acceptance list. However, what she truly sought to uncover were the reasons behind this decision, which was beyond the purview of ordinary educators. The emergence of another direct admittee to Yalong Military Academy caused quite a stir within the institution. Yet the students were largely unfamiliar with this individual. Upon discovering the name, the teachers exchanged puzzled glances. For ordinary students who meet the score requirements, there remains a 20% chance of being eliminated during the interview and physical assessment. However, direct admits are exempt from such risks. Although they must still undergo evaluations, it has never been heard that a student of this category failed to gain entry. Regardless, today marks a momentous occasion for both the Li Feng and Ma Ka families, and their parents could not help but celebrate exuberantly. Particularly, Ma Ka's parents expressed their immense gratitude towards Li Feng, viewing this as his achievement. Otherwise, they believed Ma Ka would still be wandering aimlessly. Chapter 36. Spring has arrived. Upon returning home, Tang Ling's first action was to call Zhou Ji. She promptly dialed. Sister Zhou, I wish to inquire about something. One of my classmates, the Li Feng I mentioned previously. Has he truly been directly admitted to Yalong? On the other end, Zhou Ji responded calmly, yes, I have heard about that as well. It was a decision made by the school's higher-ups. They likely see great potential in this student. But I am not privy to the specifics. Zhou Ji's reply was evidently an official one. She ended the call and made a helpless expression towards the principal. Zhou, your military side truly knows how to stir up trouble. The sudden addition of this direct admit has certainly caused quite a ripple. Is this student genuinely that promising? Barbara, the principal of Yalong Military Academy, is a well-known military theorist, having nurtured countless elites in both military and political spheres. His influence extends far beyond the confines of a mere school principal, as he is also a senator in the U.S. Teacher, he possesses not only potential but also remarkable strength. He is among the few true experts I have encountered. Oh, is he that formidable? Barbara adjusted his glasses. The old man recognized that Zhou Ji would not easily breach protocol. To take such a significant risk would undoubtedly yield greater rewards. As the captain of Tin, Zhou Ji is not one to act impulsively, and as Barbara's former mentee, he understood her well. Earning her commendation was no small feat. However, the student's scores are rather dismal. Zhou Ji felt a tinge of embarrassment. A score of 690 points is decidedly mediocre. To quell the rumors, this score had to be kept under wraps. If other students were to discover it, it would surely incite rebellion. Nevertheless, Zhou Ji firmly believed that this specially admitted Li Feng was the greatest discovery and would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Since this is your request, you will be fully responsible for this exception. Understood, teacher. Zhou Ji beamed, thinking to herself, Li Feng, Escaping my grasp will not be an easy feat with such abilities at his age. Intriguing, moreover. She understood that this Li Feng was far from a simpleton. She had perused his exam papers. While his performance in rote memorization and calculations was rather lackluster, his insights into mechanized warfare, mechanical principles, physics, cosmic science, tactical theories, and situational analysis were remarkably advanced and astonishingly excellent. Some of the content was classified information, which Zhou Ji could guarantee had not yet been publicized. How could a student possibly know this? Was it merely coincidence? Moreover, it was evident that he had withheld some information. After confirming the qualifications for a retest, Tang Ling proactively invited Li Feng and Ma Ka to join her for the retest in half a month's time. This left Ma Ka utterly speechless, who could only pat Li Feng's shoulder with heartfelt emotion. "Brother, your springtime has arrived." Ma Ka, too, was unusually earnest, knowing that the retest carried significant risks. After all, his score barely met the threshold. Should he fail to perform remarkably during the retest, he would undoubtedly be eliminated. Thus, he diligently adhered to Li Feng's training regimen. Ma Ka resolved to become Zhou Ji's student, while also alleviating the loneliness of the many talented beauties at Yalong Military Academy. He was truly dedicated. As for Ma Ka's motivations, Li Feng chose not to dwell on them. All he cared about was that Ma Ka trained earnestly. Consequently, Li Feng became Ma Ka's best coach. There was no denying that Ma Ka's parents were gripping Li Feng's hands, nearly moved to tears in their pleas, willing to go to great lengths for their son. The gravity room had been upgraded, and although the fourfold gravity was not overwhelmingly intense, adding weights and performing more complex maneuvers was still feasible. Occasionally, he would visit the fitness center to experience the ultra-high gravity. Combat simulations were indispensable. While he couldn't access real mechas, indulging in the virtual world was a welcome alternative. Thus, Li Feng diligently logged on daily. Though he didn't engage in continuous battles, instead, he selectively fought once a day, dedicating more time to watch captivating videos from others, particularly intrigued by fantastical combat styles. Just because others couldn't perform certain maneuvers didn't mean Li Feng was incapable. At present, Li Feng had developed a keen interest in mechanics, physics, and the foundational theories of the universe. The topics he previously found uninteresting now ignited a fervent desire to learn, and he seized every opportunity to absorb knowledge. After all, time was of the essence, and the content covered was essential and foundational. However, Li Feng encountered a critical challenge, his Achilles heel: mathematics. Mathematics is the foundation of such sciences, and Li Feng had come to a stark realization of his weakness. A strong urge to master mathematics surged within him. After all, at a top-tier military academy like Yalong, advanced mathematics is undoubtedly a compulsory subject. He had no desire to fail. No, he was not concerned about grades. He sought knowledge. Yet, when the theoretical discussions veered into specific calculations, he found himself stumped, an exasperating sensation that even dulled his enthusiasm for combat simulations. Discussing this with Ma Ka proved futile. His capabilities were limited. After much contemplation, only one person seemed suitable: Tang Ling, an expert in mobile warfare who had even participated in design. With a flawless record in mathematics, she would undoubtedly be more than capable of teaching him. Dialing Tang Ling was almost instinctual, and to his surprise, she readily agreed. For this reason, Li Feng was compelled by Ma Ka to make a concerted effort in his appearance. "I'm here to study, not to date." Ma Ka rolled his eyes. "I know. You needn't emphasize that. Are you trying to provoke me?" Sigh, how the tables have turned. Once a dashing romantic and now, look at you. Go on, and remember to be gracious, proactive, gentle, and considerate with the girl. Li Feng promptly dashed out the door, eager to escape Ma Ka's incessant chatter. Ever since Tang Ling's invitation, Ma Ka had taken to reflecting on life, even questioning whether Earth was still the same. The two arranged to meet at Starbucks. Upon Li Feng's arrival, Tang Ling was already there, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and ultra-short shorts, yet the ensemble was nothing short of stunning. With her striking beauty and long, slender legs, complemented by a sweet smile, the effect was undeniably captivating, making her the center of attention without a doubt. They could only choose a somewhat secluded corner to avoid undue scrutiny, though Tang Ling was already accustomed to such attention. Chapter 37. Classmate Relationships. Li Feng was quite unreserved. Lately, he had been utterly absorbed in mathematics, his mind teeming with thoughts. He found himself reflecting on some of the theoretical courses taught by the infamous Jean. particularly those related to the framework theory of mobile suits. Although his fighting style was instinctual, he realized that with meticulous analysis, everything could indeed be calculated, leading to greater accuracy, as long as he could uncover ways to enhance combat effectiveness. Li Feng would not relent. Tang Ling felt somewhat speechless. Upon receiving his invitation, she initially thought he merely sought an excuse for a date, and she had even gone to the trouble of selecting an outfit. Although there were many more beautiful and extravagant dresses, she opted for a simpler one, hoping it would align with his style. The anticipated compliments and admiration, however, were fleeting. It turned out he was genuinely here to study. Impressive! Tang Ling could only watch as Li Feng presented a plethora of books. Initially indifferent, she found her eyes sparkling with excitement upon noticing the titles. These books were ones she cherished as well. Some of the critiques on mobile suits were profoundly insightful, arguably among the best foundational texts available. Li Feng, brimming with eagerness, opened a book and began posing questions one after another. After a couple of inquiries, both of them settled into their roles. Tang Ling was a remarkably earnest girl, especially when it came to mobile suits. While she had no interest in warfare, she held a deep passion for mobile suits, viewing their emergence as a pivotal step for humanity's journey into the cosmos, crucial for the future safety of mankind. Naturally, these questions posed no challenge for Tang Ling, who resolved them effortlessly. Li Feng, understanding her explanations, found himself admiring this girl he cherished. She was undoubtedly superior to their teachers, elucidating concepts using his favored mobile theory, making everything clearer and more comprehensible. At first, Tang Ling merely assumed the role of the instructor. Yet, each time she solved a problem, Li Feng would utter something peculiar, words that struck Tang Ling's ears like thunder, introducing theories she had never encountered before. Wait a moment, Li Feng, what did you just say? In her urgency, Tang Ling realized she had grasped Li Feng's hand without noticing. He, too, was oblivious, lost in the exhilaration of resolving the issues that had troubled him for days. I meant that to adapt to different combat environments, mobile suits could incorporate a micro-transformation system. It can actually be achieved through a dispersed power system. This was indeed the case, as it was something Jean had mentioned. Currently, human mobile suits were relatively rigid. At least, that was the trend. Researchers had long struggled with how to address the transformation issue, which could essentially be resolved by dispersing the power systems. Of course, Li Feng spoke only in broad terms, akin to the moon orbiting the Earth. He was unaware of the specific solutions. However, for Tang Ling, a professional in the field, this was a revelation. Her eyes sparkled with data, and although she was unsure of its guaranteed success, it was certainly worth attempting. Observing Tang Ling's astonished expression, Li Feng realized he had let slip too much and felt somewhat embarrassed. After the initial excitement, Tang Ling completely relaxed, her gaze fixed intently on Li Feng. How did you come up with that? Ahem. Well, it was just a wild guess. I enjoy playing space battles, and while playing, this idea emerged. Does it hold any value for you? Indiscriminate fatality, playing the fool. Although uncertain of its feasibility, it was worth experimenting, albeit implementing it would still be quite complex. Li Feng, I discover you possess considerable talent. However, your foundational knowledge needs strengthening. I suggest you solidify your theoretical groundwork before expanding upon it. With your aptitude, you will undoubtedly surpass me. Sweat? Fortunately, they were alone. Had Tang Ling made such a statement in school, countless classmates would have surely been left in disbelief, an average student exceeding a genius girl. Truly the greatest joke of the year. Li Feng nodded earnestly. He had become captivated by those numbers, especially since they could assist him in resolving numerous queries. It appeared such encounters would need to occur more frequently. My sincerest apologies for troubling you. You have far exceeded what the teachers have conveyed. Rest assured, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will go to great lengths. Li Feng proclaimed, thumping his chest. This is undoubtedly the spirit of Maka. One becomes like the ink they are surrounded by. Tang Ling nodded without hesitation. This is your promise. When I need your help in the future, you are not permitted to refuse. She playfully winked, leaving Li Feng momentarily dazed, nodding absently. Without a doubt, this was an exceptionally delightful learning experience, and they lost track of time in their conversation. When Li Feng returned home that evening, Maka was crouched by the door, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As soon as he appeared, Maka's eyes gleamed with excitement. So, did you make any progress? Sweat. What progress? I merely consulted her on a few questions, don't lie. It was precisely 7 hours. 8 minutes and 20 seconds, with dinner in between. Don't tell me you weren't together, Maka declared with righteous indignation. Hee hee, I lost track of time while studying. I treated her to dinner. Ah, really? What did you eat? KFC. Maka immediately fainted. Heavens, bro, are you out of your mind? You invited the lady of GAD to KFC? Oh, God help us. Only you could pull off such a feat. I am utterly in awe of you. Tang Ling was not a particularly picky girl, and Li Feng saw nothing wrong with it. Maka stared at Li Feng, instinctively touching his face. You've got guts, it's strange. You're not exceptionally handsome, nor do you possess sweet words. How did the esteemed Miss Tang take a liking to you? Sigh, who would believe it if I told them? Nevertheless, bro, I support you. Make sure to win her over. It would elevate my status immensely. We are merely good classmates, I understand. You need not elaborate. It must develop into a classmate relationship. A gentleman speaks, but does not act. Chapter 38. The interview Li Feng inquired several times, yet received no substantial results. However, inexplicably, he was granted a recommendation for admission. The sole justification from the school was that he was a talent with great potential. Resigned to this fate, Li Feng could only accept it, acknowledging that. After all, it was a positive outcome. Maka, determined not to squander this opportunity, diligently trained each day while simultaneously reviewing interview techniques and questions, as well as supplementing his knowledge of military theory. Naturally, other candidates were engaged in similar endeavors. But Li Feng was somewhat of an anomaly, focusing on training, observation, and learning from Tang Ling. Their relationship had not developed into the kind of camaraderie Maka had suggested, yet they had grown considerably closer. Casually addressing each other by name, Li Feng's capacity for absorbing knowledge astonished Tang Ling. It seemed as if he harbored an inexhaustible reservoir of secrets, concepts that would typically take a year for an average person to fully grasp. He seemingly comprehended in mere days. It was truly hard to believe that he had once failed mathematics, which made little sense. His earnest gaze held a certain allure. Even Li Feng felt a sense of enlightenment. When he intensely yearned for something, his mind operated exceptionally well. He had begun to apply some professional theories independently, though reaching Tang Ling's level would require more time, as she was a prodigy who had dedicated far longer to her studies. Half a month swiftly passed, and for Li Feng, Tang Ling, and Maka, this period was extraordinarily fulfilling, yielding significant rewards. Was theory irrelevant to practical combat? The answer was undoubtedly negative. At the very least, Li Feng had developed a deeper understanding of the observational data concerning mobile warriors. Meanwhile, Tang Ling gleaned numerous valuable insights from Li Feng, many of which were temporarily unfeasible, yet this did not preclude future possibilities. While uncertain whether Li Feng truly understood or merely stumbled upon these ideas, Tang Ling resolved to thoroughly study this endlessly surprising young man. Maka, too, reaped benefits from daily training, consuming protein powder, sugars, and milk, enhancing his physique. In his own words, he was preparing for the exam while also attracting the attention of potential romantic interests. Embodying the archetype of a great romantic hero, June 20th held little significance for many, who might have already embarked on a blissful summer vacation if not for military school. However, for the candidates applying to the Yalong Military Academy, it was undeniably a moment of immense tension. Without question, they were all top students from their respective high schools, yet here, 20% would be eliminated. Male and female candidates were naturally tested separately, including physical assessments, which were one of the grading criteria. After all, possessing a robust physique is an essential quality for becoming a soldier, especially a warrior. Li Feng, Tang Ling, and Maka arrived together, yet in this gathering of elites, no one had time to concern themselves with others. Those who made it here were all exceptional in their own right. However, once they arrived, they were merely ordinary members of this elite group. Among the elite, there were still those who stood out, such as the 5 students granted recommendations to Yalong this year, who were of princely or princess-like status. 4 of them were already well known, including Miss Tang Ling of GAD, marking the highest number of recommendations in history. Yet, there was one mysterious individual, rumored to be a late addition, whose last-minute recommendation suggested exceptional qualities. This person had seemingly not been well known previously, as the school had not released the recommendation list. The other 4 had been publicly announced before the exam, yet the identity of the last remained a mystery, though no one truly paid it much mind. Everyone was focused on confirming their own fates. Amidst the numerous interviewees, Li Feng felt no apprehension. Aside from the daunting high school examination questions, there was little that could intimidate him. The teacher's inquiries were straightforward. Lacking any intent to challenge the student's point, three instructors posed questions related to personal experiences, empirical evidence, and professional knowledge. Merely seeking to understand the candidates, Li Feng effortlessly answered and proceeded to the physical examination. While his peers in the same group appeared somewhat anxious, muttering nervously, which left Li Feng both amused and bewildered. The physical examination consisted of two parts. First was the body test, where data emerged as soon as candidates stood on the apparatus. Li Feng's results were average, not particularly outstanding. With a standard physique, he did not possess the muscular bulk of several students nearing 2 meters tall, who unabashedly showcased their strength and explosive power before the teachers, evidently aspiring to become mobile warriors. Resilience was a requisite quality for such a role. Otherwise, proficiency in operation would be futile. The instructors expressed satisfaction with these students. Upon completing the physical assessments, candidates underwent various individual tests. Li Feng carefully observed the data of the students ahead of him, striving to maintain a respectable score, neither overly exaggerated nor disqualified. He passed through with ease, ultimately achieving a total score comparable to Maka S. This lad had evidently shown significant improvement through training and the rigorous preparations over the past 3 months. Tang Ling faced no issues either. All three successfully passed the tests. However, Tang Ling's score was remarkably high, standing in stark contrast to the middle-range scores of Li Feng and Maka. Nevertheless, a pass was a pass, and all three were elated, eager to celebrate their achievement. "Teacher, what do you think?" Zhou Ji and Principal Barbara were watching the entire testing process of the 5 recommended students on screen. Undoubtedly, Li Feng was the least impressive among them. The other 4 had strived to showcase their abilities, while their secret weapon seemed less inclined to display his talents. This low-key young man was proving difficult to recruit. "Low-key?" Zhou Ji chuckled. "Teacher, you have misjudged him. I dare say he revels in the spotlight more than anyone else. He merely believes that showcasing himself among such individuals is futile. Zhou Ji, you have discovered quite an extraordinary person. Observe closely. Whenever the camera focuses on him, his body is always positioned at a 30-degree angle, optimal for reaction. We can only see a profile, yet it is not entirely obscured. Do you think he is doing this intentionally?" Barbara, having encountered countless geniuses, had never met a student as intriguing as this one. Indeed, it must be deliberate. However, he is still somewhat inexperienced. An ordinary person could never achieve such reflexes. Such responses resemble those of a seasoned warrior. Yet I can assure you, he is merely a student. Is it possible that a true genius exists who is born with such abilities? It is not impossible. You may have stumbled upon a gem. I have decided to take matters into my own hands, teacher, Zhou Ji exclaimed, stamping her foot emphatically at him. It seems I have grown senile, competing with my own student. However, this child is simply too fascinating, and I am eager to witness his performance. The two shared a laugh. One appeared amiable, while the other exuded a refreshing charm. Yet there was an undercurrent of cunning in the AI art. As Li Feng walked along the path, he couldn't help but sneeze. This was hardly surprising, as the rigorous training was unlikely to be flawless. In certain aspects, he still couldn't compare to some of the more cunning individuals. However, those who wished to provoke him would need to tread carefully. A brand new stage awaited him, and Li Feng was more than ready. 2 months swiftly elapsed. Others, including Maka, indulged in revelry, exploring and enjoying themselves, while Li Feng immersed himself in his world. His encounters with Tang Ling had significantly diminished, primarily as she was preoccupied with the GAD project. Li Feng's life was simple yet fulfilling, comprising daily training, studying, bi-weekly visits to the gym to utilize eightfold gravity, and weekly cosmic battles aimed at purposefully testing his new ideas. He had abandoned the habit of checking forums, showing little concern for such matters, as his room was filled with books on mathematics, physics, and mechanics. Time was simply insufficient. For players in cosmic battles, each weekly appearance of the Blade Warrior was akin to a festival, and this marked the first time such appearances had been so regular. 5 classic matches, each sustaining a week's worth of excitement until the next one arrived. Yet, regardless of the players clamoring, the top-tier players seemed to have vanished, as if no one dared to challenge him. Perhaps they were observing, waiting for the right moment. Thus far, they had yet to devise a strategy to counter the Blade Warrior, and given their status, they could not employ fantasy models. In all likelihood, No one could defeat Li Feng using the BS-001 in cosmic battles, so their choices would have to revolve around the four basic models. To overcome the Blade Warrior, they would need to exercise utmost caution, for the prowess he exhibited was undeniably staggering. A classic evaluation emerged: the judgment of an eagle, the agility of an antelope, the endurance of a snake, the explosiveness of a leopard, the cunning of a fox, the resilience of a wolf, and the dominance of a lion. Such disparate styles were harmoniously embodied in a single individual, making it no wonder that the Blade Warrior transitioned from a history of defeats to becoming invincible. Countless alliances extended invitations for the Blade Warrior to join, yet he had consistently fought solo, only participating in individual duels without engaging in team battles. In cosmic battles, besides the popular individual duels, there were also 2-on-2, 3-on-3, and free selection options, as well as large-scale alliance battles. Victors would naturally receive system rewards and could select spoils from the vanquished, all of which held considerable value. If a master like Blade Warrior were to join, it would undoubtedly significantly enhance both one's strength and reputation. Regrettably, Blade Warrior exhibits no interest in such invitations, barely even glancing at the so-called preferential conditions. Currently, the video rankings showcase a fierce showdown between Angel Carly and Blade Warrior, a clash between peace and warfare. Speculation abounds as to whether these two are aware that their videos continuously alternate in occupying the top 2 spots on the leaderboard. The media's deliberate or inadvertent sensationalism has spurred their supporters to fervently champion their idols, much to the delight of the universe's gaming merchants and Miyurki. However, neither party seems to care about this. Both are engrossed in their own pursuits. Li Feng remains blissfully unaware of any such happenings, lost in fascination with a series of formulas. On September 1 St., under the radiant sun, the opening ceremony of the Airang A-Class Military Academy can only be described as a sea of people. Prominent figures from both the political and military spheres feel compelled to attend, delivering speeches of encouragement to the new students. Those fortunate enough to step into this realm are filled with immense pride. From this day forth, they are students of the illustrious Airang, attracting envious glances wherever they go. Airang equals elite equals future. Tang Ling, perhaps to accommodate Li Feng and Ma Ka's feelings, now appears in their company without her usual entourage of bodyguards and drivers. Yet some girls shine like the sun, drawing attention regardless of their surroundings. Both newcomers and seniors alike are greatly intrigued by Tang Ling, though this interest is predicated on their ignorance of her true identity. During her time spent with Li Feng, Tang Ling's character has subtly transformed in ways she herself has not fully grasped. Previously, she was self-centered, expecting others to cater to her whims. However, encountering Li Feng has necessitated some adjustments on her part. Naturally, Li Feng is not without his flaws. After all, their life experiences differ vastly. Tang Ling, accustomed to a princess-like existence, finds certain aspects of his lifestyle somewhat challenging. In the past, she might have looked down on such differences or at least maintained her distance. But now she has come to the conclusion that her spoiled demeanor requires alteration. The disparity in their realms is profound. Chapter 40. Little supporting role with a roar, everyone is fierce and formidable. Li Feng may not possess the rugged handsomeness of a celebrity, yet he exudes a unique charm and confidence. Unlike most boys who, upon seeing her, either cower or overly display themselves, fearing any misstep, Li Feng stands apart. It is evident he admires her, perhaps even harbors affection, yet Tang Ling struggles to articulate the sensation. She eagerly anticipates a more proactive approach from him, but Li Feng's demeanor often leaves her in a state of yearning. Each time she believes there is nothing more to discover, a slight effort on her part reveals countless new facets. He is undeniably enigmatic, as if concealing numerous untold secrets. Li Feng and Ma Ka are both enraptured by the grandeur of the academy. Though Ma Ka is primarily captivated by the upperclasswoman's curves and elegant legs, unbeknownst to Tang Ling, she has been staring at Li Feng in a daze for quite some time, an observation not missed by those around them. Who is this fellow? Is he truly that appealing? At that moment, a man with an expression of delight approaches briskly. Tang Ling, it has been far too long. We are now genuine classmates, standing at 6 feet tall with a well-proportioned physique. Dressed casually yet exuding a noble smile, he is the quintessential heartthrob, undoubtedly a cut above Ma Ka. Watch out, Li Feng. A supporting character has appeared. Ma Ka whispers, recognizing that this newcomer is likely wealthier and more influential. Not to mention exceedingly handsome, with an innocent gaze that betrays a hint of tenderness, a quintessential example of repressed charm, while Ma Ka remains firmly at the lower tier of overt flirtation. Li Feng scarcely reacts, casting a brief glance at the newcomer. Li Feng, allow me to introduce Huang Xiaoyang, the scion of the ST group. We've debated at the Global Student Forum, and he is among this year's recommended students. Li Feng, Ma Ka, this is Kong Heng. Huang Xiaoyang expresses mild surprise, realizing that Kong Heng truly harbors a wealth of talent. Pleasure to meet you, he says with a smile, extending his hand to Li Feng. Huang Xiaoyang is no ordinary individual. He hails from a family renowned for piloting mecha, having undergone rigorous physical training from a young age. His grip strength is fundamental to controlling mecha, and he has learned to withstand triple gravity, achieving commendable results within the military. Yet, he finds himself unexpectedly challenged by Li Feng, who appears to have effortlessly thwarted him, maintaining an air of nonchalance as if it were a trivial matter, an attitude that should not be present in an otherwise unremarkable individual. Huang Xiaoyang's astonishment stems from his understanding of the top contenders, and he is well aware of the caliber of students at A rank. Tang Ling, fully aware of Huang Xiaoyang's prowess, finds herself secretly pleased at Li Feng's unexpected advantage over his opponent. Huang Xiaoyang, this is Li Feng, one of our school's recommended students. While she refers to Li Feng, she feels a sense of personal pride, and Ma Ka also puffs out his chest, relishing this rare opportunity to assert himself before such distinguished company. You are the esteemed Li Feng? I must admit, I was unaware. Ha Li Feng. We shall undoubtedly have ample opportunities to interact moving forward. I shall take my leave now, so as not to intrude. Li Feng merely nods with a smile. What on earth is this fellow rambling about? Huang Xiaoyang departs hastily, having embarrassed himself by failing to ascertain the identities of his rivals. This is a significant oversight. He knows the other three contenders, all formidable, but the fifth remains shrouded in mystery, having only recently been granted admission by special approval from the principal. This individual, who is so familiar with Tang Ling, must possess an intriguing background. To make casual advances without fully understanding one's opponent is a grave tactical error, and his interest in Tang Ling is merely a passing fancy, devoid of any ulterior motives. In contrast to Huang Xiaoyang's caution, Li Feng remains blissfully unconcerned. The trio immerses themselves in completing their enrollment procedures, yet with Tang Ling present, the process is remarkably swift. No one dares to slight the esteemed young lady. Meanwhile, Ma Ka, unwilling to play the third wheel, sets out in search of a target. Freshman girls are particularly susceptible to the charms of enthusiastic upperclassmen, and he has no qualms about posing as a second-year student. Chapter 41. The General Li Feng. I've only encountered Huang Xiaoyang twice, once in business and once at the debate, so we aren't well acquainted. Once Ma Ka departs, Tang Ling inexplicably feels the need to explain herself to Li Feng. Though upon speaking, she realizes such an explanation is unnecessary. Her cheeks flush as she wonders what has come over her, completely losing her composure. Li Feng chuckles, and her embarrassment only deepens. No laughing, no laughing. She scolds, yet she too cannot help but smile. Li Feng's hearty laughter fills the air, and the two seem to break through an invisible barrier, drawing closer together. In truth, both harbor feelings for one another, though neither has yet dared to voice them. This is indeed a most enchanting aspect of budding romance. All right, enough laughter. Let us find the principal to report in and collect our student cards. The cards for special admissions differ from the usual ones, as access to various areas of the school is tiered, primarily to maintain order and confidentiality, given that such a prestigious military academy also engages in research activities. Tang Ling nodded gracefully, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Before others, she would always be the perfect princess, yet in the presence of Li Feng, she often found herself in embarrassing situations, and this was not the first time. However, she bore no burden. Each time, she would merely throw a playful tantrum, much like a spoiled child. Upon learning of Li Feng's direct admission, the barriers she had set for herself crumbled instantaneously. Girls like her had never entertained such thoughts about a boy apart from the mobile warrior. It was all too easy for her to become fixated on a single individual, such is the nature of first love. Honestly, did you fool the instructor during your fitness test? What do you mean by fool? I took the test very seriously, don't deceive me. Huang Xiaoyang is a mobile warrior pilot, and your grip strength is even greater than his. How could your score only rank in the middle? Heh, I was too nervous that day. I had an upset stomach and felt weak. I was just trying to impress the beautiful girl. Tang Ling wrinkled her little nose, her face etched with skepticism. Just spouting nonsense, slick-tongued. Come on, how many girls have you deceived? Come on, I'm just a fresh-faced rookie. No girl would take a liking to me. This was truly unfair. Li Feng had little experience dealing with girls. Oh, really? That's good. As she spoke, Tang Ling regretted her words, realizing her blunders today had been numerous. Upon entering the principal's office, the old man, with a righteous smile, appraised the tude. Very well, Tang Ling, a genius in the field of mobile warriors. Everyone has high expectations for you. Yes, principal, I will strive to meet them. My father sends his regards. If that kid truly misses me, he ought to donate more to the school. After all, he can't possibly spend all his money. Both Tang Ling and Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Principal Barbara was indeed as amusing as the rumors suggested. Far from being a rigid individual, Barbara's gaze shifted to Li Feng. Li Feng? Yes, principal. What are your ambitions? To become a general, principal. Young people are full of zeal. I like that. Don't you want to know why you were specially recruited? Barbara stroked his beard and inquired. Li Feng flashed a confident smile. Principal, you will be proud of your decision in the future. Both Tang Ling and Barbara were taken aback by Li Feng's audacious response, which was rather uncharacteristic of him. However, many years later, Barbara would reflect that admitting Li Feng had been the best decision of his life. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. Here is your student card. Holding the student card, Li Feng felt a palpable sense of progress towards his goal. He was not a conservative individual. He spoke freely with anyone. Since Yalan had chosen to recruit him, it was clear she had noticed something, perhaps even related to Zhou Ji. There was no need for falsehood in front of a genuine person. Tang Ling? Shall we have lunch together? Yes, sure. Tang Ling instinctively nodded, still savoring Li Feng's earlier assertiveness before Principal Barbara. This person was truly peculiar. He seemed ordinary in the company of everyday individuals, yet became remarkably bold in front of significant figures. Even she felt compelled to exhibit humility before Principal Barbara, while he could assert himself so unabashedly. What secrets did Li Feng harbor? Tang Ling was in no rush. She had ample time to discover more about him. The cafeteria was perpetually the liveliest hub of gossip. As one of the top academies in use, the school spared no expense in catering to the appetites of these future elites. The newcomers exchanged curious conversations like eager children, while the upperclassmen seized every opportunity to showcase their credentials. The moment Li Feng and Tang Ling stepped into the cafeteria, they sparked a flurry of whispers, for Tang Ling was undeniably captivating. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Feng continued to feast heartily, showing no signs of shyness despite dining across from Tang Ling, who had long grown accustomed to his voracious appetite. Excuse me, are these seats taken? Although the cafeteria was bustling, the high-caliber military academy was never overcrowded. The arrival of a beautiful girl was hard to resist. Noticing that Li Feng and Tang Ling remained unresponsive, the newcomer introduced herself. Tang Ling, right? I'm Wu Shui, your classmate. I look forward to your guidance. Please, have a seat. It's a pleasure to meet the top student of the command department. Thank you. Mu Shui elegantly set down her tray. Casting a curious glance at Li Feng, it was apparent that anyone who could dine with the esteemed Miss Tang was not an ordinary individual. However, this young man seemed rather plain, devoid of any noble demeanor, and dressed in a simple t-shirt, while Tang Ling was adorned in high-end designer attire that could rival evening gowns in cost. How peculiar! And who might this be? Li Feng glanced at Mu Shui, merely nodding slightly before resuming his meal. Li Feng, a freshman from the Mobile Warfare Department. Chapter 42. The monster Mu Shui's expression registered a hint of disappointment. The command department was undoubtedly a hotbed of opportunity, with graduates likely to step directly into interstellar warships, potentially even becoming captains. However, the Mobile Warfare Department was often viewed less favorably, a place where many aspiring officers ended up as mere cannon fodder. Most candidates were either intellectually simple yet physically adept or had been reassigned against their will, suggesting a lack of promising prospects. Although Mu Shui held the top spot, this was only in a context where 5 directed missions had not been counted. She and Tang Ling had already been dubbed the unrivaled twin beauties of this year's newcomers. As for rivals, Mu Shui preferred to take the initiative. Tang Ling was somewhat familiar with Mu Shui, given their shared status at the top, but she was not particularly fond of Mu Shui's aggressive demeanor. Especially since she had finally managed to dine alone with Li Feng, the sudden appearance of a third party was far from pleasant. Out of politeness, they had to engage in some small talk, while Li Feng remained engrossed in his meal, choosing not to contribute to the conversation. This only served to make Mu Shui more dismissive of him, likely considering him merely Tang Ling's sidekick. Yet she couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, as such a companion seemed to lower her standards. Perhaps due to eating too quickly, Li Feng found himself choking slightly. Tang Ling quickly offered him her drink, which he accepted gratefully, gulping it down before returning to his meal. Mu Shui stood there, momentarily frozen, her intended bite forgotten. Was this the so-called Jade princess who looked down upon the world? The surrounding students, all self-proclaimed elites, were too embarrassed to stare openly but whispered amongst themselves, mentally berating the boy for his audacity to feast so heartily in the company of two stunning girls. Tang Ling was well known in her high school, a figure of renown, while Mu Shui, with her short hair, exuded a fierce femininity that could ignite a man's desire for conquest. Yet Mu Shui was formidable, far more dangerous than she appeared. Her nickname in school had been the Witch, and despite her excellence, she had not received direct admission, which left her feeling quite disgruntled. Out of 5 slots, not a single one had been allotted to her. And she was keen to see if those 5 were indeed superior to her. Tang Ling was certainly qualified, but what of the other 4? She had already done her research. 5 individuals, known throughout the campus as the Mystical 5. 1 girl and 4 boys. The girl was, of course, Tang Ling, while the 4 boys included 2 from the Command Department and 2 from the Mobile Warfare Department. It was odd that 2 students would choose the less promising Mobile Warfare Department. What could they possibly be thinking? Slow down. No one is competing with you for food. Eating too fast isn't good for digestion, Tang Ling advised with a smile. She had tried to caution Li Feng numerous times, but he remained unyielding. His manner of eating resembled that of a soldier, as if dining were a battle, yet it exuded a certain masculinity. I'm used to it. When I'm hungry, I forget everything. This was all a result of that damn training from the devil gene. He wished to slow his pace, yet the discomfort pervaded his body, so he resigned himself to it. Mu Shui gasped, covering her mouth. What was their relationship? Why did they speak so casually? And this man was undeniably crude, yet Tang Ling seemed to find it endearing. Excuse me, is this Li Feng? A senior from the student council approached. Although he addressed Li Feng, he couldn't help but be captivated by the allure of the 2 new female students. Yes. Teacher Zhouji requests your presence in her office after your meal. All right, thank you. With that, Li Feng returned to his meal. Sweat? Such a simple response. The senior wished Li Feng would ask more questions, but alas, the 3 had no intention of prolonging the conversation, leaving the poor senior to depart reluctantly. As Li Feng looked up, he noticed Tang Ling and Mu Shui staring at him, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. What is wrong? Are you 2 on a diet? Your figures are quite fine. No need for it. Are you familiar with Teacher Zhouji, Li Feng? Indeed, how did you come to know Sister Zhou? Women are undoubtedly the most curious creatures in this world. It is quite ordinary for a teacher to meet a student. Yet the occurrence with Zhouji is somewhat extraordinary. Although she holds the title of a visiting professor, she is also a prominent figure in Yalong circles. During her time at school, she was undoubtedly a unique queen, commanding attention like no other. After her entry into the military realm, she caused quite a stir, reportedly holding numerous positions. It was only at the invitation of Principal Barbara that she agreed to take on a role at the school, teaching a single class per week, contingent upon her availability. Nevertheless, whenever she appears, a fervor akin to that of a fan following erupts. For young women, Zhouji is their idol, a testament to the resurgence of feminism in this era. As for men, well, that goes without saying. However, the fact that Teacher Zhou wishes to meet a new student who has just arrived at the school seems rather peculiar to Mu Shui. She feels an air of the uncanny surrounding the situation. Could this man possess some form of enchantment? Tang Ling shares similar sentiments, although she suspects Zhouji is stepping in to support her. Yet, this does not quite align with her understanding of Zhouji's character. While Zhouji is indeed protective, she is not one to be interested in such matters, nor would she squander her time on them. The woman's intuition tells her that something is amiss. They are not well acquainted, having met only once, so why does she seek you out? How would I know? Li Feng shrugs in exasperation, clearly not feeling particularly invested in the situation, his attention instead drawn to the food at the table. Chapter 43. Zhouji's provocation. A new day brings new battles as Zhouji initiates an offensive on Zhoudian. If they are to separate, those who enter the top 3 will receive additional updates. Tang Ling and Mu Shui exchange glances, while Li Feng has finished his meal. Tang Ling, take your time eating. We are from different departments and shall part ways this afternoon. Let us meet at the usual place tonight. All right. It is only after Li Feng departs that Mu Shui's gaze returns. Tang Ling, who is this? Li Feng. I know, but, is he your boyfriend? Mu Shui boldly inquires. Tang Ling's face flushes, and she hastily denies it. We are just good friends. There is nothing more. I see. But he is quite exceptional, Mu Shui remarks meaningfully. Tang Ling nods, choosing not to elaborate. Mu Shui intended to extract some information, but unfortunately, Tang Ling remains tight-lipped. After all, Tang Ling is not foolish enough to divulge what she has discovered. Why should she share such insights with this girl who exudes an air of challenge? When it comes to someone or something they cherish, girls are invariably protective. Zhouji's office is spacious. While not opulent, it offers a splendid view of the beautiful campus through its bright floor-to-ceiling windows, making its location quite enviable. Upon entering the office, Li Feng casually shuts the door behind him. He has never regarded this dangerous woman as merely a teacher. This meeting is fraught with implications. Hee, Li Feng, do you always lock the door when entering a female teacher's office? Zhouji smiles seductively. Rising casually, today, she is clad in a standard professional outfit. A white short-sleeved blouse and a black fitted skirt, with 2 buttons undone at the collar, subtly revealing her allured it is no wonder she captivates her students. Paired with her confident and enchanting smile, it is indeed challenging for men to resist. Yet, Li Feng remains unfazed, not because he lacks interest, but rather because his desires have intensified following rigorous training. He finds himself drawn to women like Zhouji, those with an edge or a hint of danger. However, once he senses any ambiguous intentions or potential threats, those feelings swiftly retreat, in the treacherous terrain of the Devil's Forest. He has learned many lessons the hard way. I am merely fulfilling what Teacher Zhou wishes to accomplish, Li Feng states calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Zhouji, pondering what game she is playing. It is almost certain that his inclusion on the recommended list is tied to her. Yet, why does she wield such influence? After all, she is merely a visiting professor. Make yourself comfortable. It seems you truly do not regard me as a teacher. But tell me, do you not have any questions? Zhouji casually settles onto the sofa, facing Li Feng, her legs crossed in a slightly provocative manner, seemingly relaxed yet revealing her most alluring features. It is indeed difficult for a man to resist such temptation. Nevertheless, Zhouji's ploy does not seem to work on Li Feng. He senses her underlying intentions, and her allure does not sway him. Yes, go ahead. What is your purpose? TSK, Li Feng, I am a teacher, after all. Naturally, I seek to discover talented students. What do you think my purpose could be? Oh, is that so? In that case, your objective has been achieved. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, he replies, turning without waiting for Zhouji's response. He has no desire to entangle himself with this perilous woman. His instincts warn him to keep his distance. Thinking of leaving? It won't be that easy. Zhouji's expression abruptly turns icy, a swift change. With a slight exertion, she crushes the cup in her hand, sending shards flying towards Li Feng's neck, back of the head, knees, waist, and hands. The sound of the wind slicing through the air indicates that being struck would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Li Feng has long recognized that this woman has a penchant for confrontation. If he were an ordinary student, he would have been in serious trouble by now. The distance is too close to evade entirely, and he can only quickly crouch to protect his vital areas while propelling his body like a coiled spring. Aiming to sweep towards Zhouji's legs, surprisingly, she does not flinch or evade. Countless thoughts race through Li Feng's mind, yet he must restrain himself. After all, Zhouji is still a teacher. If a new student were to attack a teacher, it would surely make headlines, ruining his life forever. This woman has seen right through his vulnerabilities. Indeed, Zhouji is intent on playing with him. This boy is quite amusing. Unfortunately for her, she underestimates Li Feng. Though he holds back, he still charges forward, delivering a powerful punch to Zhouji's abdomen. Her body slumps onto the sofa as if electrified, and Li Feng finds himself atop her, their faces mere inches apart. Zhouji's expression contorts with pain, sweat trickling down her brow. A delicate woman has just taken a significant blow, and considering Li Feng's strength, it is a miracle she remains unscathed. Yet, there is no trace of pity on Li Feng's face. Teacher Zhou, stop pretending. That trick won't work on me. Zhou blinks, her pained expression transforming into a radiant smile. Is that so? Then how about this? Suddenly, her nimble hands slip free from Li Feng's grasp, swiftly capturing his waist and pressing him closer. In that instant, there is no space left between them. Despite his training, Li Feng finds himself at a disadvantage. After all, he is still a novice, and his exterior coolness does not reflect his inner turmoil. Zhou perceives this easily. This young man's body is heating up. Their faces nearly touch, gazes locked. Zhou is confident that he will not dare to act. Observing his reaction, she feels emboldened, believing she can subdue a mere student. After all, she is the captain of the Tin team, and no one has ever managed to defeat her. Yet again, she miscalculates. Had this been the old Li Feng, he would have certainly recoiled or fled in embarrassment. However, the current Li Feng is infused with the spirit of a warrior, the student and the iron-blooded soldier converging within him, achieving a delicate balance. Yet, he cannot afford to indulge Zhou provocations. Chapter 44. I am dangerous. Their gazes remain locked, and the first to falter will undoubtedly reveal a chink in their armor. At that moment, Li Feng does something Zhou never anticipated. He kisses her. Li Feng, unrestrained, presses down on Zhou, claiming her lips, which many have yearned for, filling the air with a fragrant allure. A powerful force surges within him, momentarily stunning Zhou. She contemplates retaliating. At this juncture, a knee strike could deliver a lesson he would never forget. However, her skirt constrains her movements, and her hands lack the strength to push him away. As Li Feng intensifies his hold, she finds herself entirely trapped. Yet, this does not daunt Zhou. Within 3 seconds, Li Feng flips off the sofa, narrowly dodging her retaliatory strike. Zhou, undeterred, would not hesitate to bite him or send him reeling, but Li Feng proves to be more cunning than she had imagined. He nonchalantly smooths out the wrinkles in his attire, grinning at the disheveled Zhou. Teacher, I warned you not to provoke me. Remember, even boys can be quite dangerous. Even after Li Feng closes the door behind him, Zhou remains momentarily dazed. However, a smile soon graces the witch's face as she wipes her lips, realizing she has been outmaneuvered by a young boy. Excellent. This is precisely what constitutes a challenge. Like a shape-shifting sorceress, as she returns to her seat and adjusts her clothing, Zhou transforms back into the revered teacher everyone admires. Yet, it seems her grip on the pen has tightened just a tad too much. As Li Feng exits the office, his heart races wildly, pounding furiously. Thump, thump, thump. He feels a bit lightheaded, realizing that his earlier actions were purely instinctive, driven by the overwhelming allure of the other party. Nevertheless, it felt exceptionally exhilarating. Li Feng harbored no sense of guilt. It was Zhou who had initiated the provocation. He had no girlfriend, and the other party was far from an innocent soul, thus he felt no obligation to anyone. Should Zhou dare to stir trouble again, he might contemplate employing the customary tactics of his classmate, Maka, though it would merely be a thought. This time, he had merely caught her off guard. Judging by the technique with which Zhou freed her hands, her true capabilities likely matched his own. Although he remained uncertain of her genuine intentions, he was undaunted, ready to confront any challenges that arose. For he was currently the one reaping the benefits. Gazing at the faculty building, Li Feng realized that the next 4 years of campus life would not be easy. At 3 in the afternoon, the new students gathered in the school auditorium, where they were subjected to the administration's self-congratulatory remarks. Nonetheless, the students were quite eager to hear the illustrious history of Yalong, which they would proudly recount in the future. Naturally, Barbara was highly esteemed, though he was not the most popular. That honor belonged to Zhou Li Feng, standing among the students, remained inconspicuous, blending into the excitement of his peers. He paid attention only to the information that would serve him well, such as details about the library and the school's training grounds. It was only when Zhou took the stage that Li Feng realized how formidable she was. She spotted him instantly amid the crowd. Unfazed, he returned her gaze, deliberately glancing at her lips, compelling Zhou to avert her eyes. It seemed he had indeed lost that round, but soon enough he would have his moment of triumph. If she wished to keep a low profile, fate had other plans in store. First and foremost, congratulations to everyone for becoming honored members of Yalong A-Class Military Academy. As for the introductions of the other principals and teachers, I will address the matters that concern you the most. Gaining admission to Yalong signifies that you are all elite students. However, this year, our institution has 5 specially recruited students. I am certain you are all curious about this. Yes? As soon as this topic was broached, the previously quiet students erupted into hushed murmurs, their spirits visibly lifted. Clearly, many felt a sense of injustice, especially considering the privileges afforded to the special recruits. After all, no one believed they were inferior. Those of lesser caliber could not possibly be standing there. Indeed, teacher, on what grounds do they receive guaranteed admission? That's simply unfair. In an instant, the chorus of support grew louder, leaving the teachers perplexed as to why Zhouji had chosen this moment to stir up discord, which could embarrass the school. Yet, Barbara remained all smiles, knowing his students would not voice their grievances without cause. It appeared someone was in for a rough time. As Zhouji's smile grew increasingly sweet, it became evident she was orchestrating something. May I have your attention, please? Firstly, these 5 students are indeed the cream of the crop, and they are deserving of their status. Yalong is committed to fairness above all else, so I would like to introduce these 5 students, allowing you all to form your own judgments. Zhouji's smile and words were infectious, prompting the students to vocally agree, for many were unfamiliar with the 5 special recruits who had endured countless hardships to gain admission, while these 5 seemed to have breezed through, which felt decidedly unjust. Very well, the first student is Tang Ling, the only female among the 5 special recruits, a distinguished student from Konghang AP High School, who has consistently maintained the highest overall grades and has made significant contributions to the design of mobile warriors. Earning the USE Outstanding Middle School Student Medal in the Command Department, Tang Ling, please come forward. As she extended the invitation towards Tang Ling, the audience quieted, replaced by a flurry of whispers. Few had not heard of Tang Ling. The GED prodigy, she certainly warranted her accolades. Having experienced such occasions before, Tang Ling greeted everyone naturally, receiving a wave of supportive applause. Excellent, it seems the first candidate has passed muster. The second is Huang Zhaoyang from Tianlan Haidian High School, who has also consistently topped his class, contributing to the humanized design of the mobile warrior operating system, and has likewise received the USE Outstanding Middle School Student Medal in the Command Department. Huang Zhaoyang approached the podium and waved to the crowd, inciting a chorus of enthusiastic squeals from the female students. Although the boys were envious, they could hardly voice their discontent. After all, he was a renowned figure at the USE Middle School Summit. They too were commendable, yet their status was distinctly different. The third candidate is Saltar from Milan High School, who boasts excellent grades and has achieved military A standards in physical training, as well as winning the championship in last year's NUP Mobile Command Simulation Competition. In the Mech Warfare Department, this announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. The NUP competition had long been a source of pain for humanity, being a true simulation of mobile warrior operations held biennially. In the past, the USE had consistently suffered defeats, primarily due to the advantages held by the Iventions. Yet, last year, a genius emerged, cutting through the competition to seize the championship, causing a significant stir in both USE and NUP. It was no surprise that Yalong had recruited such a student. Even without special admission, top military academies would have sought him out. There was little to dispute. The caliber of these individuals was incomparable. Saltar, typically reserved, acknowledged the applause with a nod, his physique exuding explosive strength, his long, rough fingers a testament to relentless training. His father was a renowned ace mobile warrior, and it appeared that his son was poised to eclipse that legacy. Next, we have Li Langelos from Monaco Senior High School, who has achieved first place in comprehensive grades for several consecutive years and authored the paper The Role of Traditional Weapons in New Space Landing Warfare, earning the title of USE Best New Star Middle School Student. In the tactics department, Li Langelos was strikingly handsome, even more so than Huang Zhaoyang, with an air of effortless grace that radiated understated elegance. His paper had caused a considerable stir in military circles, including at NUP, where he argued that certain traditional heavy weapons should not be prematurely discarded and could be further developed for greater efficiency on specific battlefields, such as star battle tanks. His insights had shaken the technological community. Describing the first 4 candidates as shining stars would not be an exaggeration. While the students below were also exceptional, they paled in comparison to those on stage. The 4 had earned their special admissions, and the others could only concede. But the 5th candidate, cough, cough, this 5th student is even more anticipated by the school. An uproar ensued. Could there truly be someone more formidable than the previous 4? It seemed implausible. While other talents undoubtedly existed, none could surpass these four. The students were eager, and the expressions on stage were somewhat strained, as the teachers implied that they were not on par with the fifth individual. Tang Ling, however, was unfazed. She simply did not comprehend Zhou Zi's intentions. Although Li Feng was impressive, he had not yet reached such heights. This would surely put him in an awkward position. As expected, everyone awaited the revelation of the fifth special recruit. Curious to discover who this illustrious figure might be, in fact, from the moment Zhou Zi began, Li Feng sensed trouble brewing, and there was no escaping it now. Zhou Zi's cunning gaze was fixed upon him, as if to say, "Young man, this is merely the beginning." Zhou Zi deliberately paused, feigning admiration for the fifth recruit, successfully igniting hostility among several male peers, who were now eager to learn about this final exceptional student Li Feng from Konghang AP High School, the fifth student. Zhou Zi's words were accompanied by an expression of rare, unabashed admiration. This incited a fervor among the audience, particularly among the upperclassmen, who often fought fiercely for prime seating. Now, it seemed, someone was claiming glory even before stepping foot on campus. It was evident that Zhou Zi had achieved her aim. Describing Li Feng proved challenging. It was difficult to pinpoint any flaws. In both theoretical foundations and practical application, he excelled. This is precisely why Yalong made such a decision. As Zhou Zi's voice echoed, the auditorium fell silent, all eyes fixed upon Li Feng as he approached the podium. Was he truly as formidable as she claimed? Many harbored doubts and discontent, yet no one dared to speak out. After all, words from Zhou Zi could not be unfounded. While he appeared ordinary, one should never judge a book by its cover. No one wished to be cannon foddered. Maka's astonishment was palpable. What does this beautiful teacher mean? I am well aware of Li Feng's capabilities. Perhaps he excels in physical training, but the murmurs of disbelief spread among the students. Konghang AP? Oddly familiar, yet aside from Tang Ling, I have never heard of any other prodigies from that school. Logically, the names of such geniuses should be well known, yet it seems none here have heard of them. Maka wished to find a hole to hide in, but the more he tried to withdraw, the more others clung to him. Maka, are you not from Konghang? You must know this Li Feng up there. Is he truly impressive? In that moment, it was imperative for comrades to stand together, even in death. Strong, incredibly strong. Many of Tang Ling's ideas were inspired by his guidance. He simply keeps a low profile. And others remain oblivious. Maka declared with earnest sincerity, his expression genuine enough to evoke sympathy from even the youngest child. Oh, I see now. He is a hidden gem. Students from the journalism department nodded in agreement. However, the majority of people remained oblivious to the fact that, upon Li Feng's ascension, doubts still lingered. How could such a prodigy possibly remain in obscurity for so long? Moreover, Zhou Zi's assertions were rather mystical. If he excelled in theoretical aspects, he had not been heard of publishing any pertinent papers. As for his physical training prowess, his physique seemed somewhat unconvincing. Just glance at Saltar beside him, who, on the surface, did not appear particularly muscular, yet exuded an aura of latent, explosive strength, immediately noticeable. Li Feng stood there with remarkable calm, the murmurs of male and female voices, whispers, all resonating in his ears. Your affairs, his affairs? Zhou Zi's affairs. What concern is it of mine? Yet, from the moment Li Feng arrived, Salta's gaze had not strayed. They had exchanged a fleeting glance, akin to falling into an icy abyss. Such a presence was not foreign to Saltar. It was reminiscent of his father, a man who had survived countless battles on the battlefield. Chapter 46. The unarmed conquers the armed teacher. How come we have never heard of Li Feng's remarkable strength? Questioned a student. Indeed, being a polymath is not something one simply claims. Do you possess any evidence? Other students have at least garnered recognition in various fields, yet we have never heard of Li Feng. Another chimed in, yes, it would be beneficial for everyone to witness it. Zhou Zi found herself in a predicament. This outburst from the beautiful teacher only fueled the students' enthusiasm, creating a cacophony of noise. Zhou Zi's expression reflected her internal struggle, yet she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Li Feng, having enjoyed the attention from the beauty, was bound to pay a price. Her annoyance stemmed from memories of his past mischief. Even as a teacher, he had not tempered his reckless tendencies. Li Feng remained silent, devoid of any inclination to boast. His academic record was dismal, leaving little to discuss. At that moment, Tang Ling suddenly stepped forward to the microphone. Recently, I published an analysis on the potential transformation of mobile soldiers, and the pivotal proposal regarding the decentralized power system was provided by Li Feng. There are numerous similar suggestions, but they remain confidential. So I ask for your understanding. Instantly, the conference hall fell silent. It was known that Tang Ling's recent report on the transformation of mobile soldiers had sent shockwaves through use and NUP. Transformation was not merely for aesthetic appeal. If made feasible, all-weather combat mechs could emerge, heralding a revolutionary leap for mobile soldiers. The core proposal regarding the decentralized power system had driven countless scientists to madness. Although merely a proposal, it illuminated a viable direction for the future. Now, with Tang Ling attributing this idea to Li Feng, how could the audience not be astonished? The most pressing question was, what was the relationship between Li Feng and the esteemed heiress of GAD? How could they collaborate on such research? Was Li Feng's prior obscurity a deliberate act by GAD? Instantly, Li Feng's image transformed into one of profound mystery. Only a super genius could provide such insights. Leaving the crowd in disbelief, Zhouji was also taken aback, perplexed as to why Tang Ling would come to Li Feng's defense, especially since their relationship seemed tenuous. She had been preoccupied with military affairs and was unaware of the current situation. Furthermore, she knew of Li Feng's abysmal exam results and had witnessed his hapless preparations. It was hard to believe such profound theories could originate from him. Unfortunately, at that moment, the previously silent Saltar redirected his gaze from Li Feng. Stepping forward, I wish to duel you. Saltar understood that at this juncture, challenging someone in front of such a large audience made refusal nearly impossible. As for what others thought, it was of no concern to him. A teacher hurriedly intervened. Saltar, the school prohibits dueling, especially since it can be perilous. Despite Salta's considerable reputation, his record was not so pristine, with numerous incidents of injury during training, all stemming from his military lineage. His special recruitment had sparked considerable debate among the faculty, although Principal Barbara viewed him as a talent. A fighter causing injuries during sanctioned training was not unusual, and there had been no instances of private dueling. Saltar disregarded the teacher entirely, his gaze fixated on Li Feng. I sense danger in you. Let us fight, in any manner you choose. Like a beast locking onto another, Li Feng felt an instinctive response within him. All right, since emerging from the illusion, Li Feng had been itching for a good fight. Upon hearing Li Feng's agreement, Saltar wasted no time, returning to his position with alacrity. A formidable individual is not a fool. Saltar had no intention of providing Li Feng an escape route. At this moment, Li Feng would undoubtedly accept. The teacher, who had attempted to intervene, was left in disbelief, not expecting Saltar to be so reckless. The students in the audience finally grasped the depth of Li Feng's enigmatic persona. Saltar was no ordinary individual, having returned as a champion among the Avante people. To call him exceptional would be an understatement. Those familiar with him knew he rarely issued challenges, but when faced with a worthy opponent, he could not restrain himself. Principal Barbara stepped forward with a smile. Dear students, please remain calm. We are all elites of the school. And private dueling is strictly forbidden. However, public sparring, with the consent of a teacher, is permissible. I hereby approve the match between Saltar and Li Feng. Would you prefer to compete in physical combat or mechanized warfare? Both? Li Feng was indifferent to either option. Indeed, Saltar was among the few individuals in reality who piqued his interest. Engaging in a friendly contest should prove enjoyable. Although Zhouji was also formidable, she was ultimately a woman and a teacher. Regardless, Li Feng could not bring himself to unleash his full strength against her. Reality and illusion were markedly different, and Li Feng maintained his composure. Though it had been quite some time since he had engaged in a serious battle, Saltar was an excellent choice. A classmate of Maka leaned in and whispered, Hey, are you familiar with Li Feng? He seems pretty formidable. Saltar is from my school, and he has challenged 3 opponents, all of whom were professional soldiers, and they didn't fare well. You think Li Feng can hold his ground? Of course, no one knows him better than I do. Just wait and see. My buddy is invincible and has never lost, Maka boasted, reveling in the admiration of his peers, basking in the glory of a moment he never anticipated. Chapter 47. The journey unfolds. The annual opening ceremony of the Alang A-Class Military Academy is always a grand affair, but this year's event was particularly extraordinary. The presence of 5 exceptional recruits infused the atmosphere with a distinct energy, and the school had also issued an explosive announcement. Those who achieved scores surpassing these 5 individuals in the year-end comprehensive assessment would be granted privileges equivalent to those of special recruits. Naturally, should any of the special recruits perform poorly, their qualifications would be revoked. The school actively encouraged competition and the display of talent. Lang. Examination results are merely a fraction of the evaluation. Published papers, contributions made, and individual performance throughout the year all factor into the overall assessment of one's contribution to the school's reputation. Feng and Maka strolled out, arms slung around each other's shoulders. You really surprised me. You've managed to harness 70% of my power. Poor Tangling won't escape your grasp. Come on, don't exaggerate. We're just friends, Li Feng replied. Is that so? Never mind, but it seems Zhou has a bone to pick with you. Did you offend her in some way? Today's events certainly seem targeted at you. Don't worry. It's nothing I can't handle. I need to head back and organize my things. We'll have plenty of time to chat later. Li Feng sensed someone trailing behind him, prompting him to dismiss Maka and walk ahead. After a brief moment, he halted. The figure following him revealed itself to be none other than Saltar. Saltar, are you so eager to engage in battle? Saltar scrutinized Li Feng closely. The man presented an odd dichotomy, at times resembling a seasoned warrior, at others a mere student. This contrasting perception was a first for Saltar. No, I need to prepare, he replied. Is there something else you wish to discuss? No, Saltar answered curtly. Then you? Returning to the dormitory. Besides, we reside in the same building. Alas, after all this time, I have been deluding myself. They were not tracking me at all. Special recruits are assigned single accommodations, as are certain elites. They possess the liberty to choose between standard dorms and these premium quarters. Li Feng, in particular, has numerous commitments, especially regarding training and the elite Blade Warrior program. Having many people around would surely be inconvenient. Moreover, Sarda evidently has a solitary disposition, preferring not to share living space with others. The two of them walked towards the dormitory in an oddly synchronized manner. Neither uttering a word, their rhythms aligning in an uncanny fashion. It was a peculiar sensation, as both parties seemed to be adjusting their actions as if vying for some form of control. A sentiment only those of their caliber could perceive. To the average observer, these two individuals appeared rather strange. The dormitory itself seemed almost too extravagant. This is hardly surprising, given that we have entered the era of interstellar navigation, and the status of comprehensive military academies continues to rise. Many faculty members are experts in their respective fields, enjoying esteemed positions, which undoubtedly secures substantial funding. Coupled with the success of students and donations from various foundations, achieving such a standard is not extraordinary. Other institutions can only envy this. Furthermore, in the pursuit of talent, the treatment of outstanding individuals has been enhanced, stimulating competition. Li Feng placed his student card against the door. A chime sounded. Li Feng, welcome to your new residence. The door opened automatically, only to close behind him once he stepped inside. Should he wish to bring someone else in, registration would be required. Each individual must swipe their card, though a fingerprint can suffice if forgotten. Of course, for highly classified matters, one must resort to retinal scans or even higher-level encryption. Upon entering his room, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Is this really a dormitory? He mused, overwhelmed by the sheer luxury. Spanning 230 square meters, it was equipped with a gravity training room, a state-of-the-art virtual gaming chamber, and all conceivable amenities. Truly, it lived up to the reputation of a top-tier military academy, with unparalleled hardware. Li Feng collapsed onto the bed, exclaiming, "Is this a murder attempt?" Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. Otherwise, he would have surely sustained fractures upon impact. The surface appeared soft, yet beneath lay steel plating. Clearly, this was an institution, not a resort. While the facilities were undoubtedly comprehensive, luxuries were scarce, and in some respects, they were even inferior to those of ordinary students. Upon entering this realm, one must adhere to its regulations, irrespective of whether one aspires to be a commander or a soldier. The fundamental requisites are robust physical health and unwavering willpower. Situated on the 18th floor, his room afforded a splendid view of the campus. The academic buildings housed both genders, and in this era, the institution harbored no objections to campus romances. With birth rates plummeting and the necessity for population growth due to cosmic migration and other factors, the breeding of elite genes was eagerly encouraged, especially in higher military academies. However, Even with institutional encouragement, it proved futile. Contemporary individuals, regardless of gender, relentlessly pursue their own aspirations, unwilling to invest too much in relationships. A woman's willingness to bear a child for a man signifies an extraordinary level of affection. Li Feng's luggage consisted of merely a single bag, containing a few changes of clothes and essential items. Casually, he retrieved a small device from his bag and began to survey the room. After a brief period, he nodded in satisfaction, confirming the absence of surveillance equipment. Although the academy was unlikely to engage in such practices, his experiences during the rigorous training had instilled a sense of necessary caution. Any suspicion warranted resolution, for even a moment's relaxation could lead to fatal vulnerabilities. Once he confirmed everything was in order, Li Feng exhaled in relief. Although the room was spacious, a significant portion was occupied by the gravity chamber, which needed ample space to function. Presently, he had exclusive access to a gravity room with a maximum capacity of 6 times Earth's gravity. While it was not as expansive as those in A-class fitness centers, it sufficed, and he could alternate its use without drawing undue attention. The privacy offered was commendable, and the room size was advantageous. Chapter 48. A dialogue of strength opening the storage cabinet of the gravity room. Li Feng was greeted with a delightful surprise. Standard equipment, military apparatus, and simulated laser guns. Truly, this was a military academy of distinction. Suddenly, Li Feng felt a surge of gratitude towards Zhou Ji. Without her, he would not have gained entry. The thought of her filled him with excitement. Encountering Tang Ling evoked a warm nostalgia, reminiscent of Li Feng's past. However, after the intense training, he had transcended to a new phase. His body and spirit had evolved, rendering him intrigued by Zhou Ji, a woman of perilous allure, a realm beyond Xiao Jin's comprehension. Xiao Jin, in its fragile state, would find such dangerous experiments daunting. A misstep could lead to psychological turmoil. Fortunately, its training objectives aligned with Li Feng's own, and Li Feng, a peculiar individual with an innate resilience, had emerged from the ordeal unscathed. After a refreshing shower, Li Feng felt invigorated. Now, he yearned to challenge himself in the interstellar battlefield, hoping to encounter an opponent who would ignite his passion. Prior to engaging with mechs, he could only hone his skills in this manner, at least achieving a 30 to 40% effectiveness. It was rumored that military academies and forces possessed genuine military-grade simulations that closely mirrored the operation of real mechs. This information was confined to internal networks and not publicly disclosed. Once a student reached a certain level, they might gain access to authentic mechs. This was Li Feng's ambition, to eventually possess a mech of his own. As the battle network connected, a message greeted him. Blade Warrior, welcome back. During your offline period, you received a total of 131,620 challenges and other invitations. Based on your preferences, we have filtered out the trivial requests, leaving 653 remaining, of which 56 warrant special attention. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. Li Feng narrowed his eyes, swiftly sifting through the 56 challenges. Only formidable opponents would suffice. Soon, his eyes brightened. At last, a strong contender had emerged. The Blade Warrior was online. Words were unnecessary. The players online immediately understood their roles. They awaited the Blade Warrior's selection, as challengers never lacked in his battles. However, the Blade Warrior sought a formidable adversary, someone sufficiently powerful, not relying solely on the mech's might. Such players were exceedingly rare. Yet, they were not non-existent. In the realm of interstellar warfare, the Blade Warrior was not the sole luminary. He was simply the most celebrated of late, and his battles were consistently the most spectacular. His challenger was the renowned Death Knight, a colonel hailed as the strongest in interstellar combat. Utilizing the U's military standard model, the Cano 3, this individual boasted a record of 321 victories and no defeats, with 5 draws, an undeniably impressive feat. However, this player's online presence was sporadic, only engaging with the strongest, favoring practical models over overly modified fantasy types, a distinction from the Blade Warrior. The Death Knight's combat style was characterized by ferocity and swiftness, showcasing exceptional operational prowess akin to that of an ace mech pilot. Scores did not encapsulate all. Numerous methods existed to enhance scores, yet authenticity mattered greatly. Clearly, the Death Knight was genuine, especially considering his willingness to engage after reviewing the Blade Warrior's combat footage, indicating his confidence. This was undoubtedly a long-awaited pinnacle clash for practical combatants, Blade Warrior versus Death Knight. The officials promptly reached out to both players, as both were icons in the gaming community. The Blade Warriors' appeal now surpassed even that of generals, generating considerable enthusiasm, while the Death Knight was also a renowned figure, yet to be promoted to general due to fewer combat engagements. This paralleled the Blade Warriors' situation. Neither truly valued scores, only the thrill of battle. The collision of these two titans was highly anticipated by players. In addition to the streaming fees, the officials promised a reward of 100,000 federal shields for the victor, equivalent to the prize for a championship in a formal mech battle tournament. This demonstrated the Blade Warriors' immense drawing power. After all, popularity equates to resources, something others cannot replicate. The Death Knight had just logged on, and both began their pre-battle preparations. It was evident that the Death Knight exuded confidence, fully aware that the Blade Warrior was adept in various terrains. Seeking an advantage in this regard was impractical. Thus, the Death Knight opted for the most conventional urban warfare simulation. In truth, regardless of the environment, the BS-001 offered no distinct advantages. Both contestants maintained their composure. Li Feng had his objectives for each opponent, while the Death Knight treated this encounter as he would any other. Yet, one aspect was misjudged. Although the Death Knight had heard of the Blade Warrior's formidable reputation, he had never participated in forums and showed no interest in discussions about him. Practical experience bore the truest knowledge, and he dismissed the chatter of those who had never graced a battlefield. Only strength, greater strength, could secure victory. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the two participants, players clamored as if celebrating a festival, desperately applying to watch the live stream. Online recharge cards were snatched up in an instant, as the price for viewing this match had skyrocketed tenfold. Nevertheless, players bore no complaints. It was worth it. What was a small sum in comparison? The match had not been announced in advance, yet many fervent players had been waiting the entire day. According to the pattern of the Blade Warrior, it was expected to go live within a day or two. They were anticipating this very moment, and not only did they welcome the Blade Warrior, but also another representative of the realist faction, the Death Knight. This was indeed a feast. An extraordinary value. Chapter 49. Super popularity. The official statisticians gazed incredulously at the numbers on their screens. Goodness, it had already surpassed 5 million. The popularity was astounding, especially without any promotional efforts. Just wait a moment. Surely many are still unaware. Given the Blade Warrior's appeal, surpassing 10 million should be a certainty. If we delay by another 10 minutes, we might set a record. How about negotiating with those two players? Foolish. Use your brain. What have you been doing all this time? After all this duration, you still don't understand the Blade Warrior's temperament. He is not truly concerned with money or popularity. It is purely a matter of personal preference. I suspect he is likely the scion of some wealthy family, or perhaps a secret weapon of the military, someone who simply does not care about money. Thus, he will do as he pleases, and individuals with such temperaments detest interruptions. You know? The manager unleashed a torrent of words like bullets, chastising the employee mercilessly before directing others. The Blade Warrior seldom granted them ample time. And communication was challenging, but what could they do? He is a big name. Ever since this battle-hardened figure rose to prominence, the online player rate had increased by a full 3%. An online survey revealed that 80% of players were drawn in by the Blade Warrior, with 30% admitting that their interest had significantly heightened due to him. The space warfare game is inherently vast, and its popularity cannot be overstated. One might say it resonates deeply within the hearts of many. However, as operators, they must also ponder ways to further enhance this phenomenon. The simplest and most effective method is to create stars. The Blade Warrior is indeed a treasure fallen from the heavens. In the last quarter's report, the revenue of the space warfare game remarkably surged by 23%, an unprecedented achievement. Undoubtedly, he received accolades from the board of directors, and if he could maintain this for a year, his promotion would be assured. There was but one directive from above: to fully cooperate with the Blade Warrior and meet his various demands, even if some were excessive. In a word, whoever caused the Blade Warrior to vanish would be shown the door. Much of the groundwork had already been laid in advance. Once the Blade Warrior's challenge was established, all advertisements were rolled out promptly, along with the addition of a new feature, an online notification function. This feature had been implemented previously, but to little effect. However, the situation had changed. Due to the Blade Warrior's elusive nature and unpredictable online times, many players had jobs or classes and could not afford to wait indefinitely. Hence, a notification was essential, yet none could impose such a request on the Blade Warrior. An official staff member conceived this idea. and his reward was a promotion plus a threefold year-end bonus. Of course, this individual was also a devoted Blade Warrior fan. Otherwise, he would not have thought of it. Notifications for the Blade Warrior's appearance would be sent directly via the message system of Tianqin. The premium alert would provide a 10-minute warning before the Blade Warrior's combat commenced, along with detailed profiles of both combatants and ongoing battle conditions. The third feature was the live broadcast on Tianqin, which came at a steep price, beyond the reach of typical students or average wage earners. It operated on a pay-per-minute basis, costing 10 federal shields per minute, akin to highway robbery. Naturally, a portion of this revenue would be allocated to the Blade Warrior. As legally mandated, but only he enjoyed such privileges. Among the generals, only a select few shared this status. In the span of 5 minutes, numerous events unfolded. A man dining with his girlfriend suddenly heard the chime of his Tianqin, glancing casually at his device, only to turn pale and apologize before vanishing. The woman, on the verge of an outburst, noticed a message on her own Tianqin and, disregarding her ladylike demeanor, dashed off, truly a typical space warfare enthusiast. For students, skipping class was not so simple. Teachers were not oblivious. A single absence might be overlooked, but 2 or 3 would be problematic. Recently, schools had begun locking doors during lessons, attempting to slip away. That would prove quite challenging. Of course, those lacking funds had alternatives. The Tianqin offered online text broadcasts. Though not as exhilarating as watching the battles live, they still provided some satisfaction. As the final 3 minutes approached, the live stream would close in 30 seconds. The number of viewers for the Tianqin live broadcast had already surpassed 200,000, with 20% hailing from NUP. Staff members shouted out data updates, struggling to contain their excitement. It is worth noting that while the space warfare game was a blend of factions, NUP players seldom engage with use, nor vice versa. Yet now, an unprecedented 20% of NUP citizens were willing to pay to watch on Tianqin. Fortunately, the timing coincided with the end of the workday, allowing many to tune in. Alas, if the event had been delayed by just an hour, the viewership could have easily doubled. Staff members gazed at the screen with regret, realizing that the world harbored all sorts of individuals, some indifferent to wealth and fame. Yet, upon reflection, individuals like the Blade Warrior likely held substantial status in reality, showing little concern for such trivialities. The staff continued to speculate. Regardless, the Blade Warrior was their benefactor. Since his emergence, they had faced far fewer reprimands, and they were greeted daily by the beaming faces of their superiors. Players stood poised, their eyes glued to the large screen. The pragmatists were nearly trembling with anticipation. In the ranking of suitable challengers for the Blade Warrior, the Death Knight held the 9th position, and now their wishes were finally coming to fruition. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-anticipated classic battle of realists is about to commence. The challenger, renowned for his ruthless resilience, the Death Knight, boasts a record of 321 victories, 0 losses, and 5 draws. And alongside him, the voice of a live commentator rose in pitch, heralding the miraculous creator, the eternal BS-001, the everlasting Blade Warrior. Chapter 50. Master of Realism. Undoubtedly, the commentator was highly professional, adept at igniting the audience's passion. And he himself was equally exhilarated. The battlefield took shape, a city in combat, skyscrapers standing tall, alongside spacious highways, though primarily characterized by narrow streets, typical of urban warfare, demanding exceptional maneuverability from combatants. Both the Blade Warrior and the Death Knight excelled in such environments. The silver BS-001 and the deep blue Cano 3 emerged, accompanied by introductions of their pilots and records. Some spectators had been dragged along by their boyfriends, puzzled as to why one had such a stellar record while the other was dismal, having won only a handful of battles while losing over 1,000. Yet, their boyfriends' eyes sparkled with fervor, as if they had never exhibited such passion even during moments of intimacy. The fixed screen illuminated. It signaled the commencement of the match. The BS-001 and Cano 3 faced off, their combatants poised at slight angles, ready to execute a myriad of offensive and defensive maneuvers. Although the battle had yet to begin, the palpable tension enveloped the spectators, each harboring the same thought. Who would make the first move? Whoosh! The Cano 3 was the first to strike. The mainstay model of use, its existence was well justified. Its operational convenience and balanced vigor enabled it to thrive amidst fierce competition. The BS-001 sidestepped, narrowly evading a laser shot, As the Cano 3 charged forward with steady strides, Li Feng, without hesitation, retaliated with a laser of his own, observing the opponent's composure and audacity to attack. It was evident that they were no longer as inexperienced as before. Excellent! The Blade Warrior had made his move. The BS-001's laser, often deemed trivial, was anything but when wielded by the Blade Warrior. No one could afford to underestimate it. The Death Knight, as expected, deftly evaded the shot. Yet this encounter served as a wake-up call. The pilot's eyes began to gleam with excitement, realizing that the shot had targeted the path ahead. The opponent exhibited an exceptional understanding of the laser's trajectory and timing. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for this duel. The Death Knight was invigorated, adrenaline coursing through his veins. The Cano 3's pace quickened slightly, and more importantly, Li Feng sensed he was losing control over the rhythm of the battle. His opponent was adapting. How intriguing! It appeared this confrontation would be a challenge worth engaging in. Meanwhile, Li Feng's BS-001 was also adjusting its frequency. Despite possessing formidable control, failing to adapt against such a capable adversary would lead to a disadvantage. This was far more perilous than the aimless bombardments of fantasy-type combatants. True masters do not rely solely on numbers to achieve victory. Both combatants shifted their rhythms, advancing towards one another, exchanging 3 rounds of attacks in the process. Each laser strike sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, and the fact that the Death Knight could evade the Blade Warrior's lasers only heightened the excitement. Truly a formidable opponent. To become a commentator for this match, it is evident that one requires more than mere passion. Currently, the piloting skills of the Blade Warrior and the Death Knight exemplify the military's secondary technical frequency modulation. With a mastery rate of no more than 30% within the armed forces, the primary objective is to evade the opponent's predictive patterns based on their movements. Clearly, the Death Knight has honed this skill to perfection. Executing such maneuvers with the Cano 3 model is no simple feat, however. Our Blade Warrior exhibits greater prowess, matching the Death Knight's actions with his BS-001 model, leading us to anticipate a thrilling battle ahead. The two mech warriors are now merely 10 meters apart, their titanium and alpha alloy blades drawn simultaneously. One in a forehand grip, the other in a backhand grip. Li Feng is acutely aware that his advantage lies in the power of the BS-001. While his opponent's strength is rooted in speed, this individual displays remarkable skill and possesses a robust physique. Piloting the Cano 3 model with apparent ease, Li Feng cannot afford to be complacent. Someone of such caliber can undoubtedly employ powerful control maneuvers at critical moments, potentially enhancing their capabilities by 30% without difficulty. In an instant, the two colossal warriors exchanged 7 or 8 blows, their blades clashing with relentless ferocity, yet neither side gained the upper hand. The rapidity of their engagement resembled a scene from a science fiction film, leaving the spectators in awed silence. Tio engaged the Blade Warrior so many times is a commendable feat. A lesser opponent might have been dispatched in just a few exchanges. Regrettably, the expressions of the pilots remain hidden from view. Li Feng is exhilarated. Opponents of this caliber are a rarity, precisely the challenge he has been awaiting. Conversely, the Death Knight appears less at ease, his complexion slightly flushed. If merely piloting such a model were the only requirement, it would hardly be exhausting. However, the recent exchanges with the BS-001 have significantly drained his stamina. As Li Feng's formidable presence imposes considerable pressure, the Death Knight is no stranger to such predicaments, having faced the inherent advantages of the Nup-Evinter in physical confrontations before. Yet, even Evinter pilots cannot replicate the same actions or exertion while operating the BS-001. Quickly analyzing and assessing the battlefield, the Death Knight resolves to continue engaging with the BS-001, confident in his inherent advantages. He intends to observe how long a BS-001 pilot can endure such intense exertion, unless, of course, they are a machine. An alpha alloy blade carves a deceptive arc towards the ribs of the BS-001. The angle of this strike is exceptionally shrewd and challenging to defend against. The titanium blade swiftly counters, delivering a heavy impact to the Death Knight. Yet he endures it. The sequence of attacks follows suit to my word. This is the military's secondary attack technique for mech warriors. Judging by the Death Knight's proficiency, he is far from a mere imitator. This is an A-level assault. Chapter 51. Eruption. The terrifying Blade Warrior faced with the Death Knight's relentless barrage, the Blade Warrior is compelled to retreat in order to diffuse the pressure. After all, There remains a discernible gap in their respective models. It is apparent that his opponent possesses a profound understanding of mech warriors, keenly aware of the BS-001's vulnerabilities. This assault has been meticulously forged through countless trials by the military and, while not an absolute secret, mastering its application in combat is no trivial task. Should this Death Knight be capable of executing such techniques in reality, he would undoubtedly be an elite among military mech warriors. The Death Knight grits his teeth, his gaze calm and composed. Now is not the time for any lapse in focus. Although his opponent retreats, there is no hint of disarray. Rather than feeling pressured, he senses he is being guided. Such a formidable opponent truly piques Li Feng's interest. Most of his techniques stem from personal insight and synthesis. Initially, the Devil's Gold was meant to impart suitable close combat strategies for mech warriors. But alas, that unfortunate fellow has run out of power. Thus, Li Feng must learn through battle and observation, meticulously studying this military attack style. It is devoid of flamboyance yet exceedingly effective. Each strike forces the opponent to disrupt their rhythm. And in the operation of mech warriors, any prolonged confusion can lead to collapse, as piloting such machines differs significantly from human agility. While Li Feng defends and observes, he cannot help but marvel at the opportunity to attend a military academy, where he is certain to learn even more formidable techniques. The world is vast, teeming with masters, and he cannot remain confined to a narrow perspective. His aspiration is not merely to be an excellent mech warrior, but to become the strongest one. The Blade Warrior's gradual retreat incites anxiety among countless fans of the Blade. They yearn for a formidable challenger but do not wish to witness the downfall of their hero, such is the paradox of human emotion. Some have already begun to rally behind the Blade Warrior, while others fervently support the Death Knight. Those watching the live text coverage online are likely engaged in fervent debate. Unbeknownst to him, the Death Knight has unwittingly repeated his attack patterns twice, yet Li Feng discerns that enough is enough. With a single cycle, he can ascertain his opponent's overall strategy, which is commendable, albeit fraught with considerable weaknesses. Had he not wished to observe until the end, he would have already struck. This is the military's secondary attack technique, positioning for priority strikes. The Death Knight's assault reemerges, yet this time Li Feng is acutely aware of his intentions. He, too, wishes to test his own positioning for priority strikes against the Death Knight's speed, juxtaposed against the weight of the BS-001. In a strikingly similar assault, the titanium and alloy blades collide with great force. With the advantage of mass, the Cano 3's maneuvers begin to falter. Li Feng executes a calm yet powerful strike, causing the Death Knight to flinch. This position is all too familiar. It is, astonishingly, his own attack. Was it mere coincidence? The second strike, the third still identical. The players begin to realize the gravity of the situation. The Blade Warrior is mimicking his opponent's attacks. Though both employ the military's secondary attack technique, the Blade Warrior has adapted it to his model, enhancing its efficacy. With each powerful blow, the Cano 3's movements become increasingly erratic, and the Death Knight senses the pressure mounting. Goodness, such a challenger exists. Surpassing even his father in ferocity, the situation grows dire, yet the Death Knight remains unflustered. It is evident he is accustomed to facing overwhelming odds, adeptly managing the unfavorable circumstances. Li Feng finds himself intrigued. Typically, adversaries would have surrendered by now, yet this individual persists, demonstrating remarkable resilience. The titanium blade slices through, nearly severing the Cano 3's left arm, yet it merely chips away at a corner. The Cano 3 tips precariously, and as it teeters on the brink of collapse, its right arm braces against the ground, executing a side kick. What is a side kick? Kicking from the side. Absurd. It descends at an angle, with the leg curling inward. This is a technique from human combat sports, capable of fracturing an opponent's shin. The design philosophy of mech warriors emulates human anatomy, achieving a balance that, while advantageous, also reveals vulnerabilities. This kick, if successful, would severely impair the mobility of the BS-00, though the Cano 3 is relatively lightweight. Its superior materials boast significantly greater hardness than the BS-001. In this interplay of forces, the BS-001 stands to suffer greatly. At this moment, Li Feng truly confronts a crisis. He instinctively senses the danger. He has grown somewhat complacent. His understanding of positional attacks cannot possibly rival that of his opponent. Having identified a weakness, the Death Knight is undoubtedly aware, and this time, he risks a self-inflicted wound. The two mech warriors are alarmingly close, yet the Death Knight executes an exquisite side kick even in such a disadvantageous position. Observant players are beginning to realize that the Blade Warrior is in peril. They cannot fathom any conceivable counter to such a downward-angled side kick, where timing is executed to perfection. The Death Knight, too, is confident that his opponent cannot find a solution. The Blade Warrior is neither the first nor will he be the last to succumb to this maneuver. This is combat instinct in action. As the attack looms closer, Li Feng's mind shifts into a high-alert state, his pupils narrowing like those of a feline predator. The BS-001 does not retaliate. Instead, it employs thrusting propulsion. Leaning forward. Remarkably, the BS-001 does not suffer the anticipated loss of its left leg. Although the angle of its tilt does not perfectly align with the Cano 3, the side kick fails to deliver its maximum impact. The Death Knight, as the pilot, understands all too well that this kick will miss. An impossibility. Though the kick connects, the force is negligible. As the Death Knight transitions from shock to alertness, he witnesses the BS-001's massive elbow crashing down upon the Cano 3's head. The impact crumples the Cano 3's head, and both mechs collapse simultaneously. Human eyes struggle to capture the fleeting moment of transformation. Yet within the BS-001, Li Feng's eyes blaze with icy determination, his hands flying over the control stick with dizzying speed. Instead of succumbing alongside the Cano 3, the BS-001 executes a thrusting motion, propelling itself upward. The Cano 3, with its head crushed, collapses, while the BS-001 fluidly launches into the air, delivering a devastating knee strike that shatters the Cano 3's skull. The motion flows seamlessly, and this is not the end. As the knee strike lands, the BS-001's right hand seizes the Cano 3's right leg, spinning it violently. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 52. Who else but me amidst the third thunderous onslaught? The Cano 3 machine was obliterated. In truth, it had already met its demise during the initial elbow strike. However, in a killing frenzy, Li Feng found himself unable to halt his relentless assault. During his grueling training, he had encountered countless perils, and each time he faced danger, he would slip into a state of single-minded focus, dismissing all distractions to eliminate his adversary. Just moments ago marked his return to reality, where he instinctively reacted. Throughout the entire ordeal, he remained acutely aware, yet his physical prowess surged to unprecedented heights. His operational speed had tripled, placing immense demands on his muscles and bones. Had it not been for Li Feng's unwavering strength, his bones would have surely shattered under such rapid strain. This state did not even represent his utmost capabilities, and Li Feng was reluctant to reminisce about those peak moments. Yet, the Devil's Gold held him in high regard. Believing that it was the embodiment of its training goals, his mental fortitude suddenly reached its zenith, mobilizing the strength of every cell in his body, achieving an optimal state of power utilization akin to a computer's calculations. Having reviewed the playback, Li Feng held a different perspective. The energy expenditure was far too great. In the realm of illusions, it was manageable, but in reality, his petite frame would have to tread carefully. This realization fueled his persistent dedication to training, for in the crucible of arduous battles, ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Miracles should not be anticipated, and if they do occur, they must be founded upon diligent efforts. The moment BS-001 launched its counterattack, players were left with a singular reaction. Mouths agape, staring at the screen. The professional commentators fell silent, while those following the text online fared even worse, for after the Death Knight executed its fatal sidekick, the screen remained devoid of any words for a full 2 minutes. Anxious viewers bombarded the chat with question marks, while others erupted in curses. At long last, a string of words appeared on the screen. Blade Warrior has exploded. A miracle! The forums erupted once more. What on earth? Did it explode the opponent, or was it destroyed? Come on, clarify. Exactly. Can you get it together? The typist reacted swiftly, typing in bold red. The Blade Warrior continues the miracle. The Death Knight was obliterated at the last moment, reduced to mere fragments. The 3 crimson exclamation marks finally allowed the waiting players to exhale in relief. What had transpired? Although the players were anxious, they understood, for this was not the first occurrence. Certain maneuvers eluded the amateur commentators, who themselves could not fully grasp the events, let alone articulate the crux of the matter. All they knew was that the Death Knight's victory seemingly within grasp, had cruelly slipped away. The remnants of the Cano 3 vanished, yet Li Feng did not immediately depart. He gradually regained his composure. Overall, he could only rate this battle a mere 60 out of 100. Having committed 3 errors: underestimating the opponent, and once again, underestimating the opponent. From the battle, it was evident both sides held immense confidence in their abilities, engaging in direct confrontation on the spacious highway, scarcely utilizing the buildings for cover. Though victorious, Li Feng felt no pride. Relying solely on his extraordinary control skills, his opponent was naturally no match for him. Let it not be said that he was overly harsh on himself. In the brutal training of the illusions, Li Feng had learned one fundamental truth: never seek excuses, for the enemy will not grant you such leniency. Overall, Li Feng was quite pleased. This opponent deserved commendation for revealing his recent weaknesses. A rare opportunity indeed. Before logging off, he typed out a message. This marked the first time the Blade Warrior had responded post-battle, anticipating our next encounter. With a whoosh, the image of BS-001 blurred, and players excitedly began posting their comments. This time, the rewards were bountiful. What had transpired in those final moments? Why had the fatal sidekick failed? What did anticipating our next encounter signify? It was needless to say that the forums ignited once more. The officials were busy producing a recording, complete with commentary, utilizing slow-motion analysis, as experts sought to provide professional insights. Should they falter, they would undoubtedly face harsh criticism, thus they proceeded with caution. The fervor on the forums had already begun. The terrifying Blade Warrior. The true identity of the Blade Warrior, the savage beast, the visage of an extraterrestrial. Half an hour later, the official recording was released, garnering scorn from the impatient players. Everyone was riveted to the unfolding events. It must be said that the Death Knight was indeed a true master, able to hold his own against the Blade Warrior in a close-quarters confrontation. Until now, he was the first to do so. No longer did people bemoan the outdated model of BS-001, for its pilot was the Blade Warrior. It had become commonplace. Yet, even such a formidable Death Knight could not escape the fate of defeat. Especially in light of that final, terrifying finishing move, it was hardly human. The manner of combat resembled that of a fantastical beast-like mobile warrior, and from the fluidity of the actions, it was as if the opponent had practiced the art of snapping necks countless times. The clumsy BS-001 managed to strike the opponent's vital points with uncanny precision, culminating in that explosive takedown. Those who witnessed it were left with a singular sensation. Chill. Of course, Blade Warrior fans felt an additional thrill, elation. While the system could not convey the driver's expressions, it could provide the control index at that moment, a comparative metric of human capability and pilot performance during extreme operations. While it lacked practical significance, players relished in the reference, though it could not definitively assess a master. Yet, it bore considerable relevance. Typical players ranged from 100 to 150, while skilled players exceeded 200 in this battle. The Death Knight's control index soared to 369, while the Blade Warrior started at approximately 420. However, due to piloting BS-001, this advantage was not overtly apparent. Yet, in the final moments, the control index surged to 730. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would have believed it. The spectators were astounded by this figure, yet only such an extraordinary control level could facilitate the cumbersome BS-001 in executing such maneuvers. This was likely confined to the realm of gaming. In reality, BS-001 would struggle to endure such intense control. Who exactly was the Blade Warrior? The numbers were telling, yet those who had seen it were left in shock and conviction. The Death Knight was not weak. It was merely that the opponent was exceedingly strong. Blade Warrior enthusiasts unfurled banners on the forums. Where the Blade Warrior treads, who dares to challenge? The Blade Warrior fans promptly initiated another battle, determined to elevate this video above Angel's Music MV. The fans of both sides had clashed before, watching as the popularity indices of the two videos soared, neither side willing to concede, reveling in the fray. Chapter 53. The sleepless night. Li Feng exited the gaming chamber, his body slick with sweat. The sudden surge in power frequency had not merely doubled his consumption, it was significantly more. Nevertheless, he felt fine, albeit slightly sore, indicating that his daily commitment to training was indeed bearing fruit. After a refreshing cold shower, he settled down to read. There was still a book he had yet to finish. And soon he would no longer need to borrow from the library, as there were few titles left that the Library of Ulung did not possess, in stark contrast to Li Feng's buoyant mood. A floor within the senior student building of the Ulung A-Class Military Academy echoed with a howl and the sound of shattering objects. Sarda, with eyes glowing green, sat amidst the wreckage of a machine he had just obliterated with a single punch. Blood staining his hands, he had been defeated, and by a player piloting BS-001, a notion that was simply unfathomable. The last strike had seemed a certain victory. How could his opponent have evaded it? After all, he had piloted a genuine mobile warrior. It was inconceivable that someone could execute such moves in BS-001. Was this individual some sort of monster, with iron muscles that compromised agility? An Avante? That hardly seemed plausible. Ivantes were strong, but merely stronger than the average human, balanced in all respects. They were not superhumans. Sarda glared at his left hand, which had sustained an injury during training some time ago. Had it not been so, he might have at least managed a response earlier. Yet, at that critical moment, his left hand had grown weak. This opponent was formidable. Aside from his father and brother, no one had ever bested him. And he could not let this stand. He was determined to reclaim his victory. Sarda activated the communication system. Sarda, you have maliciously damaged school property. 1 academic credit will be deducted, and you are required to pay 12,000 federal shields in repair costs. With a blank expression, Sarda terminated the communication. Humph, what nonsense about credits and compensation. He cared not for such trivialities. Initially, he had feared that Yus lacked any formidable contenders, but now it seemed that his days would no longer be solitary. For within the academy was a Li Feng, and in the universe was a blade warrior. One failure would not deter Sarda. On the contrary, he bore some resemblance to Li Feng. Sarda's family was renowned for producing exceptional mobile warriors. His father a true ace pilot within use. While the world may appear peaceful overall, it did not imply the absence of conflict. In fact, localized wars and terrorist activities persisted. His father was a genuine mech ace. And from a young age, Sarda had aimed to surpass him. Yet, to this day, he had yet to succeed. Li Feng had already cast aside the recent battle from his mind, immersing himself in the vast ocean of mathematics. His transition from disdain to obsession marked a stark contrast, a transformation that could certainly be attributed to the influence of the devil Jind. It was not that the devil gene acted with intent. Rather, it resided within Li Feng, inadvertently expanding the capacity of his brain. The specific effects of this enhancement remain shrouded in mystery, as the advanced secrets of cerebral modification are not recorded in Xiaojin's database. It is known only that this is the greatest secret of the Maya civilization. The supremacy of the great Maya kings was not solely due to their boundless mech legions, but rather stemmed from their own capabilities. In truth, there existed no planet in the universe capable of resisting the tide of those mech armies. While some life forms in the cosmos may be impervious to energy attacks, in such a scenario, interstellar fleets would obliterate entire star systems without hesitation. The indifference of one individual does not imply that others share the same sentiment. In fact, within Yalong, a considerable number of individuals are enthusiasts of interstellar warfare. Even fervent admirers of the Blade Warriors. At the very least, Tang Ling, Huang Chaoyang, Zhou Ji, and even the elderly Babala had all watched the match. Tang Ling mused that if one were to design the strongest mobile warrior on Earth for this individual, it would undoubtedly take the form of cavalry. The technology behind mobile warriors is not lagging. The issue lies in the fact that even if powerful mobile warriors are constructed, no one can pilot them, rendering them utterly meaningless. The military is secretly engaged in human augmentation, though this is hardly a secret, as both US and NUP are involved. This bears no relation to the Ivanters themselves. Their evolution is safe yet complex. With a certain success rate, to put it simply, amidst ordinary individuals, one might occasionally find a so-called genius who is truly a 1-in-a-million anomaly, while the Ivanters themselves are already a 1-in-100 rarity, making their offspring more likely to be 1-in-a-million or even stronger. Of course, there remains a chance of mediocrity. Genetic inheritance and mutations are beyond human control, while controlled modifications come at considerable costs, which are explicitly prohibited by both parties. Had it not been for the certainty that the military would never allow such a person to shine, she might have doubted whether this individual was augmented or had injected some kind of serum. The black market is rife with substances that can temporarily enhance physical abilities, but the consequences are well understood. However, after watching the match, Tang Ling dismissed that possibility. The sudden outburst in a moment of danger left no time for such interventions. Although the battle was intense, the pilot remained calm and composed after its conclusion, even expressing a desire to continue challenging others, indicating that the opponent's inherent strength was simply as such. Tang Ling suddenly felt an impulse to meet this individual, her uncanny intuition telling her that he would be extraordinary, at least in her eyes. While Tang Ling did not comprehend this feeling, she firmly believed in her near-superhuman intuition. Huang Xiaoyang, too, was left in awe after watching the match. He concluded that if possible, he would prefer to never face a blade warrior in his lifetime, as this individual seemed almost inhuman. Yet, he knew who the Death Knight was. Perhaps most were unaware. But as long as someone knew, there would be ways to uncover the truth. Clearly, Salta was not attempting to maintain secrecy, and Huang Xiaoyang had grasped this information. Salta, having claimed the champion title on NUP's territory, was unexpectedly swept away by a mere gamer point. One could only imagine his current sentiments, 730 against 369. It was indeed a tragic affair. Zhou Ji and Babala shared a singular perspective. Such talent was a tremendous waste if not employed by the military. The military's secondary attack techniques are not classified secrets. Many private militias train in similar manners. Nevertheless, it is still regarded as a relatively advanced skill within military circles. Tio witnessed two gamers manipulate it, thus was somewhat disheartening. However, the flaws in their training were evident, and of course, the military was not oblivious to this. They simply saw no need for modification. If every soldier were held to perfection, then combat would devolve into mere skirmishes between a handful of individuals. In reality, individual strength is negligible in the face of collective combat, and the distinction between gaming and actual warfare is vast. While Li Feng succumbed to deep slumber, the players remained captivated by the match video, marking yet another sleepless night for them. Chapter 54. A touch of grace at the break of dawn. Li Feng awoke, free from the affliction of aristocratic insomnia. Compared to the steel-frame beds of his training with the Devil Gene, this was akin to paradise. His body had enjoyed ample rest, and now a bit of morning exercise was required to rouse his senses. The track, measuring 1,500 meters, was not devoid of life. Within the Yalong A-class military academy, diligent individuals were ever present in ordinary universities. One could thrive simply by studying diligently. However, in military academies, lacking a robust physique meant relegation to office duties. Those who entered Yalong, aside from piloting mobile warriors, aspired to become part of interstellar fleets or even to achieve the esteemed rank of captain. Clad in athletic wear, Li Feng jogged leisurely, awakening his body without the need for excessive exertion. Yet, why did everyone seem to be watching him? Was there something amiss with his attire? Assessing himself, he noted that while his hair was slightly disheveled, it was not alarming. Look, it's the most enigmatic of the 5 new kings, Li Feng. Indeed, it was rumored that many newcomers and even students were eager to make their mark. This individual was certainly radiating brilliance. It's quite inappropriate for teacher Zhou Ji to praise him so highly. That akin to declaring war on all the boys in the school. With such a reputation, he must be remarkable. The question remains whether he can withstand the onslaught of attention. We shall see. Look, the other 4 kings are also out for exercise. This year, Yalong is exceptionally formidable. Our school has lagged behind in competition among the 5 major military academies for several years. This time, the principal seems determined to turn the tide. Just based on these newcomers, I have my doubts. Let us just wait for the spectacle. Aside from Li Feng and Tang Ling, who were relatively familiar with one another, the others appeared to be mere acquaintances. Following their encounter, Tang Ling and Li Feng began to jog together, which greatly altered Li Feng's perception of her. While he did not consider it a flaw, he had assumed that girls of her kind were typically reserved or perhaps a touch pretentious, fearful of being misinterpreted as having interest in a particular man. However, Tang Ling seemed quite unbothered by such concerns. This brought Li Feng immense joy, eliciting a knowing smile. Indeed, Tang Ling was not one of those mundane girls. "What has you so cheerful?" Tang Ling inquired, her ponytail swaying gracefully, embodying the essence of youthful athleticism. "I was thinking of you," Li Feng blurted out, suddenly realizing how often he found himself contemplating Maka lately. A faint blush crept across Tang Ling's cheeks as she chuckled. "Li Feng, you've been spending too much time with Maka. I think it's time to separate you two." "Ahem, indeed. I wholeheartedly support your endeavor. I was once such a pure student, and now I've been led astray. In a lifetime of brotherhood, at crucial moments. If you do not bear the blame, who will? Tang Ling couldn't help but laugh, and in the refreshing morning air of Yalong's campus, surrounded by a spirited group of eager freshmen, witnessing such a radiant smile felt almost otherworldly, albeit regrettably. That smile was not meant for them, Li Feng. I must reconsider my view of you. I previously thought, never mind. I shall refrain from saying more. Hey, Tang Ling, you can't do that. Leaving a statement half-finished is quite unfair. What was I like before? Li Feng asked, curiosity piqued. Leaving it half-said was teasing him. That's his secret? Tang Ling laughed, darting away. During high school, Li Feng had often been perceived as a taciturn figure. Yet now it seemed that the world was filled with equally reticent individuals. The morning jogs were not without couples, yet none could rival the conspicuousness of Tang Ling and Li Feng. Despite being freshmen, they had already made quite the impression. Their shared morning exercise lasted only half an hour, and upon returning to their dormitory, Li Feng proceeded with his weighted training. Morning workouts under 4 times the normal gravity sufficed. Taking half an hour to invigorate his body, he was quite content with his current living conditions, which met all his requirements. Today, he intended to fill that study room to capacity. The first class commenced. And Li Feng, Maka, and Tang Ling were not in the same classroom. Though there were public courses, they were scarce in the first semester, primarily focusing on foundational knowledge specific to their majors. Li Feng belonged to the mech combat department, Maka to journalism, and Tang Ling to command. Salta, sharing Li Feng's department, frequently had the opportunity to attend classes together, albeit not in the same section. To be frank, despite being a top-tier military academy, the curriculum was somewhat disappointing. The instructor commenced with a grandiose recounting of the school's illustrious history before delving into the lesson. The content did not align with Li Feng's expectations. His understanding of mobile warriors, honed through training with the Devil Gene and discussions with Tang Ling, far surpassed that of the average student regarding the mechanics of mobile warriors. Furthermore, the practical theories of combat were not subjects the instructor was currently equipped to teach. Thus, Li Feng found himself succumbing to his old habit, dozing off. The instructor animatedly lectured, his words flying out in excitement, while Li Feng, oblivious, drooled in slumber, nearly snoring. His classmates cast sidelong glances. Had they not been aware that this slumbering figure was the most enigmatic among the specially recruited students, they would have long since begun to scoff. The instructor's material was indeed fresh and engaging. For any educator, discovering a student asleep during the inaugural class of the new semester, a momentous occasion, was disheartening, especially when that student was among the elite recruits. This could only be interpreted as a blatant slight against the instructor's teaching prowess. If it were a typical student, one could understand their lack of comprehension. However, a specially recruited individual, particularly one who had stolen the spotlight during the opening ceremony, turned such an act into a stark, unadulterated insult. At times, students yearn for the recognition of their teachers, just as educators seek affirmation from their students. Li Feng, the teacher, halted his lecture, striving to suppress his mounting frustration as he exclaimed, while the surrounding students began to anticipate a spectacle, fully aware that offending the teacher would not lead to favorable outcomes. Indeed, Li Feng sprang to his feet, standing upright, sweat. Had he truly been asleep? Please, Li Feng, share your thoughts on the previous question, the teacher requested. What the teacher meant was, I believe, according to Chylasky's 9-cycle theory, it should be interpreted this way. However, I personally think it could also be aligned with Claus's law for reversal. In the classroom, only Li Feng spoke, the students utterly perplexed. The teacher understood, yet, ultimately, the teacher endeavored to muster a semblance of a smile. Harboring a disdain for prodigies, he pondered how one could claim ignorance of the lecture while comprehending its content, or assert attentiveness while clearly dozing off, the quality of which was dubious. The theories he expounded were evidently beyond the scope of the first-year curriculum. Chapter 55. Sleeping with eyes wide open. Very well, please be seated. Li Feng articulated his points exceptionally well. However, I kindly request that you pay attention to your posture during class. The teacher had, in effect, implored Li Feng to consider his reputation. Li Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was a habit from high school. In truth, his self-study and profound discussions with Tang Ling had long surpassed the elementary foundation, rendering these simplistic courses meaningless for him, and even more so for Tang Ling, who had already engaged in program setting during her secondary education, reaching the level of a researcher. Moreover, anyone could grasp the theories. But creation relied on innate talent. Yes, Li Feng's response was succinct and decisive, and he resumed his seat, appearing quite earnest. However, his classmates observed that although he sat straight and his eyes were wide open, he remained utterly motionless. Those with experience recognized this as the legendary pinnacle of sleeping with eyes open. Impressive. In truth, it was not only Li Feng. Several other prodigies exhibited similar reactions. Tang Ling, being relatively kind-hearted, took the teacher's feelings into account and continued to listen attentively, while Salta had already skipped class on his first day, indifferent to whether it was right or wrong. Li Lanjialuos and Huang Zhaoyang were preoccupied with their own affairs. In reality, Li Feng was not asleep but rather engaged in a phase of meditative training, a concept that had existed for 3 centuries, not exclusive to the Demon King. Initially, a research team had proposed an experiment wherein 3 groups of individuals, who had never played basketball before, were tasked with shooting hoops. One group did nothing, the second practiced for half an hour daily, and the third imagined practicing for half an hour each day. After a month, the first group remained dismal, while the second and third group shooting accuracy differed by only a few percentage points. This demonstrated the efficacy of meditative practice, though the human brain found it challenging to form such stable visualizations. Linked to fluctuations in mental waves, Li Feng had long surpassed the ordinary. He was well accustomed to such control at that moment. Salta was training alone on the practice field, drenched in sweat. He was a warrior, uninterested in esoteric theories. Rather, he sought to enhance his combat prowess. The reactions of the 5 individuals were duly reported to Principal Barbara. Clearly, aside from Tang Ling, the teachers were dissatisfied with the states of the other 4. However, Barbara was quite pleased. Geniuses often possessed eccentricities, and teachers ought to comprehend this. As long as they didn't cause too much disruption, Barbara permitted their freedom, for these courses were somewhat elementary, and it was unreasonable to alter the curriculum for their sake. Thus, she turned a blind eye, noting that many successful individuals were those who were very active or mischievous in school. Zhou Ji was once a standout. Although she was not often present, her role at the school merely a clever disguise. The military training at Yalong did not commence immediately with the new semester but began a week later, allowing students to acclimate to the school before initiating the rigorous regimen. Training would take place at the military camp, where strict and formal treatment was obligatory, as expected of a military academy. Upon the conclusion of classes, Li Feng rushed into the library. Makaka would not accompany him. His class was undoubtedly filled with beautiful girls. The journalism department was, after all, a realm of beauty. Immersed in the company of lovely women, he was practicing his flirting techniques, as he excelled in this area compared to the other diligent students. The library was bustling with individuals, primarily upperclassmen, many seated on the floor, diligently writing in their notebooks. A significant portion of the library's books could not be checked out. Li Feng had researched online and discovered that several volumes on mathematical theories and discussions regarding mobile soldiers were available in the school library. While such books existed online, their quality was lacking, often containing errors. The mainframe did not manage the global archival network. It was overwhelmed, directly controlling only the political apparatus, the public, and some larger private systems, primarily those involving specific security or influence levels. Ordinary records were managed by its subsidiaries or hosted on the political apparatus's servers. Li Feng knew the books he sought were on the 5th floor. And without hesitation, he ascended. Initially, no one paid him any mind, but as he reached the 5th floor, whispers ensued among the students. Only 6 individuals could access the 5th floor among the new books, 5 prodigies and the comprehensive first-ranking Mu Shui. The 5th floor was spacious, filled with numerous books, but the people were sparse. Some 3rd and 4th-year seniors were searching for books. Li Feng scanned the area but found nothing of interest, continuing his ascent. The seniors observed Li Feng's ascent with a mixture of curiosity and envy. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the crowd thinned even further. Those present were either prodigies, the most outstanding talents from various grades, or researchers. "Excuse me, do you require assistance?" A rather elegant senior girl inquired as he arrived. She was responsible for aiding students in locating books or materials. "Thank you, Senior, I am searching for these several books." "You're welcome. Please follow me in this space." No one paid attention to Li Feng. Each individual was engrossed in their pursuits. Geniuses? They were all, nothing remarkable about it. Li Feng relished this atmosphere, and with the senior's guidance, he quickly obtained the books he desired. "Senior, may I take these books home?" "Of course, just register them, but you must adhere to the library's regulations. Otherwise, there will be penalties." The senior regarded Li Feng with keen interest. Li Feng, male, 19 years old, graduated from Konghang AP High School, girlfriend unknown, closely associated with Tang Ling, grades unspecified, yet deemed the most anticipated and potentially fallible prodigy of this cohort. During their earlier conversation, he exhibited none of the typical arrogance or pride associated with prodigies, behaving like an ordinary student. Once the books were in hand, Li Feng began to read on the spot, albeit not without difficulties, as several questions hindered his progress. Self-learning was indeed challenging. Fortunately, he had an excellent teacher. He promptly contacted Tang Ling via Tianxin, but these questions were evidently not easily clarified through messaging. The two arranged to meet in Tang Ling's dormitory, and without hesitation, Li Feng clutched his books and made his way there. Tang Ling's dormitory was merely 100 meters from his own, renowned as the twin stars of the school. Those residing there were destined to achieve great success, a goal every student aspired to. Chapter 56, First Love in the Twin Stars. A co-ed arrangement was adopted, with boys residing below and girls above. However, the 5 newcomers were not housed within the same building. Students from both buildings could swipe their cards to enter each other's domains, as the school granted considerable privileges, recognizing that they were all legally adults. While the military academy was strict in various aspects, it allowed for personal freedoms, embodying Barbara's educational philosophy. He never regarded obedient students as the standard for talent. Communication was paramount, and the levels of ability varied from person to person. Tang Ling resided on the 16th floor, a position with an excellent view. Neither of them paid much attention, but it left other students envious. Even being on the same floor felt different. The floors above the 15th were favored by students for their splendid views and the sense of superiority they provided, though these arrangements were orchestrated by the school. When the door opened, Tang Ling was already waiting for him, yet Li Feng hesitated at the threshold. "Come in. Why are you just standing there like a fool?" Li Feng wished he could find a wall to bang his head against. Utterly captivated by Tang Ling's unintentional beauty, it was no wonder they said heroes struggle to overcome the allure of beautiful women. He believed his resolve had been significantly strengthened through his training with the Demon King. Yet recently, he had been consistently undermined by Zhou Ji, and Tang Ling. Had the opponent been an enemy, he would have swiftly found himself in a perilous predicament, only to wryly smile at the realization that this was no treacherous environment, but rather the real world, where no one would ambush him. He was not the speaker of the use. Observing Li Feng's hurried entrance, Tang Ling outwardly remained composed, but inwardly, she reveled in delight, for she had done it intentionally. Li Feng always seemed to overlook her charm, igniting an inexplicable sense of crisis within her, especially as he appeared to have some connection with Sister Zhou Ji. This worried Tang Ling. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. The more time she spent with Li Feng, the more she yearned to understand this young man. The intervention during the opening ceremony had been instinctive. In reality, most of the paper was her own thoughts. At that moment, she had not contemplated much, yet Salta's challenge had filled her with immense pride. Tang Ling is truly an extraordinary young woman, especially when it comes to love. She has contemplated the disparity in their social statuses, yet it does not concern her. Possessing a touch of a princess complex, she is distinct from those who merely indulge in pretense. If she deems someone worthy, she will earnestly strive for their affection. To begin, she must affirm her own allure. Hence, she deliberately dresses in a manner that is quite provocative. Indeed, Li Feng finds himself unable to resist her charm. Upon entering the room, Li Feng's heart races fervently, filled with intense impulses that he struggles to suppress, striving to maintain his composure. This is indeed most unusual. The exact state of Li Feng's body is likely a mystery even to him. Yet such overwhelming power naturally elevates the body's demands, akin to an athlete post-competition or a warrior after battle, both yearning for exhilaration. Beyond the mental realm, the body experiences a similar longing. Previously, Li Feng was an ordinary individual who could suppress such desires through reason and morality. But now he is somewhat transformed. The recent relentless training and the encounter with the Death Knight have drained his strength. However, this is of little consequence, as his physical enhancements have significantly bolstered his mental fortitude. Yet, he finds it challenging to withstand Zhou Ji's persistent provocations. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ji, She is playing with fire. Had she not possessed exceptional self-control, that day could have turned perilous. Just as he regains his composure, Tang Ling appears again to tempt him. A woman need not be naked to entice a man. In the room, Tang Ling dons an adorably cute tank top, one that slips off her shoulder, revealing swathes of her pristine skin. While she may not be as audacious as Zhou Ji, the subtle glimpses of her delicate form are enough to ignite a man's passion. Her ultra-short shorts cling to her legs, which are straight and elegantly rounded, complemented by a pure and graceful smile, rendering the scene utterly sinful. Li Feng strives to concentrate, yet the more he tries, the more fervently his heart burns, as if a demon is poised to break free. Nevertheless, Li Feng remains steadfast. After taking 3 deep breaths, he exerts himself to calm down, redirecting his gaze and channeling his thoughts towards several pressing issues. Observing Li Feng's struggle, Tang Ling revels in delight. Hmph! He pretends to overlook my charms while I effortlessly have him under my spell. And no matter how clever she may be, she is still a girl experiencing her first love, witnessing the effect she has on the boy she admires. It's a thrilling turn of events. Li Feng, your progress is astonishing. No one would believe it if I told them it won't be long before I can no longer teach you anything. Acknowledging Li Feng's challenges, Tang Ling refocuses her attention on the exam questions. I must thank you. Truly, without your assistance, I would have been at a loss. Li Feng replies sincerely, though he still hesitates to meet Tang Ling's gaze. Currently, she is like fire, and he is but dry kindling. Should they draw too close, he would ignite instantly. Unlike Zhou Ji, he has no desire to offend this intelligent and charming girl. Is that so? Then how do you intend to express your gratitude? Tang Ling teases, unaware of her own audacity in uttering such provocative words. Li Feng is momentarily taken aback. Upon catching a glimpse of Tang Ling's passionate and playful gaze, he feels a surge of emotion and hastily pretends to study the exam questions. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do, he declares. Tang Ling senses the tension escalating, quickly laughing to dispel the awkwardness. Well, you said it. No backing out now. Let me explain this formula to you. Your line of thought has strayed into a common pitfall. When direct reasoning fails, we can employ reverse reasoning. I have tried reverse reasoning as well, Li Feng interjects. Elementary student, please allow the teacher to finish. Tang Ling chides playfully. This formula cannot be approached directly. Its premise is restrictive. Clearly, only reverse reasoning is viable, but it involves 4 complex assumptions and requires the application of Kahlo's law. I dare say, you likely have no knowledge of Kahlo's law. Li Feng nods in admiration. And Tang Ling continues with a smile. Well, that's not entirely your fault. I too have sought guidance from numerous instructors. Allow me to demonstrate the calculations for Kahlo's law. As Tang Ling retrieves a calculation board. Her graceful fingers glide effortlessly over it. Though Li Feng initially focuses on the questions, he finds his gaze drawn to her delicate fingers, which move with such fluidity. His attention shifts to her lovely face. She appears even more beautiful when concentrated. At critical moments, her long eyelashes flutter, sending Li Feng's heart racing. While Li Feng is lost in thought, Tang Ling is not far behind. Her senses are heightened. Even without direct eye contact, she can perceive every shift in Li Feng's demeanor. Moreover, she feels a surge of mental energy when in proximity to him. Since his arrival, she has been suppressing her own impulses. Fearing she might utter something embarrassing, she writes, she becomes unaware of her own words, and before long, silence envelopes them. They both sense the temperature rising, their hearts racing in unison, breaths heavy. Tang Ling realizes Li Feng is exerting self-control, yet his body gradually inches closer to hers. What to do? Is this moving too fast? They have yet to clarify their feelings. Just as Tang Ling contemplates breaking the suffocating tension, Li Feng acts swiftly. His movements lightning fast, leaving Tang Ling no time to react. Li Feng finds himself unable to contain the surging desire within him, fully aware of his actions yet unwilling to halt. Tang Ling's body feels weightless as it falls into his embrace. Her soft lips claimed by his in a fervent kiss. She barely has time to protest. The sensation is indescribable. Tang Ling's mind goes blank as a fiery warmth envelopes her, her mental energy unfurling. Li Feng remains oblivious, as does Tang Ling. If anyone were to witness this, they would surely think they were observing extraterrestrial beings. A thin veil of white light envelopes Tang Ling, while Li Feng glows with a faint red hue. both lost in the depths of their passionate kiss. Undoubtedly, Tang Ling is willing. In fact, she had intended to bestow her first kiss upon Li Feng, though she had not anticipated it occurring so soon. This audacious boy is so domineering. Tang Ling's gentle and forgiving response completely unravels Li Feng's previously restrained body and mental power. The distinction between a boy and a man is significant. As Li Feng's strength escalates, he yearns for some form of transformation. Zhou Ji serves as a catalyst, while the kiss with Tang Ling becomes a release. Once unleashed, such power cannot be contained, as Ma Ka often remarks. Li Feng is a silent lamb, bound to erupt eventually. No one could foresee that this girl would turn out to be the princess of Jade. When Li Feng's hands claim her bosom, Tang Ling senses danger and attempts to break free. Despite her affections, she feels they are still a step away from crossing a line. However, her feeble resistance pales in comparison to Li Feng's strength. Any slight struggle only serves to incite him further. Li Feng can no longer endure. The girl before him is the one he has long admired, and their recent kiss was filled with emotion. Ma Ka frequently advises him to adopt a more assertive stance with women, asserting that a girl's shyness and momentary resistance are normal if she is willing to allow a kiss, especially a first kiss. It signifies a readiness for surrender. Now is the time to advance boldly. At worst, he may be chastised as a beast afterward, but she would ultimately fall for him. Conversely, to withdraw would render him worse than a beast. And the likelihood of separation would be high. At this juncture, Li Feng's intellect teeters on the brink of oblivion, with Ma Ka's words serving as his sole guidance. Cradling Tang Ling, he effortlessly propels them both across 4 meters, landing on Tang Ling's bed, which, though sturdy, would undoubtedly be adorned with a thick layer of velvet. Tang Ling attempts to speak, but her mouth is silenced. She tries to resist, yet her hands are captured. Her meager strength utterly ineffective. To her dismay, her body grows increasingly warm, especially as Li Feng's hands roam, rendering her increasingly pliable. Though inexperienced, Li Feng has been exposed to ample information on the subject. After all, even elementary students now receive sex education, and with Ma Ka boasting about such matters, it is difficult to remain oblivious. Suddenly, Tang Ling feels a pair of large hands slip beneath her garment. With September's heat and her scant clothing, there is little to impede him. She wishes to push him away, but Li Feng seizes her bosom, instantly draining her of strength. Some women would fiercely resist at such a moment, while others would succumb to weakness. Yet, primarily due to her fondness for Li Feng, Tang Ling finds herself growing weaker. The mental energy enveloping them seems to merge, amplifying their desires. Li Feng, no longer satisfied, tears her clothing to shreds. Just as he prepares to forsake all restraint, he catches sight of Tang Ling's tears, and in an instant, his entire being turns cold. What is happening? Why this sudden shift? But upon witnessing Tang Ling's glowing form, his impulses surge anew. Li Feng, in a fit of desperation, delivers a punch to his own abdomen, the action devoid of thought or control. With his strength, even he cannot withstand the force, doubling over and collapsing onto the bed. Originally, Tang Ling had closed her eyes in tears, feeling warm liquid dripping onto her face, and sensed Li Feng collapsing beside her. Slowly opening her eyes, she was too frightened to utter a word. What happened to you? The sheets were stained with blood, and Li Feng was writhing in pain amidst it all. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Cough. Could you please leave for a bit? I think I might be losing my mind. Li Feng said with a bitter smile. Despite dealing himself a heavy blow, he found himself oddly exhilarated as the pain intensified. What kind of absurdity was this? Just moments ago, he had been thanking the heavens for today, and now it felt as if fate was playing tricks on him. It was as if he had ingested an overwhelming dose of something intoxicating. Gazing at the blood Li Feng had coughed up, Tang Ling's mind buzzed. Her mental faculties were unusually heightened. Li Feng's self-inflicted injury replayed in her mind like a film. This extraordinary ability had never been so clear to her before. Zhou Ji had once mentioned that if her mental power expanded 5-fold, she could disrupt the will of ordinary individuals, and at a certain strength, even control them. For reasons unknown, Tang Ling felt that half of the day's bizarre events were her doing. Their mental energies were intertwined. But due to physiological differences, the male was more ferocious, especially Li Feng. Chapter 57. A heartbeat in an unprecedented turn of events. Li Feng woke up early, 10 minutes ahead of his usual time. He had grown adept at controlling his awakening. Though he could have slept longer, the smooth body pressing against his arm made slumber impossible. As dawn broke, he felt as if he were dreaming. The dim room posed no obstacle to his sight. Tang Ling's graceful form lay entirely within his view, and the realization that he had shared a night with this angelic figure filled him with pride and emotion. It was truly astonishing that a princess like Tang Ling would develop feelings for him. Although romantic encounters were commonplace in this era, especially among esteemed families like Jade, certain matters still held significance. Yet, yesterday, Tang Ling had willingly given herself to him. If she had truly refused, nothing would have transpired. But she did not. As he gazed at the slumbering Tang Ling, Li Feng remained still, fearing he might disturb the exhausted beauty. Li Feng was uncertain how the devil's gold had transformed him, but he had acquired a monstrous physique, along with some monstrous abilities. Tang Ling was not an ordinary girl. Her constitution was robust, yet she was still delicate. Perhaps it was her indomitable spirit that compelled her to spar with Li Feng. The two inexperienced souls had recklessly indulged for quite some time, until Tang Ling finally exhausted herself. It was evident that the princess's watery gaze brimmed with satisfaction, which made Li Feng swell with pride. He could finally hold his head high before Maka. However, his days as a virgin were now behind him. Perhaps due to Li Feng's prolonged gaze, Tang Ling slowly turned over. Her exquisite figure fully revealed to the eyes of a certain lecher in the early morning. Li Feng's immediate reaction was undeniable, causing Tang Ling considerable discomfort, prompting her to swat at him casually. Cold sweat. Lady Tang Ling had indeed been roused. Looking at Li Feng's toothy grin, she blinked her innocent eyes and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you were fine yesterday?" "I'm fine. Just bumped into something accidentally," Li Feng replied, his face flushing as he turned away, recalling how wild things had been the previous day. Now, reflecting on it made him too embarrassed to meet her gaze. Observing Tang Ling's delicate body and bashful expression, Li Feng gently embraced the little princess, tenderly stroking her long hair. Yet, at that moment, he felt somewhat tongue-tied. If it were Maka, he would surely have uttered a flurry of sweet nothings to delight the girl. Li Feng had never undergone such training, but his gentle attentiveness still provided comfort to Tang Ling, as she too was quite smitten. "What time is it? I hope I'm not late for class." "It's only a little past 5. Today's morning exercises are cancelled." Li Feng chuckled, his hand unable to resist resting on Tang Ling's soft, fair waist. Tang Ling squirmed slightly in protest, but regrettably, Li Feng showed no intention of withdrawing his hand. And thus, Lady Tang resigned herself to the situation. "Confess honestly, have you been scheming this for a long time?" Neither of them had any intention of getting out of bed, and lying there in each other's embrace while chatting was the most delightful thing in the world. Quite normal for a couple in the throes of love. "I confess, please go easy on me, Dado. Is that so? Then I shall take charge from now on. You better behave, or I will revoke your household registration." Li Feng had expected Tang Ling to erupt in anger or tears. But instead, she merely looked at him with a hint of regret in her eyes, showing no signs of hostility. This deeply touched Li Feng. Tang Ling was not only exceptionally beautiful and intelligent, but her heart was also rare among young women of her stature. Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Feng could only hold her tightly, and Tang Ling fell silent, feeling the warmth of his embrace suffocating yet comforting. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was already past 7. Li Feng had long since cast aside any thoughts of training. The power of love was undeniably overwhelming, even for a Superman like him. As he reluctantly left the room, it dawned on him that he had not returned home all night. Thankfully, there would be no room checks, but that did not mean no one was keeping tabs. "Maka, what are you doing squatting there?" To his surprise, Maka was crouched beside the dormitory flower bed early that morning, his eyes scanning the area like a lecher. Clearly, his elite status among beauties did not deter his pursuit of aesthetic charm. Upon hearing Li Feng's voice, Maka sprang up, exclaiming, "Hey, where were you last night? You didn't even answer your messages. Weren't you supposed to show me your 5-star dormitory? Staying out all night? You've got quite the guts." Maka's eyes scanned Li Feng like infrared beams, his wolf-like instincts sensing that something significant had occurred. While others might not understand Li Feng, Maka knew him well. He was as predictable as a robot. Yet, he had mysteriously, "Ah, forget it. Haha, it's nothing. Let us go. It's all good now. Maka seized Li Feng's arm. Li Feng, do you think it's wise to change the subject in front of the future king of gossip? Is that perfume I smell? The Chanel Quiet Forest series. Li Feng felt a headache coming on. He had forgotten about Maka's keen sense of smell, which he took great pride in. I'm not familiar with those luxury brands. Perhaps I accidentally picked it up in the library. I stayed up all night yesterday. Our school library is truly wonderful. Ha ha. Ha ha. Maka looked skeptical but could find no evidence to pin on Li Feng. Regardless, he sensed something was off. If Li Feng had suddenly acquired a girlfriend, he would not believe it. Recently, the only person around Li Feng had been Tang Ling. To win over the stunning Tang Ling, one would need star-level charisma. If he himself couldn't manage it, Li Feng likely stood little chance, even as friends. Upon arriving at Li Feng's room, Maka launched into a tirade about the school's blatant inequality. This is outrageous. The disparity is astounding. I must work harder. Next year, I want to move in here. With a place like this, winning over girls should be a breeze. What do you think? Pretty nice, right? The gravity room could fit a gigantic bathtub. And the bed definitely needs a thick mattress, almost perfect. I heard your internet speed is also excellent. Downloads are lightning fast. Head. Li Feng was sweating. This was a school, not a playground. Chapter 58. The Gossip Explosion after a brief chat. They had to head to class. Maka confidently declared he would introduce Li Feng to the beauties of the journalism department, as many girls were indeed interested in him, though primarily due to his special status. Maka was determined to teach Li Feng a few tricks, for a brother should always support another brother. In the glorious first year, before military training, he had to help Li Feng become a true man. This week's classes focused on basics and introductions to Li Feng continued to meditate, but this time, half of his thoughts were occupied by Tang Ling's image. During the day, they exchanged secret messages via their communication device, unwilling to part from one another. Lunchtime was definitely a shared affair, and with their relationship having taken a significant leap, the dynamic felt entirely different. Tang Ling boldly linked her arm with Li Feng's, which surprised him. He had not intended to make their relationship public without her consent, but it was evident that Tang Ling was far more open than he. Having made their choice, they were prepared to take responsibility. Tang Ling was unconcerned with others' opinions. Furthermore, she sensed a threat. Avoiding contact with Li Feng was one thing, but once they began to interact, his charm would inevitably draw others in, having given him her all. She naturally aimed to eliminate any competition. As Tang Ling walked intimately linked with Li Feng across campus, a storm was brewing. This rapid development was astonishing. Many male admirers of Tang Ling had yet to make their move, and suddenly, she was taken? Yet, from the sweet expression on Tang Ling's face, there was no doubt about it. For those with experience in romance, in a place like Yalong, especially since they were both prominent figures, discretion would have been the prudent path, perhaps even a secret affair. However, it was clear that neither Li Feng nor Tang Ling cared for such caution. Tang Ling was a princess of Gad. Since she had become aware of the world, there was little that she could not decide for herself. Li Feng might appear ordinary, but he was truly exceptional, as long as Tang Ling had no objections. Li Feng was unfazed by the opinions of others. The two individuals appeared in public, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, yet their presence sent shockwaves through the gossip circles of the campus. Li Feng soared to the pinnacle of this year's most anticipated figures. Though a considerable portion of onlookers were merely eager for the spectacle, the background of Li Feng was nothing to conceal, and it was swiftly uncovered. His family was quite ordinary. People began to speculate on how long this romance could endure. Have you eaten a lot today? Currently, Li Feng was not solely preoccupied with his own meal. Indeed, the allure of beauty is a well-founded notion. Tang Ling felt a tinge of embarrassment. Engaging in certain activities for an extended period naturally leads to hunger. The enchanting figure of Miss Tang had certainly ignited various speculations among those around them. By the way, do you play Yuzhan? You must know about the Blade Warrior, right? Tang Ling hastily changed the subject. Men have an innate penchant for teasing girls, and few girls can withstand it. I do play the Blade Warrior. Why do you ask? Li Feng did not provide a direct answer. It was quite challenging for him to conceal anything from Tang Ling. What's the matter? Are you jealous? No need to worry. Who knows if the Blade Warrior is round or square? In fact, an exceptional pilot is crucial for mecha research. Our experiments have encountered some obstacles, and even the military pilots are unable to operate them. Tang Ling sipped her juice delicately, leaving Li Feng momentarily stunned. prompting him to wonder why women possess such an immense allure over men. Indeed, proficient pilots can elucidate certain issues within the design process of the mobile warriors. If given the opportunity, I would certainly like to Try. Feng eagerly expressed his interest. He had long yearned for the mobile warriors. Currently, the military's mobile warriors were insufficient to unleash his combat potential. He could handle even the most complex operations without fear. Tang Ling playfully stuck out her tongue. This is not solely for me to decide. However, seeing how fervently you exerted yourself yesterday, I suspect you are quite capable in this regard. I might. As she spoke, Tang Ling became acutely aware of the significant ambiguity in her words, especially under Li Feng's half-smiling gaze, prompting her to give him a playful kick. You are incorrigible. The charm in the way the petite woman uttered this phrase was something one must experience firsthand to truly understand. It sent electric shivers throughout her body. Li Feng feigned innocence, shrugging. I did nothing, said nothing. I am wronged. Their intimate lunch, undisturbed by others, was a source of unexpected joy for Li Feng. In the midst of summer, the lunch break was relatively long. Yet both were of the energetic type. There were still some unresolved discussions from yesterday that could continue today. Any sensational news travels swiftly, and the military academy was no exception. The prospect of becoming the new campus belle, Tang Ling, had been preempted by someone else, a significant blow to many admirers of beauty. Upon hearing this news, Ma Ka was taken aback, but his classmates patted him on the shoulder with envious glances. Ma Ka, your classmate is no exaggeration. He is as impressive as you said. I used to doubt you, but I was simply ignorant. Wait a minute. Are you saying Tang Ling's boyfriend is Li Feng? Yes, they were seen intimately holding hands and having lunch together. Many witnessed it. Damn. No wonder it felt familiar. It's the very perfume Tang Ling wears. That little rascal knew he loved gossip, yet kept it from me. This one do. I must confront him. Ma Ka pondered the previous morning's encounter, realizing it was difficult to discern when a boy matured into a man, though there were subtle differences in demeanor. Especially for someone like Ma Ka, who knew Li Feng well. Heavens! Ma Ka could not help but exclaim. Could it be that Li Feng had a perfect first night with Tang Ling? Is that even possible? Unable to contain himself, Ma Ka dashed out, relying on his instincts to intercept Li Feng midway. Upon seeing Ma Ka's flushed face, Li Feng immediately covered his mouth. You should head to the library and wait for me. I need to have a little man-to-man talk with this guy. Tang Ling smiled and nodded. This playful banter between the two was not their first. She was well aware of Ma Ka's peculiar interests. Ma Ka pulled Li Feng aside, his eyes wide with anticipation. So, did you or didn't you? Did you? Didn't you? Just tell me. Sweat, cough, man. Can you not be so nosy? Even though we are quite familiar. Ma Ka rolled his eyes. Spare me the moral lecture. We've shared underwear. What is there to be embarrassed about, good brother? I swear I won't tell anyone. But did it happen or not? Chapter 59, Jealousy. This is not solely my affair. I will never disclose it. Oh my goodness, how could such good fortune fall upon you? A mere greenhorn. Life is indeed unfair. I must make sure to go out more in the evenings. Why? To wait for shooting stars, haha. Don't worry. I know what I can and cannot say. Congratulations, that girl Tang Ling is the most wonderful girl I have ever met. You are truly fortunate, but it also brings challenges. Ma Ka patted Li Feng heartily, and indeed, he learned from the best. The student had surpassed the master. What challenges? Come on, you are too naive. A girl as exceptional as Tang Ling will undoubtedly have suitors. Love is not merely a matter between two people. Many fellows have not given up. Some will persist relentlessly, and anyone bold enough to do so must possess some skills. Though I haven't interacted much with Tang Ling. She is indeed one of the rare good girls. Being upfront has little effect, but you must be wary of those who may resort to underhanded tactics. Li Feng was taken aback. Is it really that exaggerated? Buddy, the world can be treacherous. Tang Ling is not only a rare beauty but also the heir to GD. What could be faster than winning her heart? Wealth and beauty combined. Just because you don't think that way doesn't mean others don't. Ma Ka was speaking the truth. He hailed from a family of merchants. Although he had limited interactions, he had heard enough about the business world to gain a fair understanding of human nature. During their student years, girls were the easiest to win over. He could guarantee that many were waiting to pursue Tang Ling during her university days. Who would have thought that Li Feng would suddenly emerge as a formidable competitor? What measures these people might take to overcome this obstacle remained unknown. While he felt happy for Li Feng, he also harbored some concerns, but since his friend was currently in love, he refrained from expressing such gloomy thoughts. Don't worry. Don't you think I'm not bad myself? Li Feng confidently puffed out his chest, and the two shared a hearty laugh. However, Ma Ka failed to notice the fleeting glint of coldness in Li Feng's eyes. He would show no mercy to anyone daring to offend him, or Tang Ling underestimating him would come at a cost. Ma Ka did not wish to be a third wheel and quickly left Li Feng to his own devices. But this was not a matter that could be settled with a simple meal at KFC. At the very least, it required a visit to Pizza Hut. As Ma Ka had pointed out, Tang Ling's romantic involvement had indeed attracted considerable attention, and naturally, many were displeased. However, they remained unconcerned. To them, no relationship was unbreakable, especially considering Li Feng was merely a poor boy, perhaps with some talent, but what did that matter? Eliminating him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Yet, Tang Ling was not to be trifled with. If she uncovered anything amiss, it would not bode well. These individuals could only devise alternative strategies. But with plenty of time left in school, they could slowly deal with this Li Feng. Truly, he was unaware of the heights of his ambition. Pursuing a woman also required consideration of one's status. While discussing matters with Tang Ling, Li Feng suddenly blurted out, "Shall we continue today?" Tang Ling froze momentarily before Li Feng let out a yelp, drawing the attention of surrounding students. He quickly apologized. While Miss Tang wore a smug expression, whispering, "Dream on. Is the Blade Warrior really that famous?" Li Feng casually inquired of a classmate, who regarded him with an oddly incredulous look, as though he had descended from Mars. Thus, Li Feng resolved to search for information online. It had been quite a while since he last checked, and he was well aware that it would garner some attention. However, if even Tang Ling had taken notice, it was imperative for him to investigate. As he opened the official website and forum for Yuzhan, he was inundated with an overwhelming amount of news regarding the Blade Warrior. Prominently displayed were countless battle recordings. Particularly the clash against the Death Knight, which was currently the hottest topic, and discussions showed no signs of waning. Li Feng, being human, felt a swell of emotions upon witnessing the immense support. Many were genuinely rooting for him. A phenomenon he had only heard of his fans. He was astonished to discover that he had gained such followers. After perusing through a plethora of comments, Li Feng found himself deeply moved. There were supporters, detractors, and skeptics, yet ultimately they were all observers, which allowed him to experience a new sensation: recognition. This recognition bestowed upon him a newfound strength. One enthusiastic Blade Warrior fan had penned a lengthy review, elaborating on details even Li Feng had not considered, responses that were instinctual. Without much thought, he left a reply addressing a few issues and sharing his thoughts before heading off to find Tang Ling. When making his way to Tang Ling's dormitory, Li Feng was particularly cautious. Although Tang Ling was his girlfriend, hastily becoming intimate or staying over could tarnish her reputation. While she refrained from mentioning it, he understood the need to protect his little princess. Fortunately, the building for special recruits was relatively quiet, and with a hat pulled low, he slipped inside undetected. As soon as the door opened, Tang Ling couldn't help but chuckle at Li Feng's attire. "What are you up to?" "Stealing landmines." "Not stealing landmines, but rather capturing a certain lovely lady." "Come here, let me steal a kiss." With these words, Tang Ling stood no chance against Li Feng. He closed the door, seized her, and enveloped her in his arms for a passionate kiss. It must be said, the treatment he received now was indeed different. Tang Ling responded tenderly, and Li Feng was already savoring that delightful little tongue. Utterly enchanting. Before long, Tang Ling found herself somewhat dazed. "How about we start with a little something?" he whispered in her ear. "You're incorrigible. Always thinking about that. I'm still not ready. Let us endure for another day." Tang Ling's head was nearly bowed to her chest. After indulging in warmth for a while, Li Feng finally released the beautiful Tang Ling, having exercised considerable self-control. "Ah, do you play Universe Battle too?" Tang Ling inquired, glancing at the buzzing gaming room. "I didn't used to, but lately I've been pondering your transformation power system. However, I lack some imagination, so I wanted to observe the fantastical models in the game. Although many aspects do not align with design principles, I hope to draw some inspiration." Chapter 60. Warmth. I am quite adept in this area. Even the Blade Warrior is no match for me." "Oh, are you really that formidable?" The Blade Warrior has become quite the sensation lately, with the government trying to track him down, yet to no avail. He truly is an enigmatic figure. "Hemph, Is he really that impressive? Who would have thought that one day I would feel jealous? Tang Ling sat on Li Feng's lap, playfully ruffling his hair. I never realized you were so possessive. You previously treated me like I didn't exist, and I thought your heart was generous. Turns out you're just a jealous fellow. By heaven's conscience, when did I ever ignore you? Besides, I wouldn't be jealous of him. Oh, really? You dared to skip his birthday party? That was the first time I ever took the initiative to invite a boy. Oh, you know how furious that made me. Tang Ling couldn't help but pound her little fists. But sadly, her strikes felt more like a massage against Li Feng. So that when you started to like me, Li Feng realized. What? Who said I liked you? You're insufferable. Just know how to bully me. Tang Ling protested, inadvertently revealing her feelings. Strange, I seemed so ordinary back then. How could you have noticed me? Why should I tell you? That is my secret, and I want to divulge it. Between lovers, countless topics arise. And as the two whispered sweet nothings, time flew by. That moment, the Universe Battle website was buzzing incessantly, indicating a heated state of affairs, the persistent ticking drawing the couple, lost in love, back to reality. Is the Blade Warrior making an appearance? Li Feng and Tang Ling exchanged glances, Li Feng perplexed. When did he ever make an appearance? During this time, there had been imposters claiming to be the Blade Warrior. But no one believed them. It was all too easily discernible in this day and age. No one was a fool. Tang Ling opened a web page, seemingly revealing that he had responded on some forum. Although anonymous, the tone and content of the narrative closely resembled that of the Blade Warrior. Is this guy really that popular? Just a casual comment can stir such a commotion. He is not just popular. On the video popularity charts, he stands toe-to-toe with Inupi's Angel Angie. Rather than a player, he is more of a public icon. If he were to endorse something, the profits would be substantial, especially in industries related to Universe Battle. However, this individual is quite mysterious and appears indifferent to such matters. Though Li Feng was aware it was about him, he adjusted Tang Ling's position, saying, if he were to challenge me, I would undoubtedly defeat him. That brat has never won a single battle. A mischievous glint sparkled in Tang Ling's eyes as she gently caressed Li Feng's face. You know, the way you pay attention to me is simply adorable. Humph, you always acted as if I didn't exist, but now you finally recognize my worth and understand my prowess. By the waterfall of sweat. You've always, indeed. But honestly, how dull would it be if you surrendered before the real show even began? Tang Ling pouted, resembling a little sprite. While Li Feng never expected that the little Princess Tang Ling could possess such a playful side. Do you want to know who the Blade Warrior is? Li Feng decided to share with Tang Ling, offering his assistance if necessary. I'm not interested. The experimental warriors are currently being selected by the military. They merely mentioned this person, prompting me to take a glance. Although I've never piloted a real mecha, I can adapt to 8 times the gravity. Essentially, as long as the mecha isn't too outrageous, I can give it a try. 8 times? Tang Ling gasped, nearly sitting upright. However, it was merely a thought, and she shifted back to a more comfortable position on Li Feng, which was far more pleasant than any bed. I've heard that only ace pilots and modified individuals can withstand such gravity. You? Hee. I suppose I have a talent for it, but only you know. Tang Ling certainly understood what 8 times gravity signified. For someone Li Feng's age to bear such a number, who knew what heights he could reach after training? However, what truly mattered to Tang Ling was that Li Feng was willing to share his secrets with her. The experiments are quite perilous. I can't let you take such risks. Hee. I knew my judgment was spot on. Chapter 61. A twofold gain. Li Feng did not spend the night at Tang Ling's place. After all, Tang Ling's identity could not be made too public, especially now that attention was on them. After resting for a while, they reluctantly parted ways. Gazing at Tang Ling, radiant like a celestial being, Li Feng nearly found it difficult to step away. Nevertheless, he understood that he must not indulge too deeply. Otherwise, Tang Ling would look down upon him, and he had numerous matters to attend to. Upon returning to his dormitory, the first thing he did was resume his training. Indeed, he felt a slight impact. Although not overtly noticeable, Li Feng sensed that he had been a bit too reckless these past few days. However, it mattered little. If one were to neglect significant aspects of life, what was the point of living? He did not exercise for too long, primarily focusing on adapting to 4 times the gravity and short bursts of 6 times, alongside honing his hand-to-hand combat skills. Fortunately, no one witnessed his techniques, which were far from mere flashy martial arts. They were true lethal arts, distilled from the essence of the devil's gold. While not perfect, they certainly rivaled the deadly techniques of any military in the world, swift, fierce, and precise, executed to perfection, complemented by Li Feng's formidable strength point. One could only imagine the consequences of direct contact with the human body. His intense personal training was akin to a performance. After completing a set, he stood firm like a pine in the mountains, the eerie aura of lethal intent dissipating in an instant. As Li Feng opened his eyes, he returned to his usual state. After taking a refreshing cold shower, he began contemplating his next steps. He had nearly mastered the foundational mathematical theories, and moving forward lay the more advanced concepts and truth. For him, there was no need to delve deeper as a researcher. Understanding the calculations necessary for the operation of the mecha was sufficient. However, applying them in practice would be a different matter. Simulated battles in universe battle would not suffice. A real mecha was essential. While the game boasted high fidelity, the operations remained considerably simpler. Otherwise, how could players engage? How could he acquire a genuine mecha? Purchasing one. But it seemed he lacked the funds. The legitimate channels were not feasible. The government tightly controlled such matters, and only large conglomerates like GAD could manage private armed forces. In truth, if he were to ask Tang Ling, it would be quite easy, but Li Feng was a man. And he still held onto a shred of pride. Even if Tang Ling offered, he could not accept. The only option was the black market, yet prices were exorbitant, and even if purchased, there would be no place to store it. What a hassle! Unfortunately, the Devil's Gold was currently preoccupied with its own affairs. Otherwise, that guy might have had a solution. Never mind, one must rely on oneself. There would always be a way. Entering Yalong, the chances had already surpassed 50%. Just now, Tang Ling seemed to mention someone claiming to be the Blade Warrior. An imposter? He wasn't particularly concerned, except that if an imposter were to deceive others in his name, that would not be acceptable. The Universe Battle Forum was in an uproar, and the thread Li Feng replied to was among the hottest discussions lately, primarily due to the acclaim the individual received. It was no wonder Li Feng felt a connection, as the internet was rife with comments to peruse. Upon seeing Li Feng's reply, someone began to harbor suspicions, and soon that particular response was thrust into the spotlight, igniting fervent discussions among players. Li Feng found it both amusing and exasperating. In these times, deductions had become so sophisticated. Just based on that, they dared to make judgments. Yet they had indeed hit the nail on the head. Opening the official user website, he found a plethora of system information. Clearly, they were eager to communicate with Li Feng, inquiring if he could issue a notice before battles to allow his supporters to prepare. In the past, Li Feng would have ignored such requests outright, but feeling the sincere intent of his many supporters, he couldn't help but reconsider. In truth, issuing a notice would have no impact on him. After all, it was equally impossible for the other party to track him down. The officials were willing to pay 50,000 federal shields for each notice. What a windfall! How could making money be this effortless? Li Feng shook his head in disbelief. What era was this, where one could earn what his parents would have to forego eating and drinking for an entire year? Such a strange world. And his simple notice was worth so much. The advantages of wealth are not lost on Li Feng. While money may not be omnipotent, life without it is undeniably arduous. Without financial means, he would find it impossible to gain entry into an upscale gym. Nor could he entertain the prospect of dating Tang Ling. It would be too humiliating to expect her to foot the bill every time. Moreover, should he wish to purchase any athletic equipment in the future, or even aspire to own a mobile warrior someday, the opportunity to earn would slip through his fingers. Thus, Li Feng took the initiative to contact the official representatives. During the downtime of the Blade Warrior, the staff were not excessively busy. The regulatory personnel merely monitored the screens to prevent any malfunctions, while the customer service team diligently addressed a myriad of inquiries, complaints, and suggestions. Suddenly, a female customer service representative let out a piercing scream and sprang to her feet. The collective gaze of the room turned toward her, and the supervisor's eyes widened in shock. He had just been contemplating a birthday gift for his son and nearly suffered a heart attack. However, it was evident that the screaming representative was even more agitated. Supervisor. Quickly. It's the Blade Warrior. In an instant, the surrounding staff surged forward, creating an impenetrable barrier around her, while the rotund supervisor, agile as a hurdler, vaulted over the table. Once he beheld the response on the screen, he promptly slammed his hand down on the table, his mind racing back to clarity. Quickly, obtain his contact information? No, given his personality, he likely wouldn't appreciate that. Instead, let him log into the universe battle. I shall converse with him there. Understood, Supervisor. The staff quickly resumed their positions. This marked the first time the enigmatic Blade Warrior had reached out, a monumental event indeed. Soon, Li Feng received a reply. The other party was astute, and dealing with intelligent individuals was always a pleasure. Upon connecting to Universe Battle, Li Feng opted for stealth mode. Is this the Blade Warrior? A system character inquired. Indeed, greetings, I am the head of customer service for Universe Battle, authorized to negotiate on behalf of the company. Excellent, let us get straight to the point. I wish to schedule a battle. Chapter 62. The agreement. The rotund supervisor endeavored to suppress his mounting excitement. Oh God, I praise you. Securing this deal would guarantee my promotion by 1,000%. His mind raced with possibilities. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Blade Warrior on behalf of the Universe Battle Community. As per our agreement, should you notify the Customer Service Department 3 hours in advance and receive confirmation, and you attend the match punctually, we shall compensate you with 50,000 federal shields. This reservation will be renegotiated monthly. How does that sound? 100,000. Li Feng replied coldly, knowing he must not accept the initial offer without negotiation. 100,000? The supervisor's heart tightened. Such a price carried risks, yet the opportunity was rare. If he could secure a booking with more than 3 hours' notice, the viewership would likely double. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. Li Feng was unperturbed, but the supervisor was fraught with anxiety. The Blade Warrior was shrouded in mystery, and the icy tone of the other party filled him with dread that a mere counteroffer might cause the opportunity to vanish. Very well, 100,000. We will send the relevant contract to your email within a day. Excellent. Goodbye. The supervisor stared vacantly at the vanishing BS-001, contemplating his good fortune. He sensed that the Blade Warrior was a decisive and cold individual. Had he hesitated for a moment, his career prospects would have vanished. After logging off, Li Feng felt somewhat bewildered. A match for 100,000 federal shields. Is this truly happening? Of course, he understood that the battle would not be straightforward. The other party would certainly scrutinize the details of the contract. Nevertheless, this did not concern him. Every battle he engaged in was a form of practical training, and he would not slacken his efforts. Soon, he would be on the path to wealth, and Li Feng could not help but feel a surge of joy, something he had never dared to dream of before. Fortunately, after enduring the trials of the devilish gold, this level of excitement was manageable. Among contemporary humanity, Li Feng's psychological resilience was undoubtedly among the strongest. A fleet of luxurious maglev vehicles was parked outside the WE Universe Battle Games Company, indicating that their occupants were in a considerable hurry, likely due to some significant event. The rotund supervisor stood there, his body trembling slightly, as a long conference table filled with high-ranking executives and board members from WE sat before him. All wearing radiant expressions. Mr. Galbo, you have served the company for a decade, have you not? The executive president remarked with a smile. Indeed, dedicating my life to this company is both my honor and my goal. The supervisor declared earnestly. The assembled executives nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with admiration and envy. Some were aware that this individual was about to strike it rich. The president nodded approvingly. You handled this situation exceptionally well. Demonstrating keen insight into the Blade Warrior's psychology and making the right judgments. We at WE take pride in having you as an employee. I hereby announce that Mr. Galbo is promoted to the position of manager of the WE Operations Department. With his year-end bonus doubled, and he will directly oversee the Blade Warrior project. Mr. Galbo, do well and do not let down our expectations. I shall not betray the trust of the president and my esteemed colleagues. The supervisor felt a surge of genuine emotion as he spoke, while the others nodded in satisfaction. Those who reached such positions not only had the requisite abilities, but also a stroke of luck. Competence is essential, but luck is equally indispensable. Upon exiting the conference room, the supervisor felt as though he were in a dream, gazing at the clouds outside the window. In that moment, he considered himself the Blade Warrior's #1 fan. Anyone who crossed the Blade Warrior would be crossing him as well. My son is also a fan of the Blade Warrior, he recalled, knowing he was likely the first father to have communicated with the Blade Warrior. Though it was merely a verbal exchange, his son would surely be overjoyed. Every match of the Blade Warrior would be announced officially, allowing players to prepare in advance for viewing. An extraordinary piece of news. Not only would it be posted on the website, but it would also be broadcast directly on major television networks. Everyone enjoyed their breakfast. The morning news anchor, holding a newspaper, proclaimed that the Universe Battle game was undoubtedly the most popular game of the day, embraced by players of all ages. This phenomenon had also encouraged players to enhance their physical fitness, much to the approval of many parents. Recently, a player of considerable renown had emerged within Universe Battle, the Blade Warrior. To illustrate his popularity, he was the only individual who could rival the music video of Angel Angel on the video charts. Just yesterday, this enigmatic player signed a combat agreement with WE, and we shall now take a look at the reporter's interview with the operations manager of WE. The scene shifted. Mr. Galbo, do you believe the Blade Warrior holds such significance for the Universe Battle game? The supervisor, clad in a sharply tailored suit, responded, first and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to the Blade Warrior on behalf of the player community. I am also a fan, as is my son. Yesterday was his birthday, and as a gift, I spoke with the Blade Warrior. My son was absolutely thrilled. That is the extent of the Blade Warrior's current popularity. Is that so? What does the contract specifically entail? The reporter, evidently unfamiliar with the Universe Battle game, inquired. Haha, we at WE adhere strictly to legal standards protecting user privacy. Those in the know understand that the Blade Warrior prefers to keep his identity concealed. And we respect that. His personal information remains confidential. I would like to emphasize that fans of the Blade Warrior can log onto the official website to check the dates of his matches. Thank you all for your support. The reporter turned the camera toward himself, questioning whether the Blade Warrior truly possessed such immense popularity. WE might have embarked on a rather risky venture. This has been a report from reporter Xiaolon. This was undeniably the happiest day for Blade Warrior fans. Henceforth, they would no longer wait anxiously, knowing that the Blade Warrior would not suddenly disappear. As for that reporter, who was she to venture an interview without even knowing the Blade Warrior? Chapter 63. A show of authority for Li Feng. There was no need to dwell on matters already settled. Money was merely a tool. He would not engage in daily matches merely to earn such sums. Opting instead for a methodical approach, the week swiftly passed, and the time for an intensive 2-month military training session approached, modeled precisely after the induction of new recruits. He had learned from upperclassmen that the training at Yalin was notoriously brutal, not strict, but rather ruthless. Some students had even withdrawn due to their inability to endure the harsh training. This was Yalin, a premier military academy that sought students with unwavering resolve. Discussions of fairness and human rights were irrelevant. Military schools were akin to armies, and soldiers represented steel and iron. Some students were already feeling anxious, while Li Feng and Sarda were practically brimming with anticipation, aware that not only would they learn what they sought, but they would also encounter genuine mobile warriors. Their sparring sessions would occur during training, overseen by instructors. A convoy of large transport maglevs carried the new students toward a military base on the outskirts, where they would partake in 2 months of specialized training. Had this been a leisurely outing, the vehicle would be filled with laughter and chatter, as they had only just commenced their studies. However, unlike military training at other institutions, the students of Yalin wore solemn expressions, as if preparing for battle. In truth, this was their first battlefield. The magnetic levitation train sped forward, its destination unknown, as it distanced itself further from the school and the city. After a considerable duration, a silvery fortress of steel emerged before the crowd, and the train gradually came to a halt. Outside the military camp stood several officers, who placed great emphasis on the annual military training. As the school bus receded from view, a chill gripped the new students. The metallic bastion, coupled with the lush surrounding hills, marked a stark contrast to their previous urban lives. For a significant number of students, this was their inaugural experience in such a setting. Leading the group was a second lieutenant, wearing a stern expression as he surveyed the animated throng of students. It would not be long before they comprehended the essence of being a soldier. Along with the conduct expected of them. Taiga, shall be your chief instructor for the next 2 months. From this day forth, you must cast aside your identities as students and forget the outside world. Remember only that you are soldiers. I have 3 directives for you all. First, obedience. Second, obedience. And third, once more, obedience. The lieutenant's sudden roar silenced the freshmen, who gazed at him, somewhat taken aback. Yet, a few students smirked, seemingly unfazed. I do not concern myself with your backgrounds or identities. Here, you are mere recruits. Now, discard your backpacks. Essentials have been prepared for you. We shall arrive at the training ground in 10 minutes. Those who are late will run 5,000 meters. Having said this, he turned and departed with 4 sergeants, moving swiftly into the camp, while the massive gates began to close behind them. The lieutenant's turn. Li Feng had already set off, followed by a few others who dashed into the camp. The remaining students stood frozen for a moment, before realizing they were now recruits, and regardless of what their backpacks contained, they hastily discarded them and surged forward. Those who gained admission to Yalong were certainly no fools. And the officers were not jesting. The thunderous clang of the steel gates echoed as they sealed shut, leaving behind a heap of bags. "Lieutenant, this year's batch has a few with commendable qualities," remarked Taiga, nodding. Indeed, 2 of them had even caught the attention of higher authorities. He had also received directives regarding a few students who were untouchable. While the military upheld equality, the immense influence of these individuals was beyond the reach of a mere officer like himself. Though displeased, he had no choice. Orders were orders, and a soldier must not act according to personal judgment. Today, let us first impart to you the meaning of being a soldier. Go ahead and form your groups. "Yes, sir," they saluted in unison, their faces adorned with devilish smiles, for it was time for drill. The training ground was easy to locate, and the students quickly gathered in clusters, their expressions a mix of confusion and uncertainty. Though they excelled academically, none had encountered an environment like this before. If not for the numbers, they might have been at a loss as to what to do. Li Feng neither joined Ma Ka nor Tang Ling, as they had previously agreed that while he could assist them, it would not be beneficial in the long run. People must endure trials to grow, and this was equally true for Ma Ka and Tang Ling. Coincidentally, Li Feng noticed Saltar, who was also observing him from a little over 10 meters away. Clearly, neither of them was fazed by the surroundings. Saltar was accustomed to such a lifestyle, compared to the hellish training he had previously endured. This felt like paradise. The 4 sergeants appeared, and the one resembling a bear stepped forward, bellowing, "Attention!" He disdainfully surveyed the disarray before him, tasked with correcting the students' numerous faults. Males to the left, females to the right. Those who are neither stand in the center. "What are you staring at? Move it, this instant, you bunch of swine!" The 4 sergeants shouted, yet the students remained sluggish in their response. Crack! A whip of electricity struck the ground, sending sparks flying and producing a deafening sound that left the students dazed. Was this military training or abuse? I protest. This is illegal and a violation of our dignity as students. I will lodge a complaint. One sergeant strode up to the protesting boy, their faces mere inches apart, his eyes glinting like brass bells, fixating on the terrified student. "This is your first and only chance. Here, there is only obedience. Those who refuse will be dealt with harshly. Do you comprehend?" The sergeant's voice was low and menacing, akin to a beast ready to pounce. The student who had just been invoking human rights nodded fervently, quickly joining the left side. With this example, others followed suit, realizing that the officers were not jesting. They had only 2 choices, to stay or to leave. Having fought hard to gain admission to Yalong, none would choose to depart. The gender divisions were swiftly established. Here, we shall thoroughly elucidate what it means to be a soldier. Now, no one is permitted to move. Males will stand for 3 hours. Females for 2. Anyone who stirs will run 1,000 meters and incur an additional half hour. The 4 sergeants positioned themselves at each corner, their gazes cold as death, rendering the students motionless. This was no jest. Their military training had commenced. Chapter 64. Devilish military training. 10 minutes passed. Everyone adhered well. 15 minutes in, some began to falter, faces itching, necks tingling, yearning to scratch but too fearful to do so. The word endure felt like a knife over their heads, and glancing at the perpetually icy stares of the instructors, they decided to bear it. After half an hour, the itch subsided, becoming numb. Their legs ached, and their heads spun. Why was it so hot? Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and some girls began to sway dizzily. Tang Ling felt relatively well, slightly fatigued but not bothered by the sun. Had someone used infrared vision, they would have noticed a faint glow shielding her from the sunlight, reflecting it away, though Tang Ling herself remained unaware of this. This was mere child's play for Li Feng and Saltar, who remained alert, lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, a thud echoed. Those who managed to enter the military academy had undoubtedly passed rigorous physical tests, and for the most part, They were fit, yet some girls could not withstand the heat and fainted. The 4 sergeants remained unfazed, standing firm. Do not think that feigning fainting will grant you a reprieve. If discovered, you will be expelled. This warning dispelled any thoughts of deception among the students, as it was evidently unwise to play tricks in front of these officers. The sun showed no mercy, relentlessly showering its brilliance upon them. An hour passed, and several more girls succumbed, yet the boys held strong, determined not to yield to the taunts of the instructors. Each one of them was resolute, unwilling to be labeled as swine, cowards, or weaklings, with some even envisioning ways to retaliate against the instructors. All students admitted to Yalong shared a common trait: unwavering willpower. Though they had not faced trials, their resilience was unquestionable, and everyone fought to persevere. After 2 hours, the girls were finally liberated, granted a moment of respite, while the boys were to continue standing. Though only for another hour, it felt like an eternity. When would they endure this? Some boys began to collapse, and the sergeant disdainfully gestured for them to be removed. They had been observing, and indeed, among these students were a few exceptional ones. Even under the scorching sun, they remained unaffected, seemingly enjoying the experience. The students admitted to Yalong all possessed a shared determination, and though untested, their strong will was indisputable. As the 3rd hour approached, when the sergeant announced the end, the boys sagged to the ground, while the girls snickered, pointing and whispering, "I." In truth, once they had endured, the experience felt trivial. The sergeants had earned nicknames among the students. The one with the loudest roar was dubbed Barehead. The one with a prominent scar was known as Scarface, while the other 2 were called Monkey and Zombie. As the other boys struggled, for among them remained unperturbed Huang Xiaoyang, Saltar, and the seemingly delicately Langialuos. Along with Li Feng, the girls watched them like models, commenting on their exceptional prowess, for indeed, those chosen for special admission were extraordinary. None of the 4 displayed signs of pain or struggle. They remained calm, as if relishing the sun's warm embrace. The age-old adage held true: beauty is drawn to heroes, and the girls' fiery gazes flitted among the 4. Li Langialuos found a spot to sit, as did Saltar, who preferred solitude. Huang Xiaoyang, however, clustered with his classmates, engaging in spirited banter, exuding charm. The sergeants exchanged glances, nodding subtly, and Barehead prepared to roar once more. Now, stand at attention. Males, 3,000 meters. Females, 1,000 meters. Those who finish may eat, while those who lag behind shall go hungry. A chill ran through the crowd. At the mere mention of food, stomachs rumbled audibly. They would run even 10,000 meters if it meant a meal. The girls, disregarding their image, surged forward without hesitation. Having just stood for an extended period, the prospect of a long run loomed ahead, causing distress among many, particularly the girls who had remained seated since the conclusion of the previous activity, their legs now cramping painfully. Amidst the collective discomfort, for individuals were engaged in a spirited competition. Salta took the lead, seemingly unaffected, followed closely by Huang Xiaoyang, with Li Feng and Li Langelos trailing at a leisurely pace. Previously indifferent to the strikingly graceful figure of Li Langelos, Li Feng now realized he had underestimated him based on earlier performance. The 2 shared a certain resemblance, lacking the aggressive nature of Salta and Huang Xiaoyang. Li Langelos, intrigued, exchanged smiles with Li Feng, a subtle acknowledgement passing between them. Meanwhile, Salta had quickened his pace yet failed to shake off the 3 behind him, as he was not exerting himself fully. Such rivalry seemed trivial, for mere speed did not equate to significance. Nevertheless, the prowess displayed by the quartet drew nods of approval from the 4 instructors, indicating that these were indeed the standout recruits of the current batch, an uncommon occurrence as previous years boasted only 1 or 2 exceptional candidates. This year, however, 5 had emerged, much to the instructors' delight, who relished the opportunity to train such talents. Salta, as the apparent frontrunner, was clearly the most formidable among them, an impressive feat, especially given it was merely the first day. However, a shift occurred as the exceptional 4 lapped numerous students, and in the final 300 meters, Huang Xiaoyang suddenly surged ahead. This change compelled Salta to accelerate as well, for he relished a challenge. Without competition, the endeavor would have been rather dull. Huang Xiaoyang and Salta's sudden sprint prompted Li Feng and Li Langelos to hasten their pace. In their youthful exuberance, they were ready to engage in this contest. "Li Feng, let us exert ourselves a bit more," came the call, Whoosh! The onlookers were left astounded as the four galloped towards their objective at an astonishing speed. Li Feng and the somewhat effeminately Langelos shot forth like arrows, swiftly catching up to Salta and Huang Zhaoyang, all four racing neck and neck towards the finish line. Alas, the distance was too brief for any significant outcome. The four sergeants observed their prodigious students with keen interest, their eyes widening at the sight of the quartet achieving a remarkable 9 seconds in the final 100 meters. Quite impressive, indeed, given their physical prowess, indicative of specialized training. The sergeants were not overly surprised. Anything less than a rapid performance would not qualify as exceptional in their eyes. Yet this year's recruits were distinctly different from those of the past. Chapter 65. Trials upon crossing the finish line. Li Feng and his companions displayed a keen interest in their fellow competitors, akin to children discovering a novel toy, though none ventured to speak. You four may proceed to the dining hall. They were instructed. Ignoring the command, the quartet made their way toward the cafeteria. Ha, ignored? Eh? These four are rather arrogant, mused one instructor. I have a penchant for the arrogant, provided they possess the requisite talent. If only they were all of such caliber. Being a caretaker would be rather mundane. You lot, hurry up. Are you crawling? And you, don't just stand there. Do you wish to become a flagpole? Quickly, quickly. Those who fall behind will go hungry. With this bellow, the students had no choice but to quicken their pace, cursing silently, for some had already begun their meals. If they delayed, there would be nothing left to eat. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as anticipated. Perhaps due to it being the first day, everyone managed to secure a meal, though those arriving later found their portions less appetizing. Yet, even the least palatable food seemed a feast to them now. Hunger was an ever-present reality. The first day had left an indelible impression, hinting at the arduous days to come. Perhaps out of newfound conscience, the evening passed without incident, and dormitory assignments were swiftly organized. Single rooms? Hardly. They were crammed into spaces housing 30 to 50 individuals for centralized management. The instructors merely distributed military training manuals, containing all essential information. Refusing to read? That was a choice, but one fraught with peril. The students entering Arung had finally cast aside their initial joy and excitement. For now they needed to learn the art of survival. Silence reigned. Exhaustion enveloped them, and by the time they concluded their day's activities, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Who could fathom what sort of hellish training awaited them the following day? Rest was imperative for the battles ahead. A night of deep slumber ensued. At 5 in the morning, the urgent assembly bell rang out. A throng of pampered youths had never endured such exertion. Yet the blaring bell was impossible to ignore, though many still wished to linger in bed for just 5 more minutes. Alas, time waits for no one. Assemble, assemble. In 5 minutes, gather on the field. Tardiness by even a minute incurs a penalty of 1,000 meters. Boomed the loudspeaker from atop the roof, and no need to inquire. It was undoubtedly Bearhead with his gruff voice. However, the punishment of 1,000 meters jolted these delicate students into action, hastily donning their attire and rushing out, likely shattering the morning makeup routines of several girls. Li Feng and his companions had already gathered on the field, each of them silently sizing up the others, engaged in their own private contest. To everyone's surprise, the fifth to arrive was Tang Ling, the G80 heiress, whose performance defied expectations. She had always been perceived as a delicate princess, yet reality proved otherwise. The moment Li Feng's gaze fell upon Tang Ling, it softened, and without words, they communicated volumes through their expressions. The young beauty seemed to convey a message of prowess, as if to say, "See, I am quite capable." Shortly after Tang Ling's arrival, Mu Shui joined, evidently unwilling to be outdone. The top student of the intake had prepared accordingly, as she had not even changed out of her clothes the previous night. As the bell rang, she took only a few moments to awaken before dashing out, initially believing she would be first, only to find 5 individuals already present on the field. More students trickled in, while the 4 sergeants stood at the front, coldly observing the throng resembling a disorganized flock of ducks. Their attention swiftly shifting to the few standing at the forefront. Li Feng and his companions regarded the soldiers with curiosity, particularly Salta, whose gaze brimmed with challenge. He had no qualms about teaching a lesson to the arrogant. Time's up. Immediately, soldiers blocked the hurried students from proceeding, forcing the unfortunate children to begin their arduous laps around the field. These laps were in vain, as subsequent training would not be neglected. and failure to complete tasks would result in poor grades. Today's assembly was quite lackluster. Look at you all, what a sight. Reflect on your performance. You four, yes, you, are now the team leaders. Lead your squads in a 3,000-meter run before returning for breakfast. It was Li Feng, Li Langelos, Salta, and Huang Xiaoyang who were designated as leaders, while the girls' teams were led by Tang Ling, Mu Shui, and Imyrna, and Matsushima Liu, with students evenly distributed among them. A large group began their laps, and the instructors maintained a firm grip on discipline. While they were strict, they were not overly harsh. Li Feng and his comrades found themselves in charge, with one captain selected for every 50 students, and one squad leader for every 10, an election process, albeit one where non-participation was not an option. The instructors were solely concerned with results. The morning exercises proved taxing, yet thankfully, many newcomers had adequately prepared for military training, easing their transition into the second day without undue difficulty. The second day's training consisted of the monotonous drill formations. While the formations themselves held little intrinsic value, they fostered a sense of collective cohesion and discipline. 4 hours in the morning, for in the afternoon, with 10-minute breaks in between. An effective method to instill a sense of order among these fresh recruits while truly honing their skills. By the weekend, the assembly bore no resemblance to the chaotic gathering of their arrival. The once disordered standing had been replaced by impeccably aligned formations, and the field was enveloped in silence, devoid of any whispers. This was the essence of a soldier. The previously absent Lieutenant Taiga arrived to evaluate the results of the first week, visibly pleased with the neatness displayed. Bare Head handed over the week's report, meticulously compiled by dedicated soldiers. Salta. Here, Salta stepped forward, standing at attention and saluting sharply. Li Langelos. Here, Huang Xiaoyang. Here, Li Feng. Li Feng's performance was commendable, though not the best among the four. That honor belonged to Salta, yet the instructor's comments indicated that he was merely on vacation. Lieutenant Taiga surveyed the four individuals. After a week of rigorous training, they remained exceptional, yet they had transformed. A unique aura now surrounded them. Genius tends to be proud and unruly, but that is not the demeanor of a soldier. A soldier must possess the requisite spirit, knowing when to be serious and when to adhere to discipline. Chapter 66. The pride of youth. The four remained as unyielding as ever, yet they adhered to the commands of their superior. Demonstrating considerable self-control, I announced that Li Feng and his 3 companions have earned an A for the first week. You will have the next 2 days off to relax and prepare for the upcoming week's training. Upon hearing this proclamation from Lieutenant Taiga, the students were incredulous, completely oblivious to the 4 sergeants who were stifling their laughter. Sweet rewards can often be traps. All right, at ease, stand at attention. Li Feng and Salta remain behind. At ease, everyone else is dismissed. As the dismissal command echoed, a roar erupted from the crowd. These 5 days had been utterly exhausting. God has opened his eyes, granting us 2 days of rest. They had never realized how glorious 2 days off could be. You two, follow me. The 4 instructors observed the 2 students with a mixture of amusement and surprise, as these 2 individuals were about to engage in a duel, sanctioned by the school no less. Li Feng and Salta soon grasped the implications of this and followed the instructors into the depths of the base. Their students were utilizing the peripheral facilities, while this area belonged to the capital's military district. Despite the seemingly modest ranks, the authority held here was substantial, and the personnel had been meticulously selected from the elite ranks. It seemed somewhat excessive for them to be instructing mere students. However, only Yalong possessed the clout to command such respect. Chief, who do you think will win? I'm placing my bets on Salta, one remarked. Monkey, you're far too cunning. No wonder the students call you Monkey, ha ha. Barehead, from now on, you can drop the Iron Bear and just call me Barehead. Enough bickering, you two. Let us watch the show. These students aren't as simple as they appear. Li Feng may be quiet, but Salta should not be underestimated. Surely you recognize the surname Loki, Taiga interjected. Salta? Loki? Loki, could it be? Ha ha. A member of the Loki family? No wonder. Second Lieutenant, is that man his father? Indeed, what a twist of fate. Second Lieutenant, let Iron Bear give him some practice. These trivial tests will be of no consequence to someone from the Loki family. Exactly. We can't just let this slide without any explanation. Don't cause any trouble. The Major is interceding for you, Ford. Complete this training task, and you may return to your unit. If you stir up more trouble, even if the Major spares you, I will ensure you are stripped of your skin." "Ha ha, I knew the Major had the kindest heart," Monkey replied with a grin, his long hands gesturing animatedly. The four of them had executed a task, and in a moment of impulse, had taken down a few extra targets, leading to their demotion. Fearing further mischief, they were placed under Taiga's command in front of their old superior. The four naturally dared not cause a ruckus to Kind-Hearted. "You four must pass through 8 gates before you can return to your unit." "Don't say I didn't warn you," Taiga retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. The mention of the 8 gates. The expressions of the four turned grave. Tin was their home, and they were determined to fight to the death within its confines. Although their abilities might only get them through 7 gates, they were resolved to push through, especially since this was undoubtedly a chance the Major had fought hard to secure for them. If they failed and perished, they would have brought it upon themselves. Suddenly, as Li Feng and Salta trailed behind, both became alert. The 4 individuals ahead, previously normal, now emanated a palpable aura of deadly intent, as if they had transformed into entirely different beings. Ordinary instructors could not possibly possess such formidable strength in this military stronghold. "Please present your identification," the guard commanded. "Beep, beep, beep, verification complete. Entry permitted." With a soft hiss, the great doors slowly swung open. "Come in. This is the true military camp, where real soldiers are undergoing rigorous training." Currently, the military was divided into 2 types: mobile warrior units and conventional forces. While conventional units had been abolished in space, they still existed on the ground in considerable numbers. After all, mobile warriors were expensive to produce and demanded high standards from their pilots. It was impossible for them to be solely composed of mechs. In the military district, due to the need to handle urgent situations and counterterrorism, conventional forces were rare, with the majority comprised of mobile warrior units. In a significant city like the capital, the standard configuration included 500 mobile warriors, translating to around 600 qualified pilots, with over 500 reserve trainees. Mobile warriors were naturally the elite of ground forces, but in the eyes of the sophisticated interstellar warship soldiers, they remained mere cannon fodder. Thus, a rift existed between mobile warriors and warship soldiers, with mutual disdain. Mobile warriors regarded their counterparts as cowards merely piloting massive starships, a sentiment that had persisted since the dawn of warfare. "Ha ha, you two, feel free to relax. Here, we are all brothers. Come, let me introduce you. These 2 lads are the special recruits for this year's Yalong, and they are from the Mobile Warfare Department, our future comrades." Taiga clapped his hands, summoning the training soldiers. The soldiers, engaged in upper body training, paused upon hearing this and gathered around. "Welcome. A true man must become a mobile warrior. You two have good taste." The soldiers instantly warmed to the newcomers from the Mobile Warfare Department, while they were less enthusiastic about those from the Command Department, who would undoubtedly rise through the ranks quickly. If they managed to board an interstellar warship, they could emerge as second lieutenants, a feat they could not hope to match. The special recruits from the Mobile Warfare Department were indeed a rare sight, fostering a sense of camaraderie among the ranks. Salta, a man from the Loki family, the pride of use. Let us give him a round of applause. The Loki family, known for producing elite mobile warriors, had a formidable reputation. Taiga had once faced Salta's father in battle, although he had lost. He respected his opponent's prowess. The name carried significant weight within the military, especially among mobile warriors. The NUP's mobile warriors often looked down upon use, as they frequently relied on sheer numbers to secure victories. But the Loki family was the exception. They were strong, exceptionally so. The response was a chorus of enthusiastic applause and cheers. Salta's blood surged with excitement. He had longed for this recognition, the acknowledgement of true men. He bore the blood of the Loki family, the essence of a warrior, the spirit of glorious military honor. Taiga waved for silence, instructing the brothers to clear a space. The 2 were to engage in a contest of strength, a true battle between men. You may choose hand-to-hand combat or mobile warfare. The choice is yours. Chapter 67. The duel. Of course, this was not a genuine mobile warrior battle. Damaging a mech would incur substantial repair costs. The military possessed simulations akin to actual combat training, though this was not mere play. The cockpit was an exact replica, and the physical exertion mirrored real combat scenarios, albeit displayed through virtual screens. Personal training for mobile warriors could utilize real mechs, but most confrontations were simulated. Some military districts did employ real combat mechs for their exercises, typically sponsored by large corporations like GAD. Additionally, when testing new models, they would invariably use physical units to enhance the practicality of the mechs, as issues could only be identified through actual combat. Simulations would not suffice. Anything goes, Li Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Let us do both. Salta was eager not to miss this opportunity. After dealing with Li Feng, he intended to challenge the instructors as well, for the earlier display of lethal intent indicated they were no ordinary soldiers. All right, brothers, get ready. Excitement surged among the soldiers at the prospect of witnessing a thrilling spectacle. Though they held reservations about the two inexperienced students, the fact that one hailed from the Loki family piqued their interest, and the second lieutenant would surely not waste their time. In truth, Taiga himself harbored doubts. The major had instructed him to keep an eye not on Salta, but rather on the lesser-known Li Feng. This young man appeared promising, yet his skin seemed normal, lacking the signs of rigorous training. In contrast, Salta's physique bore numerous scars and thick calluses from intense training, a testament to his discipline, compared to Salta's explosive musculature and rugged frame. Li Feng appeared merely sturdy, and it was difficult to discern how much strength he truly possessed. However, this was merely a sparring match. They could not afford any accidents, so protective gear was essential. With vital points off limits for attack, a principle everyone respected, as no one wished for any mishaps. Both Li Feng and Salta voiced no objections. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, they ascended the platform. Though it was their first encounter with these soldiers, they blended in seamlessly, feeling an immediate sense of belonging. Li Feng. Once the battle begins, I will not hold back. Even with protective gear, fractures are still a possibility. So you best brace yourself mentally, Salta warned, his eyes igniting with fervor. Li Feng waved dismissively, signaling his opponent to proceed. Begin. Taiga took on the role of referee, keen to observe Li Feng closely, as he needed to fulfill the major's directives with utmost diligence. Salta moved with agility, refraining from launching an immediate assault. Recognizing Li Feng as a worthy opponent, he resolved to remain cautious. Li Feng stood his ground, making no move, not even adopting a defensive posture. His hands rested casually over his chest, his gaze seemingly disinterested in Salta. This demeanor did not indicate a lack of seriousness. Rather, it reflected a harmonious unity of mind and body. His experience in real combat was limited. Especially against an opponent hailing from such a renowned family, close-quarters combat would undoubtedly be strong, necessitating his full attention. In terms of momentum, action, and combat experience, Salta appeared vastly superior to Li Feng. In such circumstances, standing idle was unthinkable. After all, he was not a martial arts master, and the tales of heroes from novels held no relevance here. With a series of agile movements, and seeing no response from his opponent, Salta decided it was time to strike. A test? No. His earlier caution had merely been a ruse to create the impression of prudence, but that was not Salta's style. His nature was singular, an all-out assault. He surged forward like a bullet, his right fist aiming directly for Li Feng's face, propelled by an unstoppable force to subdue his adversary. He chose the swiftest of jabs, confident that he could send Li Feng flying with a single blow, a feat he had accomplished numerous times before. Crack! As if time had frozen, the cheers of the soldiers abruptly halted, and a strange glimmer flickered in Taiga's eyes. After all, the major was indeed the major. Li Feng stood there as if motionless, while Salta found himself unable to move. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down, his willpower beginning to wane, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He desperately wished to regain clarity, yet his body increasingly disobeyed him. Thud! Salta, the new pride of the Loki family, had fallen, and it was quite a humiliating defeat, shrouded in a sense of bewilderment. Even in the moment of unconsciousness, Salta could scarcely believe it was real. Li Feng felt a twinge of regret. His excitement had been overwhelming, influenced by the surrounding atmosphere. In truth, Salta was commendable, but how could he compare to Li Feng's transformed physique? Thus, Salta collapsed, leaving the warriors in stunned silence. It was Taiga who first regained his composure, hastily calling for someone to carry Salta to the infirmary. Ha ha, Li Feng's true prowess is unveiled. With this display, you deserve this year's special recruitment. Brothers, let us give a round of applause for our future mobile warrior. Li Feng himself relished the ambience, nodding with a smile. Instructor, Salta may require some time to recuperate. If there is nothing further, I will return to my unit and await his recovery for the next battle. All right, you may go back. Yes, Li Feng saluted, promptly escorted away by a soldier. Taiga and the 4 sergeants gazed at Li Feng's retreating figure. Lost in thought. Monkey, your forte lies in agility and swift engagements. What do you think of this lad? At that moment, the instructor had shed his earlier air of authority, replaced by the keen gaze of a predator sensing its prey. Exuding the fierce spirit of a warrior. Impressive, that cunning fellow. If it were a direct confrontation, it would be hard to say who would prevail. His strength and speed are astonishing, effortlessly blocking his opponent's attack. Executing an elbow strike coupled with a seamless throat lock, truly a master, Taiga nodded, acknowledging that Salta was already formidable, ranking among the top 10 of their warriors. Yet, he could not escape Li Feng's single move. Heh, this fellow will be one to watch in the future. His personality was particularly noteworthy. At times seasoned, at others naïve. In combat, he appeared a novice, yet once he struck, he displayed a remarkable shrewdness. As if he had taken many lives. This is the first time I've encountered such a peculiar individual. The sergeant, nicknamed Zombie, said with a blank expression, clearly taken aback by the emergence of such a character among the students. They had no intention of belittling the elite of Arlong. On the contrary, once these youths matured, many would rise to prominence in their respective fields. Yet now, they were still seedlings, and suddenly, a towering tree had thrust itself forth. Demanding attention, Chapter 68. Strike First.it was truly astonishing that this lad was not Ivincian. Following the consensus between Use and Inupi, humans and Ivincians coexisted, with many new offspring emerging, some possessing unique physiques. However, during Li Feng's medical examination, he had been confirmed as human. A prodigy among ordinary humans was a rarity, perhaps one in a million. Chief, these individuals do not require standard military training. Instead, let them train alongside our brothers. I believe they would gladly accept. Monkey, do not entertain any tricks, they are still students. Your idea is commendable. I shall discuss it with the higher-ups. Go check on Salta. I hope this lad does not become too despondent. Heh, the Loki clan is notoriously stubborn. Getting them to concede is no easy feat, especially since combat is their forte. What have you arranged for the second week? Hee, wilderness survival. Let us give them a thorough lesson. Scarface said with a grin, though the scar on his face rendered his smile rather menacing. Ensure the soldiers do not overindulge. Safety comes first. Rest assured, Chief, we know our limits. The lieutenant shot a glare at the monkey. The one he trusted the least. If you cause any trouble for the major, I'll be the first to skin you alive. The other soldiers resumed training, some focusing on strength, others engaging in sparring. Yet all were discussing the recent match. It was a bit of a letdown. It seemed even the Loki clan had its share of underwhelming members, as one of their own was easily bested by a novice. The disparity between the thunderous boast and the meager result was evident. The upcoming battles seemed less promising. Opinions varied. Some held Li Feng in high regard, while others, lacking the experience, found it difficult to assess their opponent's strength. Upon his return, Li Feng noticed Tang Ling and Maka waiting for him. As soon as she saw him, Tang Ling seized his hand, inspecting him from head to toe like a doting wife. Causing Maka to shake his head in disbelief. Tang Ling, I have a suggestion. Li Feng and Tang Ling were somewhat perplexed. What could he possibly suggest at this time? Could you not create some challenges for this lad? So we, the male compatriots, could find some balance? Is this not a provocation? Tang Ling revealed a mischievous smile, gently linking her arm with Li Feng's. That one do. I prefer to strike first. I certainly don't want my Feng Feng to be taken away. My Feng Feng. Oh dear, how utterly cheesy. Maka exaggeratedly gaped, secretly giving a thumbs up. This lad had clearly mastered the art of wooing women. When he finally made his move, it was indeed earth-shattering. Tang Ling, reassured by Li Feng's well-being, was in high spirits. What of Salta? Why hasn't he emerged? He needs some time to rest. We still have another battle ahead. Maka and Tang Ling exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Salta had fallen, and they could scarcely fathom it. They had assumed Li Feng had lost and was merely emerging in defeat. Yet he had triumphed. Ahem. Are you saying you defeated Salta? Indeed. What of it? He is quite skilled, but he still requires further honing. Maka and Tang Ling were somewhat overwhelmed. They were undoubtedly the closest to Li Feng, yet at times, he felt entirely unfamiliar. as if they had never known him. Salta was renowned among the youth of Use and Inupi for close combat and mechanized combat. It was said that the North Star of Inupi had taken a keen interest in him. Yet Li Feng seemed almost indifferent. Those skilled in hand-to-hand combat are not necessarily adept in mechanized combat, but those proficient in mechanized combat are almost always masters of close quarters. Damn. You read truly something. Defeating Salta is worthy of celebration. You can deduct one from the pizza I owe you. Maka generously patted his chest. Heh, as long as you know, I am more eager to see his performance in mechanized combat. The Loki clan excels in that area. As I have long heard, I hope to see some fruitful results. Observing the excitement in Li Feng's eyes, both Tang Ling and Maka felt a sense of disparity. It was a feeling both familiar and strange, with Tang Ling experiencing an added layer of enchantment and infatuation. At that moment, Li Feng exuded a unique charisma. Though his tone was calm, it was imbued with confidence. Tang Ling also recalled certain moments she should have noticed earlier. Yet, a woman in love often finds her intellect diminished. Li Feng had once claimed he could withstand 8 times the force of gravity, and she had witnessed him dent a steel plate with a single punch. That strength was undoubtedly extraordinary. Let us not dwell on him. It's rare for the devils to show kindness. Over the next couple of days, we should indulge ourselves and take in the splendid natural scenery around us. Maka had already prepared for a picnic, envisioning a beautiful moonlit night, a campfire barbecue, lovely companions, and a patch of grass. A grand delight in life. Li Feng cast an apologetic glance at Tang Ling, aware that the little princess had likely never encountered such overt behavior. In truth, Tang Ling had long grown accustomed to it. Had she met someone like Maka in the past, she would have found it utterly detestable. Perhaps due to love, she now viewed Maka's genuine character with a degree of appreciation. While she did not particularly like his flirtatious nature, she understood that Maka's friendship with Li Feng was a rare gem, one that sought nothing in return. As for lifestyles, everyone has their own way of living. If they are true brothers, they should embrace one another's choices. Of course, she hoped Li Feng would not become entangled in romantic flings, thus she needed to keep a close watch. This is the nature of a woman in love. She seems to forget who she is. After all, she is Tang Ling, the princess of Jie, a genius girl, and the campus belle of the new generation. Being so infatuated with a man undoubtedly left other male classmates feeling envious. If it were Huang Xiaoyang or Li Lanjialos, it might have been more understandable, for both were handsome and wealthy. Yet, it was Li Feng, which made it difficult to comprehend. Linger, Maka, let us not entertain thoughts of a picnic. A day of relaxation is sufficient, but tomorrow and the day after, we must prepare our equipment and survey the terrain. Although the training plan merely states wilderness survival, I suspect it will be yet another test. Clap, 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 heh. Who would have thought Li Feng possesses such skills? Just then, Mu Shui, Huang Xiaoyang, and Li Lanjialos arrived. Chapter 69. The Young Shall Rise. Huang Xiaoyang and Li Lanjialos observed Tang Ling's affectionate hold on Li Feng, feeling a twinge of jealousy. To claim they were not envious would be disingenuous. It was impressive to see such a beautiful woman display such affection. Li, well done, but do not be complacent. Many eyes are upon you. Huang Xiaoyang remarked with a smile. Li Feng gently caressed Tang Ling's hair, awaiting the perfect moment to win her favor. In this subtle exchange, Li Feng had indeed picked up a few tricks from Maka. Congratulations, Li Lanjialos added sincerely. Though they had not interacted much, Li Feng found him likable. He possessed an air of wisdom disguised as simplicity, like a calm surface concealing a tempest beneath, and anyone who provoked him would be like stirring the ocean's depths. Thank you. What are you three doing? We are about to investigate. From the very first week of training, it is evident that this instructor is somewhat different. I fear that we shall not fare well next week. Muzhu remarked. The 4 individuals are members of Tin, having been sent here to reflect upon their mistakes. Huang Xiaoyang replied leisurely. Li Feng, the instructor calling you in cannot possibly be for a duel. Where is Sarda? No worries, Sarda will be out shortly. We shall not disturb you, he said. Li Feng was not one to boast about winning a single match. It sufficed to share with his girlfriend and brothers. Others were unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Muzhu could not delve further, yet she always harbored disdain for Tang Ling and Li Feng, particularly Tang Ling, who had audaciously declined her challenge. This dismissiveness irked Muzhu, especially regarding the relationship between Tang Ling and Li Feng. She deemed Tang Ling foolish for embarking on a romance so early in the semester. Women in love easily lose focus, and Tang Ling seemed lackluster in this regard. However, among the girls in this school, only Tang Ling ignited her desire for battle. Perhaps Mu Zhu aspired to be a strong woman like Zhou Ji. Observing Tang Ling's deep attachment to a man made her feel the latter had deviated from her path. Yet, Mu Zhu was intelligent enough not to voice such thoughts in this setting. Meanwhile, a minor incident occurred within the base. Before Taiga and the others could exit the training grounds, Sarda burst in, quickly recovering from the previous assault. At that moment, he resembled an enraged beast. Two warriors attempting to restrain him were effortlessly tossed aside. Li Feng, come out. Sarda was not afraid of defeat. However, the earlier incident was nothing short of humiliation, taken down in a single move. The thought of his father discovering this would surely lead to his disownment, bringing disgrace to his family. Sarda, what are you doing? Quiet down. Xiong Tu's voice boomed louder than Sarda's, stepping forward to embrace him. But Sarda broke free in an instant. Taiga, on the other hand, remained composed. Sarda, failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is not understanding the cause of your defeat in combat. You are not a match for Li Feng. I know you wish to argue that you have yet to unleash your true prowess, but how can you ascertain that what Li Feng displayed was his utmost strength? Enraged, Sarda begrudgingly halted his movements. He was no fool. The Loki family possessed both strength and intellect. If not provoked by the situation, he would not have acted so rashly. Feeling immensely stifled, he understood, as Taiga pointed out, that recklessness is not a trait of a mature warrior. His father had criticized him for such behavior more than once. Sarda menacingly approached the punching bag. A nearby warrior quickly stepped aside, having witnessed how Sarda had effortlessly thrown two warriors aside. A fierce roar erupted, bang, 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 with rapid-fire punches, followed by a powerful right hook, crash, clang. The punching bag was obliterated. Sarda gradually regained his composure. Instructor, if it does not hinder you, may I recover here? I wish to fight again tomorrow. Of course, Taiga nodded, having no objections. It was not about granting Sarda any privileges, but rather ensuring Sarda could fully exert himself to discern what Li Feng was capable of, which would also fulfill the major's instructions. To earn the respect of these warriors, there was but one path: strength. Those who had previously found Sarda's swift defeat uninteresting fell silent. Such formidable punches, yet the speed remained astonishing that Sarda's strength was indisputable. In terms of offensive power, his physique was undoubtedly robust. To become a master, one must first be able to endure punishment. A glance at his scars made this evident. However, even this could not withstand Li Feng. It could only be said that the student named Li Feng was a true anomaly. Regaining his calm, Sarda began to analyze the battle, needing to adjust his physical state to unleash his fullest driving capabilities the following day. This was not merely a personal battle. Due to the presence of Taiga and the other soldiers, he also represented the honor of the Loki family. Should he be defeated again in such a manner, he might as well take his own life to appease his ancestors. Engaged in relaxation exercises, Sarda contemplated the events that had transpired. An initially solid attack had suddenly lost track of the opponent, followed by a series of heavy blows. Superpowers? Unlikely. His mind remained unaffected. He had heard of individuals from Inyupi or Use possessing such abilities, known as mutants, capable of incapacitating their opponents with brainwaves, or what they termed psychic energy. However, these individuals were primarily utilized for research and interrogation, and their direct combat efficacy had yet to be proven. Moreover, such abilities were ineffective against those with strong willpower. Admitting that Li Feng was superior in strength was a bitter pill to swallow. Among his peers, no one had ever treated him in such a way. To prove himself, he must achieve victory in tomorrow's mech battle. In contrast to Sarda's intense focus, Li Feng, Tang Ling, and Maka were busy preparing survival tools. According to the military training manual, students were permitted to acquire certain tools for outdoor survival. For someone like Li Feng, it was akin to a picnic. However, for the majority of others, this outdoor training posed significant challenges. Many students remained blissfully unaware of the impending horrors that awaited them next week. Chapter 70. The first experience with mech combat. Li Feng was wholly supportive of this training, although it surely could not compare to the Devil Gold. The format bore some resemblance. The proud sons and daughters of Yalong needed a lesson, and realizing this sooner would only serve them well. As for the members of TIN, They were likely special forces. Each of the four possessed unique skills, igniting Li Feng's desire to find an opportunity for some sparring. Perhaps this outdoor survival exercise would present a perfect chance. Li Feng's thoughts mirrored those of the instructors, particularly Xiong Tu, who was renowned for his strength. Though he had not exerted his full power when restraining Sarda, it had certainly been enough to gauge the boy's considerable strength, while Li Feng had easily knocked him down. TSK, if not for the lieutenant's restraint, he would have sought a match with him already. The other three harbored similar sentiments. Members of Tin were often reckless, and they too anticipated the outdoor survival scenario. The instructors were allowed to test the students, though how they chose to do so was up to them. Last night had undoubtedly been the most restful since their arrival. The dormitory was filled with the sounds of deep slumber, exhaustion having taken its toll. Once relaxation set in, the students were bound to sleep soundly. This morning, there was no morning briefing, and the training field appeared somewhat tranquil. Li Feng jogged alone but soon encountered his companions, none other than Li Lan and Garros, who seemed equally surprised. Early, aren't we? Indeed, it is mutual. Did you spar with Sarda yesterday? The two began to run together, and Li Lan casually inquired. Yes, there is another match today. I hope the Loki family's mech combat skills live up to their reputation. Li Lan chuckled, and Li Feng found comfort in that smile. He was indeed a pleasant individual. The Loki family's combat techniques were undoubtedly commendable. Judging by Sarda's demeanor, he seemed to have learned quite a bit. Though perhaps his execution was slightly lacking, I have studied their family's tactics a bit. We can exchange insights later. Li Feng shook his head, chuckling, no thanks. I wish to experience the surprise. Li Feng, you truly are one of a kind. It is no wonder Miss Tang Ling is fond of you, Li Lan remarked, a hint of envy gracing his handsome features. This comment left Li Feng feeling somewhat bashful. Even now, he was unsure what it was that Tang Ling saw in him. Perhaps it was merely proximity. After breakfast, Li Feng made his way inside. The guarding warriors had received orders and did not impede his passage. Taiga, the instructor, and Sarda awaited him. Sarda's face bore a calm demeanor, as if he had forgotten the humiliation of the previous day. Hee, Li Feng, why don't you familiarize yourself with the operation of the military virtual network? It is quite different from gaming. Li Feng did not hesitate. Sarda, hailing from a military family, had surely been exposed to this long ago. Li Feng had only played games. This military simulation, so akin to reality, was a first for him. Climbing into the cockpit, Li Feng felt a surge of excitement. It was indeed a different experience. System scanning, confirming, pilot status compliant, establishing connection, beep. The operation was identical to real mechs, a large screen materializing before him. Li Feng took a deep breath and began to maneuver, taking the first step towards brilliance. Thud. 3 black lines appeared on the faces of Taiga and the others, who had anticipated a demonstration of high-level maneuvers, only to witness Li Feng plopping down onto the ground. The onlookers exchanged glances. Was this contest even necessary? It was evident that Li Feng had never before encountered a mobile warrior. Surely, he had only dabbled in war games. Such games were merely played out of boredom by soldiers, and most held them in disdain, deeming them too easy, lacking the challenge of genuine difficulty. Li Feng soon recognized the significant disparity. He had applied an incorrect force, causing him to lose his balance. The screen displayed the Cano 3 wobbling like a duck, as Li Feng endeavored to grasp the concepts of balance and power control. Much to the amusement of the watching warriors, who found the sight laughable. Truly a standard rookie, unable to maintain balance, yet he wished to engage in combat. They had witnessed Sarda's training moments ago, and it was evident that he was exceptionally skilled. Even Taiga, rarely one to offer praise, nodded in approval, acknowledging Sarda's solid fundamentals. Sarda was equally disheartened. How could this happen? It felt like a victory tainted by dishonor, especially considering his opponent was merely a novice. Losing to such a person was a severe blow to his pride, and he contemplated conceding defeat, realizing that even a win would not hold much significance. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed the soldiers around him pointing at the screen, their expressions filled with disbelief. Goodness, what is this? The screen displayed the Cano 3 performing a series of simple yet powerful maneuvers, which quickly escalated in speed and incorporated various fundamental military techniques, such as the Thomas spin and the cross-slashed. Sarda's fighting spirit was rekindled. Could it be that this fellow had merely been pretending earlier? Li Feng paid no mind to such matters. The cockpit felt remarkably akin to an actual piloting experience. After only a brief period of operation, Li Feng's body was swiftly synchronizing with the mobile fighter, adjusting to an optimal control state. This was not merely a matter of brute force. He could gauge the difficulty of the space combat game, which had indeed been significantly reduced, particularly in terms of physical exertion. Nevertheless, their claim of realism held some merit. For instance, should BS-001 exceed physical limits, it would immediately shut down, whereas in reality, soldiers could push beyond their limits, in the space combat game. Entering a warning zone would trigger a halt. Overall, it remained rather simplistic, at best achieving 70% of its intended effect. Among those who excelled at the game, the likelihood of transitioning to a skilled pilot of a mobile fighter was merely 1%. While ace pilots of mobile fighters were all adept players that, of course, they too needed to familiarize themselves with new controls. Although the space combat game diminished physical demands, it did not lessen the player's imaginative capabilities, especially those skilled in operating practical fantasy-level machines. They excelled in the game, but should they be called upon to pilot a mobile fighter, they might falter. This often becomes a contentious topic during arguments between fantasy players and reality players. As many space combat enthusiasts lack the requisite physicality, they merely wish to enjoy the game. Chapter 71. The struggle of a cornered beast. Li Feng piloted the Cano 3, finding it even easier than the BS-001 in the space combat game. The only differences lay in the details. He felt no hesitation, having previously contemplated the controls numerous times. After a mere 10 minutes, he had completely mastered every aspect of the machine, the intense vibrations providing him with a greater sense of realism. This ignited his desire to pilot a true mobile fighter in combat on a desolate planet. It was exhilarating. After stretching for a while, Li Feng exited the cockpit, only to discover the soldiers were all staring at him. Leaving him perplexed, he hadn't performed any particularly flashy maneuvers, so why all the attention? Li Feng, have you never encountered such military simulators before? Taiga inquired casually. No, I've only played games, but this is quite thrilling. Sweat, Sarda, standing nearby, felt an urge to ask, you dare challenge someone from a military family without any prior experience? But that question was rendered moot as Li Feng's final series of maneuvers resembled those of a seasoned pilot. Taiga could find no better explanation than to label him a genius, a born warrior, a prodigy. Anyone who could pique the interest of a major was undoubtedly exceptional. Taiga himself felt a twinge of envy. But it would be unsporting to bully the smaller contender. He decided to observe the duel between the two instead. Prepare for half an hour, then commence. Yes. The two saluted in unison. Li Feng opted to rest momentarily, even though he hardly needed it. Failing to voice it would seem dismissive of his opponent. Sarda, on the other hand, began to prepare earnestly, warming up and loosening his joints to avoid undue strain on his body. Watching the two young men diligently prepare, Taiga and the others felt a surge of anticipation. These individuals were notably self-assured, and earning their attention was the highest form of praise for Li Feng and Sarda. Though neither young man seemed to take notice, time flew by, and the two Cano 3s, each painted in distinct colors, stood ready for battle. Neither side appeared anxious. An observer might have mistaken them for two seasoned warriors preparing for combat. Taiga's gaze sharpened. Begin. With a resounding thud, the two Cano 3s charged toward one another, their steps booming. Experts could instantly discern the caliber of their movements. Both displayed remarkable steadiness. The soldiers exchanged glances, for they had all been selected from elite ranks. And even the most exceptional required at least a month to adapt to this system. Sarda's lineage in mobile warfare made his performance unsurprising. But what of Li Feng? An ordinary student had managed to achieve such prowess in merely half an hour. Was he even human? In stark contrast to the comical rookie antics exhibited during their initial encounter, piloting the Cano 3 felt remarkably intuitive compared to the BS-001. Whoosh! Sarda executed a high-difficulty acceleration jump. Operating a mobile fighter was not as simple as leaping as one might in a long jump. It demanded rigorous training, and a single misstep could jeopardize balance. Clearly, Sarda was not hindered by such limitations. The alpha alloy blade gleamed ominously as it descended, and from the outset, Sarda was intent on going all out. Even if he found himself at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat, he was determined not to falter in mobile warfare. No matter how talented Li Feng might be, nor how adept he was at the space combat game, there remained a distinction between that and actual simulated combat. One might perform well in a display. Yet true combat was an entirely different matter. Under immense pressure, one's true nature would inevitably be revealed. Indeed, Sarda's intuition proved correct. Despite Li Feng's belief that he had mastered the Cano 3, the machine exhibited slight discrepancies in operation following a severe impact. Such nuances would not be logged in data, nor could they be articulated. Each pilot had honed their skills through extended practice. There is an old saying, familiarity by sight does not equal proficiency by touch, and proficiency by touch cannot replace regular handling. And who was Sarda, you might ask? Once in the mech, he transcended mere humanity. He bore the spirit of the Loki family, determined to restore his honor. Just one encounter revealed to him that Li Feng was merely putting on a facade. The relentless assault of the Alpha Alloy Blade forced Li Feng to defend himself. And the more intense the onslaught, the more pronounced the discrepancies became. Many of his movements began to falter. Had he not been remarkably resilient, he would have been defeated long ago. Damn it, I knew Sarda was superior. Keep at it, strike hard. Li Feng won't last much longer, roared Bearhead, unable to contain himself. What nonsense are you spouting, Iron Bear? When did you become Sarda's cheerleader? Retorted Bearhead, stroking his bald head. I have no love for prodigies. Sarda has trained rigorously. Iron Bear, do not judge a person by their exterior. Perhaps you too have sensed that this Li Feng is somewhat peculiar. At times he seems like an ordinary individual. Yet at others, he resembles a demon emerging from hell. On the surface, he appears inexperienced with the Cano 3, but it won't be long before Sarda finds himself in trouble. The four sergeants were united in their focus on the large screen, acutely aware that the maneuvers displayed were not within everyone's capability. Thus far, many soldiers felt a twinge of embarrassment, as several of the actions were still under their study, while this student had already mastered them. Sarda's attacks showed no sign of relenting, and Li Feng remained beleaguered, yet the margin to failure was still considerable. Each time he found himself on the brink of disaster, he managed to create distance through high-energy leaps. Yet everyone understood that such maneuvers were the most draining and ultimately counterproductive. Sarda could no longer endure the situation. Initially, he intended to maintain an advantage by exhausting his opponent's stamina before striking decisively. However, after such a prolonged assault, Li Feng showed no signs of weakness. Should he continue in this manner, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Prolonged sieges are a cardinal sin in warfare. When cornered, one must adapt and find a way through. Suddenly, Sarda's relentless assault transformed, becoming fiercer and more rapid, his strikes growing increasingly brutal. Several soldiers immediately recognized this as the military's standard level 2 attack technique. My goodness, so few in attendance could execute such a proficient technique. Given his age, it was truly astonishing. Chapter 72. The dignity of a man. Yet, Sarda made a grave miscalculation, despite Li Feng's calm demeanor. This was his first encounter with such technology. The more chaotic the engagement became, the more it seemed to disrupt his rhythm, leaving him unable to seize control. However, once Sarda unleashed the level 2 attack technique, Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He had little fear of fixed attacks. While such techniques might prove effective against the average combatant, unfortunately for Sarda, Li Feng was somewhat exceptional. The effectiveness of repetitive attacks was at least halved. Sarda's military-grade level 2 attack technique had barely been initiated before Li Feng countered with remarkable precision. Utilizing a typical high-speed frequency shift, he forcefully parried the Alpha Alloy Blade, executing a Thomas spin that extinguished Sarda's hopes of regaining control. This difficult maneuver was indeed challenging to counter, especially during a cautious moment, but Li Feng had chosen the timing impeccably. Sarda's intent to close in and exploit his advantage became his undoing, as the Thomas spin was designed specifically to counter such strategies. Yet Sarda was no slouch. He recognized that he could not match Li Feng's strength. Despite his seemingly slight build, Sarda questioned what hidden strength lay within. Realizing he needed to retreat to create distance, he miscalculated. Li Feng had never favored a defensive approach. Whether facing a weaker or stronger opponent, granting Sarda an opportunity was tantamount to sealing his own fate. Who said the Thomas spin had to be executed in its entirety? In Li Feng's philosophy, every technique existed solely to secure victory. Harnessing the momentum from the spin, he unleashed an exaggerated flying kick mid-air with the Cano 3. A group of warriors stood in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the extraordinary maneuvers executed in the heat of battle. What immense recoil must his body withstand? While the Cano 3 is indeed well suited for human utility, Employing such exaggerated movements imposes a significant strain on the body. Sustaining serious injuries is no trivial matter. Regrettably for them, Li Feng would not be deterred by such an action. Instead, he harnessed his creative maneuvers to reclaim the upper hand. Offense is often more composed than defense, and at that moment, Sarda found himself at a disadvantage following a frenzied assault, particularly with his military achievements momentarily stymied. This setback severely dampened his desire to attack, and the shock within him was immeasurable. This technique had been countered before, but only by masters of his father's caliber. Such advanced combat techniques could only be learned within the military, and even those from the Loki family could not engage with them before enlisting. However, he could certainly master the fundamentals. Sarda was not driven by a desire for immediate results. Recognizing the futility of his offensive, he opted for defense, seeking to exhaust his opponent through defensive experience. As offense often reveals vulnerabilities, Li Feng's initial strikes were indeed bold and fierce, yet that did not guarantee they would find their mark. Sarda was no fool. He was acutely aware of when to act and when to hold back, finding a perverse delight in watching his adversary expend energy. Yet he overlooked the identity of the individual before him, Li Feng. It would not be long before the truth spread among Yus and Nup. Never defend against Li Feng. One can never predict the terror unleashed when a genius of offense is allowed to operate freely. After 2 or 3 exchanges, Li Feng had thoroughly attuned himself to the control required for the Cano 3 amidst their clashes. In a fleeting moment, Sarda's Cano 3 caught sight of Li Feng's, a mere pause eliciting an involuntary tightening of his heart, the aura of death. This was the harbinger of a top-tier ace pilot's explosive potential. The air became thick with tension. It was a mere sensation, yet it felt palpably real. Without a word, Li Feng's machine moved, the lightning-fast alpha alloy blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Descending upon Sarda, to everyone's astonishment, Sarda did not attempt to defend. Yet, a collective sentiment echoed among the spectators. Sarda was finished. However, Sarda evaded the strike through frequency modulation, and no matter how formidable the assault, if it cannot connect, it is futile. Frequency modulation is indeed a life-saving technique on the battlefield, a requisite skill for any advanced pilot. Yet, mastery of frequency modulation varies. How could one of such limited prowess contend with Li Feng? Li Feng's Cano 3 shadowed Sarda relentlessly, who said frequency modulation could only be employed defensively. It could equally be applied in offense. What appeared to be a swift strike suddenly slowed, and after a beat, surged forward again, while Sarda's modulation only reached the second stage. A genuine crisis. The alpha alloy was already embedded in Sarda's left shoulder, poised to plunge deeper. At this juncture, Sarda unleashed his killing intent. The honor of the Loki family could not be tarnished by his own hands. Sarda, remember, you are a man of the Loki family. This honor was purchased with the blood of your kin. You must protect it, fool. Hold on. What is a minor injury in the grand scheme? Suffering now is merely a means to survive on the field. Mother, why can't I drink cola? Dear child, you must consume specially formulated beverages. They enhance your strength. But why don't the others have to? Because your surname is Loki. No matter how well Sarda performed, his father had never offered praise. Above him loomed a brilliant older brother. He toiled relentlessly, and though he appeared strong in the eyes of outsiders, he could never surpass his brother or father. He did not genuinely wish to defeat them. He merely sought a word of commendation from his father. Yet, every encounter was met with cold indifference. The only path to earning his father's praise was by vanquishing him. Entering Ulung was a quest for stronger methodologies, not a stage for defeat. No, absolutely not. With a roar, an inexplicable surge of power erupted from within Sarda as he executed the Thomas Spiral. A rapid, fierce maneuver, in a mere twist, the alloy blade lodged in his left shoulder was flung away. The sudden force catching Li Feng off guard as Sarda unleashed a primal strength. Of course, Sarda's mech lost its left arm in the process, one weapon gone, one limb severed. Yet, through the Thomas Spiral, Sarda regained the advantage, his assault unbroken, the second strike poised to land. In this state of heightened exhilaration, he was, as commonly termed, fighting for his life. Now, it was Li Feng who found himself in a precarious situation. The ferocity of the Thomas Spiral was not to be underestimated. There are numerous ways to counter the Thomas Spiral, yet Li Feng found himself in the unluckiest of scenarios, having just absorbed the force of the first spiral. and now faced with the compounded intensity of the second, all while contending with a desperate Sarda. Chapter 73. The Silent Lamb. Sarda's explosive strike immediately garnered the admiration of all present. Those capable of defending the capital, half of whom had seen battle, recognized the relentless killing intent emanating from the pilot's movements. In such circumstances, the average person would have already succumbed to despair. A strike so intricate and powerful was nearly impossible to evade unless one's mech vastly surpassed Sarda's. Regrettably, that was not the case. Both warriors were equipped with the same model. Faced with this peril, Li Feng did not enter a complete combat state. Although danger loomed, he felt confident. The same errors could not be repeated. Calmness was key. The Thomas spiral was indeed ferocious, but no technique is flawless. Sarda's lone remaining arm swung violently toward Li Feng, who deftly adjusted to deliver the optimal response. Without a doubt, Li Feng's Cano 3 was sent hurtling away. Applause and cheers erupted for these two young men. Their thrilling bout had earned them the respect of all onlookers. Li Feng was a formidable and powerful young man, with astonishing learning capabilities. Yet, in contrast, Sarda's experience and adaptability in battle were somewhat superior. Which is why he could, chillingly, how was it possible that Li Feng's Cano 3 had risen again? Li Feng's mech had not malfunctioned. It had merely been thrust away by a powerful blow. However, Li Feng had skillfully leveraged the impact. It could not entirely negate the force of the attack, but he had indeed taken a solid hit. Observant eyes would note that the Cano 3, propelled backward, spun violently. Under normal circumstances, such rotation would have induced nausea in the pilot, yet Li Feng's physique was as robust as a beast's. Even while spinning, he strived to maintain balance, using the rotation to dissipate the force of the blow, thus minimizing damage to his mech. This Li Feng is terrifying. If it were you, could you have achieved such a feat in that moment? The four members of Iron Hero remained silent. They could see more clearly than the average soldier. At that critical juncture, retreat was not an option. Sarda's alloy blade could undoubtedly cleave through his skull, yet in that instant, Li Feng charged directly at Sarda to evade the blade, altering his force at the moment of impact. What appeared to be a simple advance and retreat demanded an extraordinary level of combat skill and physical prowess. Now, both stood on equal footing. Li Feng without his alpha alloy blade, Sarda missing his left arm. Yet, Li Feng still had his laser. With Li Feng's marksmanship, he could easily dispatch Sarda with the laser. But this was not a battle to the death, it was a test. Such a worthy opponent was hard to find. One who could engage him to this extent was commendable, and Li Feng was eager to continue relishing this rare opportunity for combat. Li Feng's Cano 3 charged toward Sarda. The crowd collectively exhaled. Everyone knew that Li Feng had not forgotten about the laser. However, employing it against a mech devoid of its left arm would feel somewhat unjust. Though no one would voice such sentiments, there lingered a sense of unfairness about the match. After all, it did not pertain to some crucial outcome. Outsiders may think this way, viewing the situation as mere spectators, yet how many could truly adopt such a mindset? Indifferent to victory or defeat? Such eloquent words. It is precisely this that has led Taiga and others to gain a deeper understanding of Li Feng. They were astonished to discover that such a talent possesses such loyalty, which undoubtedly enhanced their admiration for him. Tai Xiong and others felt somewhat petty in comparison. However, they had overestimated Li Feng. He had refrained from using lasers solely for the sake of training. Had Salta not exhibited such remarkable prowess earlier, or lacked any practice value, he would certainly not have hesitated to eliminate his opponent with a single shot. Faced with Li Feng's comprehensive assault, Salta had no time to ponder. Although he wielded an alpha alloy blade, the loss of his left arm significantly increased the difficulty of his maneuvers. Nevertheless, being a member of the Loki family, he would not relinquish even the slightest hope unless he was completely defeated. Boom! Li Feng's Cano 3 model delivered a powerful blow, rendering the alloy blade as ineffective as a mere stick. Li Feng remained utterly unconcerned. Weapons, particularly formidable ones, invariably exert psychological pressure. For instance, when one wields a sharp knife against an opponent armed with a similarly sized wooden stick, the psychological impact on the adversary is fundamentally different. This is a natural phenomenon, but soldiers can suppress such feelings through rigorous training, albeit with great difficulty. Only elite forces can achieve this level of mastery. Li Feng, however, exhibited a proficiency that clearly surpassed theirs. While a fist may not be instantly lethal, Salta's alloy blade could certainly claim Li Feng's life in an instant. Yet, from Li Feng's movements and attacking instincts, he treated his opponent as if he were merely a stick. Salta promptly retaliated, retreating while aiming his alloy blade at Li Feng's head. Yet, Li Feng showed no intention of evading. He merely tilted his head, allowing the blade to graze past him, as his combat mech seized Salta and crashed forward. Li Feng discerned that Salta's operational capabilities had diminished by over 10%. In this scenario, sheer recklessness would not suffice to secure victory against Li Feng. Such an approach was utterly inadequate. However, Li Feng, having failed to incapacitate Salta, found the outcome unsatisfactory. He had long forgotten that this was merely a friendly sparring session. Since he was exerting himself, he aimed to achieve the training's intended effect, refusing to squander the opportunity. Thus, before the eyes of all, he delivered a punch that severed his own left arm. The blinding sparks elicited gasps from the soldiers, who regarded him as utterly insane. The seemingly deranged Salta paled in comparison to this man named Li Feng. One could only wonder about the architecture of his mind. Salta, equally bewildered, questioned whether this was a manifestation of contempt directed at him. At that moment, Salta's communicator buzzed, revealing Li Feng's voice. "Give it your all. I have no desire to waste time being underestimated by outsiders." This was an unprecedented experience for Salta. The combat mech advanced towards Li Feng with a steady gait. This individual was undeniably audacious. Chapter 74. The intent of the drunken man. Li Feng had retrieved his alloy blade. The absence of an arm posed considerable challenges in terms of balance, and his opponent likely possessed experience in that regard, compelling him to adapt. Yet, when confronted with such circumstances, an unusual thrill surged within him, a testament to the devilish training he had undergone. Under unfavorable conditions, Li Feng became exceedingly exhilarated and reckless. Gripping the alloy blade in reverse, he charged towards Salta, continuously adjusting his frequency and center of balance, accelerating with each stride. Remarkably, the combat mech's body inclined at a certain angle, a feat that was undeniably challenging. Salta had succumbed to madness, determined to engage in a high-speed collision, a tactic he had never encountered before, aside from his father and brother. This man was akin to a silent lamb. Once his true nature emerged, it could incite fury. At that moment, Li Feng's eyes were cold, immediately discerning Salta's intent for mutual destruction. It's not that easy. In the decisive moment, Li Feng harbored no intention of showing mercy. As the two combat mechs crossed paths, Li Feng's Kano 3 model executed a long-distance leap, crashing to the ground, stirring up dust, while Salta staggered a few steps, his upper and lower bodies separated. Sizzle, sizzle, boom! The system malfunctioned. At this juncture, Li Feng slowly rose to his feet. With a flicker, the mech became indistinct. He had exited the combat interface. He did not immediately disembark from the simulator, his eyes slightly closed. However, through the narrow slits, a terrifying gleam was visible as he contemplated. After a moment, he gradually opened his eyes, returning to normal. Once again, he had gained several insights, which pleased him. As he descended, the surrounding soldiers instinctively parted. As if he were a wolf in sheep's clothing, Li Feng touched his face, perplexed by their gazes, as if they had seen a ghost, a him. "Li Feng, you are truly astonishing." Taiga struggled to find words to express his astonishment. If it were not for regulations, he would have immediately challenged this young man to a duel. "Thank you, instructor. I have learned a great deal from Salta." The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain whether his humility was genuine or a mere facade. Only upon witnessing the final outcome did they realize that Salta had been completely outmaneuvered throughout the battle. However, Li Feng's benign and serene expression did not suggest deceit. It appeared he was not overly concerned about his recent triumph. To defeat a member of the Loki family, especially as a student, would have sent others into ecstatic jubilation, yet there was not a hint of pride or joy on Li Feng's face. It was as if this was merely another routine training exercise. This aspect of Li Feng's demeanor drew even more attention from the onlookers. Taiga meticulously documented these details, which he felt compelled to report to the captain. It seemed the captain was evaluating him, and perhaps this individual could become a member of Tyrant. At that moment, Salta dismounted from the simulator, though his expression appeared somewhat abnormal as he strode purposefully toward Li Feng. Exhibiting signs of embarrassment and anger, the other soldiers remained still, and Taiga did not intervene. As it was evident that Salta was no match for Li Feng, Li Feng stood casually, sensing no intent to kill despite Salta's serious demeanor. Upon reaching Li Feng, Salta bowed his head and declared, "Please be my mentor." No one was more acutely aware of the disparity between them than Salta, who had engaged Li Feng in combat. Observing from the sidelines was a one-dimensional experience. Salta was not foolish and quickly recognized the vast gap between their abilities. This individual named Li Feng was unfathomable, a formidable presence capable of contending with his father. Age? What of it? Please be my mentor. The words were the same, yet Salta's gaze was imbued with greater determination. Li Feng was well aware of his uniqueness, yet he questioned, "Why should I teach you?" Their eyes locked in a resolute stare, neither willing to yield. Upon hearing this, Salta sensed a glimmer of hope. Lang meant nothing to him. His sole ambition was to acquire greater strength, to prove himself. To earn his father's approval, and to see his mother's smile, Li Feng symbolized his hope. An unequivocal hope. I, Salta, vow upon the honor of the Loki family to learn combat skills from Li Feng and, in return, execute his will. The expressions of those present shifted in an unusual manner. Since the Inupi and Yu's war, the chivalric spirit of the Middle Ages had experienced a resurgence, with even the military adopting such oaths. Some private militias thrived, and Salta's declaration implied the relinquishment of his national service rights. If Li Feng did not permit him to enlist, he would be unable to join the military. This was a grave oath, made in the presence of so many witnesses. Unless he completely forsook the honor of the Loki family, the only outcome would be his expulsion from it. Salta was utterly serious, and at that moment, everyone hoped Li Feng would refuse. Yet, Li Feng simply smiled and, with apparent ease, replied, "Just a jest. I welcome the opportunity for sparring." Li Feng had merely felt the need for a more formidable sparring partner. And no one was more suitable than Salta, especially as they shared the same school. Convenient indeed. He had not anticipated the future implications of such a declaration, nor the weight it carried. Taiga and others exchanged glances. Their expressions somewhat unusual, yet their positions prevented them from voicing their concerns. Salta had acted rashly, but the die was cast, and they had no authority to intervene. Li Feng and Salta, you may return to your teams and prepare for next week's training exercises. Yes, instructor, both responded in unison, saluting. Until Li Feng and Salta vanished from sight, Taiga's expression remained tense. Monkey, have the combat sequence replay.0 and record a segment for me. Yes, boss, Taiga, Taixiong, and the others scrutinized the playback on the screen, occasionally requesting slow-motion replays. For the remainder of the session, they remained silent, only exhaling a collective sigh of relief at the conclusion. What are your thoughts now? Fortunately, this fellow is one of us. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a mech combat prodigy. Heh, it's a pity he's a student. Otherwise, Chapter 75. A decisive man's silence. Taiga interrupted Monkey's subsequent remarks. Some matters must remain undisclosed. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, the Yus and Inupi have been engaged in regional conflicts in a non-primary third-party world. Recently, hostilities have escalated, with the Yus facing some setbacks. The higher-ups intend to dispatch elite personnel to maintain equilibrium. Naturally, both sides are testing each other's military capabilities and the development status of their combat mechs. Although the scale of these skirmishes is relatively small, their significance cannot be overlooked. Of course, such matters are not open to the public. Outwardly, the two sides still coexist peacefully. Moreover, some Ivantians are Yu citizens, while certain individuals are Inupi citizens. This is politics, a human relationship rooted in interests, devoid of emotions. Well, you all mustn't cause any trouble during military training. Let's see this batch of students off properly before swiftly returning to the ranks. I shall personally deliver this to the major. As the two exited the inner camp, Salta's previous animosity towards Li Feng had completely dissipated. Upon stepping out, they noticed several individuals awaiting their arrival. Tang Ling, Makar, Li Langelos, Huang Zhaoyang, and Mu Shui, along with a few students, were engaged in casual conversation. As soon as they spotted Li Feng and Saltar, they immediately surrounded them, inquiring about the entertainment within, though their true intention was to discern who had triumphed in their spar. However, directly asking would offend the one who lost. We merely had a casual exchange. We both gained quite a bit from it, Li Feng replied with a smile. Oh, really? What was it like inside? I've heard that the military's simulation battles are nearly indistinguishable from reality. It must be exhilarating. Huang Xiaoyang remarked, his eyes ablaze with curiosity, eager to ascertain the victor. Li Feng, not particularly fond of gossip, found little enjoyment in such chatter, especially in the presence of a somewhat tedious crowd. Hee, you might want to speak with the instructor. Perhaps he will permit you to join in. I'm utterly exhausted and in need of rest. Saltar, see you this afternoon. All right, Saltar replied earnestly, pleased that Li Feng had taken the initiative, as he had been hesitant to press the matter himself. He was eager to enhance his abilities, driven by personal ambition, and time was of the essence. As long as Li Feng remained unscathed, Tang Ling was indifferent. Naturally, she linked her arm with his as the three departed, leaving the others somewhat baffled. They could not comprehend why the young lady was so forward. Even in romance, a girl of her caliber would likely be challenging to please. Even once a relationship was established, she would remain rather reserved in public. What on earth was it about Li Feng that held such allure? The extent of Li Feng's charm was difficult to quantify, yet it was undeniable that for a young lady, her first love held immense significance. Although Tang Ling had once harbored some emotional room, it had been completely filled by Li Feng. Thus, walking arm in arm in front of others felt inconsequential. While Li Feng was no master of seduction, his proactive approach was undoubtedly effective. For a beauty like Tang Ling, merely showering her with affection would yield minimal results. Even if a relationship was established, the journey from first base to home plate was fraught with challenges. Unfortunately, Li Feng had unwittingly hit a home run, making it seem effortless. For those like Huang Xiaoyang, who preferred a slow and steady approach, there was little hope. Watching Li Feng and Tang Ling's retreating figures, the others could only feel envious. Hee, Saltar, what are your thoughts? I concede, Saltar stated succinctly before departing, leaving a group of bewildered individuals to ponder his words. The previously tense atmosphere among the students had relaxed considerably, and they enjoyed a delightful lunch filled with laughter and camaraderie. The grueling training over the past few days had fostered deeper connections among classmates, with the girls shedding their aloofness to playfully interact with the boys. In such an environment, even the most ordinary could shine, and the boys found themselves captivated by the exceptional talents of their female peers. Among this new cohort, aside from Tang Ling, Mu Shui stood out. It was evident that Tang Ling was already taken, and her status as a Jade princess dampened the enthusiasm of others, as she was the type to be admired from afar. The allure of the unattainable was always preferable to the mundane. As for Li Feng, he was largely overlooked as her boyfriend. Did having a guardian prevent one from scoring? At least for Huang Xiaoyang and the others? It seemed irrelevant. Tang Ling had consistently denied such individuals any opportunity. During meals, she exclusively spent her time with Li Feng, and facing someone who had just bested Saltar, even those with designs would adopt a more subtle approach. As direct confrontation was clearly unwise, Fenggu, could you draft a training regimen for me as well? To become a qualified soldier, physical fitness is essential, and I've noticed my own condition leaves much to be desired. Tang Ling had learned from Makar that Li Feng had previously devised a training plan for him, which he found quite impressive and targeted. Naturally, Li Feng had no qualms about fulfilling his girlfriend's request. As he heartily devoured his meal, his robust appetite struck Tang Ling as distinctly masculine, a reflection of her affection. All right, but given the heavy demands of military training currently, there's no immediate need to increase the intensity. I'll give it some thought. This afternoon, I plan to engage in personal training with Saltar. Feel free to join us if you're interested. I'm interested. Tang Ling eagerly raised her hand, her exuberance drawing the attention of those nearby. What has gotten into Tang Ling? Her delight touched Li Feng, prompting him to disregard the curious gazes of others and gently squeeze her delicate hand. Once lunch concluded, the students dispersed, eager to indulge in various activities after their prolonged confinement. Makar had set his sights on a charming girl from the journalism department and was currently in hot pursuit. Enjoying the natural scenery with her, Li Feng could only silently wish the best for that young lady. Chapter 76. Training grounds. The once bustling training field had fallen eerily silent. Although it was a military academy, few aspired to be soldiers. Most entered Yalong with the ambition of becoming officers. In contemporary warfare, how many officers truly charged into battle? Saltar had already arrived, and upon spotting Li Feng, his eyes gleamed with fervor. With his right hand across his chest and a nod of his head, he addressed him, Master. Tang Ling, who had been smiling, was taken aback, momentarily stunned. This was unexpected. She was no naive girl, and she recognized the gesture as one of the most popular knightly salutes of the 23rd century. A mode of greeting among followers. Tang Ling admired Li Feng without needing a reason. Witnessing her beloved excel brought her greater joy than her own achievements. However, instances that could astonish a girl of her caliber had become rare. Yet Li Feng continuously managed to surprise her. Li Feng, unpretentious, knew that training alongside Saltar would yield significant insights, making humility unnecessary. Saltar, before we begin training, let us first assess our basic metrics to establish the training parameters. Of course, Saltar appeared genuinely excited, momentarily disregarding Tang Ling's presence. Linger, could you help us record the results? Tang Ling nodded eagerly, her background as a designer of mobile warriors making her quite familiar with such assessments. The first test examined the comprehensive index, a common yet not entirely precise indicator, serving merely as a general gauge. Typically, scores range between 50 and 100. As Saltar stepped up, the machinery whirred to life, enveloping him in a scanning beam, and the screen displayed a figure, 160. Saltar was pleased with this result, as it significantly surpassed the standard requirement for an average soldier. Intrigued, Tang Ling took her turn. Achieving a score of 70, she pouted, feeling dissatisfied. Aspiring to be a captain of an interstellar battleship, her physical condition was clearly inadequate. Yet, being a young girl, there was no need for undue haste. Next, Li Feng approached the device. The scanner swiftly measured him, and the number 93 appeared on the screen. Both Saltar and Tang Ling stared in disbelief. This cannot be. The force you exhibited during our match clearly surpassed 150 in overall quality. How could it be only 90-something? Li Feng chuckled softly and took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Suddenly, the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate dramatically, soaring beyond 200, eventually surpassing 230, all while Li Feng maintained an air of nonchalance. This is impossible. How can one alter their physical condition so dramatically? Tang Ling exclaimed, shaking Li Feng's arm like a child. Saltar, however, began to comprehend. Tang Ling? Such abilities do exist, and why father and brother can achieve similar feats, but they do not possess the level of mastery that master does. Oh dear, Saltar, just call me by my name. Referring to me as master makes me feel aged. I am still in the prime of youth. Indeed, Saltar, better to address him as Feng Gai in truth. Tang Ling harbored a desire for Saltar to refer to her as mistress, which she found quite delightful, causing her cheeks to flush at the thought. Yes, this is a skill reserved for experts. They often restrain their physical state, but once in combat, they can elevate it instantaneously. The specifics remain unclear, perhaps a military secret. Yet Li Feng executes it with such effortless grace, leaving us utterly confounded. Tang Ling gazed at Li Feng, enchanted by his casual demeanor, feeling somewhat infatuated. A comprehensive score of 160 is impressive. Under what gravity conditions do you typically train? Between 2 to 2.5 times normal gravity. A bit lacking. I believe you should further enhance your foundational training. I suggest we prioritize solidifying the basics before advancing to mobile warrior techniques. Saltar nodded earnestly, now acutely aware of the disparity between them. The crucial difference lay in their physical capabilities during pivotal moments. In the operation of mobile warriors, this was paramount. Upon their promise, the two commenced their training in the gravity chamber. Sarda began under double gravity, while Tang Ling, under Li Feng's guidance, engaged in simpler movements to enhance her physical stamina. Of course, it was unnecessary for Tang Ling to match Li Feng and the others. Members of the interstellar battleship merely needed to maintain a basic physical index above 90. After all, piloting an interstellar vessel primarily relies on knowledge and judgment rather than sheer physical prowess. In simpler terms, mobile warriors depend on their bodies, while interstellar navigators utilize their minds. Under the double gravity, Sarda exhibited remarkable vigor, while Li Feng felt hardly any strain. After a short while, he escalated the gravity to 3 times. Sarda's complexion began to redden, yet he persevered. When he observed Li Feng remaining unaffected, he surrendered completely, feeling that his defeat was not unjust. Li Feng had likely not even exerted half of his capabilities. Sarda's previous belief that double gravity was nearly sufficient had proven erroneous. In his pursuit of technique, he had overlooked the necessity for corresponding physical conditioning, which rendered certain movements unattainable. With this realization, Sarda devoted himself wholeheartedly to training, while Li Feng devised 2 straightforward training routines for Tang Ling, primarily focusing on her physical conditioning as she was not yet suited for weighted exercises. Once the plans were established, Li Feng prepared to enter the gravity chamber to stretch his muscles, only to be halted by Tang Ling, who pouted in evident displeasure, leaving Li Feng bewildered. How had he offended her? Tang Ling, having to guide this oblivious boy, pointed to her own face, and Li Feng chuckled, recognizing that in his fervor for training, he had inadvertently neglected her. He promptly lifted Tang Ling for a deep kiss, her sweet red lips captivating him. Tang Ling struggled to catch her breath, feeling both joy and anxiety at being seen by others. As the gravity chamber began to operate, Li Feng started at 5 times the gravity, aware that he could not remain for too long, as attracting too much attention would be unwise. After a brief warm-up, he planned to survey the surrounding terrain after dinner, around 6 o'clock, to ascertain any necessary preparations. When he emerged, he found Tang Ling and Sarda staring at him in astonishment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he inquired, "What is the matter? Has your training concluded? Do you have any idea how long you've been here?" "Not too long, perhaps an hour." Sarda and Tang Ling exchanged glances, incredulous that he had maintained such nonchalance for an entire hour under 5 times the gravity. Sarda began to suspect that Li Feng was not merely human but perhaps a machine disguised in human form. It dawned on Tang Ling that Li Feng's mention of 8 times gravity had not been a jest, but a reality. Suddenly, a surge of fervor coursed through her. How splendid it would be to create a mobile warrior uniquely for Li Feng. The thought of him commanding the battlefield filled her with pride, envisioning herself piloting the interstellar battleship while Li Feng served as her protector, together exploring the cosmic seas. What bliss that would be! Ahem, Linger. What thoughts occupy your mind that bring you such joy? Even the stoic Sarda could not resist teasing Tang Ling in his eyes. It seemed only someone like Li Feng was worthy of a girl as pure and ethereal as her. Nothing at all. Why are you both staring? Stop looking. Tang Ling stamped her foot, prompting Sarda and Li Feng to quickly turn away. Li Feng, what are the arrangements for the future? Sarda had resolved to follow Li Feng's directives without question. His desire for improvement palpable. Do not rush, Sarda. Let us first complete this military training. We can focus on specific training once we return to school. An eagerness for quick results may lead to hidden injuries. Li Feng did not harbor much gratitude for the rigorous training methods of the so-called Devil King, recognizing that such methods were the sole means to rapidly enhance one's abilities, an approach unattainable by current techniques. However, he had paid a considerable price for it, risking his life in the process. Were it not for his resilient spirit, he would have perished countless times. Nonetheless, his current achievements were indeed due to the Devil King's influence. Thus, he viewed the matter with a balanced perspective. Understood. Sarda now regarded Li Feng's words as gospel. He had never submitted to anyone in such a manner before. While his father and brother were formidable, they remained mere goals. Since encountering Li Feng, he felt as though he had discovered a new world. Li Feng's displayed prowess did not overshadow his father, yet it instilled in Sarda a newfound confidence that there was nothing beyond this man's capability, be it in battle or with women. After training, the group disbanded, and Sarda obediently returned without extending his practice, while Li Feng and Tang Ling set off together. Initially intending to dine before departing, they found the hour still early. They casually changed into different attire and embarked, relishing the fresh air outside the military camp. The stark contrast between the cold, imposing structures and the enchanting natural scenery was invigorating, with students flowing in and out. Evidently unwilling to miss such a splendid opportunity, Li Feng opened the map left on his communicator. Next week's survival training would take place in this vicinity. The nearby mountain paths appeared quite rugged, and the area was a military zone, surrounded by forests with some military installations. Given the personalities of their instructors, it was evident that they would not make things easy for the trainees. Li Feng was unclear on the specifics of the training. He felt no fear for himself, but concern for Tang Ling and Mikado lingered. After all, Tang Ling, being a girl, cherished romantic notions and did not place much importance on the original objectives, finding joy in merely spending time alone with Li Feng. Following the map's guidance, they selected a path towards next week's training base. Hey, is the monkey ready? Rest assured, with Li Feng's mindset, he will undoubtedly scout ahead. I have already sent him the processed map to prepare the others. If the boss finds out, we're finished. Zombie, when did you become so timid? You can't avoid playing a few rounds with this kid. It's not that I dislike him. It's just that he feels Off, if you don't want to go, that's fine. The boss has already reported to the major and won't return anytime soon at Ha. I see it's not that you dislike him, but rather that the major's attention on him unsettles you. Scarface chuckled, though his expression remained ominous. Humph, it's mutual. The major is the only one in Tin I respect. This kid seems decent, but why does he deserve such attention? A genius? Police. Tin has plenty of those. Even 10-year-old superhumans don't garner the major's regard. I want to see if this Li Feng is truly worthy. The others nodded in agreement, clearly expressing their discontent regarding the major's high regard for this young man. These four were inherently reckless, and considering Li Feng's strength, they would not engage unless they were confident. Thus, they decided to act in unison. Monkey, commence, let them explore for now. We will strike once darkness falls. Hee, it's already in motion. Li Feng and Tang Ling strolled through the woods. The surroundings grew increasingly picturesque and serene. Their classmates gradually faded from sight, leaving only the two of them in truth. They had not ventured too far, but their time together was filled with endless whispered conversations, and the beauty around them was utterly captivating. Particularly for Tang Ling, though her villa was beautifully landscaped. It paled in comparison to the splendor of nature. The chirping of birds was a delightful melody. With his arm wrapped around Tang Ling's enchanting form, Li Feng reveled in the joys of being a man. After a while, they stumbled upon a stunning lake nestled in a valley, prompting Tang Ling to dash over with glee. Feng Gu, come quickly. Look how beautiful it is. Tang Ling spread her arms wide, inhaling deeply the refreshing scent of water and earth. What a lovely lake. They settled by the lakeside, where Tang Ling removed her sandals, revealing her delicate feet as she playfully splashed them in the water, causing Li Feng to momentarily lose himself in thought, yearning to hold and cherish those exquisite feet. What are you staring at, silly? Tang Ling giggled, covering her mouth. Linger, you are simply stunning, Li Feng blurted out, his words somewhat clumsy, and if Mikado had been present, he would surely have lamented the embarrassment his mentor was causing him. How could one utter such unsophisticated words, especially in the presence of the beautiful Tang Ling? Yet, Tang Ling found his praise delightful. While she had heard countless compliments, Li Feng's simple, almost foolish words sent a delightful shiver through her, evoking a sweet, tingling sensation within. Feng Gu, I want to take a bath. I worked up quite a sweat earlier and haven't had a chance to wash yet. Tang Ling glanced around, mindful of potential onlookers. As the beauty sought to bathe, she naturally expected Li Feng to ensure her safety. Li Feng silently surveyed the surroundings, detecting no signs of anyone nearby, but pretended to hesitate. This isn't exactly ideal. What's in it for me? He teased, casting a flirtatious glance at Tang Ling's rosy lips. Humph, you've already taken the best advantage. Hee, just a kiss. Though unable to resist Li Feng's charm, Tang Ling eventually acquiesced, offering a tender kiss. They chose a relatively secluded spot along the shore, where the water was shallow and crystal clear. What are you looking at? Turn around. How can I wash otherwise? With a sigh, Li Feng complied, pondering the peculiar nature of women. Though he had surveyed the area and found it devoid of anyone, she remained as he listened to the rustling of her clothes. His heart raced with anticipation, yearning to turn around and admire her beauty, yet he resolved to exercise restraint, until Tang Ling leaped into the water. Li Feng had not turned around, upon seeing Tang Ling frolicking in the water like a mermaid. No, mermaids could hardly compare to her. Tang Ling was utterly delighted. The icy lake water caressed her skin, and the sensation was simply exquisite. Li Feng, captivated by the scene, wished to etch this moment into his memory. It was too beautiful to forget. He even considered plunging in to join her. Feng Gu, can you swim? Come down. Tang Ling suddenly beckoned playfully from the water. Her swimming skills were formidable, thanks to her family's expansive pool, and swimming not only enhanced her complexion but was also a pastime she cherished. With a beautiful siren calling, Li Feng wasted no time. He swiftly removed his clothes, donned his shorts, and dashed towards Tang Ling. However, the little beauty immediately swam away, teasing, "Come on, catch me, and I shall reward you if you do." You said it, just wait. Just moments ago, Li Feng had appeared novice-like, but now he surged towards Tang Ling like a flying fish, startling her with his speed. Before she could react, he had embraced her, and they sank into the water together. What was it like to kiss underwater? Now Tang Ling knew. Just as she felt the onset of suffocation, oxygen flowed from Li Feng, creating a dizzying sensation far more exhilarating than anything she had ever experienced before. But at that moment, Li Feng sensed a menacing presence. Not far from them, a colossal monster fish was fixated on their embrace, resembling an enlarged piranha, with sharp teeth and a body akin to that of a tiger shark. Its fierce demeanor clearly indicated it was no herbivore. Tang Ling, perceptive as ever, quickly recognized the danger. Li Feng yanked her, and they swam upwards, but they had already drifted some distance from the shore during their playful antics. In the water, fish were undeniably swift. Li Feng propelled Tang Ling upwards, remaining beneath the surface. Tang Ling felt an immense force push her toward the surface, breaking free and gasping for air. No, this can't be. Where's Li Feng? Without a moment's hesitation, she dove back down, determined that if they were to perish, they would do so together. Yet, the murky waters concealed both Li Feng and the giant piranha. Visibility was severely limited, and soon Tang Ling could hold her breath no longer, surfacing to gulp an AIRDT that moment. Li Feng had already engaged with the piranha, which eyed its prey hungrily. In the depths, no creature could rival its might, and it charged at Li Feng with ferocity. However, Li Feng felt little distress. His skin could absorb a certain amount of oxygen, sustaining him for an extended period. Unfazed by the piranha's attack, he remained calm. The fish opened its cavernous mouth to bite at Li Feng's waist, its menacing teeth far more than mere decoration. While they might be inconsequential on land, in water, most unarmed individuals would meet a grim fate. But not Li Feng. In the split second before the piranha's jaws closed around him, Li Feng sprang into action, his hands clamping down on the fish's mouth. Releasing a flurry of bubbles, its eyes gleamed with terror as he exerted his strength. With a sudden burst, he hurled the wounded piranha away. Tang Ling, helplessly still, refused to abandon him, repeatedly calling out his name, but received no reply. Tears streamed down her face. Why had she decided to swim? If only she had not been so reckless. Blood began to surface, and Tang Ling was paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a cold hand grasped her delicate foot, startling her initially, but then she felt a familiar presence. It was Li Feng. They both surfaced, and without a word, Tang Ling pummeled him, overwhelmed with emotion. You scared me to death, Ling Er. It's okay. It's okay. Dante cried. It was just a little fish. You say that now. She clung tightly to Li Feng, terrified that he might vanish if she blinked. Li Feng, however, was unperturbed. He had just put his underwater training to the test. I apologized to whoever raised that fish. Once back on shore, Tang Ling conducted a thorough check on him, finally allowing herself to breathe a sigh of relief. Once she calmed down, she recalled the giant fish. She remembered that Zhouji had once mentioned a mutated piranha used to train underwater special forces. With far greater combat prowess than sharks, even special forces operatives needed weapons like harpoons or daggers to face such threats. Li Feng bore no injuries. How had he accomplished that? The blood was not his own. Yet it left a bitter taste. After washing themselves off at the shore, they both felt it was unwise to linger. Next week's wilderness survival training seemed exceedingly perilous, which was unexpected, given that they were merely students. Chapter 79. Mental Explosion. Feng Gu, don't you find this a bit peculiar? Tang Ling asked, hugging herself tightly, feeling a chill as she surveyed their surroundings. With her reminder, Li Feng too sensed something amiss. The environment seemed oddly enchanting, as if they were ensnared in some illusion. With current technological capabilities, it was impossible to create a place as devilishly beautiful as this, yet through optical devices and some sleight of hand, constructing a maze was certainly feasible. It appeared they were being targeted. Ling Er, stay close to me. If danger arises, lie down and remain calm. Someone wishes to play games with us. Li Feng licked his lips. He would show no mercy to those who dared provoke him. Tang Ling nodded. As the daughter of Gad, she had undergone some training in combat. Li Feng's casual tone was merely to ease her anxiety. But the reality of their situation was dire. He had no idea who their adversary was or whether they were targeting him or Tang Ling. The path back had vanished, leaving them in a precarious predicament. Yet remaining stationary was not an option. Tang Ling gently tugged at Li Feng's sleeve. I think I can sense an exit. It should be over there. She pointed southwest, her intuition guiding her. Though it was a mere instinct, she had always been attuned to her surroundings, and Li Feng had no reason to doubt her. They cautiously advanced, but suddenly, Li Feng halted. 5 wild wolves emerged from the dense forest. Having crept up unnoticed, the daylight had dimmed, and the wolves fixated their gaze on the two, drool dripping from their mouths, their eyes filled with a savage hunger. In an instant, all 5 wolves lunged at them, 4 targeting Li Feng, while one aimed for Tang Ling, as the animals instinctively recognized Li Feng as the greater threat. These wolves had been specially trained, exhibiting extraordinary ferocity and coordinated attacks. Wolves were pack hunters by nature, and now Li Feng could no longer ponder how they had appeared. Without Tang Ling, he had countless ways to deal with these 5 pups, but he could not afford to be careless. He did not want her to be harmed. Yet, there was no choice. He pushed Tang Ling aside and lunged at the wolves, forsaking defense as he threw a punch straight into the mouth of one. It let out a pained howl as Li Feng's right arm pierced its jaws. The wolf's sharp teeth failed to penetrate his muscle. One wolf was injured, but the others grew even more feral. Snapping at Li Feng, their strikes targeting vital areas, his neck, wrists, ankles, even his groin. Li Feng evaded the crucial spots, but he still sustained bites, intentionally allowing them to latch onto him rather than Tang Ling. His eyes sparkled not with fear, but with excitement and brutality. When faced with overwhelming danger and oppression, his innate killer instinct surged forth uncontrollably. The mutated beasts of the devil's forest were no match for him. What were a few wolves? Roar boom boom. The wolf whose throat had been penetrated became a weapon, hurled against another. This wolf weighed at least 200 pounds, yet to Li Feng, it felt weightless. However, these wolves were resilient. No matter how fiercely he slammed them, they refused to relinquish their grip. After a couple of attempts, Li Feng grew furious. He tore the wolf off his right hand and then smashed the head of the wolf, pinning his left arm, its hard skull shattering like an eggshell. 1 punch for each. The wolves slumped lifelessly, yet one remained, charging directly at Tang Ling. Tang Ling froze in terror, her gaze fixed on the ravenous beast lunging toward her. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, causing even Li Feng, rushing to her aid, to stumble. The wolf that had attacked him was far worse off, collapsing midair with blood gushing from its orifices. Such terrifying mental power. Li Feng swiftly rolled to Tang Ling's side. It's all right. She just fainted. What just happened? Such immense psychic strength. He had heard from the devil's gold that humanity's ultimate evolution lay within the brain. Yet this required an extensive process. It could only enhance Li Feng's body and strengthen his mind, but clearly, Tang Ling possessed an extraordinary mental ability that could be projected outward. Such power was rare, and to witness her use it offensively was unprecedented. Li Feng cautiously gathered Tang Ling in his arms. Her fainting was fortuitous. Regardless of the adversary's motives, he was exceedingly displeased. Following Tang Ling's indicated direction, Li Feng propelled himself forward at high speed, weaving through the forest. Their adversaries wouldn't merely send a handful of animals against them. Sure enough, whoosh whoosh whoosh, Li Feng sidestepped as 3 daggers embedded themselves in a nearby tree. A shadow darted past him in an instant, and a cold smile crept across Li Feng's lips. You think you can escape so easily? Whoosh. The masked figure ahead was taken aback. This kid could keep up with his speed. Where did he go? Where do you think you're going? Li Feng was already standing before him, cradling Tang Ling in his arms. The masked man, though surprised, did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he launched 3 flying daggers. Li Feng, cradling Tang Ling in one arm, swung his right hand forcefully, and the 3 daggers landed in his grasp, returning the weapons to their rightful owner. The 3 daggers soared back along their original trajectory, lacking the elegance of their initial flight but gaining in speed. The masked man evaded with remarkable agility, yet one dagger still struck his arm. He retreated rapidly, flipping into the dense forest, while Li Feng's surroundings morphed in a dizzying array of transformations. Aware that this was an illusion, he remained unfazed. However, the masked man took advantage of this moment of disorientation to vanish. Just as Li Feng prepared to catch his breath, 3 figures emerged simultaneously from the sides and above. He quickly set Tang Ling down, showing no intention of dodging, and struck out instantaneously, landing a series of heavy blows on the 3 masked assailants. They staggered momentarily before fleeing, leaving Li Feng unable to pursue as he glanced at Tang Ling on the ground, utterly bewildered by their intentions. Upon lifting Tang Ling once more, the surroundings appeared to normalize, revealing a small path leading back to the base. What an enigma! The three attackers had shown considerable strength, and although Li Feng had endured a couple of hits, one of them had also received a punch from him. Had it not been for his desire to protect Tang Ling, it was unlikely any of them would have escaped unscathed. He hurriedly transported Tang Ling to the medical room, only breathing a sigh of relief once the doctor confirmed she was not seriously harmed. Chapter 80. Subtle influences. His classmates gathered around, clamoring with questions, yet Li Feng's expression was far from pleasant. Analyzing the situation, it seemed rather suspicious. The attacker's strikes were sharp and vicious, yet they did not appear to be desperate, suggesting a significant element of testing. But why would they seek to test them? Li Feng merely offered vague responses, his mind preoccupied, and when some overly concerned classmates approached, Saltar and Marka intervened, creating distance between the crowd and Li Feng. Marka lacked combat prowess, but Saltar had transformed. His reputation from high school as a violent and intimidating figure preceded him. With a fierce glare, he warned those who dared to disobey. After a while, the instructor arrived, his expression as stoic as a zombie, dispersing the students and instructing them to prepare properly and refrain from wandering about. Li Feng observed the instructor, noting something was off about his demeanor. Could it be related to those four individuals? The instructor, ignoring Li Feng's scrutinizing gaze, addressed them. Li Feng, Saltar, and Tang Ling, you three are exempt from the upcoming military training. You may train independently, utilizing military equipment, though certain specialized tools require approval, and you may also participate in regular soldier drills. He scrutinized the trio with an impassive expression. Any questions? Li Feng pondered momentarily before shaking his head. No, at this moment. Saltar was entirely devoted to Li Feng, as the instructor's decision aligned perfectly with his sentiments. That so-called wilderness survival training was merely suited for the more delicate students, offering him little value and merely wasting time. With his personality, upon discovering someone like Li Feng, he would train relentlessly, eager to enhance his skills. Teacher, what about me? Marcus suddenly interjected, his large, watery eyes pleading with the instructor for an equal exemption. Unfortunately, the instructor's gaze brushed over Marcus' figure, dismissing him entirely before turning away. Li Feng, finding amusement in the situation, remarked, Instructor, be cautious on your night walks. They can be perilous. The instructor hesitated momentarily but said nothing. Once he departed, Saltar spoke up. What transpired? The instructor seemed injured. Li Feng did not conceal the truth, succinctly recounting the earlier events. This might be part of the military training. Li Feng held no objections to military training itself, even if it posed danger. However, the thought of placing Tang Ling in jeopardy ignited a spark of anger within him. Reflecting on this, he realized that this delicate and beautiful girl had begun to influence his inner thoughts. This was the first occurrence of such an effect since the Devil's Gold training, an imperceptible influence. Contemplating Tang Ling's enchanting visage warmed Li Feng's heart, prompting him to strive for greater strength to protect her. If she aspired to be a captain, he would become the most formidable mobile warrior, defending her against all foes. Feng, I'm doomed. Without your care, what will happen next week? Marka lamented, noting the instructor's tone suggested impending danger. Saltar, fearing for his own safety, raised an eyebrow at the two. You best take this seriously. The entire base perimeter is likely under military control. Your wilderness survival training may expose you to unexpected challenges. Even if there are no life-threatening dangers, it certainly won't be easy, so prepare accordingly. I cannot assist you with that. Li Feng interrupted Marka's daydreams, believing the boy had grown complacent since enrolling at Yalong. A little hardship would do him good. You are Tang Ling's classmates, correct? She has awakened. Come in. A nurse entered, not particularly beautiful but clad in a soothing pink uniform. Marka's gaze fixated on her chest. As fellow comrades, Li Feng was unreserved, gently holding Tang Ling's hand and offering soft words of comfort, causing her to blush slightly. What a peculiar fellow, she thought, initially perceiving him as disinterested, only to discover his fervent warmth despite the presence of others. Marka was left in disbelief, pondering if this was truly the same Li Feng who had once struggled to attract attention. Had they developed an intimate relationship? Oh, heavens! Should he consider seeking Li Feng's mentorship in the future? In contrast to Marka's gossiping, Saltar remained unfazed, disinterested in women. In his mind, the future mobile warrior was his wife. Becoming a great fighter was his sole ambition. Women could be set aside for later. Is everything truly all right? Tang Ling inquired. Her eyes narrowed as she relished Li Feng's tender touch. After all, who was it that attacked us? We are in a military district. There shouldn't be any terrorists here. Li Feng downplayed the incident. It should be part of the military training. We've been granted special permission to skip the remaining training. The rest of the time can be spent training independently or alongside regular troops. But, Linger, are you truly unharmed? Your head doesn't ache? Headache? Why would I? Tang Ling pondered, recalling her inexplicable ability to obliterate a wolf, realizing she had forgotten the details herself. This was a secret of hers, one that required a more opportune moment for discussion. How delightful it would be if the devil's gold were present. What energy source did it truly need? To this day, Li Feng still felt as if he were in a dream regarding its existence. Hidden somewhere within his being, undetectable even by instruments. Everything seems fine. It appears our future captain must train her courage diligently, he chuckled. Humph, how dare you mock me? Looking for a fight? Tang Ling retorted, her unintentional charm leaving some unable to contain themselves. You are both insufferably mushy, as if we don't exist. I can't take it anymore. I must escape. Woe is me, a pitiable pure-hearted youth. I shall nurse my wounds slowly. Chapter 81. Privileges. Marca excused himself, having deduced from Li Feng's earlier remarks that next week's training would combine real-world environments with illusions. Heavens, I must prepare diligently. Is he truly a pure-hearted youth? Saltar suddenly asked. Li Feng and Tang Ling exchanged knowing smiles. If he is a pure-hearted youth, then there are no lewd individuals left in this world. Regardless, the fact that they were exempt from the subsequent meaningless military training brought them joy, though it was not the same for Iron and his companions. The four stood before a vast screen, busy staff members bustling about. Some personnel held higher ranks than the four, yet they treated them with great respect due to the special insignia emblazoned on their military uniforms. Bearing the letters TIN, the screen displayed the encounter between the four and Li Feng. Though the footage was brief, it rendered their expressions grave, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. Yet, these minor wounds were not formidable enough to impede them. What impressed them was that Li Feng remained unscathed in such a situation. The staff, though silent, conveyed through their gazes that this young man was extraordinarily remarkable. We also lost a hybrid gene specimen, a man-eating shark, along with 6 rabid wolves. The screen revealed images, causing the onlookers to gasp. The man-eating shark was a hybrid of piranha genes, and even the most skilled swimmers, unarmed, would stand no chance against it. The image displayed a shark's head gruesomely torn apart. What immense strength and tenacity could have caused such devastation? Was it Li Feng? This is truly terrifying. The 6-headed savage wolves are a sight to behold. Among them, one appears particularly strange, as though the explosion originated from within, with its brain matter splattered in disarray, yet the exterior shows little sign of damage. The 4 individuals are acutely aware that such actions cannot escape the notice of the second lieutenant. However, given the current circumstances, concealment is not an option. They must proactively report this incident. Such an exceptional young talent should be regarded as a primary target for military cultivation, and certainly not a focal point for the TIN. Other divisions are simply unworthy of possessing such outstanding personnel. Within the military, the factional struggles among the Space Force, Air Force, Navy, Army, and Special Forces are intensely competitive, each vying to poach talent from one another. TIN undoubtedly occupies a unique position. Thus, despite their lower ranks, they wield considerable power. This peculiar status has also incited discontent among certain generals. Naturally, they dare not act unilaterally. Such matters are dictated from higher up. Nonetheless, the recommendation of exceptional talents has long been a tradition of TIN. Regardless of background or past actions, anyone demonstrating capability and a willingness to serve TIN is welcomed into appropriate departments. Miss Angel, your global tour has been meticulously arranged. However, are you truly set on visiting the military academies in the use? Barney, the CEO of Global Entertainment, appears somewhat apprehensive. Typically, the entertainment industry refrains from delving into politics and military affairs. Yet Angel certainly stands as an exception. Indeed, aside from the regular tour, please select a few military academies in the use for me. I believe that since this is a tour advocating peace, visiting military academies would hold significant meaning. Yes, Angel, your sentiments resonate profoundly. We shall conquer those young men with music, Milky exclaimed passionately. From her lips, the essence of peace seemed to diminish, resembling more of a protest. Angel smiled non-committally. She harbored no ulterior motives, merely wishing to convey the music of peace. War brings forth only death, especially when brothers turn against each other. Barney shook his head with a wry smile, finding her naivety almost amusing. If singing could quell war, what need would there be for armies? Yet, it is undeniable that Angel's influence is substantial, being the top idol of INUP. Military academies, usually resistant to such activities, have surprisingly extended invitations this time. After all, music knows no borders, nor does charm. Safety remains a paramount concern. Recent threats have been incessant, and the use is beyond our jurisdiction. Moreover, given the recent fluctuations in international affairs, the use has considered Angel's influence and has authorized the deployment of special forces for her protection, an honor never before bestowed. But, as long as I am here, there's no need for others. Milky shot a disdainful glance at Barney, as if to highlight his neglect of her presence. Ahem, Miss Milky, the primary itinerary is indeed your responsibility. Yet certain occasions are best handled by professionals. Mr. Barney, please extend my gratitude to them, but I do not require military protection. My visit to the use is in pursuit of enduring peaceful coexistence. Having soldiers around would be counterproductive. I firmly believe that this world is filled with good people. Gazing at Angel's sweet smile, Barney found himself at a loss for words. She was undeniably innocent. Yet, the world is not so idyllic. Couldn't he bring himself to believe that anyone would dare harm such a lovely girl? Yet some deviants exist in this world, and one must remain vigilant. Nevertheless, Angel's request was one he could not refuse. Her sparkling eyes held an irresistible charm. As for security, alternative arrangements must be devised. Having no bodyguards is simply untenable. Wasn't he foolish enough to consider that? Perhaps they could employ individuals with different identities. Further discussions with the use organizers are necessary. Li Feng, Salta, and Tang Ling may freely choose subsequent military training projects, which has sparked considerable interest among the students. After all, no one desires to gain privileges. Since entering Yalong, the previously unassuming Li Feng has outshone even Huang Zhaoyang, a feat no one could have predicted. Moreover, the so-called madman Salta has been thoroughly subdued by him, leaving others perplexed as to what methods Li Feng employed. Remarkably, he possesses a knack for dealing with both men and women effectively, while he lacks Huang Zhaoyang's sunny disposition and charm, and does not match Li Lanjiao's in handsomeness and elegance. His manner is particularly uncouth. Yet, he manages to gain the complete compliance of a beauty like Miss Tang. Truly a marvel. Chapter 82. Worlds apart now, even the devilish instructors have been placated. Naturally, the students advocate for fairness. Why should those three have privileges that they do not? The instructors wholeheartedly support such competitive spirit, encouraging anyone who believes in their capabilities to take a shot. As long as one can defeat any soldier within the base, they earn the right to freely arrange their plans. Those who qualify for Yalong undoubtedly possess confidence, and several stood up on the spot to issue challenges, predominantly from the Mecha Combat Department. Although still students, their physiques are commendable, evidently honed through strict self-training. They were led in by the monkey instructor, who emerged approximately 15 minutes later to announce that these 13 brave classmates had sustained minor injuries and required medical attention. But this would not hinder their outdoor survival training. The hopes of the others to challenge their limits were swiftly dashed. Even those still brimming with confidence hesitated to risk confrontation with seasoned soldiers. The stakes were simply too high, especially when injuries would necessitate continued military training. A significant loss. In contrast, Huang Zhaoyang and Li Lanjiao's displayed remarkable composure, showing no inclination to challenge. Perhaps the two simply lack proficiency in physical combat. 2 months can be deemed neither long nor short, yet Li Feng and his companions have experienced an exceptionally fulfilling time. It is evident that Salta genuinely seeks to learn greater strength from Li Feng, harboring no complaints regarding the foundational gravity training he has arranged. Though monotonous, he diligently completes it each day, prompting a sense of shame in Li Feng, who also works hard but feels he still falls short compared to Salta. However, the devilish training regimen is not one all can endure. Had it been offered to Salta, he would have eagerly embraced it without a hint of complaint. Li Feng once tentatively inquired about Tang Ling's situation. She candidly admitted to possessing psychic abilities, albeit limited to a basic sense of right and wrong regarding certain people or things. She could neither attack nor even levitate a cup with her mind. Li Feng believed this to be a potential that emerges in crisis situations, yet it remains unstable. The mental realm is far more challenging than the physical. Upon returning to school, he intends to conduct thorough research on the matter. It remains uncertain whether the instructors have experienced a change of heart or received directives from above, but they have granted Li Feng and his companions access to the internal network. Naturally, military secrets remain off-limits, yet resources such as training methods and military theory books are now available for unrestricted reading. The Beijing garrison zone would never hoard useless information. While Salta shows little interest in this, Li Feng is thoroughly engaged if combat participation is on the horizon. Even the strongest abilities must be complemented by a sharp mind, and human limitations necessitate alternative strategies. Li Feng has never overly relied on brute strength. He learned that lesson in the Devil's Forest, where a group of medium-level monsters thrived. Even the strongest among them would hesitate to provoke such creatures, for they attacked en masse with relentless fervor. Li Feng aspires to be a general, though it remains merely a dream. Inspired by Salta, he too has intensified his gravity training, quadrupling the weight when in company and quintupled when alone. To counterbalance the gravitational deficit, he has increased his load, as the military possesses an abundance of equipment. Who knows what might occur if he were to directly employ 8 times the weight? In addition to physical training, he has also taken up firearms practice. Such training exists within the curriculum, primarily to familiarize students with weaponry and its usage. However, for Li Feng and his companions, this opportunity is exceedingly rare. Real firearms training is invaluable. Albeit the instructors seem overly generous, Li Feng's shooting was hardly flawless, often scoring in the 7 to 10 range, exhibiting an intermediate level of competency. This performance elicited slight disappointment from the military observers, revealing that he is not as infallible as some might believe, merely proficient in certain aspects. Nevertheless, his overall performance remains quite exceptional. For reasons unknown, witnessing this scenario, Taiga felt a sense of relief. It is the presence of weaknesses that renders one truly human. If this individual were genuinely omnipotent, he would warrant dissection in a research facility, for normalcy is unattainable. While the trio busied themselves, the other students remained equally occupied. The students of Yalong A-Class Military Academy are truly impressive. These youthful individuals swiftly adapted to the rigors of outdoor training, immediately correcting their shortcomings. For instance, during midnight emergency assemblies, initial disarray and forgetfulness plagued them. Yet after 2 attempts, they managed to gather within the stipulated time frame. Though the instructors remained tight-lipped, they held a begrudging admiration, for it requires unwavering will and considerable pride to achieve such a feat, qualities essential for becoming competent soldiers, having navigated the first month of acclimatization. The students of Yalong began to showcase their individuality in the second month, displaying a competitive spirit during training. After all, these are all exceptional talents, each of whom may one day emerge as pivotal figures within the use. Never underestimate the youth. They shall not be underestimated. The 2-month military training has come to a conclusion, with students standing in neat formation, each one standing tall and proud, exuding a certain military demeanor. The transformation is strikingly different from their initial carefree disposition. This change is not merely superficial but resonates deeply within, as each individual has become more resilient. Taiga and the 4 instructors finally reveal smiles for the first time. And Taiga concludes with a heartfelt remark, "You all have done exceptionally well." Despite the brevity of 2 months, this moment may very well be the last opportunity for them to meet, marking a significant milestone in the students' lives. As the students are still enveloped in sentimentality, the instructors depart without any formal farewell. Some girls shed tears, yet the soldiers embody the principle of shedding blood but not tears. Even the likes of Monkey and his companions are not made of steel. They too have gleaned valuable lessons from the students. Frankly, they had previously overlooked these lessons during their time at Tian. This experience of being deployed may prove beneficial for them, as their perspectives on problem-solving have begun to shift. With the successful completion of the military training, they return to Tian, their identities processed and erased. Subsequently, letters sent by some students are returned, as the intended recipients no longer exist. Chapter 83. Liberation. Does circumstance create heroes? Or do heroes create circumstance? The answer remains elusive. The previous military training was undoubtedly strict, but it pales in comparison to this one, which included rigorous outdoor training, an unprecedented event. This cohort experienced extensive military simulations, a privilege not afforded to students in the past, as many perceive students merely as children. Perhaps they underestimated the students, for after this training, Ulung's birthday will herald his ascent across multiple realms. Many attribute their subsequent successes to this military training, as the stringent regimen fundamentally altered their life principles and attitudes. During this pivotal time in their university years, they have crystallized their goals and study methods, making failure an unlikely outcome. The dawn of Unyielding's illustrious platinum generation has begun. Upon returning to campus, various magnetic levitation vehicles are parked everywhere, as parents swarm the campus to reunite with their children after their first 2-month separation. The rigorous and potentially perilous nature of the training, coupled with reports of student injuries, naturally stirs concern. However, even the parents recognize the profound transformation in their children. After 2 months of training, they display an astonishing metamorphosis, exuding vitality rather than fatigue. Their eyes gleam with a brilliant light, reflecting a heightened state of enthusiasm. The school too notices a distinct difference in this group of students. Typically, returning students complain of exhaustion and boredom, lamenting the instructor's lack of compassion. Yet this time, such complaints are scarce. The military's training report, however, is notably exceptional, boasting 3 stars. Previously, the norm was only 1.5 to 2 stars, with no detailed introductions from the instructors. Teachers, intrigued by this discrepancy, learned through student leaders that despite the grueling training and the highest injury rates in history, the outcomes have been remarkable. Surprisingly, those students who suffered injuries were the least vocal in their complaints, leaving teachers and parents with the impression that these students have genuinely matured. The results of this military training were unexpected. Following the training, students enjoy a 2-day break before classes resume, culminating in a summary and awards ceremony. Unyielding's lengthy speeches are comparatively fewer, at least much better than during high school, as he is aware that parents await outside, opting for brevity and succinctly outlining a few key points before dismissing the assembly. Finally liberated, the students rush out, exuberantly sharing their commendable performances with their parents, particularly recounting how they overcame challenges during outdoor training, which tested their individual abilities and teamwork across various dimensions. Of course, there were failures, but failures also yield invaluable lessons, experiences that cannot be taught in textbooks, with profound insights etched into their very bones. Given Unyielding's caliber, these experiences will undoubtedly be applicable across numerous facets of life. Li Feng and Ma Ka's parents arrived together, having grown familiar due to the close friendship between their sons. Li Feng's positive influence on Ma Ka has garnered gratitude from Ma Ka's parents. Upon learning that Li Feng is one of the 5 students awarded direct admission to Unyielding this year, their appreciation deepens. When they meet Li Feng's parents, their warmth is almost embarrassing, as Ma Ka's parents recognize the remarkable change in their son, who has gained admission to a prestigious institution they once deemed unattainable. Li Feng deserves significant credit for this, as proximity breeds influence. After pleasantries, Ma Ka's family departs. Thanks to Li Feng's luck, his family has also purchased a magnetic levitation vehicle. Albeit a more modest model, Li Jiaqing is genuinely proud of his son's achievements, yet he reminds Li Feng to remain humble and cautious, as fleeting success does not define one's worth. Though his father speaks sparingly, his words carry weight. Meanwhile, Li Feng's mother, eager to express her concern, shoves Li Jiaqing aside, prioritizing maternal affection over accolades. Her son's safety and health are paramount. Despite his prowess, Li Feng remains obedient in front of his parents. Tang Ling has never witnessed this side of him. Throughout their interactions, he has radiated an air of charming masculinity, almost akin to a Superman. Yet now, he unexpectedly reveals a childlike demeanor, stirring an impulse in Tang Ling to reach out and touch him. "Stay right there. You are not allowed to come any closer." Yes, Mississippi, the entourage that comes to collect Tang Ling is quite extravagant, frequently switching vehicles. This time, they arrive in a long Lincoln magnetic levitation car emblazoned with the GAD emblem, exuding an air of opulence and arrogance. Tang Ling sees no reason to conceal her background. One cannot choose their lineage, and the current scenario is simply a reflection of that reality. Logically, no one would fault her for displaying her status. And even with security personnel clearing the way, it would not raise eyebrows. In fact, adopting a humble demeanor might appear contrived. Tang Ling's father once famously remarked, "If you do not spend money on rail lines, what will become of those who build them? How can the economy thrive if the wealthy do not spend?" While this sentiment may carry a hint of arrogance, it holds a kernel of truth. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Tang Ling, though the distance is considerable." Li Feng's mother has already noticed her as Tang Ling approaches. She embodies a diamond-like quality, shining brilliantly wherever she goes, naturally drawing attention. The sudden greeting from such a beautiful girl takes Li Feng's parents by surprise. Li Feng feels a flush of embarrassment. He had not anticipated Tang Ling's appearance so soon. Ahem, Mom. This is my classmate. Oh, female classmate, girlfriend. After fumbling through 3 titles, Li Feng finally reveals her true identity. In contrast to his nervousness, Tang Ling exudes composure, though it is not due to overconfidence. It is simply rare for anyone to harbor ill will towards her. While Li Feng's parents may not entirely approve of such an early romantic involvement, they can hardly fault him if the girl in question is of such caliber. Li Feng's mother is positively delighted, eagerly pulling Tang Ling into conversation, while casting disapproving glances at Li Feng for having kept the relationship a secret and allowing Tang Ling to come alone to greet them. Such audacity deserves reprimanding. Chapter 84. Summary of military training. If I could have a daughter-in-law like this, I would be quite content. Since Tang Ling's arrival, the surrounding parents have exhibited unmistakable envy. However, recognizing that Tang Ling must return home soon, they engage in lively conversation, inevitably extending an invitation to their household, which Tang Ling accepts without hesitation. Tomorrow, in fact. Such a beautiful and understanding girl brings immense joy to Li Feng's mother, leaving no room for Li Feng to interject. Indeed, this girl is truly remarkable. She is beautiful, graceful, and possesses an admirable character. It appears her family background is commendable as well. Ahem, yes, Mom, but this is just the beginning. We should head home. Blocking his parents' line of sight, it is clear that Tang Ling does not wish her status to influence her assessment. If her family were merely well off, it would pose no issues, but being the daughter of Jiadi's magnate could impose undue pressure on Li Feng's family. Indeed, young people should handle their affairs independently. We need not interfere. Li Jiaqing nods in agreement. Regardless of the girl's background, a man must have his own aspirations, and while she is undoubtedly attractive, mutual consent is the cornerstone of any relationship, and he will not meddle in their choices. Ma, you rascal, claiming to be a good friend yet failing to introduce Li Feng to any good girls. Old Ma cannot help but reprimand Ma Ka, who has been boasting about his romantic exploits during military training. Yes, son, considering how well you and Li Feng get along, if you know any good girls, you should introduce them. There are few girls in the combat department. Aren't there more in the journalism department? Ma Ka's exuberance shifts to a state of panic, as if he had just been apprehended while escaping from prison. Life is complicated when it comes to introductions. If I still need to do that, then others might as well jump off a building. What's wrong? Ma Ka's mother gently pats his head. Sensing a chilled, this is still a secret, but rest assured, you need not worry about his future. If it becomes public, it will undoubtedly be earth-shattering news. Ma Ka remains tight-lipped, despite his desire to discuss this monumental gossip with his parents. He ultimately decides to keep it to himself, dreaming instead. 8:09 a.m. on Monday, the military training summary conference for the new students of the 2215 cohort is held. Perhaps due to the school's satisfaction with this training, the conference is particularly grand, presided over by Principal Barbara. Zhou Ji observes the students below, who, after undergoing rigorous training, exhibit a markedly different demeanor. A gem cannot be polished without friction, she muses, but her attention soon shifts back to Li Feng. The performance of that young man could hardly escape her notice. Taiga had already reported in detail. It appears he belongs to the category of close combat fighters, while his marksmanship can only be deemed average. This makes sense, but his earlier displays of terrifying prowess are more than sufficient. Even with 4 individuals from the monkey group joining forces, they could not manage to subdue him, which is indeed intriguing. However, it was evident that the 4 from the monkey group were not truly intent on a life-and-death struggle. As for Li Feng, she had already set her sights on him. Tin required such talent. Nevertheless, further observation is necessary. Tin's admission is not constrained by age. Yet the authority it wields is substantial, and the recruitment of newcomers is certainly not a casual matter. Tang Ling is a clever girl. When she noticed Zhou Ji fixating on Li Feng, she could not help but ponder further. This military figure, Sister Zhou, holds numerous identities and oversees the GAD and the transactions of mobile warriors, making her a core personnel member. Why is she so focused on Li Feng? Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? It is inevitable for any girl in love to feel a bit muddled. Tang Ling never considered that Zhou Ji was seeking to select talent. Li Feng is not the type to captivate at first glance, yet the longer one engages with him, the more difficult it becomes to extricate oneself. Moreover, Zhou Ji is single and possesses an allure that could pose a threat to Tang Ling. Young girls are invariably vigilant. Now, There are two matters to announce, which will be conveyed by Teacher Zhou. In this day and age, older figures are often less favored. Barbara descended with a smile, prompting a round of applause from the audience. In truth, Principal Barbara enjoys considerable popularity. There are not many leaders in military academies who possess such approachability. Zhou ascended the podium with graceful strides, declaring, first and foremost, we must commend the students who have excelled during this military academy session. The military academy undoubtedly ranks among the most competitive institutions. And this training session served as the inaugural battleground, with those eligible for awards having triumphed in their initial encounters. While there are multiple recipients for the Excellence Award, the remainder are individual accolades, which are of significant importance. Mu Shui received the Best Organization Award, having demonstrated exceptional problem-solving and team coordination skills during survival training, earning 10 additional credits. Li Lan Gaohua garnered the Best Thinking Award for his outstanding performance in survival training, complemented by a noteworthy military training summary that received widespread acclaim. This paper has circulated among various military academies, also adding 10 credits. Huang Xiaoyang was honored with the Brave Star Award for selflessly aiding numerous classmates during military academy, especially in survival training, earning 15 credits. Salta received the Best Diligence Award. This award might have been more fitting for others, as many students exerted considerable effort during the training and given Salta as prowess. The subsequent personal training posed no challenge. Nevertheless, the school's awarding process is always justified. Rumor has it that Salta engaged in fierce training with professional soldiers daily, sustaining injuries frequently. Such a rigorous environment undoubtedly fosters strength. Ultimately, he did suffer a fracture, though fortunately, medical technology is sufficiently advanced. That fracture, however, cannot be attributed to the soldiers of the military district. It was Li Feng who inflicted it. Initially, Li Feng intended to spar with Salta. But unlike operating a mech, close combat proved to be an entirely different matter. Li Feng often found it impossible to restrain his lethal instincts. In the training of the Devil's Gold, there is no room for mercy. Showing mercy there could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he allowed Salta and the soldiers to practice together, offering guidance not only to Salta but also benefiting the soldiers of the military district, who began to regard Li Feng with newfound respect. After a period of training, Salta wished to practice with Li Feng, genuinely improving. However, this improvement resulted in Li Feng's strikes becoming heavier, ultimately sending Salta to the hospital. Salta received an additional 15 credits for this award, which was granted by the military district, marking a first in gaining recognition from the training authorities. Naturally, these honors were also attributed to the glory of the Rocky family. Unexpectedly, Tang Ling did not receive any awards. During that time, she had been utilizing military resources to research her mobile warrior transformation system and engage in training, resulting in no notable achievements. She was not overly concerned about the possibility of winning an award. However, Mu Shui was exceedingly thrilled, having achieved a resounding victory in her first encounter with Tang Ling, and her radiant appearance on stage spoke volumes. The rivalry between Tang Ling and Mu Shui was palpable. Especially among the female students, Mu Shui is a fiercely competitive girl, and a formidable opponent can spur her progress. Regrettably, Tang Ling did not view her as a rival. Such trifling accolades held no significance for the Princess of Gad. Her focus lay on how to create the most powerful mech. Recently, she had experienced a spark of inspiration, yet numerous challenges remained, particularly concerning various power systems and balance issues that proved exceedingly difficult to resolve. Her mind was preoccupied with mobile warriors and Li Feng, while everyone else was entirely overlooked. Mu Shui, who initially sought to showcase her superiority to Tang Ling, found the endeavor somewhat disheartening, realizing that if her opponent did not regard her as a competitor, it could be quite demoralizing. Meanwhile, the students began to anticipate the next announcement, tension palpable in the air, as rumors had been circulating widely. However, Zhou Ji did not proceed with the second item but instead announced another award, the Strongest Warrior Award. This accolade had remained vacant for several sessions, dating back to when Zhou Ji last claimed it, making her the sole female recipient of this honor. A hush fell over the audience, followed by murmurs of speculation. The selection for the Strongest Warrior Award is not conducted by the school but rather by the military training authorities, and even Salta lacked the qualification. What merit did Li Feng possess to claim such an honor? It is not to say that Li Feng performed poorly. In fact, his performance was quite comparable to that of Huang Xiaoyang and his peers. However, after that, he seemed to vanish without a trace. At this juncture, The sudden emergence of the Strongest Warrior award sparked natural suspicions among the students. The teachers, too, were enveloped in considerable doubt, with only a few privy to the true circumstances, Zhou Ji and Principal Barbara being among them. During the military training, Li Feng displayed extraordinary strength and immense potential, successfully passing the 5-star military training assessment. Consequently, the Beijing garrison once again conferred upon him the title of Strongest Warrior, awarding him 20 academic credits. Li Feng was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating any rewards. The so-called 5-star test likely referred to that incident of ambush. Following that, Li Feng had been diligently honing his skills, scarcely having time to engage with others. And he hardly made any public appearances, except for sleeping. Li Feng accepted the award with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of composure akin to that of a seasoned master. This was not the first time he had surprised others. Zhou Ji enthusiastically presented the trophy to Li Feng, offering a warm handshake. However, the duration and intensity of their handshake seemed to linger a tad longer than usual. Perhaps only they themselves understood the significance of it. Li Feng, do continue to work hard, and if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to consult your teachers, Zhou Ji exuberantly expressed, showcasing her charm as one of the most popular teachers. Yet, Li Feng was not swayed. With you being so busy, I wouldn't dare disturb you. I can manage on my own, he replied. Rest assured, even in the midst of a hectic schedule, I will always make time for you. Li Feng, in fact, I am not one to shy away from trouble, Zhou Ji reassured him. Li Feng was left speechless, pondering how such an alluring woman could possess a resilience akin to that of a fortress. Impervious to both fire and sword. Aware that he was no match for her in verbal sparring, he chose to feign ignorance. Apart from Salta, the other award recipients regarded Li Feng with keen interest. The audience could not discern their conversation, merely assuming it was a form of encouragement from the teacher. However, Huang Zhaoyang and his friends vaguely caught snippets of their dialogue, noticing an apparent familiarity between the two. Yet, the question lingered. How could Li Feng possibly know teacher Zhou Ji? As the awardees descended amidst a wave of applause, Mu Shue's attention remained fixated on Tang Ling ever since Li Feng took the stage. The young girl had not diverted her gaze. Perhaps an opportunity to strike a blow at her could be found. Regarding the second matter, it is likely that everyone has heard some tidbits from the seniors. Indeed, it has been confirmed that Miss Angel will be holding a campus concert at our school, serving as the second stop of the Global Peace Tour in Beijing. The school administration has expressed its support for this event, but it is hoped that students of Yalong will display the demeanor of soldiers and adhere to all regulations. The class teachers will provide further details. As Zhou Ji's words resonated, an overwhelming wave of cheers erupted. The administration had underestimated Angel's influence, in this day and age. While some may be unaware of who the speaker of NUP is, ignorance of Angel is practically non-existent. She possesses an unparalleled charm. And countless music critics have proclaimed her a divine gift. Those who have interacted with her often remark on her genuine selflessness. Angel donates 30% of her personal income directly to the Red Cross, and half of the proceeds from this world tour are allocated to peace protection organizations. Some oppose war, some are indifferent, and others support it. Yet, regardless of one's stance, any rational individual encountering Angel would discern her genuine wish for peaceful coexistence among all. This girl embodies idealism and tirelessly strives for her beliefs. Though somewhat naive, she evokes both admiration and sympathy. When an idea resonates within, even if unattainable, it is understood as a noble ideal. Her immense personal charisma, combined with revolutionary music, solidified Angel's status as the princess of the music realm. It is no wonder that the sudden emergence of a combat enthusiast, the Blade Warrior, incites such fervor among Angel's fans. The ensuing rivalry is entirely expected. With the conclusion of military training, many students still had not fully returned to reality, though Li Feng was not among them. After classes, he did not even visit the library. For since signing the contract with the Yuzhan officials, he had yet to engage in any battles. The contract contained stipulations regarding special events, and Li Feng had applied in advance before military training commenced. The evening battle had already been communicated to the officials. After all, having signed the contract and being absent for such an extended period, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. 2 months of military training had elapsed without a single battle for the Blade Warrior, much to the chagrin of the Blade faction. Recently, the video rankings had been entirely dominated by Angel, with her fans evidently taking the upper hand in the verbal skirmish. After a prolonged wait, just as everyone was on the verge of losing hope, players received official notification. At precisely 7 o'clock that evening, the blade would return. Chapter 86. The Arrogant Challenger. The longer one holds back, the more exhilarating the release. Li Feng did not intend to tease. However, the outcome was the same. His absence had not augmented his fame, yet it had created a certain psychological effect among the players. The notification had been sent out in the morning, and both players and Yuzhan video enthusiasts were thoroughly prepared. The opponent was also assigned by the officials. Previously, such competitions had involved general-level battles, but now the Blade Warrior had eclipsed those generals in popularity. Finally, a general-level expert could no longer remain idle, having accepted the official invitation to teach the Blade Warrior a lesson. Naturally, the prize for victory was substantial. Li Feng, however, was indifferent to the identity of his opponent. As long as they were strong, even the Emperor himself would suffice. Upon receiving the matchup notification, the players erupted in excitement. The Sharp Pirate, a rear admiral, was among the more audacious of generals, likely holding a rather notorious reputation. A seasoned veteran, the Yuzhan universe comprises many segments, including individual battle zones and group warfare areas, where points can also be earned. Generally, high-level players do not garner many points from defeating lower-tier players, but the Sharp Pirate cared little for such nuances. With ample leisure time, he relished in annihilating newcomers. However, his fanciful mech was of platinum caliber within the Yuzhan universe. On one hand, he was indeed formidable. On the other, he had expended vast sums to modify it, resulting in his current mech. Each component could be described as a product of considerable monetary investment. Due to the overwhelming power of his mech, even a group assault by newcomers would prove futile. The Grim Reaper Gale, a top-tier fanciful model, featured a splendid humanoid mech, boasting exceptional maneuverability and firepower. Capable of engaging in aerial and terrestrial combat, even equipped with small nuclear missiles. Naturally, employing nuclear weapons incurs exorbitant costs and substantial point deductions. Essentially, such weapons serve as a means of venting frustration. In Yuzhan history, they have been utilized merely twice, yet Gale could be equipped with them. This was a type of mech that could not exist in reality, a super-maneuverable warrior, a fusion of beauty and strength. Such mechs are not acquired in a single purchase. They are assembled through continuous upgrades and modifications, necessitating patience, financial resources, and a touch of luck. The reputation of the Grim Reaper Gale surpasses even that of the Sharp Pirate. This platinum model undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in the Yuzhan universe. At skill pales in comparison to the prowess of such maneuverable warriors, a fact that contributes to the Sharp Pirate's arrogance. He has no fear of being besieged. Moreover, like attracts like, this fellow is also a prominent member of the A-Class Alliance, Wasp Needle, a notorious faction known for its unscrupulous deeds. However, personal integrity bears no relation to strength. These individuals are exceptionally powerful, and regular players would not dare provoke them. The fact that Gale dared to challenge was a cautious decision made after observing videos. The opponent appeared absurdly strong. Yet against his platinum model, Gale would find no opportunity to showcase his abilities. Furthermore, the fatter the prey, the more enticing the hunt. Wasp Needle has long sought a target to bolster its reputation. Having been rejected upon joining, they now viewed Gale as an enemy. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him and enhance the alliance's standing. Numerous newcomers have likely fallen victim to Wasp Needle's extortion. Some large alliances have clashed with Wasp Needle, suffering significant losses in the process. Following such losses, Wasp Needle adopted a more low-profile approach, avoiding conflicts with members of large alliances. However, the majority of players are unaffiliated with any alliance. Their notoriety precedes them, and in the hearts of the people, support for the Blade Warrior is overwhelmingly strong. Nonetheless, this battle differs from those of the past. BS-001 stands no chance against the platinum-level Grim Reaper Gale. Especially considering that the Sharp Pirate is undoubtedly cunning and ruthless, relishing in tormenting the weak, harboring a somewhat twisted mindset. The effect of the announcement is remarkable. Since its release, the Yuzhan forum has ignited like wildfire. Bustling with activity, player engagement surged by 15 percentage points overnight. Even before the battle commenced, excitement within the Yuzhan universe had begun to boil over. Ironically, the Sharp Pirate's personality is one of arrogance. The more noise others make, the more he revels in it. He even took the initiative to post on the forum, proclaiming his intent to teach the Blade Warrior a lesson in how to treat newcomers. This was undoubtedly a case of pouring fuel on the fire. Blade fans were in a frenzy, vehemently cursing the Sharp Pirate, wishing to see him brought down. Those who had suffered at the hands of the Sharp Pirate were particularly incensed. In the Unyielding game, personal protection is enforced. Individuals with poor character cannot be banned simply for their demeanor. If one's strength is inferior and they are bullied, they must resign themselves to their fate. Given that this audacious newcomer dared to challenge the Blade Warrior, players naturally hoped that the Blade Warrior would deliver a resounding blow on their behalf. The individuals of concern extend beyond mere players. They include the gentle Angel, who gazes upon the crude and fiery discourse on the forum with a furrowed brow. How can these people be so barbaric, so quick to condemn entire families to death over trivial disputes? Who is this Blade Warrior, relentlessly instigating chaos? Angel fervently advocates for peace, yet this individual seems intent on sowing discord. Strangely, Angel does not harbor any intention to blame the Blade Warrior. Rather, her absurd notion is to seek a heartfelt conversation with him, aiming to enlighten him and inspire him to strive for peace, guiding him towards righteousness. Meanwhile, Milky, listening to Angel's suggestion, is left speechless. Her young niece's innocence is simply beyond words. Ahem, Angel, such a thug is beyond redemption. We should not forsake more pressing matters for the sake of one individual. Besides, who even knows who this person is? It's better not to look. It only stirs anger, and honestly, none of them are good people. Auntie, one must maintain one's composure and remain serene, Angel replied with a playful blink and a smile. Milky adopted a Tai Chi pose, inhaling deeply. This forum is certainly not suitable for children, as it can lead them astray. Angel cast a lingering glance at the webpage, hoping that one day she might still have the chance to reform the Blade Warrior and join him in the pursuit of peace. At that moment, Li Feng continued to follow his routine, indifferent to the chaos and noise outside. He focused solely on practical experience, yet he also took the time to review the data on the Reaper's Gale. The terrifying comparative statistics compelled him to elevate his vigilance. The detailed data comparison between the BS-001 and the Reaper's Gale was meticulously compiled by the officials, who had also provided Li Feng with a copy. Although he faced such a formidable opponent, the officials were keen on ensuring Li Feng's victory. There were few generals, yet there was at least one, but such a tenacious soldier could only be one. The Blade Warrior versus the Major General Sharp Pirate. Could a miracle persist? Chapter 87. The Interstellar Burden Battlefield, Part 1. The battlefield was prepared, with the Sharp Pirate generously allowing the officials to select the contest location. Of course, anyone with discernment understood that this individual, utilizing an unscrupulous platinum-grade fantasy model, was inherently designed for all-weather combat, thus gaining an advantage regardless of the venue. Discussing player ethics and principles of fairness with the Sharp Pirate would be akin to playing the lute to a cow. In this day and age, there is no limit to shamelessness. The Sharp Pirate exemplified this concept perfectly, audaciously releasing his own photographs online. Faced with such images, the players could only shake their heads in disbelief. If he was going to expose himself, he might as well go all out. Yet, this fellow, fearing a real-life confrontation, opted for a side profile, his hair obscuring most of his face, while he sought to recruit a fan club of beautiful women, rejecting those over 20 years of age and those deemed unattractive. His arrogance reached new heights, intensifying the battle to a fever pitch. Not all girls supported the Blade Warrior, but after this display, any girl who did would surely be questioned. The Sharp Pirate, however, remained unfazed, deriving pleasure from his disdainful audacity. The officials, too, were indifferent, as long as politics were not involved and no alliance laws were violated. Freedom of speech was paramount, and the more heated the situation, the more it benefited them. Li Feng was engrossed in the capabilities of the Reaper's Gale, genuinely impressed. If only there were such a stylish mobile fighter in reality, he would undoubtedly shine on the battlefield, fully realizing his potential. Alas, such a scenario was rather unrealistic, at times. Li Feng wished he could play with a fantasy model, but it held no true significance. He had perused countless books on the subject, understanding that to achieve his goals, he must resist such temptations. Often, it was about creating pressure and motivation for oneself. Perhaps to others, the Reaper's Gale appeared flawless. But not to Li Feng. Machinery is lifeless. Humans are vibrant, Li Feng. As long as there was a 1% chance, that would suffice. Even if there were no chance at all, he would still fight with all his might. If someone of equal caliber piloted the Reaper's Gale against his BS-001, he would have no opportunity for mutual destruction. However, he believed the opponent's pilot would not be of similar skill. As long as there was a slight opening, it would be enough for Li Feng. Resolved, Li Feng relaxed, awaiting the commencement of battle. Nevertheless, a series of emails marked with red fury piqued his curiosity. Casual in his approach, he opened one, revealing a prominent side-profile photograph of a certain major general. Alongside a proclamation soliciting a harem, Li Feng found himself both amused and bewildered. He had not anticipated that this individual would possess such artistic flair in his insults, while others might be incensed. Li Feng merely chuckled, recognizing the futility of engaging in dialogue with someone on the brink of defeat. Wise individuals do not act otherwise. This also marked the Blade Warrior's first instance of random battlefield combat. Manager, there are 5 minutes remaining. The server is completely full. If we increase the load any further, it will compromise performance. The technician's face flushed with exertion. The Cosmic Battle franchise had enjoyed immense success, and it was the only one capable of achieving such global prominence. Even those who do not play may wish to observe, as nothing could be more exhilarating and fantastical, provided there were two worthy opponents. Galpo, with his cherubic face, displayed no excessive excitement. Having recently been promoted to department manager, he bore tremendous pressure, especially with the Blade Warrior's sudden disappearance post-signature. Concern breeds chaos, and if the Blade Warrior truly vanished, it would spell disaster for him. Now, at last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. What are the total metrics? What is the NUP ratio? What is the official IPU value for the live broadcast? The plump man calmly inquired, knowing this was his first time managing such a significant case, and he needed to remain composed. Like the Blade Warrior's flying daggers, cool and precise. Yes. The total memory allocated by the mainframe has reached its limit, accommodating 46,316,000 online users. The NUP ratio stands at an impressive 33.5, and the official IPU has surged to 73,851, all while increasing at a rate of 31 per second. Manager, we have succeeded. The technician's voice trembled with exhilaration. They had anticipated popularity, but they could hardly fathom the current situation. Regardless of what the future held, this was undoubtedly an unprecedented record. Though the global population was vast, witnessing such attention on a single game was truly unimaginable. They owed a debt of gratitude to Angel. The fan war had elevated the Blade Warrior to the status of a mysterious public figure. Galpo's gaze turned vacant. The 46,316,000 live viewers included over 30% from the NUP Alliance. While Cosmic Battle was universal, the interaction between USE and NUP players was relatively sparse, and NUP had always looked down upon USE's standards. However, the Blade Warrior shattered this perception, achieving terrifying IPU figures that set a new record. Suddenly, Galpo slapped himself, startling everyone. The plump man bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Get ready. One misstep, and you're out the door. Also, instruct the video production analysis team to give it their all. If there's any delay this time, everyone will be sent home to farm. Understood?" The staff promptly sprang into action. Although the manager's recent penchant for coarse language was notable, everyone enjoyed hearing it. At these moments, the manager was always in high spirits. And so were they. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 2, 1. Connect. Data input normal. Ready. Action. The scene shifted as players in Cosmic Battle arcades gathered, watching the large screen. After all, the cost of this personal live broadcast was substantial, and while viewing the screen lacked the immediacy of being on the battlefield, the sheer number of people and the atmosphere compensated for it. Chapter 87, The Interstellar Burden Battlefield, Part 2. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Dai. Hello everyone, I am Huayang Nianhua. Hehe, I am Lihua Jinggang. The three of us are the hosts for this epic battle, and it is a profound honor to witness this long-anticipated showdown with all of you. As a devoted fan of Cosmic Battle, hosting this match is indeed a great privilege. Xiao Dai beamed a sweet smile. The trio were not unknowns. They were esteemed game critics and renowned program hosts, all enjoying considerable fame. Transitioning from television to host this video was truly rare, underscoring the Blade Warrior's allure, and Cosmic Battle had invested significantly in this endeavor. Just to reveal a little secret, Xiao Dai is a die-hard fan of the Blade Warrior. Huayang Nianhua remarked with a chuckle. Hehe, Xiao Dai is merely an ordinary fan among the multitude. I would prefer not to be besieged by his vast fan club. Huayang, you seem to have ulterior motives, Xiao Dai retorted with a laugh, easing the tense atmosphere while heightening excitement. The seasoned hosts naturally possessed a different caliber of skill, Haha, back to the matter at hand. Both of you are familiar figures. The Major General Sharp Pirates pre-match boast is certainly well known. First, let us take a look at the comparison between the models and their records. Indeed, the disparity is quite dazzling. Yes, it is exceptionally splendid, as I'm sure you all agree. The contest arena allows for free selection, so we will randomly choose a location. Now I hope we can select a place that showcases both side strengths, Hua Yangnyanhua said, placing a selection device before Xiao Dai. Ladies first, what an honor. With delicate fingers, she lightly pressed the button, and the screen erupted into a cacophony of scrolling visuals, showcasing a myriad of battlefields that flashed before the player's eyes. Many players were engaged in analysis, pondering which battlefield might prove advantageous for the Blade Warrior. However, they were met with disappointment, as it became evident that no matter the battlefield, the Reaper's Gale held the upper hand, leaving the Blade Warrior with only his own prowess as an advantage. The players' hearts raced in tandem with the rolling screen, and finally, the pace began to freeze. A type of interstellar heavy combat battlefield. After selecting, Xiao Dai was momentarily taken aback, while players in the Galactic Battle Hall were left dumbfounded. How could this woman possibly choose such a terrible field? Why opt for the Neptune-like battlefield? Was it meant to be a challenge for others? When the battlefield data was revealed, the crowd fell into silence. Realizing it was one of the most inhospitable environments in the Galactic Wars, the interstellar battlefield simulated the harshness of outer space, essentially preparing humanity for future cosmic expansion. The most common difficulties on such treacherous planets included gravitational acceleration, magnetic fields, storms, and extreme temperatures. The battlefield chosen by Xiao Dai boasted a gravitational acceleration 5 times that of Earth, with a magnetic field intensity 53 times greater. This meant that the magnetic field could disrupt a significant portion of the testing instruments of mobile warriors. Superstorms could easily rend steel fortresses asunder, akin to tearing paper. While high and low temperatures also posed significant threats, the effects would be somewhat mitigated on the interstellar battlefield. After all, if one were to land on such a planet, temperature control would be paramount, and current technology had made considerable advancements in this regard. The major concern remained gravitational acceleration, which could not be circumvented. Although certain devices could create anti-gravity effects, the difficulty of piloting would undoubtedly increase. On this battlefield, the force of 5 times gravitational acceleration would bear down on the pilot, resulting in a net weight increase of at least 1.7 to 2.5 times. Naturally, this was merely the baseline. Performing complex maneuvers would further heighten the acceleration. Piloting the BS-001. Was this not tantamount to sending the Blade Warrior to his doom? The Reaper's Gale, too, would be affected, yet this was where the fantasy model excelled, providing far superior protection compared to the nearly bare machine that was the BS-001. In essence, the Reaper's Gale would endure gravitational forces around 1.4 times. Moreover, the fantasy model was inherently easier to pilot. As for the use of targeting instruments, the BS-001 would be rendered useless. This model simply could not withstand such immense interference. The Reaper's Gale would also suffer considerable setbacks, rendering some precise targeting functionalities inoperative. Though the most fundamental capabilities would remain intact, which was sufficient. Xiao Dai felt a twinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing slightly. It seems I've unwittingly added to my idol's difficulties. However, I believe every Blade fan trusts that the Blade Warrior can overcome any obstacle. One cannot deny that this young girl possessed a remarkable ability to salvage situations. Indeed, with this sentiment, the Blade fans' grievances toward her diminished significantly, as the Blade Warrior's motto was indeed unbeatable, though this was certainly not a claim made by Li Feng himself. Once the battlefield was selected, the battle commenced, revealing a desolate planetary surface ravaged by wild winds, with a thick layer of ice beneath, temperatures plunging below -100 degrees. For the moment, no hurricanes had yet appeared. The primary concerns were magnetic interference and gravity, boom. The BS-001 and the Reaper's Gale simultaneously descended onto the icy terrain, the battle on the precipice of ignition. Each player could only hear the sound of their own heartbeat. The usual clamor of the Galactic Battle Hall was replaced by an eerie silence as all eyes fixated on the grand screen. The sharp pirate checked environmental data within the cockpit, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Blade Warrior, if fate has decreed your demise, do not blame anyone but yourself. Yet for the Blade Warrior, who diligently trained his body, the gravitational acceleration of 1.4 times would not prove a hindrance. With the superior capabilities of the Reaper's Gale, Even some high-difficulty instantaneous maneuvers would only reach accelerations of 3 to 4 times, which would not impose significant strain on the body. However, the unfortunate pilots of the BS-001 were another story altogether. As the instruments powered up, high-precision targeting was disrupted by the magnetic field, yet basic scanning and locking remained unaffected. But what could the antiquated BS-001 accomplish? Li Feng inspected his mech's condition. The BS-001 showed some weaknesses against interference, with only the imaging capture system remaining clear, while some automated targeting systems began to falter. Naturally, Li Feng switched to manual control entirely. At this point, attempting to lock on was akin to a blind man groping an elephant. Compared to machines, Li Feng trusted his own eyesight and mental calculations far more. Chapter 87. Interstellar Heavy Combat Battlefield, Part 2. When one becomes obsessed with mathematics. Mental calculation becomes an essential skill. Li Feng's mental agility in mech combat had unknowingly reached a terrifying level, though in his eyes, it was merely an ability to accurately judge attack vectors. Which was, after all, the machines rolled out of course. Aside from judgment, intuition was equally crucial. Sometimes, instinct outweighs calculation. Both sides prepared, and the three hosts shouted begin. Simultaneously, the battle commenced. Neither side rushed to attack immediately. To engage blindly without assessing the equilibrium of this environment would be the height of folly. They needed to test the friction on the ice, the resistance of the air, wind speed, and gravitational adaptation, all of which had to be accomplished in a brief moment. The Reaper's Gale systems were analyzing autonomously, adjusting itself accordingly. This was the power of a platinum-level mech. Otherwise, it would not dare to claim all-weather combat capabilities. The Blade Warrior, at this moment, truly had to rely solely on himself, as the BS-001 had long lost its judgment in such harsh conditions. Even if it could discern the environment, the margin of error would be considerable. Li Feng immediately shut everything down, opting for complete manual control. This feeling was exhilarating. Li Feng was thrilled. It was rare for him to feel such excitement right from the start. The harsher the environment, the more it suited his taste, having been somewhat warped by the training of the Devil of Metal. The sharp pirate was equally exhilarated, thinking, just 30 more seconds, and the Reaper's Gale will reconfigure to the optimal operational scheme, minimizing its impact on my movements, while the Blade Warrior will struggle to maintain his footing. In reality, it was the BS-001 that moved first. The Blade Warrior's initial action thrilled the audience, but they were equally alarmed. While they were pleased to see the Blade Warrior make the first move, they were shocked as he nearly lost his balance with that single step. Maneuvering such a decrepit machine in this treacherous environment was exceedingly challenging. Perhaps at this moment, the Blade Warrior was already drenched in sweat. Alas, no one could see. Li Feng, in contrast, was wide-eyed with excitement, not a bead of sweat in sight, wearing a smile that was both elated and slightly sinister. Let us not forget that his childhood dream was to become a formidable mobile warrior, and the greatest battlefield for such warriors was not the internecine conflicts among humanity, but undoubtedly the vastness of space. To protect humanity or to carve out expanses of territory with mobile warriors. The sensation was simply exhilarating. The first 3 steps were shaky, yet by the 4th step, the BS-001 began to run. The movements became more pronounced, and his sense of balance improved, showing no signs of hesitation compared to his previous actions, as though the low temperatures, wild winds, and gravity had no effect on him whatsoever. Li Feng's body was adept at acclimating. Once he grasped the sensation of piloting, it quickly became ingrained, having previously been a physically adept individual. Observing the stance of the BS-001, the sharp pirate's smile faltered, as the situation took an unexpected turn. However, he had only 8 seconds left. This guy was somehow managing to extract such performance from that rusty machine. Very well, this would indeed make things interesting. The sharp pirate's rank was not merely a title. There was ample distance between them, and Li Feng refrained from preparing his laser weapon. Understanding the capabilities of the Reaper's Gale, he knew his opponent would undoubtedly complete operational restructuring before making a move. Sure enough, the Reaper's Gale charged toward him, its strides equally swift and steady. While the outcomes would be similar, the operational differences were monumental. The Reaper's Gale relied on its inherent enhancements, whereas the BS-001 depended on the pilot's self-adjustments, an immeasurable disparity. Yet, at this moment, no one had the luxury to ponder such distinctions. No one was particularly surprised by the Blade Warrior's capabilities. Why? Because he was the Blade Warrior, Li Feng drew his titanium blade, while the Reaper's Gale brandished a laser sword. This was the all-weather melee weapon equipped with platinum-level models. Whether titanium blades or alpha alloy blades, both were comprised of alloys prone to magnetic interference and various resistances. However, pure energy weapons like laser swords were entirely different, and their lethality far exceeded that of titanium blades. On the galactic battle platform, the value of a laser sword hovered around 100,000 federal credits, a price that was both substantial and rare, while a titanium blade was worthless, even if given away for free. The sharp pirate grinned menacingly as he charged at Li Feng, eager to test the Blade Warrior's reputed combat prowess. Questioning how he could perform without even making contact, neither the titanium blade nor the BS-001's frame could withstand the laser sword. He refrained from taking to the air, for in such turbulent winds, he would likely become the target. The sharp pirate had conducted thorough analyses of the Blade Warrior and was well aware that Li Feng was no fool. As a seasoned galactic battle player, he understood that a titanium blade could not withstand a laser sword's strikes, but who said it was necessary to make contact? Swoosh! The two mobile warriors engaged in their first round of close-quarters combat, and as they clashed, the BS-001 did not cleave cleanly through. In the instant of contact, Li Feng executed a high-difficulty evasive maneuver, narrowly avoiding the laser sword. However, he was unable to land a blow with his titanium blade either. This opponent was indeed a nuisance, yet precisely to Li Feng's liking. Even the sharp pirate dares not grow overly arrogant. He must remain vigilant against the opponent's flying daggers, be they the infamous Xiao Li's daggers or the equally perilous Xiao Li's other blades, for they are ultimately fraught with danger. After a fleeting exchange, the right arm of the Grim Reaper's Gale swung horizontally, revealing a massive cannon, not a laser gun, but a scatter laser cannon. Heh. Blade Warrior, come, allow your older brother to cherish you dearly. Zing, zing, zing. In an instant, a flurry of laser beams surged towards the Blade Warrior, while the sharp pirate retreated to a safe distance. At this range, even a titanium blade would struggle to launch a lethal attack. Only lasers remained. Heh. Without a targeting device, even shooting a sitting duck would be a challenge. The players could only remark on the cunning of the sharp pirate, acknowledging that his tactics were entirely sound in such a dismal environment. Evasion exacts a significant toll on both body and control, gravity. After all, Chapter 88. Frenzied oppression. The Blade Warrior continued to execute his classic, lightning-fast evasive maneuvers, weaving through the sharp pirate's relentless laser fire. Spectators watched with bated breath. Though it appeared effortless, how long could such movements be sustained? The inherent difficulty was exacerbated by the oppressive gravity. And as time stretched on, meanwhile, the sharp pirate, who merely needed to shoot, found the task exceedingly simple. There was no need for intricate maneuvers. Whether the BS-001 could accurately aim without a targeting lock remained in question. At this moment, Li Feng reveled in the sensation of this extraterrestrial battle, feeling that the harsh environment still lacked authenticity, as the temperature's influence barely manifested. Otherwise, his movements should not be so fluid. If anyone knew that he was lamenting the insufficiency of challenge, they would be at a loss for how to react. Li Feng produced his antique laser weapon, yet found no opportunity to strike. The opponent's laser cannon was ferociously powerful, but Li Feng pondered why these individuals placed such faith in automated targeting systems. True precision in attack relies on one's own skill. Perhaps this is of little use in group battles. Yet in personal combat, the mobility and targeting modes configured by the mechanized warrior are fixed. Once mastered, it becomes as simple as a hollow shell. Suddenly finding his rhythm, Li Feng charged boldly towards the sharp pirate, startling him. The frequency of laser fire immediately intensified, yet each seemingly concentrated attack was narrowly evaded, creating a thrilling spectacle, yet failing to connect. Whose lightning-fast footwork could rival this? However, Li Feng felt it was trivial. For the trajectory of the lasers was consistent. Though numerous, their direction remained largely the same, with the primary variable being the orientation of the cannon. As Li Feng approached with an almost spectral grace, the pressure on the sharp pirate mounted. The penetrating power of the laser seemed less effective against the Blade Warrior. If the Grim Reaper's Gale relied solely on laser cannons, it would be grossly underestimating the platinum-grade mech. The sharp pirate had seen videos, especially of the battle against the Moth Demon. Despite the latter's formidable bombardment, the the Blade Warrior had managed to evade with ease, leaving a lasting impression. Yet, in this interstellar battlefield, the fact that such remarkable evasions could still occur in the absence of functional instruments was unexpected. It seemed he had underestimated the Blade Warrior. Perhaps it was time to try a different weapon. The laser cannon on the right shoulder continued its fire, while a relatively slender, gleaming silver barrel emerged from the left arm. Heh, Blade Warrior, sample this, zing. A silver missile erupted from the slender barrel, instantly recognized by discerning players as a prized possession, the M6 shoulder-mounted cannon. The sharp pirate, this twisted individual, though the missile itself appeared small, its coverage was formidable. In past encounters with overwhelming numbers, the M6 had proven to be a master of chaos. While its firing rate may be slow, its explosive power was unmatched. To the right, laser fire maintained suppression, while the true lethal threat came from the M6 rockets. Die, I shall obliterate you to dust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 rockets hurtled towards Li Feng, and the immense recoil forced the sharp pirate to pause momentarily. After these 3 rockets were launched, not even the lightning-fast footwork would suffice. Not even the slightest movement could evade such indiscriminate bombardment. Li Feng could not help but shake his head at the naivety of this individual. How foolish to think he could effectively wield both a left-arm laser cannon and a right-arm M6 simultaneously. Deploying them one at a time posed no issue, but using both simultaneously was akin to folly. The recoil from the rockets rendered the laser cannon entirely ineffective. Although it appeared menacing, it was clear that the aim had gone awry. Only the M6 rockets posed a genuine threat. This amateur player seemed to believe that a barrage of fire would constitute effective suppression, but a modicum of strategy would have sufficed. While it is possible to control more than 2 high-performance weapons simultaneously, even Li Feng himself lacked the confidence to do so. This individual truly was merely looking good, and showing off was not sufficient. The laser fire was completely disregarded. Though fierce, it was utterly disrupted, leaving only the 3 rockets as the sole danger. This aligned with the sharp pirate's expectations. No matter how swiftly Feng moved, he could not evade the area explosion, and BS-001 was incapable of flight. This was not a zero-gravity environment. Such area explosions were indeed effective. However, the age-old adage remains. Weapons must strike their targets to be of any USA Li Feng's lasers activated. 3 shots, not aimed at the Grim Reaper's gale, for the opponent was clearly on guard, and such a model could easily evade. Yet, rockets would not dodge. Boom! The ground trembled, and the scene before them blurred as the 3 rockets detonated mid-flight. Spectators had no time to process the shock. The rockets moved slowly, not because they could not detonate, but because they required coordinated fire suppression to do so. However, encountering Li Feng, a creature of logic, the sharp pirate was simply out of luck. Had the opponent truly possessed strong control, maintaining laser cannon suppression while launching rockets, Li Feng would have faced a formidable challenge, with the crisis index skyrocketing. Unfortunately, the sharp pirate's laser cannon was merely for show. A thunderous FAAD meant to intimidate. To the average individual, it could indeed instill fear. Even if the dazzling lasers failed to find their mark, the sheer spectacle would cause unease. Who could accurately gauge such chaos? Yet, for Li Feng, who had endured the sting of lasers countless times, this was akin to mere fireworks, albeit less visually appealing. Enhanced rockets. Clearly, these were no ordinary M6 missiles. The sharp pirate had indeed put in considerable effort. Beneath his brash demeanor lay a cunning intent to either bewilder or provoke his adversary, all while preparing meticulously. The enhanced M6 rockets, while slightly slower, significantly increased in both blast radius and lethality. With a cacophony of ice and fire, the ground shook violently, and the tremendous explosion even altered the wind's direction. The BS-001 and Grim Reaper's gale reacted in unison. Both quickly lowered their centers of gravity, seeking to minimize the impact of the shockwave. However, the most overwhelming force of this explosion lasted barely 3 seconds. Once the tremors subsided, Li Feng sprang into action. The lingering waves of air could no longer impede his movement. While ordinary individuals typically required a second or 2 to acclimate or recover, Li Feng maintained his composure throughout the explosion, a fundamental expectation of a warrior. Chapter 89. Heart-stopping tension. Of course, this was not a basic expectation for players, especially not for the sharp pirate. He hesitated for a brief moment, yet time was truly scarce. Even a major general remains human. Li Feng's previous maneuver had genuinely startled him. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper's gale blared a red alert, indicating a high-speed approaching threat. Had there been sensors, Li Feng would have already initiated a laser attack. Yet he was hindered by magnetic interference. He could discern the general direction but needed to close the distance to identify his foe. Click, clank. The laser cannon and M6 rocket launcher returned to their original positions, and the laser sword was drawn. Without hesitation, the sharp pirate surged forward, confident that even the keenest of eyes would struggle to maintain accuracy amidst the swirling energies. Shards of ice and snow and high-energy steam. This visual obstruction would not last long. Both parties understood this. Li Feng found himself somewhat speechless. The sharp pirate was astute in grand matters yet foolish in the minutiae. By illuminating his red laser sword, he effectively revealed his position to Li Feng, rapidly closing the distance between them. The titanium blade swung heavily, and the sharp pirate gritted his teeth, thinking, this little brat truly believes himself a god. With such a flimsy blade, he could be cleaved in two. Zing. The speed of the Grim Reaper's gale surged by over 50%, showcasing the sharp pirate's actual skill level. This velocity boasted an acceleration of at least 3 to 4 times. And the speed of the laser sword increased dramatically. Li Feng's titanium blade, even if he wished to retract, could not do so in time. Zing! The hearts of blade enthusiasts tightened, for Li Feng's titanium blade was indeed severed. Without his titanium blade, the Blade Warrior was akin to a toothless tiger. Surely he could not simply wear down the Grim Reaper's gale. The sharp pirate felt a surge of triumph. The plan had succeeded. Yet, an unexpected twist unfolded. The left hand of BS-001 vanished in the blink of an eye. Spectators merely perceived a fleeting shimmer as BS-001's left hand struck the sharp pirate's right hand. It appeared simple, yet operating a mechanized warrior required the same finesse as a human attack. After delivering a right punch, the body's strength and balance shifted, complicating subsequent strikes. This was especially true for mechanized warriors, who bore the brunt of extreme gravitational acceleration. Players had clearly witnessed a terrifying figure. 7 times the gravitational acceleration. Boom. The sharp pirate's hand, clutching the laser sword, was struck, and he realized the peril too late. It was not that his perception was delayed. The instruments indicated danger, his mind registered it, yet his hand could not respond in time. His left hand instinctively sought to retaliate, yet Li Feng's severed titanium blade was faster. Slicing cleanly through the sharp pirate's wrist, a twist of fate. The laser sword fell into the hands of the Blade Warrior. The gaming hall, stifled by tension, erupted into a chorus of cheers. Good heavens! It was truly a heart-stopping spectacle. Those with fragile hearts should steer clear. Yet, the sharp pirate was no fool. He had navigated through numerous perilous situations and understood a crucial principle. When one must suffer losses, one must accept them. The likelihood of reclaiming the laser sword against the opponent's formidable control techniques was virtually non-existent. At this juncture, the only option was to take a risk and ascend into the air, praying fervently that a hurricane would not materialize at that very moment. Whoosh! The death goddess gale unleashed its full might, soaring into the sky. While the winds aloft were indeed stronger than those at ground level, they remained within manageable limits. The laser cannon and M6 activated simultaneously. Li Feng, grasping the laser sword, felt a twinge of regret. The intellect of this adversary seemed rather capricious. The earlier bold decision to sever ties had been astutely made. Yet just moments later, he had deployed 2 weapons that interfered with one another. Without the requisite skill, one should refrain from taking on such high-difficulty tasks. Players could clearly observe BS-001 shaking his head, a palpable expression of disappointment from the Blade Warrior towards his opponent. A subtle gesture ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. Players in the Galactic Battle Hall could no longer contain their excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, that is so impressive, a true master," as they fervently waved their fists in the air. Nearby players, however, were somewhat irked. "Dude, what are you so excited about? Do you even understand what is happening?" At that moment, the host, Huayang Nianhua, promptly expressed his viewpoint, noting that the Blade Warrior seemed quite disheartened by his opponent's ease in discarding his weapon. Yet, Xiao Dai interjected with a differing opinion, stating, "I perceive it differently. I believe the Blade Warrior has accurately calculated that his opponent cannot evade his attack and appreciates the swift decision to vacate the battlefield. However, The shaking of his head began only when both the laser cannon and M6 were simultaneously deployed. Xiao Dai's assertion held merit. Controlling more than 2 heavy weapons simultaneously was indeed a mark of advanced skill. While the sharp pirate held the rank of major, it was evident he had yet to reach that level of prowess. The blazing Fire King added. Players nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, when players engaged in combat, they typically wielded one weapon at a time. Deploying multiple weapons would only lead to mutual interference. The sharp pirate, leveraging the advantages of his mech, relished the dual-weapon experience and was unwilling to relinquish it. A platinum-grade mech could mitigate some errors, sufficient against average players, but the Blade Warrior was no ordinary opponent. Li Feng shook his head. Had the previous Death Knight piloted this mech against him, the outcome would have been unpredictable. But this individual was truly a waste. Players observed, and the sharp pirate noticed as well. If he wasn't seething with anger, it would indeed be a miracle, for he was not a man of broad-mindedness. Regardless of the Blade Warrior's disdain for him, he would not permit a mere private to scorn a major like himself. With the M6 and laser cannon fully operational, they thundered down towards the ground. Li Feng prepared his laser, dismissing the laser cannon for now. It was imperative to ensure that the M6 rockets did not reach the ground. This individual insisted on amplifying the weapon's power, which only served to slow the rocket's speed and firing rate, albeit slightly. Yet, Li Feng's laser fire pinpointed the rockets, detonating them with explosive force that stirred up violent winds. Signs of an impending hurricane beginning to manifest. Such adverse conditions were most likely to trigger a chain reaction. At this rate, without Li Feng's intervention, the so-called platinum-grade mech would be reduced to platinum scrap by the interstellar tempest. This realization only fueled the sharp pirate's rage. This damned environment had become his limitation, while the imagined difficulties had no bearing on BS-001's movements. Chapter 90. Explode him. If this continued, he would truly become a laughingstock. Unfit to show his face again, he was acutely aware of his own reputation, having long since tarnished it, yet he still valued his achievements. After all, he was a senior officer of the Hornet Needle. Even rogues had their own form of honor. Thus, he resolved to go down in a blaze of glory. Crack, crack, crack. The death goddess Gale ceased its assault, glaring fiercely at BS-001, pushed to this extreme. It seemed no one would be playing anymore. The chest of the mech opened, revealing a dazzling blue object, a small nuclear bomb. Ha ha ha, Blade Brat, if you have the guts to evade even a nuclear bomb, I shall call you Grandpa. With that, the death goddess Gale pressed down upon its chest, having previously used the public channel, allowing all to hear the sharp pirate's maniacal laughter. This fellow was utterly. Had he truly resorted to using a nuclear bomb, a despicable tactic, such was the sentiment of most players, a perfectly rational thought. However, the trained would see it differently. A nuclear bomb posed no threat until it was detonated. A precisely aimed shot struck the death goddess Gale's right hand, yet its defenses were formidable, preventing penetration. The sharp pirate, grinning maliciously, pressed again. Suddenly, he noticed a red dot appear before him. It was not a titanium blade, but something even more formidable, his own laser sword. Whoosh! The laser sword struck the sharp pirate squarely on the forehead. Had he focused his attention on Li Feng rather than the inert nuclear bomb, he would have had a 50-50 chance of evading it. Even if he had failed to dodge, it would not have been fatal. Alas, the user of the nuclear bomb had become ensnared by its overwhelming power. As if possessing such a weapon granted him dominion over the world, with a sizzling sound, boom! The machine exploded. Accompanying the explosion was the sharp pirate's incredulous scream. This fellow had quite the vocal cords. System announcement. Congratulations to player Blade Warrior for achieving victory and for claiming spoils. 1 laser sword and 1 small nuclear bomb. This was the system's summary. The sharp pirate, still connected, fainted upon hearing this news. While members of the Hornet Needle spat blood, that nuclear bomb was not the sharp pirate's personal property, but rather the Alliance's asset, allocated as a final trump card specifically to counter the Blade Warrior. Now, it had been bestowed as an enormous favor. Li Feng did not log off immediately, for according to the contract, he still had an obligation to fulfill. Players engaged in a myriad of actions. Not merely for the exhilarating victory, but for what was to come next. They could pose a question to the Blade Warrior. The battle concluded, yet people did not instinctively turn to watch the replay or celebrate. It was not out of disinterest, but rather a pressing anticipation for a more significant event. The Blade Warrior was set to answer a question from the audience, whether through video or text broadcasts. Viewers awaited the emergence of the options with bated breath. Naturally, not just any question would suffice, and the contract stipulated that if the query was deemed inappropriate, the Blade Warrior could decline to answer. Forfeiting the opportunity, questions regarding the Blade Warrior's identity were unnecessary. That would only invite trouble. The three hosts quickly devised three options. 1. Does the Blade Warrior feel that the gravitational force, approximately twice that of an interstellar battlefield, impacts his performance? 2. How does the Blade Warrior achieve such precise shooting? 3. How old is the Blade Warrior? The choice of which question to pose was left to the players. Three options popped up on each screen, with the most popular question being put forth by the hosts. Although all three were of interest, the crowd leaned towards the first. While the third question garnered attention, many hesitated to ask it. Fearing a refusal that would render their inquiry a waste, it was evident the Blade Warrior preferred not to discuss personal matters, while the first two questions sparked greater curiosity. The first option's data surged dramatically, concluding the tally in a mere minute. Blade Warrior, hello. I represent the vast player community in asking you a question. Do you believe the gravitational force, approximately twice that of an interstellar battlefield, affects your performance? The crowd held their breath in anticipation. How would the Blade Warrior respond? Li Feng did not keep the audience waiting. Rather, he answered immediately as Xiao Dai's voice faded. Twice the gravity. I don't feel it with that, he logged off, feeling no need to elaborate. He had simply stated what came to mind. He genuinely felt no difference. His words left everyone in stunned silence. Twice the gravity. And he felt nothing. Yet everyone felt this was precisely what the Blade Warrior should say, a statement that could only emanate from him. His tone was casual and sincere, devoid of pretense or arrogance. Utterly natural. Observing BS-001's movements, it was as if the double gravity was non-existent. During combat, Li Feng's body instinctively adjusted its force. He would only take note of gravity exceeding 4 times that of normal. 2 times simply did not register within his considerations. After logging off, Li Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. It would be unrealistic to claim he felt no burden, especially with a contract binding him and so many supporters eager for his performance. Logging on so late was somewhat embarrassing, but now that the task was complete, he could attend to his own matters. Just an hour had passed, and this sharp pirate was hardly impressive. The equipment was commendable. Yet the strategy was rather amateurish. He found himself reminiscing about the Death Knight. Sarda was also quite good. Yet despite their acquaintance, they could not arrange a match in galactic warfare to post-battle. He reminded himself to hydrate properly. Refreshing indeed. Beyond the interesting environment of interstellar combat, this battle offered little worth summarizing. It appeared that fantasy-level players overly fixated on the mechs themselves. Though trained to some degree, their essence remained unchanged. 3 to 4 times the explosive weight meant nothing to a true expert. Li Feng's battle concluded. The players' fervor was only just beginning. Many would undoubtedly forego sleep that night, eager to analyze and revel in the excitement. The blade was drawn, heralding a festive occasion for the galactic warfare players. Chapter 91. Sharing. After downing a generous glass of water, feeling invigorated, Li Feng contemplated a shower and some reading, only to be interrupted by the doorbell. Strange, who could it be? At this moment, Maka is likely off charming someone, and it is improbable that he would arrive directly at the door. Tang Ling. The door opened to reveal Tang Ling's slightly flushed and charming face. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want me to stand here at the entrance indefinitely? Li Feng quickly ushered Tang Ling inside. This was Tang Ling's first visit to his bedroom, which surprised her. After all, Li Feng was a man, and it was quite normal for him to take the initiative. However, it was indeed unexpected for Tang Ling to come to his territory. Why is your face so red? Tang Ling blushed for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was her first time visiting a male dormitory, and on the way, she had encountered several upperclassmen who were staring at her. Their relationship was, of course, common knowledge, and with their notoriety, the upperclassmen could not help but notice the astonishingly renowned junior and junior, especially the one named Li Feng, who had previously been obscure but had quickly established himself as a formidable presence since his arrival at school. Standing out during the opening ceremony and showcasing exceptional and mysterious performance during military training, the specifics of which were not disclosed, coupled with a G80 girlfriend. If Li Feng claimed to be a prince, Many would likely believe him. The other reason for her blush was Brother Feng. Did you see that? The performance of the Blade Warrior was incredible. I simply cannot fathom how a major piloting a platinum-grade fantasy fighter could be so thoroughly defeated by a private. It was so cool, so impressive. Tang Ling clapped her hands like a child, clearly excited. Li Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. He was certainly not jealous, but it was unexpected that such a game-like performance could captivate a girl like Tang Ling. Observing Li Feng's expression, Tang Ling mistakenly thought he was envious and instinctively grasped his hand. Don't be upset. I just found the battle very exhilarating and cathartic. You have no idea how despicable that sharp pirate was. He despises us women. Seeing that Li Feng's expression did not improve, Tang Ling waved her small hand. A real man should not be so petty. Besides, we don't even know if that Blade Warrior is male or female, young or old. So if the opponent were a young, handsome guy, you would find that intriguing. Li Feng could not resist teasing her, finding Tang Ling's flustered demeanor amusing. Tang Ling pouted her lips and huffed. You petty and bad-tempered, at most, I will let you. As she trailed off, her voice nearly fading away. It was unprecedented for Jie's little princess to lower herself like this. Li Feng felt a pang in his heart. He understood Tang Ling well. Despite being born into such a grand conglomerate and inevitably possessing a bit of a princess complex, she had never directed any of it at him. Moreover, after they had established their relationship, she was always mindful of her dignity. He, obedient Linger, remember, you said this, so don't backtrack later. Li Feng smiled, and Tang Ling could tell she had been tricked. So wicked. Always finding ways to bully me. I won't agree. Tang Ling stomped her foot in embarrassment, while Li Feng found her reaction immensely entertaining. However, he pondered whether to reveal his identity as the Blade Warrior to her. If Tang Ling had not mentioned it, it would have been one thing, but having already brought it up so many times, hiding it again seemed inappropriate. If she were to discover it later, it might provoke her anger. He had already shared that he could withstand 8 times the gravity. Thus, the secret of being the Blade Warrior should not be that significant. Jie's young lady did not care about societal perceptions while being with him and had even offered her precious first time. Li Feng felt he was being a bit selfish in not disclosing this. Regardless of what the future held, at least for now, Tang Ling was wholeheartedly devoted, and he should reciprocate by protecting and cherishing her. Linger, please don't be angry. How about I have that Blade Warrior come over to pour you a glass of water as an apology? Just sweet talking. I told you, I only like the Blade Warrior's style. Not him as a person, Tang Ling pouted. Oh really? Not interested at all? Li Feng continued to smile. All right, I admit, just a little bit. It's something every normal person would feel. I'm not jealous, so don't rush to confess. She chuckled. Even if the Blade Warrior was not himself, Li Feng would not feel any pointless jealousy. According to Sister Zhou, men, especially younger ones, tend to be the most petty. I'm not saying you're petty. Tang Ling quickly covered her mouth, cautiously glancing at Li Feng. Indeed, it was Zhou Ji, that vixen. It seemed she needed a warning. Linger was so innocent. She must not be led astray by her. Li Feng poured a glass of water and solemnly placed it in front of Tang Ling, saying, please enjoy. What are you doing? I'm not thirsty. Didn't I say? I'll have that jealous Blade Warrior pour you water. Li Feng grinned at the stunned Tang Ling. Brother Feng, you are the Blade Warrior? Tang Ling nearly jumped with joy, and Li Feng quickly covered her mouth. If others find out, my life will be unbearable. The path of a soldier is quite different from that of a star. And I am not particularly interested in making money. Is it really you? Tang Ling suppressed her joy. Her happiness stemmed not from the fact that Li Feng was the Blade Warrior, but rather that the Blade Warrior, Li Feng, was willing to share this secret with her. Despite his immense fame, Li Feng remained earnest and hardworking, steadily pursuing his goals without being swayed by fame and fortune. Li Feng gently stroked Tang Ling's hair, saying, silly girl, what's so remarkable about being a Blade Warrior? You have no idea how popular you are right now. If they knew you were a student of Yalong, I can't imagine how many girls would flock to you. Stop laughing. You are already mine. Li Feng was taken aback. It was adorable to see Tang Ling display jealousy. Well, that depends on your performance. What? How wicked! Tang Ling exclaimed. Li Feng caught her delicate fist and pulled her into an embrace, leaning close to her ear. Meeting you and having you is a dream I once dared not imagine. I will never stray without your permission. Chapter 93. popularity if Tang Ling had previously taken the initiative. Upon discovering that Li Feng was the Blade Warrior, she had completely surrendered, something she had not anticipated. No girl could resist a series of fantastical surprises. It truly felt like a movie, a succession of incredible miracles, which for Li Feng was merely commonplace, yet even now remained unfathomable. But how dreamlike Tang Ling was for Li Feng as well. The two wished to cling to each other every day, never to part, yet it was not feasible. Dawn would break, classes needed to be attended, and they could not excessively stimulate certain ordinary individuals. For instance, the poor Maka. When he saw Tang Ling gazing adoringly at Li Feng, Maka shook his head in regret. Could it be that this fellow lacked charm in the past because those girls were beneath him and could not see his worth? Or was he the legendary top-tier meme killer? Tang Ling, in the interest of all female compatriots, I must reveal that Li Feng never sleeps in. He always wakes everyone up early, really? I just like to go to bed early and rise early. Looking at the delicate and dependent Tang Ling, Maka completely abandoned his plan to save her. He needed to have a serious discussion with this fellow about how to win over beauties and how to ensure they remained devoted. The three were not in the same class, but Tang Ling's reluctant gaze could melt any man's heart. She was simply too much of a little woman. To have Jad's princess infatuated like this made Maka doubt that Li Feng had secretly learned the art of enchantment. None of his girlfriends had reached this level of devotion, though he himself was rather carefree. However, Maka felt relieved. Truth be told, he did not hold high hopes for these wealthy heiresses, especially those from affluent families like Jad. Knowing Li Feng's personality, he feared for his brother's well-being. After all, people are selfish. He would rather hope Li Feng abandon others than be abandoned himself. The pain of heartbreak is unbearable. Yet now, it appeared that young Lady Tang had completely fallen under Li Feng's spell. And judging by the spark of happiness in their eyes, it was evident they were involved. Others might be oblivious, but he, as an old bird, would be quite foolish not to notice, especially since Li Feng's attempts at concealment were rather clumsy. However, Maka refrained from making jokes about it. He sincerely hoped the two would ultimately be together. Of course, he would like to benefit from it too. In the Mecha Warfare Department's classroom, a foundational theory lecture was about to commence in about 15 minutes. However, the classroom was far from quiet. It was more bustling than a marketplace, with a buzzing sound echoing from a distance. This Blade Warrior was undoubtedly a devilish fighter. That sharp pirate was quite foolish. Provoking the wrong person, without a doubt, nearly all the students were discussing yesterday's epic battle. Other departments might not care, but in the Mecha Warfare Department, there were hardly any who did not engage in cosmic warfare. And such a classic duel could not be missed in this era. Many people have become skeptical. The sharp pirate is neither the first nor the last, haven't you heard? The Hornet Sting concocted a myriad of excuses, claiming that the harsh environment hampered the Grim Reaper's performance. It takes a certain audacity to be this shameless. Don't they feel embarrassed when they say such things? A girl exclaimed indignantly. I suppose not. It seems even the Hornet Sting would feel a bit ashamed. The Blade Warrior is simply too cool. Who could he be? He should be a man, and judging by that voice, he can't be very old. Indeed, it's so magnetic. A group of young women quickly gravitated towards the Blade Warrior, for women are naturally drawn to gossip. In truth, the sound of their chatter, having been relayed through various channels, lost some of its precision. Yet they were still able to discern numerous charms. Li Feng never considered his voice to be particularly splendid. The compliments from these girls nearly elevated it to the level of the legendary Pavarotti. After a night of sleeplessness and skipping breakfast, he was asked, "Are you hungry?" To which he replied, "Not really. I don't feel anything." One person mimicked him. Another in the back seat chimed in, "I'm sleepy, not feeling anything." Laughter erupted around them. Li Feng's remark about double gravity, not feeling anything, quickly became a catchphrase that evening. Initially, they discussed the coolness and charm of the phrase, but as the conversation flowed, it morphed into a widespread expression of XXX. Not feeling anything. The fervent discussion left Li Feng speechless. He had not anticipated that a casual remark of his would create such an impact. He sought a corner to retreat to, aware that as a newfound celebrity, he was bound to attract attention. He casually took a seat, only to find that no one dared to join him. Soon, Sarda arrived, naturally choosing to sit beside Li Feng. "Boss, did you watch the footage of the Blade Warrior yesterday?" After spending 2 months in military life, Sarda had adopted some soldierly habits, referring to others with a sense of camaraderie, like how soldiers affectionately called Lieutenant Taiga boss. "What's the matter?" he continued. "That individual is quite formidable. His tactics are extraordinarily imaginative, his fundamentals solid. He cannot be very old, and his physique is undoubtedly robust with astonishing explosive power. I faced him in universe battle and lost." "You faced him?" Li Feng inquired, surprised. "I have an ID named Death Knight, and he obliterated it. I dare say his maximum explosive power might be around 7 times, perhaps even more." Sarda's analysis genuinely startled Li Feng. Given his experience, such a judgment was reasonable. It was no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity during their encounter. Games are inherently unreliable, laden with variables. It would be fascinating if I could challenge him in real life. "Yes, boss. I've roughly calculated that, in my estimation of optimal conditions, he is undoubtedly the strongest mobile warrior among USE and NUP, a top-notch ace pilot. Clearly, I have much to learn." Sarda, visibly motivated, thrived under pressure, his determination heightened. Chapter 94. Comprehensive preparation. The classroom gradually filled up, with discussions revolving around the same topics, many analyzing the tactics from yesterday's battle. The mecha warfare enthusiasts naturally offered their youthful perspectives. Eventually, the teacher entered. Yet the classroom remained abuzz with chatter. Tucker Insur, age 39, once a member of the military and a graduate of Yalong, was no mere academic. "What is all this fervent discussion about? Do share, so I may understand," he inquired, tapping the desk. "Teacher, did you watch the battle between the Blade Warrior and the Sharp Pirate yesterday?" "Of course, I did. Though there are differences between universe battle and actual combat, given the circumstances, the real-world combat showcased within is still worth observing. However, it should only serve as a partial reference. As a formal soldier, one must strictly differentiate between these nuances. Teacher, we all understand the grand principles. Please, offer us a professional analysis of that battle. We are in heated debate over it." Upon seeing Tucker Yinsur's agreement, the classroom quickly quieted. The students were eager to hear the seasoned teacher's perspective on the Blade Warrior. Clearing his throat, Tucker Insur stated, "I have reviewed all the footage of the Blade Warrior and conducted thorough research." Tio put it plainly, if he can utilize 70% of his displayed strength in reality, he would qualify as a top-notch ace pilot, whether in USE or NUP. However, based on my analysis, he may surpass even what he exhibited in the game. If any of you can locate him, I would gladly relinquish my position as teacher to him. Tucker Yinsur's statement left the students in stunned silence. Could it be that the teacher was also a fan of the Blade Warrior? Yet, his demeanor did not reflect excitement. "I am not a Blade Warrior enthusiast, but the fact that an individual can train himself to such a level indicates that he possesses a remarkably mature training regimen, likely one that the current alliance lacks. Making a personal sacrifice for the sake of knowledge is trivial." That moment, Tucker Insur truly embodied the essence of a teacher, earning silent nods of approval from Li Feng. It was a pity that such methods were not suitable for widespread adoption and could only be fully realized by a select few. The process itself was maddeningly complex. In truth, Li Feng had underestimated the difficulty, beyond environmental simulation. The greatest toll lay in bodily modification and the connection between mind and body. Otherwise, Little Gold would not have malfunctioned so swiftly. The intricacies were substantial and Little Gold was a royal tool. Its functions not meant for general use. Regarding the specific discussions about the Blade Warrior, that would be all for now. Students interested in further dialogue could approach me privately after class. For now, let us return to the topic at hand. The theory of mecha warfare. To become a master, one must begin with the fundamentals. A fleeting burst of enthusiasm will not suffice. Perseverance is key, and I believe the same holds true for the Blade Warrior. Thus, I implore everyone to concentrate now. Tucker Insur passionately clapped his hands, and the effect was palpable. The students, eager to become legends, focused intently. Having entered Yalong, they had already taken the first step towards becoming legendary figures. Everyone had a chance. Li Feng approached his studies with his usual fervor. If something was useful, he listened with rapt attention. His eyes gleaming with interest. If it lacked value, he wasted no time and promptly engaged in his own pursuits. Sarda mirrored this approach, both being action-oriented individuals. However, Sarda found himself somewhat daunted by the array of books Li Feng had brought, complex titles such as Attack Patterns of Starships, Theories on Natural and Artificial Wormholes, and Philastri's Micromill Theory. Upon seeing these names, Sarda felt overwhelmed. If Li Feng were to don a pair of thick black frame glasses, he would resemble a bookworm. Yet Sarda was acutely aware of Li Feng's formidable prowess. In their encounters, he had often succumbed with little resistance, and the most troubling aspect was that he could discern Li Feng was not exerting his full strength. Even so, Sarda frequently found himself injured. Indicating that Li Feng was holding back, Tio earned Sarda's admiration. One had to demonstrate genuine skill. Nevertheless, their camaraderie was not apparent to outsiders, much like how Li Lenga and Huang Zhaoyang were seen as close friends. Sarda and Li Feng were naturally categorized into a different faction by their peers. This represented the ongoing competition within the academy between the Mecha Warfare faction and the Starship faction. Reminiscent of the historical rivalry between the Air Force and the Army, such competition was destined to persist. During their free time, Li Feng and Tang Ling often found solace in the library. A shared passion of theirs in theoretical knowledge, Li Feng still fell short compared to the genius that was Tang Ling. Yet in terms of creativity, he often ventured into uncharted territories. Li Feng had no desire to become a scholar. Once he reached a certain level of understanding, his focus shifted towards tactical theories and insights into various weaponry. At present, Li Feng could provide substantial assistance to Tang Ling, as a formidable warrior with a solid grasp of multiple principles could offer constructive guidance. The two were blissfully absorbed in each other's company, akin to being enveloped in honey, always together whenever time permitted. Tang Ling's physical training, however, could not be compared to that of Li Feng and Sarda. Her regimen primarily involved foundational exercises and adaptations for future space environments. Their dormitory was particularly favorable, equipped with ample facilities, eliminating the need to venture into public spaces. After completing her basic training, Li Feng casually opened Universe Battle. Today, he had no intention of engaging in combat. Rather, he merely wished to peruse the content. A rather intriguing letter caught his eye. Its distinctive color indicated it was from the Universe Battle auction house. What could they possibly be auctioning? Suddenly, he recalled the laser sword and the nuclear bomb. These items held little value for him. Employing such instruments in battle lacked challenge and would not facilitate his training. Selling them would be ideal. However, the multitude of messages from the Yellow Hornet left Li Feng exceedingly displeased. Some IDs were utterly nonsensical in their commentary. Previously, he had ignored them out of apathy, but now he realized that allowing such individuals to run rampant was far from ideal. Besides targeting him, the Yellow Hornet had also launched attacks against him on various forums, their insults too tedious to repeat. Perhaps it was time to teach them a lesson. Chapter 95. Lone Wolf to initiate an attack. One could not act recklessly. After all, the opponent was an A-level alliance, vast in personnel and complex in relationships. Having operated solo for some time, perhaps it was now time to accumulate experience in group combat, and the Yellow Hornet would serve as an excellent target. It seemed the laser sword could remain unsold for the time being. Clearly, the titanium knife would be insufficient for a group battle, while BS-001, despite its somewhat cumbersome structure, was still quite capable. Reviewing the information on the Yellow Hornet, Li Feng found it to be an ideal target. In this day and age, while many neutral alliances existed, few directly positioned themselves in a negative light, openly inviting rogues and villains. At least others concealed their true nature behind a facade. This group, however, was brazenly blatant, yet they had still garnered some support, allowing them to persist. Lando City Branch, the third division of the Hornet Needle, though not the most formidable force within the Hornet Needle, has recently become the loudest in its clamor. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities with the Sharp Pirates, they engaged in considerable propaganda and vitriol, and post-battle, it was these individuals who disseminated the most disruptive messages. Let us take aim at them. Lando City possesses Earth-like topography, rich in iron ore, and many A-class alliances maintain their bases here, each with its own territory and castles. The minerals produced are vital for upgrading mobile warriors and for trade, thus holding significant importance. While the Hornet Needle may not be the strongest entity, other cosmic alliances are also reluctant to provoke such a tenacious adversary, especially considering that this particular adversary still possesses sharp teeth. The members of the Hornet Needle are rather arrogant, yet in such a locale, they tend to adhere to the rules, avoiding unnecessary conflicts with larger alliances of the same rank. However, the same cannot be said for smaller alliances. The mining area is vast, yet the city typically hosts thousands of mobile warriors, and while the total number within a branch is considerable, not everyone will engage in battle. Li Feng has no intention of confronting everyone. His objective is to obliterate the energy tower of the Lando City branch. Should he succeed, the Hornet Needle's Lando division would be incapacitated for a month, representing a significant setback for them. However, the alliance is merely a formality. Aside from a few core members, most players tend to mind their own affairs, only gathering for prearranged large-scale battles. Approximately 50 individuals are on patrol around the energy tower. But once the alarm sounds, nearby Hornet Needle members will converge, transitioning from reaction to a threatening assault in about 10 minutes. Within that 10-minute window, Li Feng must evade 50 individuals, plant a nuclear bomb, and then withdraw from the battlefield. If he were piloting a high-performance mobile warrior, his chances of success would be greatly enhanced. A model with flying capabilities, in Li Feng's hands, could easily dispatch dozens of mobile warriors. However, such machines are not available in the military's standard arsenal. Utilizing the BS-001 would require thorough study. As Li Feng contemplated this, a message from the sky rang out. No need to guess. It was undoubtedly his precious Linger. This time, it was not an unexpected visit but a prearranged meeting. After their initial encounter, returning here was no burden, especially since this was a mixed-gender floor. Had it been solely a male floor, Tang Ling would not have dared to act so boldly. Moreover, the elevators beyond the lobby provide direct access, minimizing the chance of running into many people. Upon seeing Tang Ling's lovely face, Li Feng couldn't help but smirk. Kicking the door shut and lifting her into his arms, "You lecher. What mischief do you intend this time?" "Ah, who is being mischievous? I merely wish to discuss tactical arrangements with Miss Tang. Oh, please you. I specifically brought you to my gaming room. Look, it seems your mind has wandered. Or perhaps you were pondering this very question earlier. Heh. Tang Ling found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had entertained such thoughts, albeit only fleetingly. However, Li Feng did not act inappropriately. Instead, he set her down on a seat where the screen displayed information on the Hornet Needle's Lando City branch, along with the geographical layout of Lando City. You wish to single-handedly obliterate an opposing branch. Now that resembles my man Tang Ling. Tang Ling's personality was indeed peculiar, gentle and refined, yet fiercely aggressive regarding mobile warriors. She embraced Li Feng and bestowed a sweet kiss upon him. Li Feng playfully patted her bottom, teasing, "You little woman, don't go throwing around men so easily. Come, let us strategize, treating this as an operation to demolish the enemy's energy tower." "Hee, I've longed to devise such a plan." Tang Ling leaped off Li Feng's lap, her snowy white legs momentarily leaving him in a daze. As the enchanting beauty stepped away, he felt a slight emptiness and promptly pulled her back. "Before we formulate our plan, let's reward the daring team members, my little princess." Tang Ling found it challenging to discern this rogue. One moment he was serious, the next, he was playful, yet she never had the power to resist him. Consequently, she ended up nestled in his embrace while they devised their strategy. Weighing only 50 kilograms, Tang Ling felt no burden to Li Feng, who effortlessly cradled her. Since he had decided to undertake such a mission alone, understanding the opponent was paramount, along with assessing their own capabilities. Excitement sparkled in Tang Ling's captivating eyes. Her studies revolved around command and judgment, and she had not anticipated such a swift opportunity for practical application. Especially one fraught with challenges, her fingers danced across the keyboard, periodically issuing voice commands, and the detailed distribution map of Lando City and the Hornet Needle branch materialized. Fenggu, the area surrounding Lando City features a semi-plain mining landscape, perfectly suited for your BS-001. According to the data, and considering the Hornet Needle's reputation, should their fortress come under siege, the likelihood of assistance from other alliances is negligible. Furthermore, due to the low moral index of Hornet Needle players, the local government forces in Lando City would not intervene in the assault. However, an unannounced attack on the fortress would render it a no-man's land. Hee, why would I need such a thing? This is merely a training exercise, a fitting opportunity to return their nuclear bomb. Mother always said that taking others' precious belongings is improper. Li Feng grinned wickedly. Fenggu, you're truly incorrigible. Yet, such an alliance deserves a lesson. Approaching within 100 meters of the fortress will activate their detection systems, but typically, they do not pay much attention, especially since you are alone. Thus, the real threshold is 30 meters, meaning you must approach disguised as a normal BS-001. When nearing the entrance, a dash will be necessary, as players are highly sensitive to BS-001.30 meters. Huh? What is the fortress's shutdown time? Snap. Emergency shutdown. 5 seconds. Based on my analysis, the Hornet Needle's proficiency in this area is not particularly high. Their reaction time may be even longer. However, I believe 5 seconds should suffice for the legendary Blade Warrior, correct? Li Feng nodded, though he did not forget to pinch Tang Ling's delicate backside, causing her to playfully protest. She was acutely aware of the allure she possessed, and Li Feng's admiration brought her joy, yet, at that moment, she needed to focus. The pinch nearly made her go weak-kneed. Infiltration was a minor hurdle. The straight-line distance from the entrance to the energy tower was 300 meters. However, there were 3 checkpoints in between, not overly stringent but requiring a laser sword to breach. Yet, during the breach, the number of mobile warriors opposing them would escalate from 3 to around 10. By the time they reached the energy tower, the guard team would likely be waiting there, 50 individuals. You must install the nuclear bomb amid the chaos created by these 50 adversaries. A process fraught with difficulty. Tang Ling focused intently on the screen. They lacked specific data, but based on standard procedures, the guards would typically consist of a lieutenant leading non-commissioned mobile warriors. After all, high-level players have their own affairs to attend to, and only a few could possibly reach this location in the event of a large-scale siege. It was improbable that they would remain uninformed. Thus, there was no need to deploy high-level players. 50 individuals? That's somewhat troublesome. A mere laser sword won't suffice. The issue lies in timing. If all nearby members return to the fortress, he is no god and would undoubtedly fall. That would be a foolish endeavor. The BS-001's laser is simply too slow. Fongo, we need to procure 2 additional weapons. One is armor-piercing ammunition. Once you infiltrate, the gates will undoubtedly close, and to escape after completing the mission, you must have armor-piercing rounds. This can be purchased directly at the platform. The other is a more powerful weapon. Li Feng nodded solemnly. Enter. A laser sword would suffice, but with 50 mobile warriors guarding the area, possibly more, they needed to eliminate them swiftly while allowing time for the nuclear bomb to detonate. AT-8 type shotgun laser and an M3 armor-piercing cannon. That way, even if there are obstacles, we need not worry. However, both of these are heavy weapons. Your BS-001 is already quite burdened. This is not a short-term competition, and the physical toll during such an assault is considerable. Tang Ling expressed her concerns. One-on-one is one thing. In a one-on-many battle, the strain is exponentially greater. Fear not. This level of exertion is no issue for me. Li Feng smiled confidently, stroking Tang Ling's lovely face. Why do you gaze at me so? I know I am quite handsome, Li Feng said, but Tang Ling wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a sweet kiss on him. It was evident that the enchanting beauty was captivated by her man's gallantry. Devilish Jean, next time we meet, you may as well call me Angel Jin. That moment, Li Feng felt an immense satisfaction in being a man. Li Feng was not one to indiscriminately request weapons. The M3 armor-piercing cannon could penetrate nearly any wall unless specially constructed, although its explosive power is somewhat limited, and its kill radius is small. The T8 shotgun laser could fire at high speeds but lacked precision. Both weapons were quite common, standard military options, though rarely utilized, yet they were adequate for Li Feng's needs. This was merely the broad outline of their plan. From approach to engagement, bomb placement, and eventual escape, all required detailed analysis and consideration of potential unforeseen circumstances. The primary objective was not merely to destroy the enemy but to acquire the experience they desired. Thus, this would serve as a valuable case study. Disconnect from the battlefield. One must first escape from it. This implies that Li Feng, upon breaking out of the fortress, faces 2 choices. One is to rush into Landuo City, where dueling is strictly prohibited, although it is possible to conquer the official city, a feat no one currently possesses the strength to achieve. The second option is to create a safe distance after leaving the fortress and then log off. These 2 alternatives are the most common, and the 2 individuals are still pondering other, more advantageous possibilities. The situation grows increasingly intriguing, as it has truly transformed into a combat exercise for the 2 of them, while the Hornet's Needle continues to boast loudly. Completely disregarding the matter at hand, in truth, they never anticipated that Li Feng would be so audacious. No matter how powerful one is, it is improbable for a single individual to exhibit such boldness. Especially considering that BS-001 is not well suited for leaving the battlefield. There are countless models that surpass his speed, and while this is partly contingent on the pilot's own capabilities, every machine has its limits. Exceeding these limits could lead to catastrophic failures, a critical issue that must not be overlooked. Naturally, Li Feng must weigh this consideration heavily. Changing models seems unnecessary, as those that are easier to operate hold no appeal for him. Rather than waiting for a more opportune moment, they have spent over an hour analyzing data and formulating plans, treating the entire process as a classroom discussion. One wonders if the Hornet's Needle, so casually dismissed, might feel a pang of sorrow. However, they have indeed provoked an individual they should not have trifled with. Li Feng harbors little anger towards them, but they have ignited the ire of Tang Ling. The little princess of G80 is gentle, yet only towards Li Feng. Had she remained unaware, it would have been one thing. But now that she knows he is the Blade Warrior, and they dare to slander him so brazenly, her fury is inevitable, leading her to fervently support Li Feng's plan. With the encouragement of a beautiful ally, Li Feng's enthusiasm surges. In his inaugural solo assault, he must execute it flawlessly. Chapter 96, Frenzied Blade, Part 2, at 8:30. The peak hour of the universe battle has undoubtedly arrived, with numerous players online. Some engaging in duels, others training, chatting, or trading equipment, while many are still dissecting yesterday's discussions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Blade Warrior has made his reappearance. According to his customary behavior, after a match, he usually vanishes for at least a week, leaving players in anticipation. Suddenly, the lively chatter among players falls into an abrupt silence, and the combatants cease their skirmishes. As a system announcement echoes, the Blade Warrior will commence the destruction of the Hornet's Needle branch in 10 minutes. After a brief moment of astonishment, all players abandon their activities. My goodness. He intends to single-handedly challenge the Hornet's Needle branch. Even the smallest branch has nearly 1,000 mobile warriors. It would be exhausting, to say the least. Were anyone else to make such an announcement, they would surely be deemed insane or merely venting their frustrations. However, this time is different, for he is the Blade Warrior. Players eagerly await further updates, as the Hornet's Needle, an A-level alliance, boasts dozens of branches, with several larger ones among them. Which branch will the Blade Warrior target? It is not just the players who receive this news. Members of the Hornet's Needle are also informed. Goodness, this is serious. Have they dared to provoke the Blade Warrior? After winning one battle, they have become overconfident and now challenge an entire alliance, believing they are invincible. Due to the time constraints, the Hornet's Needle players who have seen the news do not pay it much mind, as each branch fortress has its own security measures. With so many members, what is one Blade Warrior? Moreover, they are preoccupied with leveling up or their own affairs, in the absence of an alarm. None are inclined to rush back. Should they hastily return only to find it a farce, their reputations would be severely tarnished. An entire alliance embroiled in chaos over one individual would surely be a source of embarrassment. Following the announcement, Li Feng launches his assault, adding a touch of difficulty for the sake of excitement. With the Blade Warrior's rising fame, the BS-001 model is now commonplace, yet most players use it merely for fun, as it is exceedingly cheap, just a way to pass the time. Ironically, it serves as Li Feng's disguise. However, as he departs Londuo City and heads towards the Hornet's Needle branch outside the city, some players take notice. Oh my goodness, the real-life Blade Warrior is before us. This legendary figure is truly intent on obliterating the Hornet's Needle. The first few players to spot him excitedly relay the news to their friends, urging them to rush to Londuo City, for the Blade Warrior has set his sights on the Hornet's Needle branch. At this moment, Li Feng is unperturbed by the possibility of revealing his identity. He is charging at full speed towards the Hornet's Needle fortress. Upon approaching 200 meters, the enemy has already detected him. The mobile warriors in front immediately halt, warning him that he has entered the territory of the A-level alliance. Hornet's Needle. They give him 3 seconds to stop, or he will face the most severe consequences. 3 seconds? Li Feng, piloting the BS-001, treats their warning as mere background noise. With a deep breath, his eyes grow steely, and BS-001, resembling a wild beast, not only maintains speed but accelerates towards the fortress. This is bad. It's the Blade Warrior. Sound the red alert. What are you doing standing there? Quickly pull the alarm, you fool. A monitoring mobile warrior kicks his dawdling comrade, realizing too late that the Blade Warrior has indeed come, ensuring a one-way trip for him. With just 100 meters remaining, the laser swords are drawn, and the castle's lasers rain down. However, due to the game's rules limiting non-alliance versus alliance battles, The firepower is restricted, and no one anticipated that the Blade Warrior would arrive so swiftly, nor did they expect him to choose this location. Yet, the mobile warriors stationed at the entrance have begun to react, charging collectively towards the Blade Warrior, while behind Li Feng, a large crowd of spectators is gathering. Oh my god, the Blade Warrior is truly charging in alone. The Hornet's Needle branch echoes with the blaring alarms, and within the guild, a call to assemble has been issued. Particularly for the members of the Londuo branch, all online members are ordered to return to the city. The busy members of Hornet's Needle drop everything and rush towards the fortress, not out of fear of the Blade Warrior causing trouble, but out of concern that they might miss out on the action. Even a small contribution would suffice. When bragging about their exploits later, they could say they stood alongside the Blade Warrior. However, outside the Hornet's Needle fortress, the situation is far from simple. The distance between both sides has dwindled to a mere 10 meters, and Li Feng has entered a heightened state of combat readiness. With a swift dive, he descends at high speed, severing the head of an opponent with his laser sword, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The BS-001 executes a stunning maneuver, employing a strategy of overwhelming force against the many lightning-fast red streaks flash before the eyes, as the massive BS-001 charges in, simultaneously launching a kick that sends the last mobile warrior flying. Those mobile warriors maintain their original positions as they rush out, only to be obliterated. This level of opposition cannot hinder the Blade Warrior, and with no semblance of cooperation, for this is not a sparring match. Every strike Li Feng delivers is lethal. These novices are hardly worth mentioning. Li Feng surges effortlessly into the fortress's interior, while the Hornet's Needle members have yet to fully comprehend the situation. Only a few scattered mobile warriors approach, but they are met with annihilation. Following the plan, Li Feng does not linger, knowing that if he becomes ensnared in a sea of foes, escape would be nearly impossible. The BS-001 behaves like a frenzied bulldozer, both wildly aggressive and astonishingly agile. With each sweeping movement, its weight exceeds 4 times, and it can reach up to 7 times. Yet, Li Feng is exhilarated. The danger is palpable, but it is indeed thrilling. Since departing from the treacherous environment of the Devil's Gold, he has not experienced such life-and-death stakes in quite a while, but the current intensity is still lacking. As the pursuers multiply, barriers are lowered, and the BS-001's right shoulder ejects an M3 armor-piercing cannon, firing 3 shots without a glance, creating a passageway in its wake. With such immense recoil, the charging BS-001 remains largely unaffected. Who is the fool that claimed the M3 is a stationary heavy weapon? Chapter 97. I am the legend. In a locale such as this, the effectiveness of lasers diminishes due to the abundance of structures, making it impossible to track Li Feng's movements in close-quarters combat. No one can match Li Feng's ferocity. Having breached 3 barriers and eliminated over 30 obstructing mobile warriors, the energy tower looms ahead. Where members of Hornet's Needle stand in formation, clearly not all are fools. The Blade Warrior, charging forward, immediately raises his hands in surrender. Otherwise, Li Feng retracts his earlier assessment, realizing, this fool, with a shotgun laser cannon on his left shoulder and an armor-piercing cannon on his right, along with a laser gun in his left hand, he unleashes a torrent of firepower. 5 mobile warriors are sent flying on the spot. To be honest, these individuals have never encountered such ferocity. They are momentarily stunned, especially given Li Feng's formidable reputation. Their instinctive reaction is not to attack collectively, but rather to scatter in a bid to evade his strikes. Is this not tantamount to seeking death? The laser gun fires true, and the left shoulder shotgun laser boasts a remarkable 90% accuracy rate. In less than 10 seconds, 50 mobile warriors have been wiped out. Li Feng's eyes show no hint of anger. He is in a highly focused combat state, for only in this manner can he execute X3 super control. A true super control necessitates ensuring a high hit rate. The armor-piercing rounds blast open the doors of the energy tower, and the BS-001 charges in without hindrance. The payload compartment opens, revealing a nuclear bomb. Li Feng secures it against the wall, initiating a 5-minute countdown. While ordinary bombs can be disarmed, a nuclear bomb cannot. This device has the potential to reduce the entire fortress to rubble, and he must escape within 5 minutes. At this moment, a considerable number of members from the Hornet's Needle had already surrounded the area. It must be said that their command was rather poor, as they merely followed in pursuit of Li Feng's rear. Li Feng, had never instructed them to enter through the front entrance, nor to exit by the same route. This time, he intended to grant them a complimentary back door. Armor-piercing rounds erupted, swiftly penetrating the rear of the energy tower, and some Hornet's Needle players immediately caught sight of the gleaming nuclear bomb. System announcement: Player, you have entered the threat range of the nuclear bomb, with 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Had the Hornet's Needle players possessed a little more courage and desperately attempted to block Li Feng, he would have been in considerable trouble. However, upon hearing the mention of a nuclear bomb, they hesitated instantly. It seemed that someone had taken the lead in initiating a retreat. After all, who would want to be obliterated at this moment? Losing their entire machine would be catastrophic, and assembling a quality mech was no easy feat. Li Feng was fully aware of his actions, maintaining his composure while continuing to devise a plan. The armor-piercing rounds fired incessantly, and the recoil was significant, placing a substantial burden on the body. If he were using a basic model, the mech might not withstand it. However, the BS-001 had the advantage of being sufficiently robust. The incoming Hornet's Needle players were thrown into disarray, confused about what had transpired. They only realized the chaos when they saw a crowd of people running frantically. After a brief moment, they too joined the ranks of the fleeing. The collision of bodies created utter mayhem. The Hornet's Needle members, notorious for their rogue tendencies, paid little heed to whether their comrades were still with them. Laser beams carved a path as they rushed forward without a care. For they were not equipped with armor-piercing rounds, and who would carry such cumbersome equipment around? Li Feng, somewhat disappointed, charged out, initially expecting the adversaries to stall him for a bit longer. But they all fled in self-preservation. A few astute individuals did not rush towards the front entrance, but instead followed closely behind Li Feng, refraining from attacking as they understood that the Blade Warrior would surely find a way out. Just as they had anticipated, a frenzied BS-001, a monster wielding an M3 like a laser gun, burst forth, and they too desired to escape. Per the plan, Li Feng was to accelerate his retreat immediately upon breaking free. However, with 2 minutes still remaining, the Blade Warrior suddenly halted, shocking the 20-odd mech warriors following him, who had forgotten about the nuclear bomb behind them and stood in a daze at the sight of the fully armed BS-001. In that moment of stupor, Li Feng could have easily dispatched them 10 times over. Battling such opponents held no thrill. The objective had been accomplished, and yet, on the whole, the training goals remained unfulfilled. Li Feng leisurely made his way back to the city. Initially, a few Hornet's Needle players, emboldened by their numbers, attempted to encircle him, but after Li Feng executed a masterful XN super control, obliterating 8 of them with spread shots. The rest were left in stunned silence, while alarms blared throughout the alliance. Players from Hornet's Needle and others gazed in astonishment as the Blade Warrior surged forth with little resistance. Who would not feel intimidated by a creature bearing 2 heavy weapons? One in each hand, one a laser and the other a lightsaber. Especially when that creature was the Blade Warrior. The players at the back of the Hornet's Needle had abandoned any intention of returning to the city. The warning of the small nuclear bomb was within the effective range, and with the Blade Warrior having already emerged, they were in no rush to retreat, hesitating between whether to attack or refrain. None wished to become cannon fodder, and Li Feng was not arrogant enough to confront so many opponents simultaneously. He seized the opportunity to escape while they were still reeling from shock. Boom! At this point, everyone was aware. The nuclear bomb, the Sharp Pirates' nuclear bomb. The ones who fell victim to the bomb were the Lando branch along with the fastest few hundred players, as well as the several hundred Hornet's Needle members already present. 10 minutes later, the Blade Warrior appeared within Lando City. The player's fortress was not particularly large. Most transactions and various matters had to be conducted in the official city. The fortress served more as a symbol of identity and a supply point for alliance members, while the official city remained the primary gathering spot. Clearly, a significant number of Hornet's Needle players had not managed to return in time. Not everyone was as swift as Li Feng, and of course, there were also players from other A-level alliances. All eyes were fixated on a single private soldier. The system message had arrived. The Hornet's Needle Lando branch had been obliterated. The entire battle transpired within 13 minutes and 21 seconds. Wherever Li Feng went, a spacious path was immediately cleared. None dared to obstruct him. The BS-001 emanated a palpable aura of menace. In the official city, private duels were prohibited, and a collective attack on a single individual was even more so. Of course, They were not afraid of being obliterated by a strong assault. After all, the laser towers of the official city required time to react. The issue was that they faced a creature that had just annihilated a fortress, the Blade Warrior. The only sound audible was the heavy thud of the BS-001's footsteps. A Hornet's Needle mech warrior attempted to block the Blade Warrior's path, but not out of intent. He was simply paralyzed by fear. Utterly oblivious to his own actions, and Li Feng brushed past him. Motionless, this player could not recall what he was thinking at that moment. The Blade Warrior had passed, then logged off. The wheel of time turned once more, and Lando City erupted in chaos. Almost simultaneously, the habitually arrogant Hornet's Needle warriors lowered their heads in defeat, rendered speechless. Some immediately logged off. In such a vital mining city, there was no shortage of super-large alliances. And while they held their own prestige, some Hornet's Needle members dared not provoke them. Yet none could match the dominance and intimidation of the Blade Warrior. Another legend was born, but everyone knew. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 98. The myth of one man. Li Feng logged off, drenched in sweat. Undertaking such a mission was indeed different from engaging in combat. Beyond physical exertion, the mental strain was far greater. One had to meticulously analyze multiple factors and make sound decisions, especially when utilizing the X-Series multi-control, which could induce a bit of nervousness and fatigue. However, overall, the difficulty was less than anticipated. Wow, Brother Feng. That was amazing. A flawless performance. Tang Ling hurriedly wiped the sweat from Li Feng's brow, exhilarated by the first-hand experience of planning and observing. The tension during the battle had been quite intense. She felt a surge of anxiety for Li Feng, yet his demeanor in battle was strikingly different, cold and formidable. Should we summarize the battle now or continue fighting? Li Feng grasped Tang Ling's hand. Feeling a peculiar sensation, he wondered if other men felt the same. After intense exertion, there was often a certain yearning. Tang Ling couldn't resist playfully tapping her finger on Li Feng's forehead, exclaiming, "You are incorrigible." Always thinking about mischief, with a swift motion, Li Feng lifted Tang Ling into his arms, gazing at the slightly exhilarated beauty in his embrace. That was quite exhausting. At least I managed to successfully complete Princess's arduous task. Narrowly escaping death, shouldn't the princess reward her knight? Humph, you make a fair point, but how dare you? I'll do it myself. Perhaps it was indeed a blessing that the school provided such an excellent environment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known what to do. Of course, a cold shower wouldn't suffice. That was just Li Feng's personal preference. Tang Ling could not endure that. At this moment, a passionate bubble bath was in order. Today, Tang Ling was determined to shine, even taking the initiative to help Li Feng with his back. Her delicate, moist hands glided over his recently exerted muscles, and Li Feng couldn't help but emit a pleasurable groan. It wasn't that Tang Ling's technique was particularly remarkable. Rather, they shared a deep connection, and the little beauty was genuinely devoted. With his eyes closed, Li Feng savored the sensation as fatigue gradually faded. Meanwhile, Tang Ling was growing increasingly anxious. Though this was not their first encounter, she often found herself overwhelmed by the intensity of his presence. What transpired was somewhat unclear, and she paid little attention to his physique. However, this time was different. Li Feng's build was well proportioned, with no visible muscle when clothed, and even in relaxation, he bore no scars. His skin exuded a sheen not typical of a soldier, yet when her fingers pressed against him, Tang Ling's keen sensitivity awakened. Within every seemingly unremarkable muscle lay an immense power. Tang Ling did not observe with her eyes but rather with her touch and unique mental acuity. The surging strength ignited her senses, akin to witnessing a roaring lion on the prairie or a cheetah poised to unleash its fury. Her hands trembled slightly, and her entire being began to weaken, as if she had been infected by his energy. Li Feng distinctly felt Tang Ling's body, pressed against him, grow weaker, her fingers quivering incessantly. The little beauty was taking deep breaths in an attempt to calm herself, but the more she suppressed her emotions, the more heightened her excitement became. Typically, she was the one to initiate, but this time, the little princess reacted first. While Li Feng had been reveling in the moment, he found himself needing to pull the now weak Tang Ling into his embrace. The lovely girl could barely muster a word, her eyes glistening with tenderness as they gazed at Li Feng, while a certain eager young man found himself no longer in a hurry. "Come, let me take care of you," Li Feng smiled as he began to caress Tang Ling's body. She felt herself losing her way. The more sensitive her mental acuity became, the greater the impact of that stimulation. Bathing the beauty was undoubtedly an exquisite pleasure. While one side of the scenario unfolded with such intimacy, the other side erupted into chaos. Regardless of whether it was Li Feng or Tang Ling, neither paid much attention. With the devilish gold at hand, there was little left to capture Li Feng's focus, as the heir to Jiedi. Tang Ling was poised to become a significant figure capable of influencing use. One could easily destroy a stronghold in the real world. Her interest lay primarily in Li Feng. Yet, for others, it was an entirely different matter. The hornet's nest has indeed been dealt a resounding slap. Having always been the instigators of trouble for others. Yet, now they find themselves confronted by a bold challenger. An individual, no less. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. In the past, even minor grievances would have ignited their vengeful spirits, compelling the members of Hornet's Nest to retaliate with the fervor of a madman. However, this time, they appear dejected, and the higher-ups have seemingly vanished. Rumors suggest that senior members of Hornet's Nest have convened at headquarters to deliberate on this matter. Failure to handle it properly could spell disaster for their future endeavors. Meanwhile, other A-level guilds eagerly await the spectacle, ready to seize any opportunity to capitalize on their misfortune. Players in Landau City have multiplied exponentially, creating a rather crowded scene. The sole purpose of their gathering is to witness the prowess of the Blade Warrior firsthand. The classic confrontation from yesterday is destined to remain at the forefront for at least 2 to 3 days. Yet, astonishingly, this marks the first time since the Blade Warrior's rise to fame that he has fallen from the top position the very next day. The only one capable of defeating him is none other than himself. The latest highlight, Blade Unsheathed, 13 minutes and 21 seconds, the T5 combat fortress reduced to ashes, a solitary hero's myth. Since the inception of the Universe War, such an event has never transpired. One player annihilating an entire fortress is not something that merely anyone can accomplish. Even with a nuclear bomb in hand, it is rare to witness a throng of players fixated on a pile of debris as if it were a trove of treasures, an endlessly captivating sight. I witnessed the entire ordeal. The Blade Warrior passed directly by me, and it is no wonder that I felt a shiver run through my body, sensing the aura of a formidable presence. Indeed, the essence of a true champion. Oh, come now. Aren't you the one with nasal issues? I suspect you may have soiled your pants. Ha! Chapter 99. After the battle, indeed, it is true, when the Blade Warrior departed, numerous members of Hornet's Nest dared not impede his path. The scene was truly magnificent, a sight that would have brought immense satisfaction had they been present in the city point. One foolish individual appeared utterly stunned. Yet the Blade Warrior paid him no heed. This is perhaps what is referred to as the aura of sovereignty, when the very presence of a tiger instills terror in its foes. Let us be fair. It is not that the individual was cowardly. Were it you, you might have fared even worse. Have you ever witnessed someone simultaneously wielding 3 types of weapons, including 2 heavy artillery pieces, unleashing a barrage? Dozens of mobile warriors were obliterated before they even had a chance to retaliate, a terrifying display of precision. Players engaged in fervent discussions, and the tales grew more exaggerated with each retelling. In reality, the number of foes vanquished by Li Feng was not as vast as the rumors suggested. Yet in the annals of player lore, he became a slayer of thousands, a figure who ventured in and out with ease, only to nonchalantly depart after deploying the nuclear bomb, all while radiating an aura of authority that left reinforcements in awe. Of course, most could discern the exaggeration in these accounts, but no one seemed to mind. The aura of sovereignty is often jestingly referred to as the aura of a turtle, yet many who witnessed the event genuinely felt its weight. A fierce, unyielding killing intent, an unstoppable momentum that bore down upon those who sensed it, creating an overwhelming pressure. This was merely the perspective of an observer. For the unfortunate Hornet's Nest member caught directly in front of BS-001, the experience must have been nothing short of harrowing, rendering him paralyzed and unsure of how to react. Countless players clamored for the official replay of the Blade Warrior's destruction of the Landau branch. Following this audacious act, the previously obscure Landau City, known primarily for its iron mines, suddenly found itself thrust into the limelight, nearly becoming a tourist attraction. While the officials could retrieve the footage, it required the consent of those involved, particularly given the clear commercial implications. this was not a decision they could make lightly. Galbo, being a shrewd individual, promptly initiated a poll on the official website to gauge interest in viewing the event. Should the numbers be substantial, he would approach the Blade Warrior with a request. But the true motive was to boost click rates. The anticipated popularity was all but predictable. Everyone, including the members of Hornet's Nest themselves, was eager to witness the truth of the matter. Aside from those personally eliminated by Li Feng, the majority remained in the dark regarding the events that had unfolded. Many were incredulous that a T5 combat fortress could be so effortlessly breached, a nuclear bomb deployed, and the perpetrator sauntering away in such a nonchalant manner. It seemed implausible, especially after issuing a warning beforehand. One must exercise caution. A fifth-tier combat fortress can muster thousands of mobile warriors. They indeed gathered, yet met their demise alongside the fortress. The time discrepancies and chaotic command structure were glaringly evident. In the aftermath, it was reported that over 2,300 Hornet's Nest players perished in the nuclear blast. Such losses are not merely painful, they are excruciatingly devastating. The system notifications in the game room continued to sound. As Li Feng had set the parameters, reminders were necessary as they had signed a contract, obligations must be fulfilled. Yet at this moment, Li Feng and Tang Marin were indulging in a romantic bath. Too preoccupied to heed the alerts. Popularity surged, and the officials refrained from issuing immediate statements, yet the fervor among the players continued to escalate. This sudden upheaval caught many players off guard. By the time they received news, the incident had already concluded. The Blade Warrior, known for his elusiveness and low profile, had unexpectedly made such a bold move, an unanticipated warning to Hornet's Nest's incessant arrogance. The effects were palpable. Prior to any decisive action, the entirety of Hornet's Nest fell silent. Previously, they had derided the Blade Warrior as merely a performer. Now, he had shown them the true meaning of being an action-oriented player. 13 minutes and 21 seconds. Such a brief span of time to accomplish so much is simply unbelievable. The more implausible it seems, the more it ignites boundless imagination. On official forums and various universe war websites, discussions erupted regarding the potentialities of the event. Drawing from the sparse information available, individuals began to analyze the sequence of occurrences. However, despite their efforts, the time allotted seemed insufficient, barely enough to cover half of the events, yet the Blade Warrior had managed to complete the battle, utilizing BS-001 all the while. Topics devoid of conclusive results tend to incite the most fervent debates. The Blade faction and the Counterblade faction naturally engaged in heated discussions. Yet this time, the focus was not on the outcome that had already become a fact. The emphasis lay on the process. The Counterblade faction posited that someone must have assisted the Blade Warrior. It was inconceivable for a single individual to accomplish such feats. There were surely undercurrents at play, perhaps another individual maneuvering BS-001 to divert attention before the true assault commenced. Players, both newly arrived and yet to arrive, joined the discourse, while transport to Landau City became exceedingly congested. Meanwhile, Hornet's Nest appeared to have vanished from the scene. Even their members discreetly concealed their alliance insignia, too embarrassed to venture forth. Some members could not help but criticize the sharp pirates, deeming them utterly foolish. Were it not for the nuclear bomb they provided, even the Blade Warrior would have found it exceedingly challenging to demolish a fortress. Aside from nuclear bombs, other types of explosives are modular and generally, fortresses are equipped with such tools. Even if the disassembly time were limited, the explosive power would not have been as devastating. The casualty count this time around was truly staggering, comparable to the losses incurred in a mid-scale alliance battle. This incident was merely the beginning. Hornet's Nest would undoubtedly seek retribution, while the Blade Warrior clearly regarded them with disdain. The sound of water ceased abruptly. Though they had yet to truly consummate their union, the preceding antics had put Tang Marin in the mood. Li Feng was exuberant, while Tang Ling lay sprawled on the bed. Utterly spent, surrendering herself to his desires, Li Feng, unhurried, teased her, and initially, Tang Ling bit her lip, stifling any sounds. It was rather embarrassing. Yet, it was not long before she succumbed, having already ventured into uncharted territory since becoming Li Feng's partner. Shattering yet another psychological barrier, as her moans escaped her luscious red lips, Li Feng could no longer contain himself, their bodies entwined, yearning to merge this delicate princess into himself, and Tang Ling willingly embraced their union. The sounds of passion intertwined with the system's incessant notifications,